On the fateful day when she, the malevolent sister complex female antagonist, prepared to face her demise, she was astonished to discover that her darkened brothers possessed the ability to read her thoughts. Standing atop a high platform, Chu Chu wailed, "You will forever be my brothers. I wish to perish before you, ensuring that you will never forget me for all eternity." However, the 7 stunning brothers interpreted her words as, goodbye. With a fortune of hundreds of billions, I can become a wealthy woman. As for you, remain in this world to endure suffering, for your future holds nothing but misfortune." Suddenly, as she felt a firm grasp on her arm, she looked up in bewilderment to find her brothers holding her tightly. "Pray tell, how shall we meet our unfortunate ends?" they inquired. Chapter 1. According to the script, she was to be obliterated by the system. Yet her brothers had heard her innermost thoughts. The author of this narrative must certainly be deranged. Chu Chu trembled in fear atop the skyscraper, her legs spasming uncontrollably. The system eagerly urged, "Jump, host, jump, and all shall be concluded. End the tragic fate of the wicked female antagonist, and a fortune shall be yours, with a luxurious mansion beckoning you." In an instant, her overwhelming fear was eclipsed by visions of wealth. Yes, she was about to become affluent, perhaps even to the extent of supporting handsome men as her sugar daddies. Chu Chu gazed towards the 7 handsome men who slowly approached the rooftop, their expressions a mixture of concern and disdain, fearing that she might leap. The man at the forefront exuded an imposing aura, his voice cold as he commanded, "Chu Chu, come down this instant and cease your disgraceful antics." Chu Chu was taken aback. Despite her numerous misdeeds, she was on the brink of death, yet he insisted she come down. She feigned sorrow. "I am about to die, yet you show me such cruelty. Dear brother, have you no heart?" Pei Yuan regarded her with indifference, his dark eyes glinting ominously. "This is hardly the first time you've threatened to take your own life. Our presence here is already a concession." Chu Chu was momentarily stunned. In reality, she was an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage due to a hereditary illness. Despite her optimistic outlook and relentless efforts to save for treatment, she ultimately succumbed to death. The system granted her a chance, allowing her to traverse into this realm of multiple male leads. At the tender age of 3, she had entered this narrative world. On her very first day here, her biological parents had perished. However, her adoptive mother, a close friend of her late mother, had taken her in. After the passing of her parents, her adoptive mother, overwhelmed with grief, devoted herself to raising her. In her previous life, she had never experienced the warmth of family. Yet here, she is the cherished jewel of the Pei family. 7 brothers, as the tales often narrate, indulge her endlessly. Though they share no blood ties, their bond transcends mere genetics. She feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. At the tender age of 10, tragedy struck when her adoptive parents perished in a plane crash. Her eldest brother, Pei Yuan, still a minor, began to shoulder the responsibilities of being the chosen one of the Pei family, while all her brothers bore the weight of expectations. Yet, she remained their beloved gem. She longed to share both joy and sorrow with them. However, she found herself ensnared as a mere tool. Should she refuse to comply, her fate would be grim, accompanied by a myriad of punishments. She must compel her brothers to embrace darkness, rendering them sensitive to all women in the world, paving the way for the protagonist. Unbeknownst to her, she had traversed into a narrative whose author seemed deeply unwell. Did the lives of side characters hold no value? Her brothers would transform into twisted beings, both adoring and tormenting the protagonist, ultimately meeting their demise in the grand finale. And she was destined to perish today. The system urged her. "Host, recite your lines, hasten." A wave of reluctance surged within Chu Chu as she gazed deeply at the 7 individuals before her. Since binding to the system, she had been forced into disingenuous actions. She trampled upon their gifts, feigning disdain for their affections, deliberately driving them to loathe her. Yet, that was never her true self. With a sense of relief, Chu Chu looked up at the starry sky. "Brothers, I am sorry, but you shall never see me again." Pei Yuan's brow furrowed in astonishment. Suppressing the bitterness rising in her throat, Chu Chu forced a professional grimace. "You shall forever be my brothers. I will die before you, ensuring you shall never forget me." What audacity, she thought, panic rising within her. "I don't want to jump. Surely, it won't end in ruin." Pei Yuan, bewildered, questioned, "What did I just hear?" Beside him, the 3rd brother shook his head in confusion. "Did I just imagine it? I think I heard Chu Chu's voice echoing in my mind." Pei Yuan turned to him in shock. The youngest brother exclaimed, "I heard it too." Something about a billionaire, standing high above, with the wind howling. She could not discern their murmurs, but declared loudly, "I am leaving, brothers." The seven stared at her in disbelief. For reasons unknown, she felt their expressions mingled with something else. With tears glistening, she smiled through her sorrow. "Farewell, forever. With a fortune of billions, I shall become a joyous little heiress, no longer bound by others. Though my brothers may meet a grim fate, it matters not to me anymore. Farewell, to this world of fiction." Chu Chu closed her eyes and gently leaned back. Memories surged forth like a slideshow in her mind. She had once run towards her 7 elder brothers, arms wide open, her little legs carrying her with unrestrained joy. Now, she faced a fall from the rooftop, destined to never see them again. As she shut her eyes, a single tear slipped from the corner, her body surrendering to the sensation of free fall. Suddenly, her descent was abruptly halted, a powerful force gripping her arms. In pain, she opened her eyes to meet the fierce, almost frenzied expressions of Pei Yuan and her other brothers. "Care to elaborate on how we deserve a dreadful fate?" Chu Chu responded with confusion. "Huh? Did I just inadvertently voice my inner thoughts?" Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Inner thoughts? Were these indeed her heartfelt musings? He exchanged a knowing glance with his brothers, deliberately pulling her upward. Realizing the situation, Chu Chu reached out to slap Pei Yuan's face, exclaiming, "Let me die, please." Unfazed, Pei Yuan, along with his brothers, cautiously continued to hoist her up. What is wrong with these people? Even in my desperate state, they still wish to save me? Though I feel a deep reluctance, I crave that immense fortune even more. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the grip on her tightened further. Chu Chu was pulled back up, her face ashen. Kneeling on the ground, she gazed up at the immaculate shoes before her and, in a daze, uttered, "You saved me, surely you must hold feelings for me, love me, wish to marry me." Pei Yuan grimaced in disdain. "Say that again, and I'll silence you." Chu Chu retorted, "How will you silence me? With your alluring lips?" Pei Yuan replied, "Perhaps you should jump again." Chu Chu cheerfully agreed, "All right," and promptly leaped down the stairs with the grace of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Quick as lightning, Pei Sun lunged forward, catching her and pinning her to the ground. She felt like a ball, trapped beneath him. In despair, Chu Chu cried out, "Help! I beg you, let me die." Chapter 2. Let me go. I want to be a millionaire. Chu Chu opened her eyes in despair, inwardly lamenting, "System, are you there? Why is this so different from the script?" The original narrative dictated that she would leap off, and the others, caught off guard, would fail to catch her, resulting in her demise. After all, they believed she would never dare to end her life, as her previous self often resorted to self-harm to garner their attention.
But what was different this time?
"Didn't you say I would die from the fall? Why did they catch me?" "System, why are you ignoring me? You're not trying to back out, are you?" Surely not. No one paid her any heed. She could only hear the system's intermittent voice, which soon fell silent. Chu Chu. It had been 10 years since her mind had been this quiet. She awkwardly glanced at the man pinning her down. Pei Yuan loomed above her, his gaze laden with meaning, while the other brothers watched her warily. Suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, Chu Chu burst into tears. The 7 men? Pei Laosi could no longer restrain himself and sought to question Chu Chu. However, Pei Yuan, quick to react, seized him and pulled him aside. "Calm down." Pei Laosi, anxious, exclaimed, "Brother, this girl said we would meet a dire fate, and that we would go bankrupt. Shouldn't we clarify this?" Pei Yuan turned his attention to the distraught Chu Chu and lowered his voice in warning. "Do not forget, we are hearing her innermost thoughts, and she is bound by a system. The consequences of our inquiries remain unknown." Pei Laochi interjected, "I understand the system. I often read novels." The brothers turned in unison to look at him. Pei Laochi continued, "In novels, the system binds the protagonist, compelling them to undertake various tasks and, upon completion, rewards are granted. If we tamper with the system, it could lead to the collapse of this world, and we would be doomed." Pei Er pondered. "So what has Chu Chu done?" The 7 brothers lowered their heads in contemplation, recalling the dubious actions of Chu Chu, their expressions growing darker. If they were to enumerate her misdeeds, the list would be endless. "I don't believe it," Pei Laolu protested. "Chu Chu wants to monopolize all 7 of us. She has been scheming against us since her adolescence. I refuse to accept that she is under the system's control." Pei Yuan contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Then let us put it to the test." Chu Chu, her legs weak, crawled toward the edge of the building.
Today,
She would descend, no matter what. Suddenly, someone grasped her ankle. He held her ankle firmly, gazing at her earnestly. Do you truly care for us this much? Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Yuan glanced back at his 6 brothers. If your affections are genuine, among the 7 of us brothers, choose one to marry.
What say you?
Qiao Chu Chu. Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Her mouth agape, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her eyes darting across the faces of the 7 brothers. Incredulously murmuring, if I choose someone, will they marry me? Pei Yuan nodded. The 6 brothers behind him begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Qiao Chu Chu felt her lips tremble as she pointed at Pei Yuan, asking hesitantly, if I choose you, would you be willing? Pei Yuan's eyes darkened right now. I'll take you to see engagement rings and wedding dresses. Qiao Chu Chu was momentarily stunned. She turned on her heel and leaped down as if propelled by wings.
Ah.
I don't want to get married. I'd rather be killed than marry them. Pei Yuan, like a predator poised to pounce, swiftly restrained her. Qiao Chu Chu felt the weight of masculine strength bearing down on her, causing her to cry out in fright, don't touch me. Pei Yuan effortlessly pinned her beneath him. Cradling her head, calm down. Qiao Chu Chu. Ignoring his words, she struck Pei Yuan hard across the face. The sound echoed, and the other 6 members of the Pei family were momentarily stunned. Qiao Chu Chu stared in shock at the handprint blooming on Pei Yuan's cheek. His facial muscles twitched, and his gaze was filled with a fury that could tear her apart. Are you calm now? Qiao Chu Chu pouted, a small whimper escaping her throat. I'm finished. I've hit the eldest brother, and he'll surely tear me to shreds. No, wait, he's trying to force me. How could I let him destroy me? I should be the one to dismantle this shameless creature. Pei Yuan looked perplexed. Behind him, muffled laughter erupted. The 7 brothers stifled their mirth, their shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles. The youngest brother mischievously mouthed, Eldest brother, are you the one being dismantled? Pei Yuan retorted, I am not. His expression darkened as he pressed her further. Qiao Chu Chu, I was merely testing you. I have no intention of marrying you. Now I see you are not serious about it, merely being unruly. From now on, you must not be willful, stay by our side. And I will continue to support you. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Why? Pei Yuan's eyes dimmed, filled with exasperation. Because you are family. But they're on the verge of bankruptcy. In a year, they might end up destitute. How can they support me when they can't even take care of themselves? Pei Yuan's expression grew graver as he yanked her up from the ground. Rest assured, our family will not go bankrupt. I'll support you until my dying breath. Qiao Chu Chu pondered, can Pei Yuan truly hear my thoughts? How does he know I'm concerned about bankruptcy? Pei Yuan looked down at her, letting out a cold snort. He was determined to protect the entire Pei family. Qiao Chu Chu followed him in a daze, the other brothers instinctively surrounding her, casting sidelong glances in her direction. She stood at the center of their circle, gazing at Pei Yuan's upright figure. She sensed a shift in the atmosphere around her. Yet, some things remained unchanged. Their gazes were devoid of disdain, now laced with suspicion and wariness. Had they, once again, forgiven her for her unruliness? No, that is not the point. The crucial question is, do my assets still hold any value? The 7 brothers exchanged incredulous looks, pulling out their phones in silence. Qiao Chu Chu, with a forlorn expression, lowered her head, embodying the despair of having lost her fortune. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She picked it up and found a notification of a transfer. Almost immediately, her phone chimed 7 times. User Pei Yuan has transferred 500,000,000 yuan to you. User Pei C has transferred 500,000,000 yuan to you. User Pei. Each of her 7 brothers sent her 500 million. She gazed at them in astonishment. You all? Pei Yuan led her into the elevator. Pressing the button for the first floor, as long as you live well and do not cause trouble, we will provide you with money every month. The second brother, Pei Che, cast her a disdainful glance. So there's no need for you to seek death. As long as you obediently listen, you will eventually become a billionaire. Chapter 3. The brothers who give pocket money are quite handsome. Qiao Chu Chu held her phone, her mouth agape, suddenly feeling a pang in her nose. My brothers are so handsome. Their gestures while giving me pocket money are so dashing. Whoa, I have such wonderful brothers, yet I have to hurt them. I truly feel sorry for them. In her heart, she even choked up. They are clearly the family that loves me the most. A bittersweet sensation arose among them as their gazes met. If Qiao Chu Chu was indeed being controlled by the system to commit those acts, they would forgive her. The brothers subtly curled their lips. Initially thinking her to be ungrateful, they now found her rather conscientious. But after all I've done to them, they still give me money? Xiao Chu was enlightened. Did you all buy insurance for me? The brothers? Xiao Chu pondered, her heart sinking. You wouldn't want me to accidentally die. Would you? Is that why you're being so nice to me? Pei Yuan. The others.
Indeed.
The rifts that had formed over the years could not be mended in a day. The third brother, Pei Yuchuan, gave her a sharp rap on the head. Shut up. You fool. At last, the elevator reached the first floor. Pei Yuan tugged her out of the elevator. She struggled. I can walk on my own. Pei Yuan ignored her. Aren't you worried we might kill you? By holding on to you, if anything happens, I'll protect you, and you won't die. Without a second thought, Xiao Chu retorted. Then did you buy insurance for yourself? Pei Yuan. The others? Just how obsessed is she with insurance? Xiao Chu. Due to her numerous impulsive actions, she had long ceased living with her brothers. In fact, in recent years they had stopped giving her money altogether. This was because she had once flaunted herself in a revealing dress during the new year, infuriating them to the point of cutting off her allowance. And they had not celebrated the new year with her since. Therefore, she only appeared before them when absolutely necessary. In the eyes of her brothers, she was merely a perverse and obsessive individual, thus they were reluctant to meet her. She did not perceive herself as perverse. Rather, she believed herself to be quite clever. Gradually understanding the preferences and temperaments of the seven through the system's commands. Every time it was their birthday, she would accurately present them with gifts they adored. The seven recipients were left feeling both horrified and uneasy. Xiao Chu anxiously followed Pei Yuan out of the hall. A delicate, tearful voice echoed from the other side. I told you I don't want money. I only want dignity. Xiao Chu perked up her ears. Is this the heroine capable of captivating my seven brothers? The seven men halted, their gazes synchronously directed towards Xiao Chu. Heroine? Xiao Chu eagerly leaned forward to discern the source of the voice. Just as she contemplated rushing over, she remembered her brothers were still nearby, instantly dampening her enthusiasm. After causing a ruckus earlier, they would undoubtedly prevent her from wandering off. Wouldn't they? What if she employed her usual tactics? A glimmer of mischief danced in Xiao Chu's eyes as she delicately entwined her arm around Pei Yuan's. Shall we sit together later? Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. The delight hidden within her gaze was palpable. Oh dear, since my brothers dislike me touching them, perhaps we shall part ways. Ha ha, I knew this trick would never fail. Pei Yuan. Xiao Chu dashed towards the sound. Off to find the heroine. Pei Yuan. Pei Ler, standing beside Pei Yuan, couldn't help but tease. Brother, you truly are utterly ensnared by her. Pei Yuan glowered at him, his expression dark. Stop pretending. I refuse to believe you aren't annoyed. Pei Ler shrugged. Honestly, I don't mind. I find it endearing when my sister is playful with her brothers, provided it's genuine affection, not deliberate seduction. Pei Yuan. Xiao Chu was indeed being deliberately seductive. The worst part was that this fellow thought he could evade her by being seduced. Pei Yuan's gaze sharpened. Let us follow and see. The group advanced a few steps and soon discovered the eavesdropping Xiao Chu. She was crouched against the wall, resembling a great toad. The seven men exchanged glances. That posture is truly unappealing. Is this the woman who haunts the dreams of my seven brothers? The seven men nodded in agreement and joined Xiao Chu in her toad-like stance. Before them stood a spirited girl with a high ponytail, defiantly confronting a man clad in a black coat. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of cold detachment as he scrutinized the heroine. It appears this man is the male lead of the novel. The seven brothers followed his gaze, some astonished. It was Ji Yanchuan, a familiar acquaintance. Xiao Chu pouted. So this is what the male lead looks like? Not nearly as handsome as my brother. The seven men behind her froze, the corners of their mouths subtly curving upwards. Now we await the heroine to turn her head and reveal her appearance. For that is the visage that has captured my brothers' hearts at first sight. The atmosphere grew serious as they focused intently. Finally, the high ponytailed girl turned her tear-stained face, revealing her true self. She was undeniably adorable, her eyes glistening with tears as she bit her lower lip, seemingly striving to swallow her grievances. However, the seven men? Is this it? They fell for such a commonplace appearance, one easily found on television. This girl's looks were nowhere near Xiao Chu's. During her school days, Xiao Chu was the undisputed belle of the institution, with such a gem preceding her. How could they possibly be enamored with a heroine of such ordinary caliber? Lao Lu, Pei Mu, whispered with a hint of disdain. This female lead is merely an ordinary. cute girl with a typical Japanese aesthetic, while Qiao Chu Chu embodies an exquisite blend of innocence and allure. What was the author thinking in choosing such an ordinary character as the protagonist? Surely, my sister would have been a far better choice. Lao Wu, Pei Si, responded with evident contempt. How could that rascal Ji Yanchuan ever be worthy of Qiao Chu Chu? Unless I were to perish, he shall never wed my sister. The others nodded in agreement. Qiao Chu Chu, however, also nodded, reflecting, this female lead possesses an innate ability to evoke both protective instincts and desires to bully others. And her appearance is sweet and charming, precisely the type my brother favors. No wonder they fell for each other at first sight. The seven of them exchanged incredulous glances at the back of Qiao Chu Chu's head. They did not fall in love at first sight, did they?
No.
Qiao Chu Chu leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with delight.
Oh.
The supporting character has arrived. Lin Qing, whom I adore, is here. The seven were left in bewilderment. There's a supporting character? And it's Lin Qing? Chapter 4. The supporting character Lin Qing can also hear Chu Chu's thoughts. Lin Qing was a classmate of Pei Lao Sand among the Pei brothers. Due to their similar backgrounds and compatible temperaments, she had been a good friend of Pei Lao Sand from middle school through high school. Unfortunately, after becoming engaged to the male lead, she gradually distanced herself from their group of male friends. Dressed in a striking motorcycle outfit and high boots, Lin Qing strode confidently to the male lead's side and declared, I'm ready. We can go now. The male lead nodded, preparing to leave alongside the female lead. However, the female lead dramatically spread her arms to block their path. Her face resolute. You cannot leave just yet. You haven't addressed whether my friend will be dismissed. Although she erred, she now recognizes her mistake and cannot afford to lose this job. Her parents are relying on her for medical expenses. Only then did Lin Qing direct her gaze at the female lead, her brow furrowing in confusion. And who might you be? This is your future rival in love. Do not be fooled by the fact that your childhood sweetheart is currently enamored with you. After today, his attention will be captivated by this little radish. Of course. The term little radish is not my invention, but rather an endearment bestowed upon her by your fiancé. Lin Qing, taken aback, scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on the partially revealed face of Qiao Chu Chu. Is that the adopted daughter of the Pei family, Qiao Chu Chu? Had she just heard Qiao Chu Chu's voice resonating in her mind? Lin Qing glanced at Ji Yanchuan. Qiao Chu Chu's head popped out like a curious little hamster. That was close, I almost got caught. Lin Qing, however, realized no, you have been discovered. Yet, she could hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts. Aha! Sister, do not cling to him. Thank goodness you let go. Beautiful sister. Although I am quite fond of you, your life has taken a downward turn from this day forth. Lin Qing was left utterly perplexed. A downward turn? How could the eldest daughter of the Lin family possibly face such a decline? Qiao Chu Chu let out a regretful sigh. Reflecting, clearly, you are the one who has been a childhood companion to the male lead, having grown up together and even promised to marry. Yet, he emotionally strays to the female lead, claiming he has never experienced the feeling of love. The female lead is fully aware of the male lead's engagement, but still confesses her feelings, asserting it as a brave pursuit of love. When you express your jealousy and anger, the male lead dismisses you as unreasonable, insisting they are merely friends. In a fit of rage, you crash your car into the female lead and end up in prison, ultimately taking your own life upon release. Meanwhile, the male and female leads embrace the joy of parenthood 3 years later. Lin Qing suddenly felt nauseated. The male lead, Ji Yanchuan, worriedly held her, asking, what's wrong? Lin Qing? Don't touch me. She pushed him away. Biting down on her molars, I feel sick. Pei Yuan and the others wore somber expressions. It seemed Lin Qing shared a grim fate with them, all being unfortunate side characters in this narrative. Pei Yuan pondered seriously. Was Qiao Chu Chu's inner voice accurate? What if it were merely an illusion? Lin Qing composed herself, remaining calm and collected. She could not yet ascertain the veracity of Qiao Chu Chu's statements. What if it was just a figment of her imagination? Just then, a group of movers rushed past the female lead, calling out, "Excuse us, make way." Qiao Chu Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although his fiancée, Lin Qing, is right behind him, the male lead instinctively chooses to protect the female lead, Xia Xuechuan, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Lin Qing and Pei Yuan suddenly became alert. The other 6 brothers peered curiously, a shared thought rising in their minds. The moment to verify the authenticity of Qiao Chu Chu's insights had arrived. The panicked individuals brushed past Xia Xuechuan, heading straight for Lin Qing. She could have dodged, But she did not. Her gaze remained fixed on her fiancé, Ji Yanchuan. He too noticed her impending collision but heard Xia Xuechuan shriek and instinctively caught her in his arms. They both fell to the ground amidst the chaos. The whirlwind of commotion passed, leaving behind an eerie silence in the corridor. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was Ji Yanchuan pinning the petite Xia Xuechuan beneath him, their lips seemingly meeting by design. Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan stared in disbelief, as did Pei Yuan and the other 6 brothers. Qiao Chuchu's predictions were indeed accurate. She had foreseen the ensuing events with precision. What would happen next? Qiao Chuchu's heart raced with excitement. Witnessing such a scene unfold was astonishing. The next moment, Xia Xuechuan would slap Ji Yanchuan, who, in a fit of indignation, would call her a little turnip, prompting her to flee in tears. With a resounding slap, Xia Xuechuan struck Ji Yanchuan. Rising tearfully, she exclaimed, "You jerk, that was my first kiss." Ji Yanchuan, disdainfully wiping his mouth, retorted in his deep voice, "I had no desire to kiss you anyway, little turnip." Xia Xuechuan's face flushed crimson as she covered her mouth in humiliation and ran away. Everyone present who could hear their inner thoughts gasped in astonishment. It was identical. Absolutely identical. And next, it would be the turn of the second female lead, Lin Qing. What would she do? How would she respond? Lin Qing was consumed by jealousy as she helped Ji Yanchuan up, her heart aching for him, while harboring resentment towards the female lead. Upon hearing his words, she let out an absurd laugh, adjusting her wrist before supporting Ji Yanchuan. Chu Chu couldn't help but lean forward, and the brothers followed suit, the 8 siblings peeking from behind the wall like a display of peacocks. Lin Qing raised her hand and pressed it against Ji Yanchuan's mouth, her tone dark. "Ji Yanchuan, she is a little carrot. Do you know what I am?" Ji Yanchuan looked back at her in confusion. "What?" Without hesitation, Lin Qing delivered a punch. "I am your mother." Ji Yanchuan collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Chu Chu gasped in astonishment. "What? How is this different from the plot?" The male lead, Ji Yanchuan, was equally shocked as he pressed his reddened lips. "Lin Qing, what are you doing?" Lin Qing lifted her foot and placed it on his stomach. Looking down at him with disdain, her expression haughty. "Ji Yanchuan, your mouth now is no different from having kissed dog excrement. I, Lin Qing, do not accept second-hand goods. Our engagement is null and void." Ji Yanchuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying?" Lin Qing kicked him fiercely. Ji Yanchuan curled up on the ground in pain, rendered speechless. Why had the storyline diverged so drastically? Lin Qing should have adored Ji Yanchuan and wouldn't lash out at him like this. Yet, one couldn't deny that this scene was indeed magnificent. What a stunning sister.
How satisfying.
With a subtle smile, Lin Qing strode confidently towards Qiao Chu. The smile on Qiao Chu's face froze as she met Lin Qing's intrigued gaze. Lin Qing smiled at her. "You are quite adorable. Did you know that?" Qiao Chu gasped, momentarily blinded by her beauty, stammering. You are beautiful too. Did you know?" Lin Qing chuckled, extending her hand. "It seems we have a great rapport. My name is Lin Qing. May I have the pleasure of being your friend?" Her narrow eyes narrowed like a fox's, smiling with profound implication. "I believe we will become excellent friends." Chapter 5. Pei Yuan insisted they were not BrotherCon fans.
So please do not misunderstand.
Qiao Chu's mind went blank. What? The beautiful sister wants to be friends with me? I thought I would never have friends in this lifetime. Due to her notorious reputation for being a BrotherCon, no one her age was willing to befriend her. This was the first time someone had approached her for friendship. Qiao Chu felt a flutter of excitement. Lin Qing has always been the stunning beauty I admired. And as the male lead's fiancée, it is truly unjust for her to be usurped by the female lead. She deserves a much better life. Lin Qing was taken aback. To be honest, her intention in approaching Qiao Chu was because of her insight into the situation.
Yet,
she was pleasantly surprised to discover how Qiao Chu viewed her in her heart. She was a sincere little sister. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but feel a genuine fondness for her. Then, she heard Qiao Chu's eager voice. "Does the beautiful sister have a defined waistline? If we become good friends, can I touch it? I've never felt abs before." Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming even more enchanting as she unzipped her motorcycle jacket, revealing her slender waist beneath. The clearly defined lines of her abs were laid bare before Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is this a divine gift? Lin Qing smirked, enticingly suggesting, "If you would like to be my friend, you may touch my abs." Qiao Chu Chu. She actually knows my desires. She understands me. She loves me. She must like me. Behind them, the brothers. It was confirmed. Lin Qing could indeed hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts. But is it really so pitiful that a mere set of abs could reduce Qiao Chu Chu to such a state? How laughable. Among the 7 brothers, who doesn't possess abs? Pei Yuan turned to Pei Laosan. Pei Yuchuan. The 3rd brother, Pei Yuchuan, stood at attention. Pei Yuan commanded, "Take off your shirt." Without hesitation, Pei Yuchuan began to unbutton. Beneath his white shirt lay 8 well-defined abs, tanned and seemingly inviting to the touch. Pei Yuchuan flashed a confident smile. Chu Chu. He placed his thumb on his waistband, proudly displaying his muscular physique. "Look at what your brother has." As he spoke, he playfully raised an eyebrow at Lin Qing. Suddenly, Lin Qing understood. Astonished. "Can you all really hear it too?" Pei Yuchuan grinned knowingly. "It's that kind of hearing." Lin Qing. How infuriating. Does that mean their intentions have collided with mine? She had initially intended to keep Qiao Chu Chu close. Lin Qing felt a twinge of frustration. The tension in the air grew palpable as neither side spoke. Qiao Chu Chu was now a coveted prize, fully aware of their future paths. They would undoubtedly not let her go. All eyes turned toward Qiao Chu Chu, awaiting her final verdict. Pei Yuchuan puffed out his chest and cleared his throat. "Brother works out daily. There isn't an ounce of imperfection on my body. Just look at 3rd brother's physique and his V-line. Isn't it far superior to mere abs?" Lin Qing cast a glance at Pei Yuchuan's muscles. Indeed, they were impressive, appearing quite pleasant to the touch. Feeling somewhat inferior, she put her clothing back on. "Qiao Chu Chu. 3rd brother. Are you some kind of weirdo?" Pei Yuchuan. "Others?" Lin Qing's eyes brightened with surprise. "What? Don't you like your brother's abs?" Qiao Chu Chu expressed disdain. Who would like their own brother's abs? "I'm not a weirdo. Well, I mean, treasures should be cherished for admiration, right? I don't want anyone else to see my brother's abs." That was close. I almost revealed my brother complex and let it slip. Lin Qing's eyelids twitched. So it was the system that turned Qiao Chu Chu into a brother complex character. She looked at Pei Yuchuan with great interest. "Pei Laosan, it seems you lack charm. Your muscles have no appeal whatsoever." Pei Yuchuan was taken aback, retorting defiantly. "You're the one who lacks appeal. You simply don't know how to appreciate it." Qiao Chu Chu secretly rolled her eyes. "Appreciate? Please. Can someone lend me a pair of eyes that have never seen their own brother's belly?" Pei Yuchuan's lips twitched in irritation as he glared at Qiao Chu Chu. It appears that his dear sister has always maintained a facade of sincerity while harboring duplicity behind the scenes. Pei Yuchuan clenched his teeth, meticulously fastening each button. "Qiao Chu Chu, we agreed that if you don't look, I'll pluck your eyes out and place them on the table for them to see." Qiao Chu Chu. Perplexed. What on earth? Usually, when I stand beside him, he wishes to flee, yet today he wants me to gaze upon his abs. He might as well blind me. At least then, I wouldn't have to avert my eyes from his nakedness. The other brothers burst into laughter. "Huh. Nakedness. What a notion."
Pei Yuchuan.
His face flushed with anger, lowered his voice. "What are you laughing about?" She's probably thinking all sorts of things about you in her mind. The brothers exchanged glances, slowly realizing the implication. Indeed, Qiao Chu Chu had been coerced by the system to pursue them. She held no genuine affection for them. Were her thoughts filled with disparagement towards them? An alarming realization struck the group. Lin Qing, with a cunning smile, shook her head. "It seems among us, only I have achieved true congruence." Qiao Chu Chu, confused, asked, "What do you mean, Sister Lin Qing?" Lin Qing, with a playful shake of her head, replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just let us become friends." Qiao Chu Chu nodded, and as the scanning sound echoed, she suddenly recalled her profile picture, a family portrait she had drawn featuring all 8 of them. Her reputation as a sister complex enthusiast was well known in the circles of Lan City. She wished to avoid giving Lin Qing the impression that she was a weirdo, for she cherished this hard-earned friendship. Feeling awkward, Qiao Chu Chu glanced at Lin Qing. Sister Lin Qing, you don't mind my personal preferences, do you?" With a hint of insecurity, she nodded. Lin Qing, unimpressed, typed rapidly on her phone. "Not at all. After all, you two are reciprocally devoted siblings. And they are equally eccentric in their brotherly affection."
Qiao Chu Chu. What?
The 7 Pei brothers. What? Pei Yuan admonished. Lin Qing, don't slander us. Lin Qing, unfazed, retorted, "If you say it's slander, then so be it." Pei Yuan was left speechless, casting a fierce warning at Qiao Chu Chu. Do not take her words to heart. Understood? Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Yuan. The suspension of her allowance stemmed from her dancing provocatively in front of them during the new year. Her expenses for meals, tuition, and the services of a chauffeur and nanny had never ceased. Though Pei Yuan yearned to argue against this, he reconsidered. It was better to let her misunderstand, otherwise, she would revel in delight. However, if Qiao Chu Chu were to no longer be under the system's control, would she still embody that clingy, mischievous, unreasonable, and spoiled sister in the future? Chapter 6. Qiao Chu Chu possesses a remarkable talent for conversation. Just as he pondered this, Pei Yuan's phone chimed. Mr. Pei, the banquet begins in an hour. Shall I come to escort you? Pei Yuan frowned. The banquet is about to commence. We must change our attire swiftly. Qiao Chu Chu, bewildered. A banquet? Lin Qing enthusiastically draped her arm over Qiao Chu Chu's shoulders. Little Chu Chu, you're not aware? Today is old Master Zhao's birthday celebration. We all must attend. Qiao Chu Chu recollected, realizing how she had overlooked old Master Zhao's birthday. The Zhao family was one of the prominent families in Lan City, and old Master Zhao had always shown her great kindness, embodying the essence of a benevolent elder. However, in her quest to create chaos, she deliberately chose to seek death 2 hours prior to Grandpa Zhao's birthday banquet. This not only caused her brothers to miss the celebration, but also delivered a significant blow to Grandpa Zhao, who learned of her suicide on that very day. For years, she had been led by the system, completely tamed by it. Each day was consumed with thoughts of how to complete her tasks, utterly oblivious to the harm she inflicted upon those around her. Qiao Chu Chu gazed at Pei Yuan and the others with a sense of guilt. I almost burdened my family, rendering them unable to attend Grandpa Zhao's banquet. Her brothers looked at her in astonishment. Qiao Chu Chu lowered her head, saying it's strange, but I now feel as if I can save my family's fate. Even though I have done nothing. The 8 individuals, including Lin Qing, awkwardly averted their gazes. No, she had done much more. Lin Qing cheerfully remarked. Can I borrow your stylist, Chu Chu? And perhaps wear your dress? I fear I might not have enough time. Qiao Chu Chu felt a bit embarrassed. But I don't have a dress. Pei Yuan interjected. No, you do. Qiao Chu Chu replied with confusion. Huh? Pei Yuan looked down at her. Old Master Zhao specifically requested your presence. I have prepared a gift for you, and have several dresses on hand, as long as you haven't gained weight. They will fit perfectly. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Did Pei Yuan know her size? Lin Qing exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful. I'll borrow Chu Chu's dress. Pei Yuan, standing nearby, expressed his disapproval, not lending it to you. Lin Qing's smile vanished instantly. Pei Laosan, are you itching for fight? Pei Yuan remained unfazed, retorting, Lin Qing. Don't forget that you prioritized your romantic interests over our friendship first. I'm your close friend, yet after you got together with Ji Yanchuan, you completely ignored me. Now you come back to us? I refuse. Lin Qing's breath caught in her throat, struck by the painful truth, and her eyes immediately turned red. However, she quickly averted her gaze, and the oblivious Pei Yuan continued to grumble. You toss me aside when you're in a relationship, then pick me up again when you're not. Do you see friends as mere pets? Lin Qing felt a lump in her throat, guilt and sorrow surging within her, leaving her at a loss for words. She could only murmur, all right, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiao Chu Chu sprang up like a little leopard and slapped Pei Yuan, exclaiming, shut up. Standing at 1.6 meters tall, she jumped up to reach Pei Yuan, who was 1.9 meters, and smacked him on the back of his head. Pei Yuan, bewildered, covered his head and asked, Qiao Chu Chu, what are you doing? Qiao Chu Chu then hugged Lin Qing, declaring, I am willing to lend my dress to Sister Lin Qing. Do you have a say in this? Pei Yuan was taken aback. Pei Lalu stared in disbelief. My goodness, so it turns out Qiao Chu Chu can actually reach Sanji's head by jumping? The other brothers shared a similar shock, witnessing what looked like a small cat leaping to swat a tiger. Qiao Chu Chu truly resembled a cat asserting its territory, glaring defiantly at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan, if you were to have a girlfriend, could you accept her having a particularly close male friend? Pei Yuan was momentarily stunned. Qiao Chu Chu continued. If I were to have a boyfriend, would you be able to accept him having a sister who is even closer to him than I am? Pei Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, then I shall break that brat's legs. Qiao Chu Chu, feeling a sense of satisfaction, replied, see, you cannot accept it either.
Pei Yuan,
filled with ire, retorted, the reason I cannot accept it is that someone dares to pursue you. Whoever dares to date you, I will break their legs. Qiao Chu Chu exclaimed,
Huh.
Pei Yuchuan, oblivious to any impropriety in his words, awkwardly turned to Lin Qing, saying, I spoke too harshly just now. I apologize. Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this stubborn bull-headed boy apologize so easily at the behest of Chu Chu? In his childhood, he had once been cornered by senior students in a restroom, beaten until his face was bloodied without ever begging for mercy, even daring to drink toilet water and spray it back at the bully. Lin Qing gazed in shock at Chu Chu, considering how fortunate this stubborn boy was to have such a sweet sister. Chu Chu, bewildered, found herself receiving a kiss from Lin Qing. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled as she said, Thank you for standing up for me. From now on, I'll look after you. Chu Chu, still confused, asked, How will you look after me? Lin Qing smirked. My family runs a media company, and we have several popular young stars. I can introduce you to them. Chu Chu eagerly grasped Lin Qing's hand, exclaiming, Then please do look after me. Lin Qing burst into laughter.
Pei Yuan.
With a stern expression, pulled Chu Chu aside, admonishing, Don't embarrass our Pei family at the banquet later, understood? Chu Chu, her demeanor turning serious, nodded, though a hint of worry crossed her face. The narrative foreshadows that many events will transpire during the banquet, yet in the original script, neither I nor my brothers were present, only the male and female leads, along with Lin Qing. It remains uncertain what will unfold with our involvement. Lin Qing's eyes flickered with intrigue as she addressed Pei Yuan. Pei Ge, shall we have a word? Pei Yuan nodded, instructing Chu Chu, at the gathering later. Refrain from speaking indiscriminately, and remember to keep your distance from the Lu father and son. Chu Chu felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, today marked the debut of the Lu father and son duo, known as the Big Lunatic and Little Lunatic. They were among the characters she most longed to encounter. Apart from the leads, Chu Chu could hardly contain her exhilaration at the prospect of their appearance. In the yet-to-begin banquet hall, Lu Tingxi lounged on a sofa, idly toying with a lighter, igniting and extinguishing it repeatedly. Beside him, Lu Yuejue wore a sullen expression, her bored gaze sweeping across the room.
Dad.
When can we leave this place? Lu Tingxi glanced at his watch, responding, In 2 hours. Behave yourself. There are several boys over there for you to play with. Lu Yuejue cast a disdainful glance at a boy engrossed in his phone, rolling her eyes. I am not interested in my peers. Lu Tingxi paid her no heed, rising to chat with others, gradually drifting away. Lu Yuejue sighed in boredom, her gaze fixating on a particular sight. Dressed in a pastel pink, voluminous gown, Chu Chu entered the banquet hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Yuejue stared in awe, watching the charming girl illuminated by the lights, her smile revealing delicate dimples, her eyes shining like stars. He absurdly murmured, Is this a fairy? Chapter 7. The Disturbed Father and Son, Lu Tingshi and Lu Yuejue. Pei Yuan approached Chu Chu, bending his elbow towards her. She intertwined her arm with her elder brothers, maintaining a perfectly poised smile as she greeted everyone around them. Pei Yuan cast a silent glance at Chu Chu. Could she still be deceived? Oblivious to the truth, Chu Chu flashed him a sweet smile, asking, Brother, what's wrong? Pei Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself momentarily blinded by her smile. While Chu Chu wore a cheerful fade, she inwardly grimaced, Ouch. Do these wretched high heels ever stop hurting? Pei Yuan glanced at her reddened feet and suggested, You should take a break. Surprised, Chu Chu responded, Huh? Pei Yuan continued, You've greeted most of the people you know. I'll handle the rest. You should sit down. Chu Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. When did my brother become so considerate? He used to criticize me for being unladylike one moment and then call me unattractive the next, like a nagging court lady. Pei Yuan, perplexed, thought, a court lady? This girl, who usually claims I am the most gentle and accommodating brother, actually thinks of me as a nagging matron. When I get home, I shall have to reprimand her. Unaware of her brother's grievances, Chu Chu scanned the room and fixed her gaze on a boy. Lu Yuejue met her eyes, instinctively averting his gaze, his heart racing. Without hesitation, Chu Chu sat down beside him. Lu Yuejue tensed up, completely oblivious. Chu Chu continued to survey the surroundings. I wonder where that father-son duo from the Lu family is. Have they arrived yet? Lu Yuejue, perplexed, thought. Did she just speak? Chu Chu inadvertently glanced at Lu Yuejue, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she nodded and smiled. Ah, what a handsome youth. So exquisitely charming. Lu Yuejue, bewildered, thought, I did not see her mouth move, yet I can hear her voice. Is her voice transmitted without speech? Could she truly be an ethereal being? In astonishment, Lu Yuejua asked, "Are you even human?" Qiao Chu Chu, taken aback, simply stared. She then rose to her feet and began to walk away. Lu Yuejua watched her retreating figure, her voice echoing in his mind. He stood up, intending to pursue her, when he overheard several girls nearby chattering. "Let me tell you, I've read several mind-reading novels recently, and they're absolutely captivating. Would you like to see them? I can recommend some." "Sounds great." Mind-reading? Lu Yuejua pondered for a moment. Could it be that he was capable of hearing this woman's innermost thoughts? He hastily caught up with Qiao Chu Chu, only to hear her voice once more in his mind. Where on earth are Lu Yuejua and Lu Tingshi? Even a distant glance would suffice. Initially, he had raised his hand to catch her attention, but upon hearing her thoughts, his hand hung suspended in the air. He had thought her ethereal appearance warranted conversation, only to realize she was merely seeking to ingratiate herself with him and his father. Disheartened, he turned and walked away. This may be my only opportunity to witness the bond between this father and son, for henceforth, their lives will revolve solely around the female protagonist, leading to their tragic demise. Luo Yuejua exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu felt her hand grasped by someone.
Ah?
She responded, taken aback by the unexpected touch. Luo Yuejua's gaze was fixated upon her, almost frenzied, as he questioned, "Did you say my father and I meet a tragic end?" Qiao Chu Chu was left speechless. Luo Yuejua, a cold, commanding male voice resonated from a distance. Following the sound, Qiao Chu Chu beheld a tall man striding toward her. His hair, not short but rather cascading like a wolf's tail over his shoulders, framed his face with unruly strands falling across his forehead. Even clad in a suit, he exuded an air of carefree elegance. His striking eyes and deeply chiseled features bore a strong mixed heritage, and his gaze resembled a wolf's, hungrily fixated on its prey as he approached Qiao Chu Chu. Instinct urged Qiao Chu Chu to flee, yet she found herself immobilized under Luo Tingshi's stare. Luo Yuejua, defiant, declared, "Father, I just heard her say, you heard nothing." Luo Tingshi's smile did not reach his eyes as he extended a hand toward Qiao Chu Chu, introducing himself. "Hello. I am Luo Tingshi. This young man is my son, Luo Yuejua. I sincerely apologize for his earlier rudeness." Qiao Chu Chu gasped internally, "Goodness. These two are the notorious pervert and his young counterpart." Luo Yuejua was about to retort when Luo Tingshi firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Confused, he turned to his father, who silently mouthed, "Be silent." Startled, Luo Yuejua shuddered and lowered his head, resentment simmering within him. His father was utterly oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in this woman's mind. She was indeed a duplicitous character. "Ah, I have touched the calluses. The marks that longtime gun users are said to possess. How fascinating." Luo Yuejua regarded Qiao Chu Chu with a puzzled expression. She resembled a small kitten, maintaining an exterior of composure, while her eyes sparkled with delight. One must admit, this father-son duo is truly handsome, radiating charm and sophistication. Luo Yuejua paused, his anger dissipating significantly. He glanced at Luo Tingshi, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but his father appeared to be smiling. As she turned to leave, a flutter of joy surged within Qiao Chu Chu, her heart racing with excitement. "Ah, this father and son are undeniably captivating. Surely, such dangerous characters are essential in novels for added thrill." Yet, a sigh escaped her lips. Why must such striking individuals entangle themselves with the female lead? Luo Yuejua suffers a grievous fall while attempting to save her, and in his father's quest for vengeance, he meets a tragic end, falling prey to gunfire. It is a pity that they, having committed no egregious acts, serve merely as tragic instruments to accentuate the romance between the leads. With each passing moment, Luo Yuejua's unease grew. He had fallen from a height to protect a woman. His father had been gunned down seeking revenge for him. He was but 10 years old. How could he possibly protect a woman? "Miss Qiao." Luo Tingshi suddenly spoke. Luo Yuejua looked at his father in astonishment. Lut and Jess lifted a faint smile, yet his gaze remained icy. "Might you indulge me with your presence for a brief conversation?" Chapter 8. Everything Qiao Chu Chu uttered was the unvarnished truth. Qiao Chu Chu found herself momentarily speechless, her brows knitting together. Out of politeness, she ought to acquiesce. However, though I have a penchant for such dangerously intriguing characters, inviting this perilous figure into my life is truly beyond my capacity. After all, I am utterly oblivious to the nature of the dangerous dealings of the Liu family. The novel merely alludes to them being akin to organized crime. What if I were to become entangled in unspeakable matters? I am an arms dealer, legally operating abroad, with no involvement in vice or illicit substances. Lutngs interjected, his charming peach blossom eyes fixed upon her with a playful glint. Miss Qiao, I trust you do not consider me a nefarious individual. Hesitant to converse with me? Chu Chu faltered, hastily clarifying no, how could I ever think such a thing? A chill ran down her spine. Does this man possess the uncanny ability to read my thoughts? He has struck directly at the heart of my concerns. Liu Ju gazed at her father in astonishment. Could it be that her father too? Lutngs chuckled knowingly, gesturing toward the sofa. Please, take a seat. With trepidation, Chu Chu sat down alongside Lutngs, flanked by Liu Ju on her left. Both subtly inched closer to her, enveloping her in the faint aroma of tea that lingered between the father and son. She felt restless amidst their presence. Why are these two fixating on me? According to the script, the female lead should soon appear, and Liu Ju, upon recognizing her warmth akin to that of his mother, would inevitably become her devoted admirer. At this juncture, I should have already met my demise in the narrative. My role should be extinguished henceforth. Why then am I being sought after? Chu Chu was at a loss, nearly reduced to tears. Goodness, this is my first conversation with a psychopath. What should I even say? My nerves are on edge. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere around her grew increasingly delicate. Lutngs presented a glass of champagne before her. Miss Qiao, have you heard of us before? Chu Chu accepted the champagne, her voice soft and apologetic. I must confess, Mr. Liu, my brother handles all matters at home, and I remain woefully uninformed. Hardly. You are indisputably one of my favorite characters. I know all about you, even the color of the tea leaves you prefer. Lutngs raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Chu Chu. She fixated on the bubbles in her champagne, her mind racing with thoughts. Lutngs, a Chinese national residing abroad, has demonstrated exceptional acumen in navigating the family business from a young age. He has been an impeccable marksman since the age of 10, emotionally detached yet not devoid of loyalty. Haunted by the memories of his mother's infidelities and the revelation that his younger brother, born of another man, was not his father's biological child, he bears a childhood trauma stemming from witnessing his mother's tragic end. Due to the peculiarities of his profession, he is compelled to strategize for the family enterprise. Thus he utilized an exceptional egg donor to conceive a son, Liu Ju, whom he raises single-handedly, fulfilling both paternal and maternal roles. Consequently, apart from the absence of maternal affection, Liu Ju is not a boy deprived of love. Luo Yuejue had always relied heavily on his father, Luo Tingshi, who had never treated him with disdain. In fact, he had inherited his father's ruthless and indifferent nature, making him a perfect replica of Luo Tingshi. With pride swelling in his chest, Luo Yuejue regarded his father as the highest form of praise. In truth, aside from their somewhat unstable mental states, this father-son duo had no significant flaws and did not deserve to find themselves in such a predicament. Chu Chu sighed with a hint of regret, her gaze inadvertently locking onto the female lead, who was clad in a waitress's uniform, sending a sharp jolt of excitement through her. Ah! The female lead has arrived. Pei Yuan and the other men tensed at the source of the exclamation. The female lead was here? Luo Yuejue turned his attention to the entrance. Indeed, the female lead had made her appearance. Chu Chu focused intently on Xia Xuechuan as she gracefully navigated through the crowd with a tray of champagne in hand, passing right by the trio. She signaled a greeting, hello. Xia Xuechuan looked in her direction and handed her a glass of champagne, saying, thank you. A subtle frown crossed Xia Xuechuan's face as she reluctantly accepted the glass that had already been sipped from, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the Luo father and son, eyes widening in surprise at the sight. Chu Chu felt a thrill of excitement. This was her way of ensuring that Luo Yuejue had noticed the female lead. She eagerly awaited Luo Yuejue's reaction, anticipating the legendary expression of interest. However, to her dismay, Luo Yuejue's eyes were unfocused, wandering aimlessly around the room as if searching for something. Where was she? Where was the female lead? Chu Chu pondered. Shouldn't he be smitten at first sight? How could he still be looking elsewhere with the female lead right in front of him? Finally, Luo Yuejue lifted his head and spotted Xia Xuechuan. Their eyes met, and he was momentarily stunned. They locked eyes. Luo Yuejue and the female lead have made contact. How does it feel, little heart? Is it racing? Yet. Luo Yuejue felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Was this it? Could such an ordinary woman, easily found on the streets, evoke feelings akin to those of his mother? Was this enough to make him consider sacrificing everything for her? Just this? Sensing his prolonged gaze, Xia Xuechuan, ever perceptive, half-squatted and asked gently, "Young master, would you like something to drink?" Luo Yuejue, filled with frustration, snapped, "What the hell? Get lost." Xia Xuechuan was taken aback. Qiao Chu Chu exclaimed, "Luo Yuejue, what are you doing?" Luo Yuejue shot her an irritated look. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Do you think I've never seen a grand occasion or a beautiful woman before? How could I possibly be interested in someone like her?" Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tingshi abruptly pulled him away. Struggling against his father's grip, Luo Yuejue protested, "Dad, let go of me." As Qiao Chu Chu watched the father and son retreat, she awkwardly turned to the female lead. "I apologize. This boy has a few screws loose. Please don't take it to heart." Xia Xuechuan, feeling somewhat disheartened, straightened her posture, adopting an air of aloof superiority. "It's fine," she muttered under her breath. "Rich people are always so self-important." Qiao Chu Chu raised an eyebrow. Self-important? Indeed, Luo Yuejue had crossed a line and offended her. However, did Qiao Chu Chu ever consider herself exceptional? Moreover, her 7 brothers, Luo Yuejue, Luo Tingxi, Lin Qing, and many others, met their untimely demise due to the folly of her romance with the male lead. They serve merely as stepping stones for the love of these 2 fools. By what right does she accuse them of arrogance? If she possesses such capability, why not refrain from marrying a wealthy man? On the other side, Luo Tingxi dragged his son to a secluded spot, warning him, "Do not speak carelessly." Luo Yuejue affirmed, "Father, you heard Qiao Chu Chu's true intentions, did you not? She is insulting me. How could I ever be attracted to such a mundane woman? Like you. I do not require maternal care." Luo Tingxi's demeanor remained aloof. The truth of her words is still uncertain. Why allow yourself to be angered over this matter? Luo Yuejue suddenly realized. Indeed, the veracity of her claims remained in question. What if he and his father had simply lost their minds? Luo Tingxi's tone darkened. "I will take you to her now to discern what she has to say, and then we shall decide based on the truth." The 2 made their way toward Qiao Chu Chu, who was intently focused on Xia Xuechuan's retreating figure. Protagonist, flaunt your bravado while you can. I choose not to counter you, for soon you will douse a woman in red wine. You have your own trials to face. No sooner had she spoken than Xia Xuechuan stumbled, crashing into a woman, wine splattering everywhere. The crowd erupted in gasps. Both women tumbled to the ground. The woman rose in indignation, delivering a sharp slap to Xia Xuechuan. "What is wrong with you?" Xia Xuechuan retaliated. "I did not mean to. Why are you hitting me?" Thus, the farce unraveled spectacularly. Amidst the chaos, Qiao Chu Chu stood confidently, arms crossed and chin raised, smiling.
See?
"I told you. I know the story inside and out. No character can evade my scrutiny." Luo Yuejue stood frozen, exchanging glances with Luo Tingxi. It was true. Everything she said was indeed genuine. Chapter 9. The protagonist? Is this it? The woman, clad in high-end custom attire, was now marred by red wine stains, inexorably ruined. Evening gowns are typically worn only once, and thus, each occasion demands a new garment. Just as she had donned this exquisite piece, the celebratory feast had yet to commence. And it was already destroyed. The woman, drenched in wine, screamed in outrage, "You, a mere server, have failed in your duties, and yet you dare to strike me?" Qiao Chu Chu regarded her coolly. This is what the world's protagonist is like. She values her own dignity above all else, while delighting in trampling upon the dignity of others. Just like her brother. Qiao Chu Chu's eyes darkened as she contemplated the fate of her brothers, who, despite their ruin for the sake of the protagonist, would be dismissed by her as merely an example of how money can corrupt the heart. Having delivered her judgment, she turned and entered the male lead's Rolls-Royce. In truth, she had never held any affection for the protagonist. However, as a character from the early narrative, she had no interaction with her until now. And now, she was not merely words on a page but a tangible presence, revealing the protagonist's haughty and proud demeanor. The more she observed, the more her displeasure grew. The guests surrounding the scene formed a tight cluster, none daring to capture the moment on their phones, yet equally hesitant to intervene, mindful of their own appearances. Thus, the woman in red wine found herself the sole target of aggression. Summer Xuechuan, having been accustomed to labor since childhood, easily overpowered the pampered woman beneath her, shouting, I can apologize to you, but you cannot slap my face. The woman protested, pushing her away in dismay. Do you have any idea how much I spent on this dress, specially prepared for this banquet? Summer retorted, I couldn't care less about your expenses or efforts. I am more than willing to compensate. Grasping the woman's hair, she demanded, but you must first apologize for my face. Pei Yuan and others gradually gathered around. Summer Xuechuan, instead of acknowledging her fault, insisted that the victim apologize first. A cold glint flickered in Pei Yuan's eyes as he turned to his 6 younger brothers, asking, Do you think you will come to like this woman in the future? The 6th brother replied ominously, I would be blind and deaf before I could ever find her appealing. Pei Yuchuan mocked, she doesn't even understand the concept of a proper apology for her mistakes. Our female protagonist seems to believe the world revolves around her. Lin Qing added sarcastically, Of course, she is the protagonist. Haven't you ever watched a drama? Many leading ladies behave like this. Besides, this protagonist will certainly continue to be self-centered. Nearby, Lu Yuejue observed the scene with a scoff. This protagonist is nothing but a pile of rubbish, oblivious to her own faults. I would rather defend that fool Qiao Chu Chu than protect this disgraceful leading lady. Lu Tingxi smirked, seemingly amused, yet his gaze towards the protagonist was laced with malice. Summer Xuechuan continued to yank the woman's hair, demanding, Apologize for my face. Hurry. The woman screamed like a kettle boiling, Security. Security. Summer thundered back, quickly. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes filled with judgment towards Summer Xuechuan. Suddenly, old Master Zhao hobbled forward, leaning on his cane, ready to scold. At that moment, Qiao Chu Chu raised her voice. On what grounds do you demand an apology from her? The room fell silent. Old Master Zhao and those beside him halted in their tracks, while Pei Yuan and the others looked in astonishment at the source of the voice. Qiao Chu Chu, clad in a pale pink ball gown, stepped out from the crowd. Addressing Summer Xuechuan directly, May I ask if this lady tripped you, causing you to spill red wine on her? Chapter 10. Protagonist, stop rambling and compensate. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Summer Xuechuan's lower lip trembled as she straightened her posture, her tone defiant. I didn't do it on purpose, and it's just a dress. Why should I be held accountable? Qiao Chu Chu replied unhurriedly, simply because she arrived impeccably dressed for an event of great significance to her. Only to have it ruined by you. Summer laughed dismissively. What have I ruined? It's merely a dress. That dress is worth 700,000. A new high-end piece from a renowned brand, easily verifiable online. Qiao Chu Chu interrupted her. Now you should compensate. What? Summer Xuechuan exclaimed. Qiao Chu Chu helped the wine-soaked woman to her feet, accepting the blanket offered by a server to drape over her. You might think you've only stained a dress. Yet she slapped you, injuring your dignity. Have you considered the dignity of this guest? Xia Xuechuan's complexion gradually turned pale. Qiao Chu Chu spoke with clarity. Today is Grandpa Zhao's birthday banquet. This lady came here at the invitation. In fact, many familiar faces are present. In front of so many acquaintances, you doused her in red wine, ruining her splendid attire. Is she not embarrassed? Qiao Chu Chu pressed on. Why should this innocent lady pay for your mistake? Xia Xuechuan protested. But she slapped me too. Qiao Chu Chu laughed. In today's society, a slap is worth at most 30,000. Even if she compensates you 30,000, you still owe her 67,000. How do you plan to settle that? Xia Xuechuan was momentarily speechless, her brow furrowing in distress. Qiao Chu Chu continued with ease. Let me guess, your family's savings don't amount to 67,000, do they? On what grounds do you refuse to acknowledge your fault while resorting to violence? Laughter rippled through the crowd. I thought she was impressive. But it turns out her parents' wealth can't even cover this. How ridiculous. Is she really considering selling her house for a dress? Looks like she'll have to take out a loan. I thought she had hidden talents, but it seems she's just an incapable person. Xia Xuechuan's face flushed crimson, glaring at Qiao Chu Chu in silence. Qiao Chu Chu shot her a cold glance, but was suddenly pushed aside. Enough. A handsome young man in a server's uniform stepped in front of Xia Xuechuan, shouting at Qiao Chu Chu, Is it just about compensation? I'm willing to pay for her. Xia Xuechuan was taken aback, staring at the man in astonishment. Brother Jiahao? Qiao Chu Chu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the beauty mark beneath his eye. The second male lead. Li Jiahao has arrived. The Pei family, along with Lin Qing and the Lu family, turned their gaze towards Li Jiahao. He helped Xia Xuechuan to her feet and stated with conviction, Xia Xuechuan was indeed wrong, but let's address the facts. This woman struck Xia Xuechuan first, prompting her reaction. You were at fault initially. You cannot bully others simply because of your wealth. Others rolled their eyes dramatically. Grandpa Zhao frowned in disdain. Do these two children not know right from wrong? Xiao Chu Chu smirked. Right and wrong are evident to the discerning. You said you would compensate. Then do so. She turned to the woman in red wine. You slapped her 3 times, and she slapped you once. At 30,000 per slap. That amounts to 76,000. Can you accept that? The woman in red wine was taken aback. This girl is the 8th daughter of the Qiao family, isn't she? How fortunate that she is willing to help. She nodded eagerly. I can accept. Xiao Chu Chu smiled at Li Jiahao. 76,000. Pay up. Li Jiahao was taken aback. Wait. Wasn't he at 67,000 just now? Xiao Chu Chu nodded. Indeed, we calculated the payment at 30,000 for each slap. Xia Xuechuan delivered 3 slaps to this lady. And in return, the lady slapped Xia Xuechuan once. The dress is worth 700,000. Thus, offering 760,000 is only fair. If you prefer an alternative calculation, you may have this lady give you 30,000, and you would then present 79,000 to her, which amounts to the same. Li Jiahao's lips twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Xia Xuechuan bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. Xiao Chu Chu smiled knowingly, unfortunately. Discounts cannot be afforded, for Miss Xia Xuechuan holds her dignity in the highest regard, and it does not permit such concessions. Laughter erupted once more in the venue. Li Jiahao's face flushed as he hastily grabbed his phone. Give me the card number. The woman with the red wine retrieved her purse and handed him the card. Lu Yuejua laughed heartily. Dad, Xiao Chu Chu is quite the character. Lu Tingxi nodded with a smirk. Pei Yuan looked on with admiration. It seems that all these years apart from Xiao Chu Chu have not rendered her lacking. Pei Yuchuan beamed. Our sister raised by us naturally aligns with us. The other brothers found it hard to disagree. Lin Qing whistled. Bravo, Chu Chu. Absolutely impressive. Thunderous applause filled the room. Even old Master Zhao clapped enthusiastically for Xiao Chu Chu. Finally, amidst the cheers and applause, after exhausting all his savings and the full extent of his borrowing capacity, Li Jiahao managed to gather 76,000 to transfer to the woman with the red wine. She smiled. Excellent, I have received it. Li Jiahao's face reddened as he shot a resentful glare at Xiao Chu Chu before leaving with Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan seemed intent on fixing her gaze upon Xiao Chu Chu, but was unwillingly pulled away. The venue erupted with cheers. Lin Qing rushed over to embrace Xiao Chu Chu. Well done, Chu Chu. I thought you were a soft little girl. Who knew you had a bit of spirit? Xiao Chu Chu beamed with pride. Indeed. The original conclusion saw a great uproar, with the male lead intervening to shield Xia Xuechuan from the lady. The lady suffered a silent loss, lacking the financial means to rival the male lead, and was left in tears over the 700,000 dress, without compensation. Xia Xuechuan, having benefited yet feigning innocence, believed that the wealthy were all villains, venting her anger towards the male lead, condemning him and the lady as equally unscrupulous. Despite being in the wrong, she managed to shift the blame onto others, casting herself as the ultimate victim. The lady with the red wine bore a significant grudge. Thus, reflecting upon this conclusion, she could not help but intervene. The lady approached her. Thank you, Miss Jiao. If you wouldn't mind, could we exchange contact information? I would love to invite you to dinner someday. Xiao Chu Chu readily agreed. Exchanging contact details. The lady's eyes sparkled. I appreciate your assistance today. I will remember your kindness. I must go change now. Xiao Chu Chu smiled as she watched her depart, and old Master Zhao followed closely. Chu Chu, after such a long time apart, you've blossomed into such a graceful figure and grown considerably wiser. Xiao Chu Chu's face lit up with joy as she embraced old Master Zhao, Grandpa Zhao. Chapter 11. Good news. The system has returned. Bad news. The system has departed again.
Grandpa Zhao áp phê nota em that Chu Chu, saying.
I thought you were too timid to speak up around others, but it seems you are quite reliable when it matters. Pei Yuan and the other Pei brothers approached Grandpa Zhao, wearing enigmatic smiles. Grandpa Zhao, you know that Xiao Chu Chu has always enjoyed playing clever tricks since she was a child. Xiao Chu Chu proudly lifted her chin, retorting, eldest brother, you haven't seen anything clever yet. Pei Yuan scoffed lightly. Grandpa Zhao, feeling reassured, remarked, seeing you like this puts me at ease. But at your age, shouldn't you be considering romance? Xiao Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback. The Pei brothers tensed up suddenly. Pei Yuan chuckled softly. She is still quite young. I have no intention of letting her date just yet. Grandpa Zhao was astounded. In your 20s and still not dating? You are more old-fashioned than I am at your age. Pei Yuan lowered his head, smiling faintly. I merely cannot bring myself to entrust my sister to anyone else. Hearing this, Grandpa Zhao sighed. Indeed, after your parents passed, your only emotional support has been Chu Chu. I know how much you all cherished her back then. Chu Chu looked towards her brothers, who wore stern expressions, casting her fleeting glances without uttering another word. She felt a pang of discomfort. In her childhood, her brothers had doted on her, treating her illnesses with utmost seriousness, tending to her until she fully recovered. However, after the system intervened, their once warm familial bond had soured into the state. Guilt washed over Chu Chu as she lowered her head. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Get away! Chu Chu froze, lifting her head just in time to see a dark figure rushing towards her, a knife plunging into her forehead. Chu Chu collapsed to the ground. Her brothers' expressions shifted in alarm as they rushed towards her, panic-stricken.
Chu Chu.
Call an ambulance. Hurry, call for help. Pei Yuan stared in shock at her face. Chu Chu, don't be afraid. The ambulance is on its way. Don't sleep.
Chu Chu.
Wake up. Don't sleep.
Ah.
Chu Chu screamed as she sat upright from the ground, fearfully clutching her forehead. It felt empty. There was no knife embedded in her skin. Bewildered, she looked around, realizing she was in a vast, white expanse. Chu Chu murmured, Am I dead? Yes. You are dead. A small golden orb floated before her. You were accidentally stabbed by a knife and died on the spot. The voice sounded eerily familiar to her. Are you the system? The golden orb replied, Indeed. She erupted in anger. Are you mocking me? You wouldn't let me jump off a building to die. Yet I get stabbed by a knife in front of so many people? You wretched system, you've caused nothing but trouble. Chu Chu inquired, What? The system continued. To be frank, you are not in a novel world. You are merely in one of the realms of a parallel universe. What you perceive as the novel script is simply the fate of those individuals. Chu Chu listened in a daze. Then why did you deceive me into thinking this was a novel? The system nodded. To describe this fate as a novel, you traversers can comprehend it more swiftly and conveniently. Indeed, Xia Xuechuan and Ji Yanchuan are the protagonists of your destiny. They possess an inherent brilliance that makes them remarkably akin to the main characters of a tale. The system side, since you have been deemed a citizen of this world, the fates of those involved have collectively transformed into the unknown, no longer necessitating our system's intervention. Thus, I can no longer remain bound to you. Chu Chu gasped in astonishment. So, does that mean I will die in vain? The system replied, According to the script we agreed upon, you have already perished, host. Chu Chu felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of ice. The system's voice grew increasingly somber, although the fates of all characters within the script begin to shift. The story still unfolds according to its original design. Therefore, I have granted you 10 opportunities for resurrection. You may alter your fate. Chu Chu yearned to utter more. Yet she felt her body levitate, propelled forward by an unseen force. The system's voice resonated in her mind. You exist both within and beyond the script. Survive until the grand conclusion, and your death shall cease to be. Take care, host. Chu Chu inhaled sharply, her body staggering as she steadied herself beside old Master Zhao. He gazed at her with confusion. What troubles you, Chu Chu? Dazed, Chu Chu found herself fixated on the number 10, which gradually morphed into 9, signifying that she still possessed 9 lives. She surveyed her surroundings. Pei Yuan and her brothers looked at her quizzically, their faces devoid of sorrow. Lin Qing observed her with curiosity. Could it be that Grandpa Zhao suggested you pursue romance, and you've become bashful? Nearby guests chuckled softly. Chu Chu searched the crowd until her gaze landed on a small boy, who was carelessly toying with a sharp dagger, boasting to a little girl. Look, isn't it cool? The girl frowned. How could you bring a knife in? Your parents will scold you. The boy scoffed. So what if I brought a knife? It can't hurt anyone. If you're so capable, go ahead and take it from me. He raised the dagger above his head and sprinted towards Chu Chu, taunting the girl. Come on, come on. Suddenly, the boy stumbled, and the dagger flew towards Chu Chu. Someone screamed, Get away. Chu Chu instinctively shoved old Master Zhao aside and seized the dagger midair. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Clutching the blade, blood dripped steadily from her palm. She felt no pain. Rather, an overwhelming sense of solidity radiated through her, warming her limbs. She had survived. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. An adult rushed to find the boy. How could you bring a knife here? You nearly harmed someone. Realizing his mistake, the boy bolted away. A crowd gathered, exclaiming, Ah, Miss Qiao is bleeding profusely. Qiao Chu Chu stared at the dagger in her hand, still shaken. Aunt Zhao, standing beside her, exclaimed in astonishment, "You saved my father, Chu Chu." Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback, meeting Aunt Zhao's fervent gaze. This dagger was clearly aimed at my father. Had it not been for you, he would have been injured. You saved his life. Qiao Chu Chu. No, I did not. Elder Zhao grasped her shoulder. Gratitude evident in his expression. Enough, child, I understand. Quickly attend to your wound. Elder Zhao instructed his son. Go fetch a token of appreciation to properly thank Chu Chu. The son complied. Yes. Chapter 12. It's merely a hand injury. Even the Lu family father and son have arrived. Qiao Chu Chu sat on the sofa in the lounge, surrounded by numerous onlookers. A substantial scar marred her palm, blood oozing relentlessly, presenting a rather alarming sight. Yet, compared to her earlier encounter, this minor injury seemed almost merciful. The only awkwardness stemmed from Elder Zhao misunderstanding her actions as protective. Aunt Zhao, Elder Zhao's daughter, expressed her concern. How could you have directly caught that blade, child? Could you not have avoided it? Qiao Chu Chu shook her head in despair. I feared that the dagger would harm someone else. If it could wound me, it could certainly injure another. I aimed to minimize the harm. The family doctor took her hand with utmost care, gently stating, It may hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Qiao Chu Chu nodded, discreetly clutching the corner of the sofa. With so many eyes upon her, crying out would be utterly humiliating. However, as the iodine swabbed her wound, her face flushed crimson, and the grip on the sofa turned white as a sheet. It's excruciating. How can it hurt so much? The brothers simultaneously grimaced. Pei Yuchuan could not help but say, Please be gentle. Qiao Chu Chu gazed at Pei Yuchuan with tear-filled eyes. Their eyes locked momentarily before he averted his gaze. The doctor softened his touch. While Qiao Chu Chu found the pain bearable, she was horrified to see the sizable wound on her palm, with flesh slightly protruding, both shocking and grotesque. The expressions of those present shifted to one of alarm. This requires stitches. The doctor nodded. I will bandage it for now. You must hurry to the hospital for stitches and a tetanus shot. Qiao Chu Chu felt burdened. No need. Before she could voice further protest, Pei Yuan signaled the doctor to finish the bandaging. I'll take her there immediately. Soon, Qiao Chu Chu was hurriedly escorted downstairs by Pei Yuan, with Lin Qing and several other brothers closely following. Qiao Chu Chu insisted repeatedly, I truly am fine, elder brother. Pei Yuan feigned ignorance, pulling her into the nanny van and firmly seating himself beside her. To the hospital. Pei Yuchuan followed closely. Should we contact that troublesome child's parents? Pei Yuan shoved Qiao Chu Chu into the vehicle. You investigate the surveillance, identify the child's family, and give them a day to apologize. If they fail to do so by midnight tonight, you shall see what happens. Pei Yuchuan understood and took out his phone to handle the matter. Qiao Chu Chu attempted to continue her argument. Pei Yuan shot her a glare. Silence. Qiao Chu Chu fell silent. The atmosphere in the car was tense. The other brothers wore displeased expressions, casting glances of reproach at Qiao Chu Chu. She sought help from Lin Qing, who stifled a laugh, appearing unfazed, and shrugged at her. His expression seemed to convey, I told you they were overly protective of their sister. Qiao Chu Chu bit her lip, choosing not to speak further. Luo Tingshi stood outside the hotel, watching the van vanish from his sight. Beside him, Luo Yuejue, filled with curiosity, inquired, Father, do you think Qiao Chu Chu protected old Mr. Zhao because she anticipated what was about to unfold? Luo Tingshi remained noncommittal. Regardless, Qiao Chu Chu possesses the intelligence we require. Luo Yuejue, perplexed, replied, But can I simply avoid Xia Xuechuan? Luo Tingshi scoffed. Do you believe evading Xia Xuechuan is sufficient? What did you do before that? And what did I do?
Why?
In a gun-free Huaxia, was I shot down indiscriminately? Who was behind that? And have you considered why we both play significant roles in this? Luo Yuejue gradually began to comprehend. Luo Tingshi lit a cigarette, his determination palpable. No matter the means, we must keep Qiao Chu Chu close, just in case. My demise is inconsequential, but you cannot perish. Startled, Luo Yuejue grasped his father's hand tightly. Dad, it doesn't matter if I die. You cannot. I am still young. I am not afraid of death. Luo Tingshi gazed down at his son, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve. The two were almost identical. Their determination reflected in their eyes. Luo Tingshi gently ruffled his son's hair. It seems our goals align. Let us collaborate diligently. Luo Yuejue nodded earnestly. For his father, he would surely stay close to Qiao Chu Chu. He intended to uncover everything that was to transpire between them. Xiao Chu Chu, her limbs tightly bandaged like a mummy, emerged from the hospital, enduring the pain. Surrounding her were a throng of handsome men, attracting curious glances from passers-by. The only flaw in this scene was the pallor on both the handsome and beautiful faces. Pei Yuan removed his jacket and draped it over Xiao Chu Chu, pulling her by the arm toward the parking lot. Xiao Chu Chu remained silent, knowing better than to speak when her elder brother was upset. A male voice called out from behind them, "Miss Qiao." Luo Tincture stood beneath the soft yellow streetlight, a smile gracing his face as he asked, "Are you well?" Xiao Chu Chu, taken aback, responded, "Mr. Luo." The expressions of those around her shifted dramatically. Xiao Chu Chu, equally astonished, lowered her voice to protest. I only spoke a few words with him on the sofa." Suddenly, Luo Yuejue enthusiastically leaped into her embrace, exclaiming, "Sister Qiao." The impact caused Xiao Chu Chu to stumble back, surprised as she held him tightly. Luo Yuejue looked up at her with concern. "Are you okay, sister?" Xiao Chu Chu froze. Was this delicate young man truly so gentle? Luo Tincture, observing with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "My son has been quite worried about you since your injury. No matter how I explained it, he insisted on checking on you himself." His gaze, akin to that of a cunning fox, flitted mischievously between Xiao Chu Chu and the others. "We hope we are not intruding." "Of course not," Pei Yuan interjected, stepping forward to extend his hand. "Your sister's well-being is a privilege that deserves the attention of Mr. Luo and young Master Luo. I am Pei Yuan." Luo Tincture reciprocated the handshake, his smile brightening. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Pei." Two men, equal in height, wore smiles that belied the probing intensity in their eyes. Lu Yuejue stood on tiptoe, expressing concern to Xiao Chu Chu. "Sister, let us ride in the same car as my father. I worry about you." Xiao Chu Chu felt increasingly uncomfortable. When did this cunning little boy become so charming and refreshing? How peculiar. Lu Yuejue. Pei Yuan chuckled as he pulled Xiao Chu Chu behind him. "My sister is injured. It would be unfortunate if you were to get hurt." "I wouldn't mind," Lu Yuejue replied promptly. A true man must protect his beloved sister. He tilted his head towards Xiao Chu Chu with a smile. "Right, sister?" Xiao Chu Chu shivered in response. "What nonsense! When other children speak to me like that, I find them endearing, but when you say it, it feels rather frightening." Lu Yuejue, this fool is getting a bit too bold. Despite his sincerity, he is being deemed terrifying. Chapter 13, an inescapable plot, Xiao Chu Chu being erased by the world. Just as Lu Yuejue was about to explode with anger, Lu Tingxi placed a hand on his shoulder to restrain him. "Sister is unwell. Let us not press the matter. My son, we shall follow behind Xiao's sister's car, shall we?"
Lu Yuejue nodded reluctantly. Fine.
Lin Qing chimed in. "I just called for my car. I shall not ride with you. I'll depart first." Lin Qing walked towards her vehicle. Xiao Chu Chu tilted her head. "Wait, why does this scene feel oddly familiar?" Lin Qing's movement halted as everyone turned their watchful gazes towards Xiao Chu Chu. Oblivious, she looked around in confusion. Isn't this where the female protagonist's mother works? Xia Xuechuan's mother is the cleaner at my second brother's hospital, right? According to the storyline, Lin Qing should crash into Xia Xuechuan's mother, leading to Xia Xuechuan accusing Lin Qing of intent, which escalates the conflict until the male lead intervenes to reproach Lin Qing. But that development isn't meant to occur now. It's broad daylight, so the timing doesn't align, meaning Lin Qing is safe for the moment. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll take my leave now." She started the engine and drove towards the exit, her nerves taut. Dreadful. Encountering Xia Xuechuan never brings anything good. As Xiao Chu Chu watched Xia Xuechuan's car gradually recede, she inadvertently gazed into the distance, her eyes widening. The female protagonist's mother? Lin Qing's mind echoed with that exclamation, and she decisively slammed on the brakes. In the darkness, the female protagonist's mother glanced at her phone as she walked past them. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Could this be the end of their ordeal? Lin Qing, drenched in cold sweat, waited until she was certain the female protagonist's mother had left before proceeding to drive out. Lin Qing abruptly hit the brakes again. The female protagonist's mother slipped on the ice, crashing into her car's front, and fainted on the spot. Lin Qing. Xiao Chu Chu. This series of events left everyone in astonishment. Xiao Chu Chu rushed over, lifting her skirt in disbelief. Grabbing her hair, is the female protagonist's mother a professional at staged accidents? Lin Qing disembarked from the vehicle, her limbs trembling, her complexion ashen. She stood rigid. shaking as she clutched Pei Youchuan's arm, exclaiming, "This is not a staged accident." Her voice, barely a whisper, quivered as she added, "I cannot escape my narrative." The expressions of those around her shifted dramatically. Escape the narrative? What of their fates? A large truck roared past, and suddenly, a stone hurtled towards Chu Qiao. She instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. The stone struck her palm, eliciting a pained cry, "Ouch." The others turned in astonishment towards Chu Qiao, who remained oblivious. Cradling her injured left hand as she whimpered, "There's not even a moment to catch my breath. The slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to my demise by the narrative. I was meant to meet my end, yet I have survived until now. Surely this world wishes for my death." The gravity of her words cast a somber pall over the group. Clearly, everything was hinting at an ominous truth. On one side lay the inescapable narrative, while on the other stood Chu Qiao, who was supposed to perish, now being erased by this world. A shared thought blossomed in their minds. The decline of a family is not a matter of a single day, but rather a culmination of countless events. Chu Qiao was the sole individual privy to all that had transpired in their lives. To preserve Chu Qiao was to safeguard their own existence. Gradually, Chu Qiao sensed a shift in the atmosphere around her. All eyes were fixated upon her, including those of her brother, the Lu family members, and Lin Qing. Their gazes bore the intensity of predatory interest, as if she were a coveted prize. A chill ran down her spine. Why are they looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Oh, dear, are you all right? How is your hand? Is it further injured? Chu Qiao, taken aback, opened her mouth to respond, but before she could utter a word, she felt her waist enveloped in a tight embrace. Lu Yuejue clung to her waist, exclaiming, "Sister, are you unharmed? That driver is truly despicable. I will find him and make him kneel to apologize." Chu Qiao replied, "Ah, that seems excessive." Beside them, Lu Tingxi, with a smile concealing malice, remarked, "How could a truck drive so fast in the city? I shall report that driver for speeding." Chu Qiao reassured them. It was merely an accident. Everyone need not be so alarmed. Let me see if there are any fractures. Pei Yuan took her hand, examining it closely. Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor shifted abruptly, their icy glares directed at the middle-aged woman who lay unconscious on the ground. Lin Qing's disdain was palpable as she lowered her voice. "I will summon someone to assist her, and I'll have my lawyer come as well. She should not attempt to implicate me. She collided with me out of nowhere." Xia Xuechuan rushed to the hospital, entering a single room with urgency. "Mother." She and her family stepped inside, only to be met with a shocking sight. Chu Qiao sat gracefully in the center of the sofa, adorned in an evening gown, a Bulgari shawl draped elegantly over her shoulders, surrounded like a princess amidst a constellation of admirers. On her left stood Lu Yuejue, and on her right, Lin Qing, flanked by her brothers. As Xia Xuechuan entered, the entire group turned to gaze at her in unison. In stark contrast, the woman lying on the bed appeared to possess a negligible presence. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of Chu Qiao, Xia Xuechuan was immediately engulfed by fury, storming towards Chu Qiao with indignation. "It was you who caused my mother's accident. Wasn't it? You are deliberately seeking revenge against her, aren't you?" She surged forward like a volatile powder keg, her voice a cacophony of rage. Pei Yuan swiftly shielded Chu Qiao, his demeanor icy. "What is the meaning of this?" Xia Xuechuan cried out with a heart-wrenching intensity. "What do you mean? What is the meaning of this? What have you done? Are you planning to take a life simply because of your wealth?" Chu Qiao's expression darkened as she seized Lin Qing's phone, directing it toward her eyes. "Look for yourself at how your mother fainted." Xia Xuechuan halted, scrutinizing the footage closely. Lin Qing's vehicle came to a stop, yet her mother slipped on the ice, colliding violently with the car and losing consciousness on the spot. The truth was now irrefutable. Xia Xuechuan's face flushed crimson, her guilt prompting her to retreat a step. "If it wasn't you who caused the accident, why didn't you say so earlier?" Chu Qiao lowered the phone and scoffed at her. "If it were not me, why should I say anything? Should you dare to raise your voice at me again, your mother will be dismissed from this private hospital, and you will be expelled from this room, leaving you with no assistance for medical expenses." Xia Xuechuan blinked in disbelief, her anger morphing into incredulity. "On what grounds do you assert such things?"
Peike.
The second son of the Pei family stepped forward with a chilling demeanor. "On the grounds that I am the chairman of this private hospital." He stood before Chu Qiao, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Xuechuan. "Should you dare to shout at my sister again, I will summon security to throw your entire family out." Chapter 14. This is abnormal. Why would my brother care for me so deeply? Xia Shuechuan found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the confrontation. Pei Chei's expression was dark, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to my sister. Xia Shuechuan trembled, her eyes gradually reddening. Yet, she held her head high, stubbornly refusing to admit her fault. Her well-meaning father tugged at her. Bowing an apology, I sincerely apologize, everyone. My daughter has quite a fiery temperament, and her words may have been harsh. Please do not take them to heart. Pei Chei was unyielding. Is I'm sorry the correct way to apologize? Then may I also say I'm sorry when I throw your family out? The atmosphere turned tense. Xia Shuechuan glared at Pei Chei with humiliation. He regarded her with a condescending tilt of his head, as if she were refuse. His gaze almost a silent insult. Xia Shuechuan's breath quickened as she glared at Pei Chei, tears welling in her eyes. The three of them spoke in unison. We are sorry. Please forgive our rudeness. Pei Chei snorted disdainfully, his face stern as he pulled Qiao Chu Chu away. Qiao Chu Chu followed closely behind, feeling out of place. When did my cold and unfeeling second brother, as frigid as a refrigerator, become so protective of me? The last time he shielded me like this was several years ago, before my allowance was cut off. Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu stumbled and collided against Pei Chei's back. He looked down at her, his imposing presence overshadowing her. Pei Chei's grip tightened further, his long fingers, akin to a work of art, firmly clasping Qiao Chu Chu's wrist, his dark eyes swirling with an inscrutable intensity, as if they might consume her whole. Qiao Chu Chu remarked. But what about Grandpa Zhao? One by one, the other brothers caught up. Lu Tingxi and Lu Yuejue furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Playfully, she raised an eyebrow at Qiao Chu Chu and said, In that case, I could also stay with you. We could deepen our bond, don't you think? Just as Qiao Chu Chu was about to nod in agreement, Pei Chei tightened his grip on her hand, declaring, She is my sister. Qiao Chu Chu thought to herself, What on earth is he talking about? I certainly don't want to live with them. I'm quite accustomed to living alone. Pei Chei's eyes darkened as he pulled her along. Stumbling, Qiao Chu Chu followed, struggling against his hold, which was unyielding. Although she had practiced self-defense for many years, her brothers trained rigorously every day, their strength overwhelming her own. Internally, Qiao Chu Chu lamented, What sin have I committed to deserve this? I'm driving them mad, and now I must live with them? They can't possibly intend to torment me, can they? Surely, they wouldn't want to dismember me.
Beike.
Gripping her hand even tighter, wore a dark expression. Lin Qing ground his back teeth, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It seems she is quite unwilling. Perhaps she will escape at some point, and then I can whisk her away. Pei Yuan chuckled lightly, saying meaningfully, We are 7. Managing one Qiao Chu Chu will be effortless. It would be quite difficult for you to take her. Lin Qing's smile vanished abruptly. Didn't we agree to cooperate? Pei Yuan remained non-committal, replying, Indeed. But she must still be with her brothers. If she reveals anything about you, we'll inform you. Lin Qing rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, Obsessive brother complex. The Pei brothers retorted in unison, Once more, we are not obsessed. Lin Qing scoffed, brushing past them. Just wait. With your fractured bonds, I could easily win Qiao Chu Chu over. Pei Yuchuan grinned, fixating on her retreating figure. You'll need more practice. My sister's affection for us is as solid as gold. She adores us. She would even leap from a building for us. As Lin Qing vanished from sight, Pei Yuchuan's smile faded. I fear that Qiao Chu Chu no longer loves us. She must be coerced by the system. We are in peril. Pei Yuan replied. So you were merely posturing. Pei Yuchuan's face turned pale. Indeed, and I have no desire to live with Qiao Chu Chu. I have a psychological scar. I fear that if I open my wardrobe, I'll find her inside, smiling at me in a dress. The other brothers nodded in agreement. To some extent, they also harbored a fear of Qiao Chu Chu. It matters not what we want, Pei Yuan said darkly. If we do not act, Lin Qing will come to take her. Furthermore, Qiao Chu Chu is being erased from this world. She could meet an untimely demise at any moment. What then shall we do? As Pei Yuan contemplated the father-son duo from the Lu family, his eyes narrowed ominously. Moreover, I suspect that in the future, more individuals will hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts. The number of those vying for her will only increase. We must seize the initiative to protect our sister and secure our sole opportunity. Firstly, it is to prevent the unexpected annihilation of her existence, and secondly, to avert individuals like Lin Qing from exploiting any vulnerabilities. Do you understand? Pei Yuchuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Lu Tingxi and Lu Yuejue concealed themselves in a secure passageway. Observing their retreating figures, Lu Tingxi, biting down on a cigarette, squinted his eyes like a cunning fox. Musing, it appears that we are not the only ones able to hear Qiao Chuchu's innermost thoughts. In this narrative, all those who are fated to perish at the hands of Xia Xuechuan can also perceive her voice. The thought of Qiao Chuchu's seemingly innocuous visage made him smirk with amusement. With so many individuals and factions involved, it will be quite the challenge to seize her. Lu Yuejue, in a state of confusion, inquired, "What should we do then?" Lu Tingxi contemplated and replied, "Since she has a strained relationship with her brothers, we shall become the good ones." Lu Yuejue failed to grasp the implication. The good ones? Lu Tingxi picked up his phone and dialed. "It's me. Please investigate the residences of the 7 Pei brothers. I require the address of the house where they frequently reside together." Lu Tingxi continued, "Provide me with the neighbors' contact details. I will speak with them personally." "Understood, Mr. Lu." Upon receiving the phone number from the other party, Lu Tingxi casually searched for it on his WeChat. Discovering a contact indeed, he chuckled softly, feeling assured of success. Chapter 15, I have shielded them. Brothers, come and unite. Lin Qing dialed her brother's number. "Brother, I wish to purchase the villa next to the Pei residence." On the other end, her brother questioned, "Why? Did you not just acquire a house adjacent to Ji Yanchuan's?" Lin Qing replied in a lethargic tone, "I experienced a heartbreak and now seek a change of scenery. Please buy it for me." Noticing his silence, Lin Qing added earnestly, "Brother, if you don't purchase this house for me, I might meet an untimely fate." "Brother, are you threatening me?"
Lin Sai, no.
"I am merely informing you." After a brief silence, her brother conceded, "Then if you are to live next to the Pei family, I shall move in as well." Lin Qing found this odd but did not press further, responding readily, "No problem, I only require long-term residence rights. You need not include my name."
With that,
she decisively ended the call. The phone call from Ji Yanchuan followed shortly. Lin Qing glanced at the name flashing on her screen and promptly hung up. In that very moment, she witnessed Ji Yanchuan hastily entering the hospital, colliding with Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan appeared to be in tears, casting a fleeting glance at him through her misty eyes before covering her face and fleeing. Ji Yanchuan, perplexed, observed her retreating figure and then dialed again. Lin Qing's phone rang once more. She had no intention of answering, her gaze fixed on Ji Yanchuan. Although he was attempting to call her, his attention remained fixated on the direction Xia Xuechuan had vanished. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Lin Qing answered the call. Yet Ji Yanchuan's voice was hurried. "I'll call you back." He abruptly ended the call and strode purposefully towards Xia Xuechuan, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. She collapsed into his embrace, holding him tightly. Ji Yanchuan stood there, bewildered, rooted in place without resistance. Lin Qing's heart sank, and she recorded the scene on her phone, preserving the evidence. This seemingly inconspicuous scene is under the watchful gaze of 3 parties. Apart from Lin Qing, there are also Lu Tingshi and his son, who stand at the hospital entrance, smoking. Lu Tingshi squints with interest and remarks, "Isn't it curious that he embraces another woman despite having a fiancé? Lu Yuejue rolls his eyes dramatically, dismissing the situation as trash. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao, waiting for her brothers to get in the car, sits in the passenger seat, gripping the seatbelt tightly as her anger simmers. From the driver's seat, Pei Che observes this and smirks. These 2 fools are progressing faster than livestock in a breeding farm. In a fit of rage, Chu Qiao leaps out of the car like a spirited wildling. Pei Che exclaims, "Hey!" She wraps her scarf around her head and, in her high heels, charges towards Ji Yanchuan.
Pei Che gasps in surprise. What?
Just then, Pei Yuchuan, passing by, spots Ji Yanchuan and exclaims, "Isn't that Ji Yanchuan? How could he be embracing Xia Xuechuan?" Pei Yuan frowns in disgust. How revolting. Pei Lao Lu scratches his head, questioning, "Are we sure Ji Yanchuan is the male lead? He looks more like a supporting character to me." Scoundrel. A furious shout echoes through the air. Everyone is taken aback as a girl in a pink dress, teetering on sky-high heels and with a scarf wrapped around her head, launches a flying kick at Ji Yanchuan. "I curse you." Ji Yanchuan is caught off guard and tumbles to the ground. Xia Xuechuan is instantly pinned beneath him. Ah. Qiao Chuchu's anger escalates as she removes her shoe and kicks him, declaring, "One is a mental cheater, and the other is a third party. Today, as this unknown heroine, I shall teach you 2 scoundrels a lesson." Lu Tingshi raises an eyebrow. Lu Yuejue is equally perplexed, and Lin Qing gapes in disbelief. Pei Yuchuan rubs his eyes, astonished. Is that little creature jumping around really Qiao Chu Chu? Pei Yuan's mouth twitches. Who else could be parading in the only dress in all of Huaxia? With a fierce look, Qiao Chu Chu brandishes her high heel, declaring, prepare for combat. Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan turn to her, confused. Who are you? Just then, Pei Che descends from above, delivering a powerful blow and covering Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan's heads with his coat. They scream, "Ah! We can't see." Qiao Chu Chu stares at Pei Che in astonishment. While firmly pressing down on the pair, Pei Che calmly inquires of Qiao Chu Chu, "What are you doing?" "I can't stand them," she retorts angrily. They are a pair of despicable lovers who betrayed sister Lin Qing. Shouldn't they receive some punishment? Pei Che warns her, it's not your place to administer punishment. Lin Qing hasn't said anything yet. As he speaks, Ji Yanchuan, pinned beneath Pei Che, bellows, "Which wretched woman dares to kick me? Are you seeking death?" Pei Che retaliates with a punch, his voice eerily calm. "Who are you cursing?" One punch is not enough. Pei Che gives him 3 more. Ji Yanchuan cries out in pain. Pei Che raises his hand to strike again. Sensing the tension, Qiao Chu Chu quickly intervenes. "Brother, fighting is one thing, but we mustn't hit the head. Hitting the head can be fatal." Pei Che, his eyes aflame with anger, snaps, "Don't stop me. If he seeks death, I shall grant it." Qiao Chu Chu exerts all her strength to pull him back. "Second brother, don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil." Pei Yuchuan approached them, his expression impassive as he regarded the duo. Qiao Chu Chu sighed in relief upon seeing him. "Third brother, you're here? Please help me stop second brother."
All right.
Pei Yuchuan squatted down, covering Ji Yanchuan's suit jacket, which was about to come undone. "I've got him covered. Brothers, rally together." Qiao Chu Chu looked perplexed.
Huh?
Suddenly, Pei Mu charged in with a flying kick. "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" Pei Si, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Keep flapping your gums, will you?" A horde of Pei family members descended upon Ji Yanchuan like unbridled stallions, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Although they were not primarily targeting Xia Xuechuan, she occasionally fell victim to the chaos, shrieking, "Ah, help!" Pei Yuan, meanwhile, was on the phone. "This is Pei Yuan. Disconnect the surveillance cameras in the parking lot and erase all data." Qiao Chu Chu stood bewildered. How did it come to this? How did it turn into this? At that moment, Pei Buxian, the 7th brother, weakly coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, please stop hitting." Qiao Chu Chu looked at Pei Buxian with delight. "7th brother, you are so much more composed." Pei Buxian retrieved a knife from his pocket. "Let us use this." Qiao Chu Chu blinked in surprise.
Huh?
She snatched the knife from him. But Pei Buxian, with an indifferent glance, produced another blade. "Where are you getting all these knives from?"
She questioned.
Pei Buxian smirked coolly. "Bought them from the store." "I know you bought them. I mean, how did you bring so many?" "I brought them after purchasing," he replied nonchalantly. Pei Buxian then noticed Qiao Chu Chu was barefoot. In the piercing cold of winter, she stood in a dress, her dirty feet touching the frigid concrete, turning purple from the cold. Furrowing his brow, he called out, "Hey,
Stop fighting."
The brothers paused, all turning to him. He gestured towards Qiao Chu Chu with his chin.
"Look."
"What am I supposed to look at?"
she asked.
Several brothers followed his gaze and noticed her bare feet, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Qiao Chu Chu felt the shift, yet remained confused. What? What's wrong? Chapter 16. Qiao Chu Chu, come home with your brothers. Pei Che's eyes darkened as he stood up, fixing a cold stare upon her. Qiao Chu Chu took several steps back, sensing something was amiss. What's wrong? Pei Yuchuan advanced slowly, his gaze chilling, reminiscent of a zombie. In a panic, Qiao Chu Chu glanced at her attire. "I'm wearing an evening gown, not some seductive little outfit. Why are they looking at me like that?" Pei Yuchuan extended a hand toward her. "You." Qiao Chu Chu turned and bolted. Pei Yuchuan's furious roar echoed. "Qiao Chu Chu, stop right there."
"Ah!"
she screamed as a throng of people chased after her. "Don't run." Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan emerged from beneath the pile of clothes, their faces smeared with blood and their hair in disarray, looking like bewildered groundhogs.
Yi Yanhun, fuming, shouted.
"Where is everyone?"
"Who hit me?"
Lin Qing, filming the chaos on her phone, laughed and cried simultaneously. "This is absolutely hilarious." She sent a video to her brother. "Brother, come quick. Ji Yanchuan is cheated, and my new friend is avenging me." Soon, the man, freshly showered, received the video. As he towel-dried his hair, he clicked play. He first saw Ji Yanchuan embracing another woman, his expression darkening. Then, suddenly, a girl in a pink dress, adorned with a scarf, executed a flying kick, sending the pair of scoundrels tumbling. The man was taken aback and burst into laughter. This girl was quite the character. Agile and charming, she was a sight to behold. Following that, Pei Che executed a powerful slam, enveloping the couple on the ground in his suit. When the girl hurriedly tried to stop Pei Che, her scarf fell away, inadvertently revealing her profile. Lin Qing exclaimed, "Indeed. I was quite heartbroken, but her sudden appearance cracked me up. Plus, her brothers helped me seek revenge. I stayed indoors because I was crying too unattractively for them to notice, haha. But I will remember this favor." Lin Shun fell silent, watching as more familiar faces appeared on the screen, his brow furrowed. Has she reconciled with her brothers now? Lin Qing paused, sensing something amiss. Do you know Qiao Chu Chu? Lin Shen did not respond but instead stated, the house deal is finalized. We move in tomorrow. On the screen, he was impeccably dressed, holding a bouquet of sunflowers, with Qiao Chu Chu standing beside him, beaming at the camera. It had been 3 years since he severed ties with Qiao Chu Chu. The reason for their estrangement stemmed from his discovery of her distorted affections. He had witnessed her, clad provocatively, desperately clutching Pei Yuan's hand, pleading for him not to leave. Brother, if I lose you, I cannot live. Please don't abandon me. Qiao Chu Chu had sobbed on the ground. He approached her, taken aback, and bluntly asked, do you have special feelings for your brother? Qiao Chu Chu looked up in surprise. Her expression, one of disbelief at his presence. Lin Shun, Sr.? Initially, her face had been filled with sorrow, but now astonishment took over, her emotions fragmented. What are you doing here? Her complexion suddenly drained of color as she staggered to her feet. No, it's complicated, actually. She abruptly clutched her chest as if struck by a heart ailment, unable to articulate her pain. Despite this, Qiao Chu Chu trembled and grasped his clothing, drenched in sweat, murmuring, I have my reasons, I was. Before she could finish, she fainted. After she was taken to the hospital, all 7 brothers from the Pei family arrived. Upon seeing the unconscious Qiao Chu Chu, they appeared weary and indifferent, as if disinterested in the situation. It was on that day he uncovered the truth about the seemingly bright junior's private life. Her reputation as a brother con was but a facade. In reality, she was regarded as a deviant by those around her. His stomach churned as he tossed the roses into the trash. Upon waking, Qiao Chu Chu sent him a message. I'm sorry, Senior, for disappointing you. Now, watching the video and observing the sibling bond, Lin Shun found it absurd. 3 years had passed, and even Qiao Chu Chu had reconciled with her brothers, winning Lin Qing's favor. The changes in her circle were so profound, yet he remained ensnared in thoughts of her. Perhaps it was for the best. Lin Shun set down the picture frame. Tomorrow, he shall finally see her. Perhaps witnessing her bond with her brothers will allow him to let go entirely. Yet Lin Shun could not help but ponder. What is Qiao Chu Chu doing? Is she not brimming with joy at rekindling her relationships with her brothers? Qiao Chu Chu sprinted down the road, emitting a wail akin to that of a distressed animal. Aw. What on earth is happening? Pei Yuchuan quickened his pace, wrapping an arm around her waist and effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. She felt as though she were a mere sack, suspended without effort upon Pei Yuchuan's shoulder. The disparity of strength and dominance left her acutely aware of her brother's formidable presence. Has Pei Yuchuan been raised on protein powder or something? Pei Yuchuan grinned dangerously. A mere mutt, you say? He pulled her closer to him. Qiao Chu Chu let out a startled shriek, clinging to his neck, her eyes widening at his mischievous smile. You've been cursing me in your heart. Haven to you, Qiao Chu Chu? Pei Yuchuan's smile broadened, revealing a small, mischievous fong.
I can hear you, you know.
Qiao Chu Chu responded with incredulity. Pei Yuchuan then hoisted her above his head. A short, sharp scream escaped her throat as he tossed her into the air, only to catch her securely once more. He lifted her high, tossing her again. Qiao Chu Chu flailed her arms wildly, yet before she could grasp anything, he caught her again. Up she went, and down she came, as Pei Yuchuan juggled her with ease. Like a playful trickster, Qiao Chu Chu's shrieks echoed through the air. Goodness, Pei Yuchuan, you rascal.
Ah.
Pei Yuchuan lifted her yet again. But Pei Yuan interjected sternly, stop bullying her. Pei Yuchuan paused, indignantly licking his back teeth, and draped Qiao Chu Chu over his shoulder. She gasped for breath. Pei Yuchuan, unfazed, treated her as if she were merely an article of clothing, casually threatening, Qiao Chu Chu, be careful. I've recently acquired the ability to read minds. If you curse me in your heart, I can hear it, Qiao Chu Chu retorted. What nonsense. Can you hear me now as I curse you? Do you dare respond if I call your name, Pei Yuchuan? Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, donning a facade of friendly malice. Cursing me again, are you? And once more, he tossed her into the air. Pei Yuan's expression darkened as he pushed Pei Yuchuan aside and caught Qiao Chu Chu in the nick of time. Qiao Chu Chu, still trembling from the fright, broke into a cold sweat. Thank you, big brother. Pei Yuan regarded her with a cool gaze. No need for thanks. Her legs felt weak and she stammered, please let me down.
Pei Yuan replied, no.
Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Suddenly, she felt a grip around her feet. She looked down in surprise to find Pei Che holding her feet, disdainfully commenting, walking barefoot in winter? Quite the accomplishment. Despite his retort, he produced a handkerchief to wipe her feet, assisting her in putting on her shoes and fastening the ankle straps. Only then did Qiao Chu Chu realize her feet were icy cold and her body was nearly frozen. She awkwardly met Pei Che's displeased gaze. Pei Che stepped back a few paces. You're all set. Pei Yuchuan snorted dismissively, removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Desiring to extricate herself from Pei Yuan's embrace, yet Pei Yuan tightened his grip, his voice cold and threatening. If you wish to avoid being carried away by Pei Yuchuan, you had best remain still. Qiao Chu Chu inquired, where are you taking me now? Chapter 17. Qiao Chu Chu, from this day forth, your freedom to be alone shall be forfeited. Qiao Chu Chu stood awkwardly at the door, the air infused with a faint fragrance that felt hauntingly familiar, yet the arrangement had changed. She found herself rooted at the threshold, uncertain of her next move. Pei Yuchuan lightly patted her back, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. What's the matter? Can't find your slippers? Do you need dear third brother to assist you? She shot him a glare and bent down to search the shoe cabinet. Upon opening it, she spotted her pink slippers perched atop, unchanged since she had purchased them 7 years ago. Once clad in her slippers, Qiao Chu Chu heard Pei Yuchuan's teasing remark from the side. Good girl, splendid. Qiao Chu Chu retorted silently. What an idiot. Pei Yuchuan's gaze darkened, as if competing with her. He seized her arm and pulled her into the living room. I've brought Qiao Chu Chu over. The living room was already filled with people. Her brothers were seated, their eyes lifting to regard her. Their expressions were grim, an air of accusation hanging heavily. In that moment, Qiao Chu Chu felt as though she had stumbled into a peculiar secret society, one where she could be silenced at any moment. Meanwhile, Pei Yuchuan, with a mischievous grin, pressed against her ear, whispering, no need to thank me. She clenched her fists. This scoundrel. Pei Yuchuan chuckled, settling comfortably into his seat, legs crossed, observing her with feigned nonchalance. Pei Yuan, seated at the center, cast a cold glance her way. What are you still standing there for? Sit down. With a steely resolve, Qiao Chu Chu surveyed the only available seat left for her, positioned directly in the middle of the living room. She felt like a monkey on display, vulnerable to scrutiny from every angle. Reluctantly, she took her place. The penetrating gazes from all sides felt sharper, and she felt as though needles were pricking her, causing her to spring up. I think I'll stand. It's too intimidating being surrounded like this. I feel like a pig awaiting slaughter during the new year. For reasons unknown, she heard someone chuckle softly. Bewildered, she lifted her head. Everyone regarded her with amusement. Qiao Chu Chu pondered, are they laughing at me? Pei Yuan paused, quickly suppressing a smile. Qiao Chu Chu. Qiao Chu Chu focused intently on him. Pei Yuan continued earnestly. From today onwards, you shall reside with us. We will take turns watching over you to prevent any possibility of self-harm. In other words, Pei Yuan, his hands clasped atop his knees, pronounced with a weighty tone, henceforth, you shall lose the liberty to be alone. Qiao Chu Chu gasped, what? Huh? She was momentarily stunned. Elder brother, I'm quite the scatterbrain. And a bit of a brother complex. Haven to you all loathed being around me? If I'm with you all, what if my primal instincts overwhelm me? Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. Then let them run wild. Qiao Chu Chu. Huh? Pei Yuan rested his hands on his chin, gazing earnestly at her as he said, we have contemplated this matter. Since you genuinely harbor affection for us, so much so that you would rather seek death than be apart from any of us, perhaps we might give it a try. Qiao Chu Chu responded with a puzzled expression. Pei Yuchuan grinned widely. Indeed, after all, legally, we share no adoptive ties. Although you have lived with us since the age of 3, and we have been together for 20 years, you still reside under the same household registration as your biological parents. Once we overcome this mental barrier, marriage is not out of the question. Chu Chu felt her legs weaken. She sank into a chair, stammering, "Please be honest with me. Have you truly taken out insurance on me?" Pei Yuan's eyes dimmed slightly. "I shall reiterate, our family's financial situation does not necessitate deceitful insurance claims. If you persist, I shall become quite upset." Chu Chu exclaimed, "But why? What is happening here? This is driving me mad." Pei Yuchuan observed her with amusement. "Chu Chu, are you so overjoyed that you might lose your mind?" "I am not overjoyed at all." Chu Chu inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze upon them. "In fact, just moments ago, as I contemplated jumping from a height, I experienced an epiphany. I take refuge in Buddhism. And I do not love you." Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "So, you no longer harbor those feelings for us?" Chu Chu nodded emphatically. "I was indeed foolish to pursue you 7 when there were so many admirable men available to me. I truly must have been blind."
Pei Yuan replied.
"That sounds rather odd to me. You need not feel awkward, brother." Chu Chu boldly stepped forward, grasping his hand. "In my heart, you are like a mother to me." Pei Yuan responded with surprise. She then approached Pei Che, declaring, "Second brother, you are like my father."
Pei Che remained speechless.
She then turned to Pei Yuchuan, who eagerly asked, "And what am I?" Chu Chu replied, "You are a donkey." Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. With a serious demeanor, Chu Chu stood before them, took a deep breath, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I wish to apologize to everyone. I should not have developed such peculiar feelings for you. And I promise I will never do so again. I hope you can forgive my past actions." Without further ado, Chu Chu bolted away. How could this fellow manage to twist her arm while speaking to her so earnestly? Pei Yuan effortlessly grasped her wrist. "From this moment forth, the 7 of us brothers shall take turns by your side, nurturing the sibling bond we have lost for over a decade." Chu Chu exclaimed, "But I have already stated that I do not like them." Stunned, she found herself at a loss for words. "Something feels amiss. Yet I sense that no matter what I say, they have no intention of letting me go." Pei Yuan chuckled. Indeed, he would not let her slip away again. 7 years prior, he had distanced himself from her out of heartbreak. Now, he would not relinquish her. Of course, he did not intend to forgive her immediately. For the bitterness of the years remained, as did the resentment. Keeping her close was both a means of self-redemption and a path toward reconciliation. Pei Yuan tightened his grip and spoke leisurely. "I appreciate your candor, but I am not fond of your evasiveness. Since you have referred to me as mother, I would like you, as my daughter, to treat me with the same regard." Chu Chu stared blankly. "But I do not know how to behave towards a mother." Pei Yuan offered a gentle smile, raising a hand to softly stroke her head. "As your mother, I do not ask for much. I only wish for your obedience. Do you understand?" A glint of coldness flickered in Pei Yuan's eyes. "Do you understand?" Chu Chu's breath caught, and she nodded repeatedly. "I understand." Pei Yuan's smile did not reach his eyes as he lightly patted her head. "Be obedient and stay well with your second brother. The older brothers have gone to the banquet." Chu Chu hesitantly glanced at her second brother, Pei Che, who sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, coolly observing her. Chapter 18. The sole physician of the Pei family, Pei Che. Chu Chu felt suffocated and quickly turned her head away. Pei Yuan and the others passed one by one before her. Pei Yuchuan stood in her path, teasing her. "Little 8, say goodbye to your brother." She responded with an exaggerated eye roll. Pei Yuchuan pinched her face, a grin on his lips that lacked warmth. "Say goodbye to your brother." Chu Chu mumbled indistinctly.
"Deck goodbye."
Satisfied, Pei Yuchuan released her and left. Chu Chu rubbed her sore face. Is Pei Yuchuan entering a rebellious phase, starting to tease me again? Pei Yuchuan waved at her with a smile before turning and disappearing from her sight. The living room was now left with only her and Pei Che. Compared to the earlier commotion, the current silence felt particularly pronounced. She sensed her awkwardness resurfacing. Among her brothers, Pei Che was the most taciturn. In the past, she never felt awkward around her second brother, but now, having committed so many foolish acts, being in the presence of someone so reticent made the atmosphere feel heavy. Chu Chu gazed at the empty courtyard and awkwardly said, second brother." Pei Che continued to look at his phone, completely ignoring her. She scratched her head. "I suppose you wouldn't want to be with me either. Regarding the meeting earlier, I think we should reconsider what was discussed, so I will take my leave. After all, there is no longer a place for me in this family." Pei Che paused his thumb on the screen of his phone, coming to a halt. Chu Chu was taken aback and forced to laugh. There is no need for that, second brother." I know that you all do not particularly like me, and I am aware that I have made many mistakes. I believe we should maintain a safe distance. Chu Chu furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. For Pei Chei's gaze bore a dangerous intensity, yet she pressed on. Second brother, I realize I startled you earlier. I assure you I will not cause any more trouble. I truly cannot stay in this house any longer. I do not wish to remain. Living with you feels strange, and it might infringe upon your privacy. Pei Chei's expression darkened suddenly. Chu Chu quickly conceded. I will head upstairs now. Pei Chei put away his phone and expressionlessly followed her. His demeanor, aside from his indifferent handsome face, resembled that of a ghostly specter. Chu Chu's palms were slick with perspiration, uncertain of his intentions. The light from the living room cast a faint glow into the corridor, where Pei Chei stood at the threshold of shadow and illumination, gazing up at her. Fear surged within her, compelling her to stumble into her room and, without hesitation, lock the door. Pei Chei, with his hands tucked into his pockets, revealed a conspicuous scar on his wrist, concealed beneath the fabric, as he ascended the staircase with an unhurried gait. Chu Chu listened intently to the sound of his footsteps, cold sweat trickling from her palms. She harbored a deep-seated fear of her second brother. Pei Chei embodied the archetype of a natural-born ruler. Detached, taciturn, and impeccably proportioned, he was a man whose beauty could scarcely be overstated. With delicate features and narrow, cat-like eyes, his pale skin accentuated the prominence of the beauty mark beneath his eye. His well-defined lips bore a subtle upward curve at the corners, creating a smile that, despite its allure, could evoke a sense of dread in the absence of expression. His demeanor was typically meticulous, marked by a cruel calmness and an efficient decisiveness. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that beneath his composed exterior lurked a fervent obsession. Once a distinguished cardiac surgeon, Pei Chei had garnered a reputation for his exceptional skills. However, it was rumored that for reasons unknown, he had ceased performing surgeries over the past 2 years, turning instead to medical investments. The source of her trepidation stemmed from a conversation they had before their relationship soured, when she had inquired about his motivation to become a doctor. At that time, he was still a youth, regarding her with an unsettling tranquility. I am drawn to the heart, for it governs the life and death of an individual. I can witness a heart struggle to survive. I have the power to aid it, but also to destroy it. Though he professed this conviction, Pei Chei had never encountered failure. He established himself firmly and became a sought-after elite physician among patients' families. The chilling sensation she experienced upon hearing his words remained etched in her memory. Suddenly, the doorknob of her room turned half a circle. Chu Chu's heart raced as she glanced toward the entrance. The man outside attempted to twist the knob twice, but the door remained shut. She felt a tightening in her chest, biting her lip to stifle any sound. Moments later, silence enveloped the corridor. She exhaled in relief. Yet, a clattering of keys pierced the quietude. The lock turned. With a resounding click, the door creaked open. Chu Chu stumbled back in terror as Pei Chei entered, his expression unchanged. Have you forgotten that your door cannot be securely locked? He remarked calmly, collecting the keys. His car key was linked with the key to her room. 7 years had passed, and the realization that her room's key had remained attached to his car key all this time struck her. How could I have forgotten? The distance between my brother and his dark transformation is merely one step away from my demise before their eyes. They have now become invisible, yet deranged. Chu Chu's palms continued to sweat as she lowered her gaze. Yes, I forgot. She feigned nonchalance while surveying her room. It seems nothing has changed. The room was adorned with remnants of her life from 7 years ago. She absent-mindedly brushed her fingers across the table, leaving a thick layer of dust in their wake, the grime nearly obscuring her fingerprints. It was not difficult to surmise that after her expulsion, no one had come to clean this room, nor had anyone shown it any attention. She awkwardly brushed off the dust, remarking that the room had yet to be tidied and was uninhabitable. She felt it would be more convenient to stay elsewhere after all these years. Pei Chei let out a cold laugh, responding no. Chu Chu, anticipating his reaction, pressed on. There's no reason for that. I won't attempt to take my own life again, nor will I cause trouble. Pei Chei's tone grew even frostier. Chu Chu. Do not overstep your bounds. Chu Chu, taken aback, asked what? Just as she turned away, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished. She reached for her phone, only to recall it was in the living room. The door was blocked by Pei Chei. A faint light filtered in from outside, illuminating the space just enough to see, but not clearly. All she could discern were Pei Chei's dark eyes reflecting a myriad of glimmers, resembling a vast net ablaze with an intense fire. She felt enveloped by it, struggling to catch her breath. Pei Chei stood in the shadows, half of his sculpted, emotionless face illuminated by the slicing light. On what grounds do you come and go as you please? His voice was like a sharp bone saw, calmly scraping against every inch of her being. What do you consider this home to be? Chapter 19. We must always remain together, the 8 of us. Chu Chu's heart raced. Pei Chei was angry. He pressed on, whose absence has made this home devoid of you. Chu Chu felt the sting of his words and fell silent. Pei Chei's oppressive presence loomed above her. Knowingly asking, tell me because of whom? Shame washed over Chu Chu, and she lowered her gaze, attempting to bypass him.
Pei que seized the wrist tightly.
Chu Chu felt a whirlwind of confusion as he forced her onto the bed. She gasped in fear, her eyes wide. Brother.
Don't call me that.
Pei Chei's voice rose abruptly, akin to a furious beast. I am no longer your brother. You have destroyed everything. Chu Chu's body tensed, feeling Pei Chei's strength grip her like a vice. She found herself unable to even twist her arm. Fear coursed through her limbs like a swarm of insects, and she struggled to maintain composure, her voice tinged with tears. If you despise me, then let me go. If you refuse to release me while holding me like this, are you out of your mind? I said you will stay here, Pei Chei asserted, pressing her hands above her head, forcefully straddling her waist. His legs pinning her down. Chu Chu, do not forget, though you call us brothers, we share no blood relation, not even a connection on the household register. Do you understand what that implies? It means we can be siblings, or we can be man and woman, and the boundaries we define are entirely dependent on our hearts. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Chu Chu's skirt sprawled across the bed, appearing utterly disheveled, while Pei Chei, impeccably dressed in his suit, loomed over her with a brooding gaze. These are your words to me, do you remember? Chu Chu, filled with humiliation, shut her eyes. Of course, she remembered. She would never forget the look Pei Chei had given her after she uttered those words, the disdainful gaze of someone looking upon refuse. Pei Chei tightened his grip on her wrist and leaned closer, saying, You have shattered the home we painstakingly built, destroying the happiness of our family of 8. Regardless of your past grievances or justifications, now that we finally have an opportunity to mend this family, you must stay. I have committed numerous transgressions. How can I pretend they never happened? Pei Chei raised his voice. So what? He could not comprehend why the person who had erred her should also be the one to choose to distance herself. Chu Chu felt her head spin, her anger rising. Can you treat me like you did before?
I can. Pei que retorted sharply.
Overwhelmed, Chu Chu could no longer hold back her tears. Look at what you are doing now. You are pinning me down, pressing me against the bed. Pei Chei froze for a moment, gradually realizing their position. Tears streamed down Chu Chu's face. You are scaring me, second brother. Surprised, Pei Chei began to ease his grip. I will use my strength to prevent the tragic outcomes for my brothers. I will no longer harm them. I truly regret this. His heart raced. With teary eyes, Chu Chu implored, Let me go. I truly do not belong here. Pei Chei remained silent, his expression stoic as he looked down at her. Chu Chu's curls sprawled across the bed, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a beautiful sheen. Her eyes sparkled like shattered stars, with tears cascading down, soaking her auburn hair. Her chest heaving from sobs. He could even hear her labored breaths. Almost involuntarily, Pei Chei lifted his hand and pressed it against the carotid artery in her neck. Chu Chu's fear intensified. What does he intend to do? Is he going to strangle me? Pei Chei remained oblivious, simply feeling the vibrant pulse beneath his fingers. Chu Chu was alive. She had not plummeted from a height, nor had she been slain. She was alive, capable of retorting, of fear, and even of crying uncontrollably during an argument. He moved his hand upward, roughly wiping away her tears. Chu Chu resembled a small kitten being groomed by a lion. Pei Chei's hand swept like a tempest, smudging her eye makeup into a chaotic mess. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze. Pei Chei's expression had shifted from ferocity to sternness. Do not let me hear you utter such words again. Chu Chu opened her mouth to protest, but Pei Chei covered her lips. You will die in this house. Do you understand? Her eyes widened in terror, her body trembling instinctively. Pei Chei noted her shivering, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Are you afraid of me? Chu Chu clenched her teeth, unable to respond. How could I not be afraid, brother? You possess the key to my room, staring at me intently while looming over me. I have never been so pinned down by a man, and your aura is more menacing than a ghost's. Pei Che let out a soft chuckle, leaning closer. Qiao Chu Chu, have you forgotten? Among your 7 brothers, you favored me the most when you were little. Qiao Chu Chu found this absurd.
Huh?
She pondered briefly. Unable to recall it that way, her favorite brother had always been the eldest. Due to Pei Yuan's gentle nature, akin to that of a nurturing mother, though somewhat verbose, there exists a maternal quality in his attentiveness. Pei Che has always possessed a sinister air. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Qiao Chu Chu suddenly experienced an epiphany. Her gaze fell upon his wrist, where a scar from a previous wrist-cutting incident lay, a testament to his past struggles. Pei Che followed her line of sight, observing the scar on his own wrist. Have you remembered? A chilling realization crept up Qiao Chu Chu's spine. She recalled the harrowing days following the demise of their adoptive parents, when each of her brothers was consumed by despair, and Pei Che attempted to take his own life. It was she who discovered him in the bathtub, clutching him tightly amidst the crimson waters. Pei Che, lethargically resting his head on her shoulder, murmured, Chu Chu, there is nothing in this world worth my attachment. I no longer wish to live. You mustn't think that way, second brother. You still have me and the rest of us. If you leave, what will become of the others? We are 8, and each of us is indispensable. Pei Che, in a state of weakness, retorted. Indispensable? Yes, indispensable. As she wiped the blood from his face, she reaffirmed, we are family, and we must always remain together, never to be separated. That day, the dimness in Pei Che's eyes reignited with hope. The details of their conversation elude her, yet she distinctly remembers Pei Che solemnly declaring, then it settled, Chu Chu. No matter what happens, our family of 8 must stay together, to share meals, celebrate the new year, shop, travel, and never allow love to overshadow our kinship. Nor let wealth tear us apart, and certainly never to harm one another. We must always remain united. Chapter 20. The twisted brother has been cultivated. Yet the choice to engage remains a separate matter. Qiao Chu Chu trembled with fear. The promises of their youth grew increasingly vivid in her mind, like a whip striking her very soul. A sense of shame enveloped her, yet she could not disregard the deep scar. I remember your wrist scar has faded. Why is there now another? Pei Che calmly countered. What do you think? Qiao Chu Chu remained silent. Pei Che, with both hands framing her face, gazed at her in confusion. For over a decade, I have not forgotten a single moment of what you said that day. I have pondered repeatedly whether you deceived me then, or if that promise was genuine, yet your contradictions are equally real, tormenting us into a state of mental frailty. I recognize you bear burdens, but in your heart, what do we truly represent? Pei Che pressed his hand against her pulsating wrist, a puzzling enigma. Was he the brother who raised her, or merely a character destined to exist in a novel? Pei Che found no clarity in the matter and was disinterested in the convoluted process. He simply desired a resolution. Though his tone suggested negotiation, it was unmistakably a command. Pei Che's hand tightened around her neck. Is that agreeable? She felt breathless, painfully nodding. Yes. Pei Che continued. Do not utter the word leave again, understood?
Yes. Yes.
Do not further damage this family. Fulfill the promise you once made, understood? Yes. Yes, good girl. Pei Che's lips curled into a smile as he finally released his grip on her neck. Qiao Chu Chu erupted into a fit of coughing. The room was filled with swirling dust as she coughed and waved her hand, her tear-filled eyes glancing at Pei Che. Pei Che regarded her with a smirk, observing her with the curiosity one might reserve for a novel curiosity. She feigned composure, averting her gaze. However, Pei Che tilted his head. She had objections, yet dared not voice them. How can I reside in such a dusty room? Pei Che raised his hand, gesturing towards the outside. Qiao Chu Chu's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting I move out? Pei Che replied, stay in my room. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Pei Che descended from her, his expression cold as he stated, the sheets in my room are freshly bought and washed. I have yet to use them. That's your only option since the guest room is unkempt and lacks linens. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Chu Chu reluctantly acquiesced, asking innocently, how much did you pay for those sheets? Pei Che frowned deeply. Why do you care? With utmost seriousness, Qiao Chu Chu replied, after all, those will be used by me. And it wouldn't be right for you to use them afterward. I can take them down tomorrow and replace them with new ones promptly, but if they are too expensive, I suppose I shall endure the sofa for a night. Pei Che retorted, are you out of your mind? Qiao Chu Chu replied, huh?
Pei Che, exasperated, urged, hurry up.
And don't provoke my ire. Chu Qiao sprang from the bed, casting a peculiar glance at Pei Che. How times have changed. My fastidious second brother is actually inviting me to stay in his room? Is he insane or simply foolish? Pei Che remained silent. Chu Qiao felt a shiver down her spine and hastened her pace. Pei Che glared at the door, muttering darkly. I was the one who washed her hair when we were young, and now she's counting on me. The door to Chu Qiao's room was silently pushed open. The air was infused with the fragrance of her shampoo, masking the faint coolness of Pei Che's room. Pei Che entered first, approaching the bedside. The dim moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the girl lying on the bed. He called softly, Chu Qiao. She breathed evenly, deeply asleep. Pei Che glanced towards the door and whispered, Come in, she's sleeping. The men outside entered in succession, surrounding Chu Qiao. She lay peacefully, her hands resting delicately atop the blanket. Pei Yuchuan watched in fascination, lowering his voice. I still remember how I would watch her sleep as a child, for in slumber, she resembled a little angel, so serene, with long eyelashes and a petite mouth. Lao Chi Pei Buxian frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? The young Chu Qiao was clearly my little sweetheart.
Pei Yuan retorted, Mine.
Pei Buxian lowered his voice. Mine. What are you arguing about? Pei Che suggested without emotion. Since she's lying here, why don't you two wake her and ask who was her little sweetheart when she was young? Pei Yuchuan expressed surprise. Won't that reveal our secret? Oh, so you two knew we snuck in. Pei Che feigned astonishment. Pei Yuchuan remained speechless. Pei Buxian too. The eldest, Pei Yuan, reached out to tuck in Chu Qiao's blanket, pondering aloud. Tell me, if we were to follow the narrative, what would we be doing if she were to die now? They recalled that scene, their noses growing slightly sore, and they fell into a heavy silence. Pei Buxian raised his hand, declaring, I am aware of what we are doing. His brothers turned to him. With a calm demeanor, he continued, We are still encircling her. The only difference lies in one breathing and the other not, one clad in pajamas and the other in a burial shroud. Pei Yuan. Other brothers. Pei Buxian lowered his hand, puzzled. Have I said something incorrect? Pei Yuan ignored him. Given the situation has escalated to this point, I believe it is fate's design. From this day forth, we shall reside with her once more. The other brothers glanced at Chu Qiao. Pei Yuchuan chuckled, though his gaze was icy. While Chu Qiao may have become somewhat deranged, I am willing to offer her a chance. He fixed his stare on Chu Qiao's sleeping face. I hope she does not disappoint us again. Pei Buxian inquired, What could she possibly do to let you down? Pei Yuchuan shot him a glare. Certainly by overstepping boundaries, constantly clinging to us, secretly caring for us, knowing everything about us, behaviors akin to those of a Yandra. Pei Buxian tilted his head, yet we entered her room at 2 a.m, forming a circle by her bedside. Do you not find us even more bizarre? Pei Yuan.
Pei Ke.
Pei Yuchuan. Pei Feng Nong.
Pei Mu. Pei Chi.
The 6 men rushed out of the room in a frenzy. Pei Yuchuan, shaken, checked himself. Am I the perverted one? Have I become the perverted brother? Pei Ci patted his shoulder. Do not fret, third brother. Typically, the truly perverse are oblivious to their state. We are aware of our misdeeds, hence we are not perverts. Pei Yuchuan countered, but our perverse actions were prompted by 7th brother's reminders, were they not? The group collectively turned to 7th brother. Where was he? Pei Yuchuan poked his head back into the room, whispering, Pei Buxian, what are you up to? He smiled at the slumbering Pei Qiao. I have yet to have my fill of this sight, ha. The group. Chapter 21. The 8 siblings established a group sans Chu Qiao. The following morning, Chu Qiao gazed at Pei Buxian.
Pei Budin.
Cradling the West Highland white terrier he had raised, stared blankly out the window. His fair skin made the dark circles under his eyes especially pronounced. Resembling a panda with half a black eye, a rather comical sight. Chu Qiao wrestled with her thoughts before finally speaking. 7th brother, did you provoke anyone? Pei Buxian finally met her gaze. It was precisely 8 a.m, and the brothers were gradually emerging from their rooms for breakfast. Each was impeccably dressed in sharp suits, exuding an air of confidence as they strode in. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's question, their movements halted, and they glared at Pei Buxian. Dressed in loungewear and clutching a dog, Pei Buxian replied languidly, Yes, I was beaten by my brothers. Chu Qiao was taken aback. Why? Pei Buxian calmly recounted, Because I wanted to stand beside a girl and watch her sleep, but they would not allow it.
Chu Chu.
Pei Buxian continued in a lethargic tone. Do you not think my brothers are being unreasonable? Xiao Chu Chu's mouth twitched as she surveyed the 6 brothers, who appeared distinctly displeased. They took their seats, their expressions dark as they fixed their gazes upon her, clearly indicating that any sign of agreement from her would result in her being reprimanded as well.
Chu Chu Qiao.
Let's delineate the forthcoming narrative, shall we? The 7 individuals. Then we shall listen intently. Xiao Chu Qiao reclined thoughtfully against her chair. With her fingertip, she subtly glided across the tabletop. The tale commences with my demise. My brothers underwent a drastic transformation, profoundly affected by the loss. At this juncture, the female protagonist interjects into their lives, igniting instant affection, which gradually heals them while simultaneously inciting their possessiveness. Xiao Chu Qiao continued, sensing an inconsistency. Wait, my brothers have already encountered Xia Xuechuan yesterday. Did they fall in love at first sight? The 7 responded. Do they appear to have experienced love at first sight? Pei Yuchuan grasped his phone. Ahem. The 6 turned their gaze towards him. Pei Yuchuan shook his phone. They understood implicitly. Unlocking their devices to receive a notification, Pei Yuchuan invites you to join a group chat. Pei Yuchuan remarked. What could be more entertaining than engaging in a group chat while listening to Xiao Chu Qiao's innermost thoughts? Pei Buxian quipped. How about sprinkling chili powder into your coffee? Pei Yuchuan promptly spewed his coffee. Pei Yuan admonished silence. Xiao Chu Qiao is looking over. They immediately turned their attention to Xiao Chu Qiao, who regarded Pei Yuchuan with a peculiar expression. Pei Yuchuan, maintaining composure, wiped the spilled coffee from the table, nonchalantly glancing at Pei Buxian, who returned a sweet smile. Xiao Chu Qiao pondered, am I merely imagining things, or do I sense they are concealing something from me? They strained their nerves, feigning nonchalance while fixated on their phones. Xiao Chu Qiao, disinterested in overthinking, turned her gaze to the window. Although there are 7 brothers with 7 romantic entanglements, the timeline of death is closely intertwined. If I wish to alter the course of events, I must extinguish their love in its infancy. Thus, they shall not perish, correct? Pei Yuan typed in the chat. The moment we laid eyes on Xia Xuechuan, the notion of love at first sight was already quashed. Pei Che queried. Why hasn't Xiao Chu Qiao noticed our disinterest in Xia Xuechuan? Pei Ci retorted. Xiao Chu Qiao's intellect is not even as vast as a pecan. What do you expect her to discern? Pei Mu added. She can't even comprehend basic arithmetic. Pei Feng interjected. Yet she dares to aspire to protect us. Pei Yuchuan scoffed. Isn't that rather touching? Pei Buxian mused. But does she not protect us because our demise would also affect her, thus prompting her to safeguard us? The other 6 responded. Chapter 22. The first to confront the challenge of abstaining from romance is Pei Buxian. Indeed, should they meet their demise, Xiao Chu Qiao would face ruin, potentially sharing in their unfortunate fate. How perilous! She nearly evoked sympathy. Xiao Chu Qiao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Regardless of whether they experience love at first sight, following Lin Qing's collision with the female protagonist's mother, I believe events within the narrative are destined to unfold, and thus, they will inevitably feel a stir of emotions. Among the 7, the first to experience such feelings will be the 7th brother, Pei Buxian. The 6 at the dining table uniformly turned their gazes towards Pei Buxian. Pei Buxian, cradling a dog, looked up with a bewildered innocence. The other brothers exchanged glances. How could it possibly be him? Among the brothers, anyone can accept the challenge. Except for the most eccentric one, Pei Buxian. Pei Yuchuan exclaimed, it's truly heartbreaking. The first place is actually Pei Buxian. I bet 100 yuan that Pei Buxian will fall in love with Xia Xuechuan.
Pei Chi chimed in, mean.
Pei Mu added, count me in. Pei Feng Nong interjected, you all are being too much. How can you think of little Chi this way? He is, after all, our 7th brother. Pei Yuchuan retorted. So, are you in or not? Pei Feng Nong replied, I'm all in. The others were left speechless. Xiao Chu Qiao quietly pondered from the side. Xia Xuechuan will be a temporary maid at this residence, so this month is her golden opportunity to bond with the brothers. Pei Yuchuan quickly jumped into the banter. The meeting is cancelled. I'm going to the entrance to scatter thumbtacks. Pei Feng Nong declared. The meeting is cancelled. I'll chase away all the maids. Pei Ci insisted. The meeting is cancelled because I want it to be. Pei Mu added. The meeting is cancelled. Simply because I wish it so.
Pei Qi remained silent.
Pei Yuan warned. I caution you all. No one is to obstruct the plot, or else Xiao Chu Qiao will be unable to foresee the forthcoming events. We only need to pivot the situation at the critical moment. Do not complicate matters. The chaotic chatter in the group ceased. Pei Yuan turned to Pei Buxian. Little Chi, you can handle this alone, right? Pei Buxian replied, I'm not alone. I have a dog. Pei Yuan was taken aback. The others were equally surprised. Pei Yuan sighed, everyone be prepared. If Pei Buxian truly falls for Xia Xuechun, we'll have to send him to a mental health facility abroad. Pei Yuchuan responded, understood, Commander.
Pei Yuan continued, Pei Buvin.
Since today as events pertain to you, could you stay and protect Qiao Chu Chu? However, he smiled peculiarly at that statement. His platinum blonde hair resembled a fluffy golden gradient, with a slight smirk playing on his lips. Pei Yuan thought, perhaps it would be best to cancel the meeting after all. Ultimately, Pei Buxian stood at the entrance, dog in arms, bidding farewell to his 6 brothers as they departed for work. Pei Yuan, filled with concern, gently patted his face, be sure to stay alert. If your heart races too fast for Xia Xuechun, remember to contemplate how you might meet your end. Pei Buxian obediently replied, don't worry, brother. I will treat this world as if I were dead. Pei Yuan nodded seriously, then I can rest assured. The 6 others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss in his words. Qiao Chu Chu happened to pass by the doorway, observing the group. They noticed her too, their expressions shifting from worry to sternness as they turned to their respective vehicles. One luxurious car after another exited the estate. Xia Xuechun entered through the side door, captivated by the scene before her. Her best friend, Qi Xiaojia, excitedly slapped her arm. Oh my gosh, Xue, look at those cars. They're all worth millions. Just one car? Qi Xiaojia was left speechless. Just look at those vehicles. Leading the pack are a Rolls-Royce and a Maybach, and there's even a custom sports car. These are the quintessential vehicles for male protagonists in novels. We could never earn such money in our lifetime, yet they use them as mere transportation. Do you comprehend the value of what's here? Xia Xuechun shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, remarking that wealth does not equate to happiness. For they had forsaken many joys of life. Leading the group was Aunt Wang, who chuckled in agreement. Xuechun speaks the truth. The 7 gentlemen residing in this house are indeed rather discontented. Xia Xuechun proudly lifted her chin, her tone playful. You see? I knew that wealthy individuals are unhappy. Qi Xiaojia's attention had shifted elsewhere. Aunt Wang, did you say there are 7 men living here? Are they handsome? Are they good-looking? Aunt Wang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. They are more handsome than many celebrities, yet they possess rather peculiar temperaments. She further cautioned, you are here to fill 2 vacant positions, not to engage in conversation with the gentlemen. Their moods are unpredictable, so do as they instruct and be careful not to offend them, otherwise this lucrative job will slip away. Xia Xuechun and Qi Xiaojia nodded earnestly. This place is a wealthy villa district on the eastern outskirts of Lan City, where every household boasts its own private swimming pool and a 5-minute walk is required to reach the neighbors. Working here for a month could yield a salary of 30,000 yuan. The primary responsibilities include household chores, laundry, cleaning, assisting in the kitchen, and serving tea, mundane tasks, yet highly sought after. Aunt Wang had worked here for 3 years, eventually attaining the position of assistant housekeeper, which is why she hastened to recruit them as soon as a vacancy arose. After all, one should not let the bounty flow to outsiders. As Xia Xuechun followed Aunt Wang into the villa, she was struck by its opulence, reminiscent of a Western palace adorned with extravagant crystal chandeliers and oil paintings, defying contemporary aesthetic norms. Aunt Wang explained, this house is several decades old, personally designed by Madame Pei during her lifetime. Thus, the gentlemen cherish their belongings greatly. So exercise utmost caution while working, do not cause any damage. She led them to the servants' quarters and handed them 2 sets of documents. Memorize the profiles of the 7 gentlemen. They outline their taboos, preferences, and habits. Upon unfolding the document, Xia Xuechun was taken aback to see a photo of Qiao Chu Chu at the bottom. How can it be her? Qi Xiaojia inquired. Who is she? Xia Xuechun pointed at the photograph. She is the one who demanded I compensate 76,000 yuan for ruining a dress. Qi Xiaojia gasped. Is she that wretched person? In the photo, Qiao Chu Chu appeared alongside the 7 handsome men, exuding an aura of allure rather than being overshadowed. Her curly hair tucked behind her ears revealed a charming face, and she smiled brightly at the camera, her eyes and brows brimming with vivacity. Qi Xiaojia, indignant, remarked, with 7 brothers and so wealthy and attractive, that wretched girl truly has luck on her side. Xia Xuechun, astonished, questioned. Adopted? Is their relationship strained? Are you certain? In chapter 23, Pei Buxian observed Xia Xuechun, captivated by the sight of her engrossed in thought. She wondered why these 7 men seemed to dote on Qiao Chu Chu. Aunt Wang affirmed, indeed, one of the gentlemen's taboos is to never mention their sister in their presence. She pointed to the line of text on the taboo. Look. This is the only universally acknowledged prohibition, and it's highlighted in red, so you must remain vigilant. Xia Xuechuan swept her gaze across the words. Why does Qiao Chu have no taboos or preferences? Understanding dawned upon her. It turned out that this individual was not favored by her brother. No wonder. Such an arrogant and avaricious person is indeed unlikable. Qi Xiaojia leaned in and whispered in her ear, if her brothers do not like her, then it is permissible for us to quietly resent her, right? Qiao Chu sat on the sofa, drawing on her tablet. As she sketched, she sighed. May I go to the study to draw? This place lacks inspiration. Pei Buxian, seated beside her, observed her notebook and replied no. Qiao Chu, perplexed, asked, why not? Pei Buxian, expressionless, sipped on a strawberry milkshake. I need to keep an eye on you to prevent any self-destructive tendencies. If you go to the study, I must accompany you. But I do not wish to go now, as I find inspiration in writing my novel in the living room. She protested, what about my drawing? I have inspiration too. Pei Buxian, taking out his phone, transferred 50,000 yuan to her, stating, consider it purchased. Qiao Chu responded with a baffled expression. Pei Buxian, calmly biting his straw, regarded her, I am now your employer. Will you comply? In defiance, she tossed her tablet aside, muttering, Pei Buxian is such a stubborn mule. Pei Buxian remained expressionless. Indeed, he was. Xia Xuechuan entered the living room and chanced upon the scene. The sibling sat on the sofa, the atmosphere tense. Qiao Chu crossed her arms, seemingly sulking at Pei Buxian. He, unfazed, continued typing, oblivious to her mood. Xia Xuechuan could not help but smirk inwardly. She had thought Qiao Chu was a princess adored by all, but she was merely a tool, pretending to be perfect before outsiders. She approached Qiao Chu, who noticed her and brightened. Oh, the protagonist has arrived. Pei Buxian paused his typing and lifted his gaze to Xia Xuechuan. Qiao Chu shot a glance at Pei Buxian. Pei Buxian, you may act indifferent, but in reality, you are utterly infatuated. If I were to perish, having raised you, you would become the most obsessive member of the seven. Pei Buxian's eyes flickered with curiosity, akin to a dog gazing at Xia Xuechuan. Throughout his narrative, there had always been one female lead. What sort of allure did Xia Xuechuan possess to usurp the role of his original heroine and dominate his world of inspiration? Xia Xuechuan felt the intensity of Pei Buxian's gaze and found it somewhat disconcerting. She busied herself with cleaning the opposite sofa, while Pei Buxian continued to watch her intently. The inhabitants of this household were all remarkably attractive. Pei Buxian's features were exquisitely delicate, embodying a fragile beauty. He bore a feminine visage, with platinum hair and enchanting eyes that resembled the starry sea within a ragdoll cat's gaze, drawing anyone who looked at him into the depths of his captivating eyes. Under such fervent scrutiny, Xia Xuechuan's movements became awkwardly stiff. Qiao Chu observed from the side, noting how Pei Buxian was so focused on Xia Xuechuan. Xia Xuechuan felt increasingly flustered and bashful under his gaze, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening like those of a timid fawn. Qiao Chu sighed. Ah. It seems this fated romance is truly inescapable. Pei Buxian's eyes flickered, yet he remained fixated on Xia Xuechuan. After much hesitation, Xia Xuechuan finally summoned the courage to speak. Mr. Pei, have you been watching me for a reason? Curiosity tinged her voice. What were you contemplating? Pei Buxian replied. I was pondering why a wage of 1,000 yuan a day would attract someone as inept as you. Xia Xuechuan was taken aback. Qiao Chu echoed her confusion. Pei Buxian tilted his head and remarked indifferently, moreover, your manner of working bears a resemblance to someone. Xia Xuechuan, feeling a bit anxious, inquired, who do I resemble? Pei Buxian responded, you remind me of an elderly woman emerging from someone else's ancestral grave. Xia Xuechuan was left speechless. Qiao Chu burst into suppressed laughter. Rising from the sofa, Pei Buxian glanced around. The West Highland Terrier has gone with my father. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, the West Highland Terrier? Qiao Chu surveyed the spacious living room, noting the absence of the little white dog, the silence, now thick with worry. Pei Buxian's complexion turned pale. The West Highland Terrier? The West Highland Terrier? Observing his distress, Qiao Chu quickly stood. Seventh brother, it's all right. The West Highland Terrier must have wandered to another room to play. Though the house is large and hard to search, all the doors are closed. Where else could it go? I'll help you look. Xia Xuechuan's breath hitched, her face betraying her embarrassment. Qiao Chu, sensing something amiss, queried, what's wrong? Xia Xuechuan fidgeted awkwardly, her hands twisting in front of her eye. I didn't close the side door when I came in. She cast an apologetic glance at Pei Buxian. I forgot. Chu Chu's eyes widened in shock. What? How could you forget to close the door? There are pets in the employer's household, not just one. Don't you realize how disastrous it would be if they went missing? Xia Xuechuan flinched at her scolding, defiantly pouting. It wasn't intentional. Suddenly, Pei Buxian seized her collar. Is it enough to say it was unintentional? Xia Xuechuan trembled, but I don't know where to look. Pei Buxian's eyes darkened. His teeth clenched in frustration. You don't know where to find the dog, yet I know precisely where to locate your foolish father, foolish mother, and your foolish brother. Xia Xuechuan gasped. Pei Buxian tightened his grip on her collar, threateningly pressing. Now do you understand where to find the dog? Chapter 24. I love you so much. Yet I hate you just as deeply. An hour had passed since the West Highland Terrier vanished. Chu Chu immediately contacted the property management overseeing the villa area and posted a lucrative reward for anyone who could locate the dog, yet there was still no news. Most of the household staff had gone out in search of the dog, leaving only her and Pei Buxian at home. Chu Chu sat in Pei Buxian's room, surveying her surroundings. His room exuded warmth, adorned in a creamy decor, filled with photographs and portraits of the West Highland Terrier, revealing the dog's esteemed position in Pei Buxian's heart. Presently, Pei Buxian sat by the window, lost in thought. His golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his profile was as exquisite as a sculpture, resembling a golden-haired youth who had stepped out of an anime. Chu Chu was entranced. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Buxian, merely a year her senior, had matured into a man of sophistication. Yet she often felt that his maturity paled in comparison to her own. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Xia Xuechuan entered, her expression laden with guilt. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, I still haven't found her dog. Pei Buxian, in a fit of rage, hurled a teacup at Xia Xuechuan. She did not flinch, and the cup shattered upon her forehead, blood trickling down. Qi Xiao Jia, witnessing the scene, screamed, Xue. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Buxian seized another cup and struck Qi Xiao Jia. She could not evade in time, and blood streamed from her forehead. Both girls were aghast. Pei Buxian roared, if my dog dies, I will drag you both down with me. The sisters, stunned, clutched their foreheads, rendered speechless by fear. This man was surely a lunatic. They trembled in unison. Pei Buxian bellowed, continue searching for it. Chu Chu surveyed the chaos, feeling a headache coming on. She understood Pei Buxian's hysteria well. In calmer moments, he was as steady as a rock, but when provoked, he became wild and uncontrollable. However, after 7 years apart, his outbursts seemed more severe. He had never resorted to violence before, nor had he thrown objects at others. Unable to contain herself, Chu Chu declared, I can't wait any longer. I will help you search. Pei Buxian snapped, stay put. His chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. This is all your fault. Chu Chu retorted, you must be joking. What does this have to do with me? Pei Buxian grasped her and forcefully pinned her against the wall. Taken by surprise, Chu Chu inadvertently knocked a picture frame off the table. The glass shattered on the floor, revealing 2 photographs within. One depicted a West Highland white terrier above, with her own picture beneath. Chu Chu gasped, why is there a photo of me beneath this picture of the West Highland? Her jaw tightened as Pei Buxian harshly turned her face toward him. Look at me. Wincing from the pain, Chu Chu locked eyes with Pei Buxian. His golden locks obscured his gaze, yet through the gap, she glimpsed his frenzied stare. If it weren't for you, the West Highland would not exist. Your betrayal came first, which is why I bought the West Highland to accompany me. This is all your fault. Chu Chu's heart jolted. Yet amidst her sense of grievance, she seized upon a blind spot. So, in your heart, the West Highland is merely a substitute for me? Pei Buxian did not deny it. Tears shimmered in his glassy eyes. Now my dog is missing. I cannot search for it because the outside is dangerous. I must protect you, to shield you from unforeseen demise. Chu Chu questioned, protect me? Why protect me? Before she could ponder further, Pei Buxian suddenly brandished a utility knife against her neck. She gasped, breath caught in her throat, blood rushing to her head, her voice trembling. 7th brother. Pei Buxian, consumed by irrationality, pressed the blade against her flesh, demanding, why do you persist in harming everything I hold dear? He gazed at her, bewildered. You have lost my manuscript of 200,000 words, causing a month's worth of my labor and inspiration to vanish in an instant. Has your brother treated you poorly? Does he not love you? Why must you repeatedly inflict pain upon me? A sharp sting coursed through Chu Chu's neck. She did not struggle. Instead, she found it difficult to confront him, shame causing her to avert her gaze. She did not wish for this. Having traversed through time at the age of 3, she experienced a love she had never known in her past life, sharing both joys and sorrows with them. Wholeheartedly devoted to her family. Yet the system compelled her. It forced her to delete Pei Bu Xian's manuscript under the threat of unreasonable demands. She was to make him kiss her. The culmination of a month's effort was obliterated, sending him into the hospital in a fit of rage. Such egregious acts she had committed countless times before. She was unwilling, truly unwilling. But the moment she entertained even a flicker of defiance, the system inflicted upon her the excruciating agony akin to the late stages of a terminal illness. Furthermore, the mere thought of suicide would render her immobile, subjected to torment until she was utterly subdued. She indeed felt unworthy to face them, guilt washing over her as she met Pei Bu Xian's gaze. His fierce stare was obscured by his disheveled hair, his mental state precarious. Chu Chu perceived him as a radiant golden apple glistening in the sun, on the verge of decay. Yet this decay was a consequence of her entanglement with the system. Suddenly, Chu Chu felt a sense of resolve. Very well. Pei Bu Xian responded, perplexed. What? Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. If you kill me, I will vanish from this world entirely. And you will never see me again. I will no longer appear before you. Pei Bu Xian's eyes widened, tears spilling forth. Do you think this can threaten me? This is not a threat, Chu Chu stated calmly. I mean it, brother. If you wish for my death, you need not dirty your hands. I can leave this world on my own. I can atone for my sins, she added. The utility knife fell from Pei Bu Xian's grasp as he enveloped her in his arms. His strong hands cradled the back of her head, holding her tightly as if she were his very existence. Leaning against his shoulder, Chu Chu gradually steadied her breath. Do you not want me to die? Pei Bu Xian shook his head. His tears dripped onto her shoulder as he quietly sobbed. Letting you die would only be a favor to you. Chapter 26 marked an opportunity for her to rectify her mistakes. Chu Chu wearily closed her eyes, her mind fixated on a singular thought. She must not allow this madman to fall in love. Pei Bu Xian wept profusely, his voice trembling. I will not fall in love. What did you say? Chu Chu asked. Pei Bu Xian released her, his eyes reddened, the tip of his nose slightly flushed, resembling a pitiful fawn. He seemed to have something to say, but uttered nothing, despondently pushing her away. Leave now. I do not wish to see you. But you are not permitted to leave this home. He rose despondently, drew the curtains, and lay on the bed in a melancholic posture, resembling a soul awaiting death. Chu Chu observed him quietly for a moment before picking up 2 photographs from the floor and stepping into the corridor, comparing the images of herself and the West Highland Terrier. In the photograph, she was seated on the sofa, tilting her head and smiling at the camera. The West Highland Terrier mirrored her pose, gazing adorably at the lens. Was it Pei Bu Xian's intention to conceal her photograph, or was he simply too apathetic to remove the original? Chu Chu quietly pushed open Pei Bu Xian's door and stealthily took the picture frame resting on the cabinet by the entrance. She swiftly disassembled it, revealing once again 2 photographs, one of the West Highland Terrier with Pei Bu Xian and the other of herself with Pei Bu Xian. The angles of both images were identical, clearly indicating that the photograph of the West Highland Terrier had been deliberately placed to obscure hers. As she inadvertently flipped over the photograph, she noticed Pei Bu Xian's neat handwriting on the reverse side. Thus, I have pondered who stands to lose more between us. Is it you, losing our 7 wealthy brothers? Or I losing you? After much consideration, I feel that my loss is indeed greater. For I have lost the one who unhesitatingly rushed into the men's restroom, wielding a stick to protect me. Surprised, she picked up the other photograph of herself alone, only to find writing on its back as well. Chu Chu felt a sting in her nose, leaning against the wall as she covered her face and wept softly. Her mother's inheritance had been entirely seized by her so-called grandparents. The most ludicrous part was that her mother's parents had never loved her, while alive. Her mother had severed ties with them, forging her own path from scratch, even marrying a man willing to adopt her surname, a true orphan without parental ties. Thus, they all bore the surname Pei, following their mother's lineage. Despite her mother's tireless efforts to live independently and dissociate from her past, it did not prevent her brothers and parents from viciously claiming everything after her death, like ravenous dogs. The so-called severance of parental ties held no legal weight. She was excluded from this narrative, for she was an adopted daughter, and they wished to evade the responsibilities that came with that. It was only when her elder brother escalated matters that she was able to pursue her education alongside them at the International Academy. Although they carried an esteemed surname, her siblings faced relentless bullying at the hands of other members of the Pei family. Each day after school, when they gathered, they would witness new scars adorning each other's bodies or brown stains on their trousers from cruel pranks. Were it not for their bond as 8 siblings and their mutual support, she surely would have lost her sanity. During his adolescence, Pei Buxian was slender and delicate, resembling a girl, and often found himself cornered in restrooms, subjected to humiliation. His attempts at resistance proved futile. One day, upon hearing of this torment, she charged into the boys' restroom wielding a baseball bat. Ignoring the boys who were using the facilities, she leapt and struck the bully, seizing Pei Buxian's hand and leading him to safety.
That day,
Pei Buxian looked at her as if she were a divine being. Naturally, her actions incited the wrath of the bullies, and the following day, she found herself cornered in the storage room, assaulted by a group of boys who tore at her clothing and took photographs. In no time, her 7 brothers arrived simultaneously, witnessing her in tatters. Shortly thereafter, one by one, members of the Pei family began to meet with untimely fates. Within a year, the heirs to the Pei family's vast fortune dwindled to just the 8 siblings. From that moment onward, no one dared to bully them. She stood at the center, flanked solely by her brothers, with no adults in sight. Her brothers, feeling the weight of her loss of both parents, indulged and spoiled her, acquiescing to her every whim. Fearing they might not shower her with enough affection, she basked in happiness. 2 years later, she bound herself to a system, and under its control, she unwittingly dismantled their once solid bonds. The system asserted that each of them harbored a profound hatred toward her, a particular kind of hatred. She understood this sentiment all too well, as she too loathed herself for being ensnared by the system, growing increasingly accustomed to her shamelessness. Chu Chu gazed at the photograph of the West Highland White Terrier. Pei Che is right. This is the only opportunity to mend our relationship. Pei Buxian awoke with a start, his eyes wide open. What? He bolted from the room, scanning his surroundings, only to hear the roar of an engine outside. Panic set in. They had expressly stated she could not go out. How could she have left? Moreover, her hand was still injured. Pei Che hurriedly donned his clothes, racing to the underground garage to follow her. Meanwhile, Xia Xuechuan was in disarray, searching the vast house for her dog. Why is this house so large? It's infuriating. Why must all troublesome matters come to me? Suddenly, her phone rang. Annoyed, she answered, "Hello? Mom?" Xia Xuechuan, disinterested, muttered, "Just eat it, but a puppy?" She interjected eagerly. "Mom, do you have a picture of the puppy?" Her mother pondered. "I believe it's a small white dog, very clean and fluffy. Evidently from a good family, with lots of meat on its bones." Xia Xuechuan gasped, "Please have Aunt Zhao take a picture for me." Before long, the photo arrived. The once pristine West Highland White Terrier, after a brief romp outside, appeared disheveled and pitiful, sitting by the roadside with a cheap rope around its neck. Joy surged through her. "Mom, we absolutely cannot eat this dog. Please tell Aunt Zhao that this dog belongs to my employer, and I've lost it." Her mother, astonished, replied, "Oh, I'll tell Aunt Zhao right away, but she was already preparing to cook it. I'm not sure if she has done yet." Xia Xuechuan hung up and dashed out. Chu Chu sped by on her motorcycle, the engine roaring as she zoomed past the neighbor's house. Lu Tingxi and Lu Yuejue were at the entrance, directing movers. Lu Yuejue pointed at her retreating figure. "Dad, is that Chu Chu?" Lu Tingxi's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled Lu Yuejue into the car. "Yes, that motorcycle belongs to her. Let us follow her." Chapter 27. My confidence stems from my wealth, but the money is mine, not my brother's. Lu Yuejue was astonished. Watching Chu Chu ride off into the frigid air, how can she ride a motorcycle in such cold weather? Isn't she freezing? Internally, Chu Chu screamed, "I'm freezing to death." Pei Buxian would fall in love with Xia Xuechuan, but how did she manage to infiltrate his heart? Beyond her endearing foolishness and charming innocence, there was an incident that transpired between them. A sudden realization struck Chu Chu, the West Highland White Terrier. Xia Xuechuan lost the West Highland White Terrier. Yet she inadvertently assisted Pei Buxian in locating it. The address where the West Highland was found turned out to be a fruit supermarket. Chu Chu ignited the engine and resolutely drove towards the destination. Pei Buxian was on the verge of catching up, only to watch as she turned at the end of the road, compelling him to follow closely behind. Lu Tingxi drove behind, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It seemed this was shaping up to be quite a spectacle. Xia Shuechuan hailed a taxi and departed via an alternate route. The four groups of individuals were all heading towards the same destination. Inside the fruit supermarket, Aunt Zhao cradled the West Highland. Examining it closely, this little dog was indeed charming, its coat gleaming, though it was somewhat dirty. She received 2 messages from Xia Shuechuan's mother on her phone. Yet she remained oblivious. A curious customer inquired, "How much did you pay for this dog?" Aunt Zhao chuckled and shook her head. "I found it abandoned. No one wanted it, and seeing it pitiful, I decided to adopt it." The customer was astonished. "Oh, this dog is a West Highland. The cheapest ones start at over 1,000, while the expensive ones can cost several tens of thousands." Aunt Zhao was taken aback. "Really? This scruffy dog is so pricey?" The customer departed, leaving a remark, "Pets are all about lineage. If this dog has good bloodlines and looks, selling it for 5 figures would be no problem." Aunt Zhao hummed in response, scrutinizing the West Highland once more. The dog gazed back with its deep, dark eyes, exuding an adorable clumsiness. A frown crept onto her face. If it's that expensive, it would be a shame to feed it. Chu Chu burst in with fervor. "You want to eat?" Aunt Zhao jumped in surprise. "Who are you?" The West Highland, upon seeing Chu Chu, began to wag its tail furiously. Chu Chu advanced to snatch the dog, exclaiming, "This is my dog, give it back." Aunt Zhao stubbornly clutched the dog, retorting, "Who says it belongs to you?" "It's mine." Chu Chu laughed in disbelief. "Yours?" "This dog has a chip implanted. Its owner is Pei Buxian." "Who do you think you are?" "Are you Pei Buxian?" Xia Shuechuan rushed into the fruit store, anger spilling from her. "Why are you yelling at my aunt?" Chu Chu looked at her in surprise. "Xia Shuechuan?" Xia Shuechuan nodded, her astonishment evident. "How did you find this place?" Ignoring her, Chu Chu lunged for the dog again. "This is none of your business. Hand over the dog." Pei Buxian and Lu Tingxi parked their car by the roadside, spotting the commotion in the fruit store across the street. Pei Buxian's sharp gaze immediately caught sight of the fluffy white figure, the West Highland. He was elated, eager to stop and retrieve the dog. But the roadside offered no parking, compelling him to grit his teeth and search for a spot. In the vehicle, Lu Tingxi calmly instructed his son, "You go find Chu Chu, I'll handle parking." Lu Yuejue exited the car and dashed across the road into the fruit store. Chu Chu was still attempting to seize the dog. "I warn you, don't make me resort to violence. If it comes to that, you won't stand a chance against me." Aunt Zhao clung tightly to the dog. "Go ahead and hit me. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll drop to the ground and sue you for everything you own." Xia Shuechuan stepped in to protect Aunt Zhao. "Chu Chu, I'm aware of your standing at home. There's no need for you to put on a show in front of me." Chu Chu froze momentarily, narrowing her eyes. "What did you just say?" Xia Shuechuan stood tall, her face radiating a sense of righteous indignation. "I am aware that your family does not care for you, and that your brother only pretends to protect you. Thus, your fade before us is futile, for we harbor no fear of you." With utmost certainty, Xia Shuechuan declared, "You are merely a pampered young lady. Without your brother, you are nothing." In a swift motion, Chu Chu executed a shoulder throw, sending Xia Shuechuan sprawling to the ground at Lu Yuejue's feet. Lu Yuejue staggered back in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Impressive, Chu Chu." Ignoring the commotion, Chu Chu turned to Aunt Zhao, her tone grave. "Considering your advanced age, I shall extend you some courtesy. Hand over the dog." Aunt Zhao clutched the dog, shaking her head defiantly, fear etched on her face. "I must inform you. I have heart disease, hypertension, and high cholesterol. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Without hesitation, Chu Chu kicked her aside, retorting, "Your ailments are of no concern to me." Aunt Zhao fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Oh, my back." Chu Chu scooped up the dog, observing the 2 writhing figures on the ground. Just then, Pei Buxian entered, his eyes widening in shock at the scene before him. Lu Tingxi peeked in, and upon witnessing the chaos, chuckled, "How unfortunate." Chu Chu, crouched down with the dog, addressed the disheveled Xia Shuechuan and Aunt Zhao. "Listen closely. My confidence to act today stems from my wealth. I can afford the finest lawyers to defend me, rendering your attempts at extortion utterly futile. And that money does not belong to my brother." Turning her gaze to Xia Shuechuan, she enunciated clearly, "It is mine." Xia Shuechuan gasped in shock. Chu Chu smiled brightly. "So, will you contend with me using the debt of 760,000 you owe, or will you rely on your aunt, who is so desperate she would resort to eating a stray dog?" The atmosphere instantly chilled. Lu Yuejue crossed his arms, watching Chu Chu with keen interest. Lu Tingxi stood nearby, a smirk on his face as he turned to Pei Buxian. Are you really that stingy? With your wealth, you wouldn't even spare a dime for your sister? Pei Buxian glared at him defensively. Whether we choose to give her money is our prerogative. Lu Tingxi scoffed. How childish. You refuse to give your sister money out of spite? Even my son wouldn't stoop to such pettiness. Lu Yuejua nodded in agreement. If Chu Chu were my sister, I would never quibble with her over something as trivial as money. Pei Buxian's expression darkened. Please refrain from imposing your perspectives as her brother. You are not in our shoes. Lu Tingxi nonchalantly replied. Indeed, we are not you.
Yet.
Your sister is fighting for your dog. How does that make you feel? Pei Buxian's heart tightened as he observed Chu Chu's silhouette, his demeanor brooding and silent. Outside the fruit supermarket, a crowd had gathered, many wielding their phones to capture the unfolding drama. The chatter amongst them was rife with speculation. Are they arguing? It seems the shop owner has found a dog, refusing to return it to its owner, and is even contemplating a feast. How greedy can one be? Another remarked. This owner's character is questionable. I shall refrain from purchasing fruit here in the future, lest I attract bad luck. Indeed. To contemplate feasting on a lost dog as the first reaction, who knows what unscrupulous deeds they may engage in behind closed doors. I revel in arguments. Let the disputes commence. I shall take to Douyin at once. Chapter 28. Surviving perilous situations and unintentionally rescuing Lu Yuejua. Aunt Zhao, flustered, stumbled to her feet. Oh dear, they are recording. This cannot be captured on film, or my little shop will lose all its customers. Grasping Chu Chu's arm, she implored. You must help me clarify that I had no intention of consuming dog meat. How else can I maintain my business? Chu Chu dismissed her with a glance. Isn't what they say the truth? Your first instinct upon finding a dog is to slaughter it for meat. Aunt Zhao gasped, her tone becoming domineering. Whose fault is it that you couldn't keep your own dog under control? Is it not my prerogative to decide how to handle your dog? Aunt Zhao. Xia Xuechuan could no longer endure it and stood up. Chu Chu, how can you speak like that? Do you understand how difficult things are for Aunt Zhao? Chu Chu, cradling the dog, turned to leave. If you pen a memoir titled Aunt Zhao's Autobiography, send it to my email. I'll find time to see just how difficult it is. Xia Xuechuan? Aunt Zhao's face flushed crimson as she followed Chu Chu. So you won't help, will you? Chu Chu pushed through the crowd, ignoring her. Suddenly, Aunt Zhao snatched the dog from her arms and tossed it into the street. Then I shall crush this wretched dog. The West Highland White Terrier emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Chu Chu gasped in shock and dashed towards the dog. Lu Yuejua instinctively followed, doggy. Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian trailed closely behind, only to witness a white blur rush past them, followed by a deafening crash. Lu Tingxi's head felt as if it had exploded as he sprinted towards Lu Yuejua's son. Pei Buxian stood frozen by the roadside, his face pallid. Aunt Zhao shrieked upon witnessing the scene. This has nothing to do with me. Before the onlookers lay Chu Chu, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and Lu Yuejua contorted in a bizarre posture. The West Highland was crushed beneath the wheels of a vehicle, lifeless on the spot. Shattered pieces of the car lay scattered across the ground. Pei Buxian stumbled to Chu Chu's side. Her death was gruesome. Her face had turned entirely backward. Passers-by turned away in disgust. Yet, Pei Buxian showed no disdain. Kneeling on the ground, trembling as he held her, Chu Chu, in terror, sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. She had been struck and killed by a car. A system interface appeared before her. This time it is not merely your demise. You have inadvertently caused Lu Yuejua's death as well. Chu Chu paused. Realizing Lu Yuejua had been beside her, anger surged within her as she rose from the ground. I shall make Xia Xuechuan pay. That is unwise. The system replied calmly. Xia Xuechuan is the daughter of fate, and Ji Yanchuan the son. They are the aggressors, while you are the defender. Their lives are protected by destiny, and any attempt to harm them will be futile. Everything will unfold in an orderly fashion, even if the timeline or location is amiss. The events of the script shall transpire. You can only alter your situation at the most critical junctures, after all, in the lives of you and the other supporting characters. They remain the protagonists. Chu Chu's mind buzzed. So, I am destined to defend? The system responded leisurely. You can adopt a defensive stance as an offensive strategy. Is that not your forte? She was momentarily stunned, her body retreating rapidly, and in a daze, she found herself on the road. Her form still held the posture of running forward, but Lu Yuejua was a step ahead of her. Together, they dashed towards the West Heights. Without a moment to ponder, Qiao Chu Chu grasped Lu Yuejue first, deliberately preparing to evade the impending danger at West Heights. Bang! Qiao Chu Chu collapsed instantly. She jolted awake, drenched in sweat. A system message floated before her. Try again. In a daze once more, she returned to the road. Lu Yuejue remained a body length ahead. Lu Tingxi noticed an approaching vehicle and shouted, "Watch out for the car." Pei Buxian wasted no time and ran toward Qiao Chu Chu. "Chu Chu, the car is coming." In the blink of an eye, Qiao Chu Chu embraced Lu Yuejue tightly. Lu Yuejue. As she held him to evade the car, she kicked West Heights away, narrowly escaping the vehicle's path. West Heights. Ah. The white car screeched to a halt. Vehicles in the adjacent lane also came to a rapid stop. West Heights fell to the ground, whimpering. The world fell silent. Qiao Chu Chu and Lu Yuejue found themselves trapped between two cars, their bodies slick with cold sweat. The numbers in front of her ticked down from 9 to 8, then from 8 to 7. 7 lives. 7 chances. Goodness, did you see that? She just executed an extreme dodge. Indeed, when faced with peril, one can exhibit extraordinary skills. Her movements were fluid, her reflexes sharp, as if her brain functioned like a computer, executing actions seamlessly. Qiao Chu Chu trembled uncontrollably, looking at Lu Yuejue. "Are you alright?" Lu Yuejue, tightly held in her embrace, shook his head in a daze. "I'm fine." She was fiercely protective of him, much like a mother. Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian rushed to them. "Are you hurt?" Qiao Chu Chu, still shaken, shook her head. Qiao Chu Chu was still in shock. "I've been hit twice." Pei Buxian. Lu Tingxi. Lu Yuejue. Qiao Chu Chu looked at Lu Yuejue. "Not only did I die, but Lu Yuejue also perished. If it weren't for my 9 lives, both of us would have fallen victim to that old lady. Fortunately, I saved him. Thank goodness the one I cherish is unharmed because of me." Her calves trembled uncontrollably as she feigned calmness and squatted before Lu Yuejue. "Are you alright? You really scared me to death." She shook with fear but still checked Lu Yuejue's body. "You're not traumatized, are you?" Lu Yuejue's hair was in disarray, his youthful face etched with emotions beyond his years, his phoenix eyes locked onto her. "You saved my life."
Twice.
He had no time to dwell on whether Qiao Chu Chu had a chance at rebirth. He was certain that it was the determined Qiao Chu Chu who had persistently saved him twice, whom he longed to be close to. Lu Yuejue cupped her face, leaning in to place a tender kiss upon her lips. "Qiao Chu Chu." She was astonished, meeting Lu Yuejue's gaze. His cool, exquisite face softened, like moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her as he smiled slightly. "Thank you." Chapter 29. The character I pushed actually has feelings for me. Qiao Chu Chu's heart raced, staring blankly at Lu Yuejue. Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu felt someone grasp her hand. Turning her head, she met the gaze of Lu Tingxi, whose eyes sparkled with affection. His warm palm tightly held hers as he reverently leaned down to kiss the back of her hand. Lu Tingxi tightened his grip and smiled gently. "Thank you for saving my son's life." Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. "It wasn't that serious. It was the least I could do."
No.
Lu Tingxi replied with an understanding expression, his tone laden with significance. "I believe that in such critical moments, one instinctively protects oneself rather than saving an unrelated person. The distance and speed of the car just now were perilous. I thought we were going to crash." Qiao Chu Chu recalled her first failed attempt to save Lu Yuejue. Realizing that rescuing him had been a risk, a potential waste of time. Had she chosen to abandon Lu Yuejue, he certainly would not have perished. Yet, she had opted to run with him again, knowing that if she failed, she would lose another chance. It was hard for him not to feel grateful. "You are the hero of both my son and me." Qiao Chu Chu's cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Internally, she was screaming with joy. I made my move. I made my move. The elation of having earned the gratitude of 2 beloved individuals was overwhelming. This feeling is so blissful. The 3 who could hear her inner thoughts felt as if their minds were about to burst. Qiao Chu Chu bit her lip and stifled a laugh while mentally cheering. Lu Yuejue couldn't help but smile. He was puzzled by the term "made my move," but seeing her so joyous brought him delight. Lu Yuejue cupped Qiao Chu Chu's face, saying, "Let me give you another kiss." Qiao Chu Chu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He gently pressed his lips to her left cheek. Her face instantly flared with warmth, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Why?" Lu Yuejue chuckled softly, "Because you're just too adorable, sister." Qiao Chu Chu was speechless. This little charming boy knows how to flirt. Lu Yuejue raised an eyebrow. amused as he continued to gaze at her. Suddenly, another hand swept in, pulling Chu Chu behind. That's enough. She stumbled, colliding with Pei Buxian's broad shoulder. With a dark expression, Pei Buxian wordlessly pushed her into the car and cast a cold glance at Lu Tingshi and his son. Lu Tingshi remained where he stood, a playful smile on his lips. Mr. Pei, why the long face? Is our expression of gratitude displeasing to you? Lu Yuejue, hands in his pockets, wore a triumphant grin. You're not angry, are you, Brother Pei? The father and son duo clearly relished in provoking him. Pei Buxian glared at them, gripping the car door tightly. I'll settle this later. He turned to the driver's seat, roughly wiping Chu Chu's cheeks. She winced in pain. That hurts. What are you doing? Pei Buxian, with a scowl, wiped her face, exclaiming, Are you so delighted just because someone else kissed you? Chu Chu, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. He retrieved a pack of disinfecting wipes from his storage, pulled out a thick stack, and slapped it onto Chu Chu's face with a resounding sound, muttering under his breath. You are my sister, yet you find joy in the affections of others. Truly, you are insatiably greedy. Chu Chu, stunned by his actions, retorted, What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Pei Buxian, his eyes reddened, shouted at her, Aren't you my sister? If another brother shows you affection, shouldn't I be upset? Chapter 30. I have never been aggressive. I excel at retaliation. Chu Chu stood there, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she incredulously replied, What did you just shout? Pei Buxian's expression shifted, as he prepared to reprimand her. Yet Chu Chu, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. Are you insane? What gives you the right to criticize me? I am your sister, but I am not your possession. Pei Buxian was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, his mouth opening to counter her. But before he could speak, Chu Chu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his head. Shut up, I do not wish to hear your voice. Pei Buxian was left utterly flabbergasted. Chu Chu glared at him with disdain. Having not lived together for 7 years, I can no longer comprehend Pei Buxian. What gives him the authority to speak to me in such a manner? Is he jealous? Pei Buxian responded, Jealous? Certainly not. He would never feel such a sentiment. A knock sounded from outside the window. Lu Tingxi leaned closer to the car window, smiling warmly as he inquired, Is Miss Zhao all right? Your brother hasn't bullied you, has he? His bright smile only served to stoke the flames of tension. Pei Buxian exuded a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of a bakery, a delightful blend of sweetness and the softness of bread. Without a second thought, she punched Pei Buxian on the thigh. He winced in pain and exclaimed in anger, Chu Chu, have you lost your mind? Chu Chu, undeterred, shot back, I have indeed gone mad. Your words have offended me. Pei Buxian took a deep breath, his gaze equally threatening. I have offended you? And what about you? Chu Chu stood her ground defiantly. What of it? Pei Buxian's face darkened. A group of girls expressed their affection for me at my birthday party. And you chased them away with a water gun. And it was I who had to apologize on your behalf. Chu Chu replied, well, I apologize. The system forced me to do it. Pei Buxian's eyes narrowed sharply as he firmly grasped her shoulders, articulating each word with precision. This is not the first time you have monopolized your brother. Why should I not do the same? Pei Buxian's eyes dimmed, and he smiled faintly. Chu Chu, I have never sought to invade your space. Leaning closer, he continued, If you feel I have offended you, then it is merely retaliation for your actions. Chu Chu turned her gaze toward the window, feeling uneasy. Lu Tingxi remained outside, peering into the car. The privacy film obstructed his view. Yet he stood politely back, his gaze calm and flowing like water, quietly observing the glass as if everything were contained within his sight. Chu Chu felt a sense of discomfort and wished to push Pei Buxian away. I certainly do not wish to be seen like this. Pei Buxian chuckled, lowering the car window to confront Lu Tingxi. Upon discerning the posture of the two within the vehicle, Lu Tingxi narrowed his fox-like eyes and let out a cold laugh. Chu Chu felt akin to a small cat caught between two formidable wolves, her eyes darting in confusion. Pei Buxian's tousled golden hair obscured his round, glimmering eyes as he glared at Lu Tingxi with palpable hostility. Keep your distance from my sister. Lu Tingxi's dark pupils suddenly ignited with mischief, and he grinned even wider. Why? Pei Buxian clenched his jaw tightly. Because she is my sister. Lu Tingxi smirked, Yet you do not provide her with living expenses. I do now. Pei Buxian picked up his phone and transferred 2 million to Qiao Chu Chu. Qiao Chu Chu looked bewildered. Lu Tingxi glanced at the amount dismissively. What can this buy? A couple of bags. He shoved his phone into Qiao Chu Chu's hands. Input your card number. Qiao Chu Chu was left speechless. Chapter 31. It's merely 20 million, and she's already fainting. Upon seeing the amount displayed on Lu Tingxi's phone, Qiao Chu Chu's eyes nearly bulged out. 5 million. Lu Tingxi nodded with a smile. Consider it a reward for the trouble you took to save my son. Now, please input your card number, and I shall transfer it directly to you. Pei Buxian felt a tightening in his chest and, unwilling to be outdone, transferred another 4 million to Qiao Chu Chu. That made it 6 million. Qiao Chu Chu's mind was spinning. What on earth are these two doing? What kind of madness is this? Pei Buxian and Lu Tingxi simultaneously turned their gazes toward her, both thinking the same thought. She actually believed they were acting irrationally by transferring money to her? Then they would act even more irrationally, until she was overwhelmed with joy and had no time to critique their actions. Pei Buxian raised his chin proudly at Lu Tingxi. I possess Qiao Chu Chu's card number. I need not feign concern. Lu Tingxi laughed in disbelief. You think I am feigning? He snatched back his phone and entered another series of digits. 7 million. Qiao Chu Chu. Input your bank account number. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Pei Buxian raised his phone, preparing to transfer another 4 million. Qiao Chu Chu felt her blood pressure rising dramatically.
Stop.
Pei Buxian ignored her protests, boasting of his accomplishments. I shall transfer another 4 million right now. Lu Tingxi's eyes darkened as he seized the phone and dialed a number. Since Miss Qiao refuses to provide her card number, I will investigate your bank account. Qiao Chu Chu was astounded. I do not wish to tell you because I do not want you to transfer money to me. I do not need it. Lu Tingxi insisted, but I need to transfer it to you. I believe no one dislikes money, so do not claim you do not like it. Qiao Chu Chu was left utterly baffled. Moments later, Lu Tingxi smiled. Found it. I will transfer it to you now.
Pei Buxian need it.
I have already transferred 8 million. Lu Tingxi retorted. Then I shall transfer 9 million. Pei Buxian declared. Then I shall transfer 10 million. Lu Tingxi replied darkly. Then I will match that with 10 million as well. Bystanders outside were left in a stupor, mouths agape, wondering. Are they speaking of 10 million in real currency or some kind of game tokens? Surely, it must be tokens, right? However, they were driving luxury cars. It must be a form of goodwill, otherwise, how could they be transferring such vast sums? Xia Xuechuan stood at a distance, eavesdropping on the heated argument between the two parties, and strode over with an air of indignation. Hey. But Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian remained oblivious, continuing their dispute. Xia Xuechuan cast a glance at Lu Tingxi's transaction screen, her eyes widening in disbelief.
How astonishing.
They were bestowing such a large sum upon a girl like Qiao Chu Chu. She shot a resentful look at Qiao Chu Chu. You must be feeling quite proud now. You wealthy heiresses are never virtuous. Yet her voice was barely audible, drowned out by Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian's clamor. No one present could make out her words. Xia Xuechuan bit her lip in frustration, feeling slighted. Are you ignoring me? Still, no one paid her any heed. Lu Tingxi, brimming with pride, waved his phone at Qiao Chu Chu. Miss Qiao, my son's life is worth this amount. Thank you for your assistance. Qiao Chu Chu, bewildered, replied, but I don't need this much money. This feels rather odd. As if you were trying to curry favor with me. Lu Tingxi and Pei Buxian countered. No, you do need it. Qiao Chu Chu replied, puzzled. Huh? Lu Tingxi bent down, gently ruffling her hair. Besides, even if it is to win your affection, what of it? You are entirely worth it. Pei Buxian turned Qiao Chu Chu's face towards him. A man of 34 dares to compete with me? I shall simply offer Qiao Chu Chu 20 million. Lu Tingxi's expression darkened, a mix of anger and amusement. Fine. I shall give Miss Qiao 30 million. I'll give Qiao Chu Chu 40 million. I'll simply hand over 100 million. Qiao Chu Chu gasped, suddenly feeling faint, collapsing against the car. Lu Yuejue, standing nearby, remarked, Has she been overwhelmed by you too? Pei Buxian responded with a confused expression. What? Lu Tingxi echoed, Is she truly faint? The two men exchanged glances at Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Buxian gently patted her face. Hey. But Qiao Chu Chu showed no response. Pei Buxian rolled his eyes dramatically. Goodness, she faints at the slightest financial offer. When did she become so weak? Lu Tingxi straightened, coolly commenting, It's not that she is weak, but rather that you both seldom treat her with such kindness. She is overwhelmed with joy. Pei Buxian retorted through clenched teeth. I've said it before. We treat her exceptionally well. Lu Tingxi chuckled dismissively. Sure, the kind of well that involves withholding living expenses. Lu Yuejue rubbed his temples, head throbbing from the argument. You two adults should at least do something. Taking her to a hospital would be better than squabbling here. Pei Buxian huffed, rolling up the car window. Lu Tingxi, unwilling to concede, ushered his son into the car. Let us go. Get in. Xia Xuechuan stood behind them in astonishment. Where are you two going? The matter is still unresolved. Xia Xuechuan paused, glancing at Qiao Chu slumped in the passenger seat. She couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. Just moments ago, she was fiercely tossing her to the ground, and now she had fainted. Truly. She seemed terrified that others wouldn't care for her. Aunt Zhao, somewhat apprehensive, tugged at her sleeve. Xue, do you think they will retaliate against us? They all seem rather affluent. Xia Xuechuan comfortingly patted her shoulder. It's all right. Don't worry, Auntie. I will handle anything that arises. At the very least. She could plead for mercy, requesting that they refrain from bullying her aunt. However, this was contingent upon that Qiao Chu not inciting them. Xia Xuechuan ground her molars in frustration. Rarely did she harbor animosity towards anyone, yet Qiao Chu was the first girl she truly despised. A sense of exasperation washed over her, one that suggested this individual ought to meet her demise. She was resolute in confronting Qiao Chu's brothers. In the emergency room of the hospital, the doctor gazed at the unconscious Qiao Chu lying on the bed. So, you mean to say that the patient was conversing with you, and in the midst of it, she fainted? Pei Buxian furrowed his brow, responding, yes. It was merely a casual chat. Lu Tingshi maintained a stoic demeanor. After transferring her 20 million, she simply collapsed. The doctor nodded. Oh, 20 million? That's quite a considerable sum. Lu Tingshi frowned. 20 million. My brother and I collectively provided her with that amount. The doctor appeared flabbergasted. Why would you give her 20 million? Chapter 32. The meeting is cancelled. I shall bring Xia Xuechuan to trial. Pei Buxian explained because we were competing to see who could give her more money. Lu Tingshi added, and then she fainted. Lu Yuejue, observing from the side, remarked, how utterly pathetic. It's merely a small amount of money. The doctor fell silent, gradually coming to a realization. Now I understand how she fainted. The three exchanged puzzled glances. The doctor, with a grave expression, declared. She was overwhelmed by an avalanche of wealth. The three responded in unison. Huh? The doctor leaned closer to Qiao Chu. Someone is trying to seize your money. Qiao Chu bolted upright, exclaiming, what? Who dares to touch my money? The doctor shrugged. See? All is well. The trio was taken aback. Qiao Chu felt disoriented. Glancing around the room in confusion, Pei Buxian, Lu Tingshi, and Lu Yuejue towered over her. She was bewildered. Did I faint again? It was a recurrent issue. Should she defy the system's governance, she would face punishment and subsequently lose consciousness. Over time, her body had suffered greatly. And even in moments when the system did not penalize her, any surge of emotion could lead to her sudden collapse. Lu Yuejue shook his head in disdain. With such behavior, can you still call yourself the eighth miss of the Pei family? You are the most intellectually impoverished person I have ever encountered. Qiao Chu retorted. That is because your father keeps transferring money to me. Lu Yuejue rolled his eyes. What if I were to transfer 2 million to you as well? Qiao Chu exclaimed. You wouldn't dare. Lu Yuejue chuckled, provocatively taking a seat on her hospital bed. Oh, I truly would, dear sister. I've also learned to manage finances and have accrued a considerable fortune, perhaps even more than your little treasure trove. Qiao Chu thought to herself. Indeed. They are a pair of twisted individuals. I should never have held any fondness for this father-son duo. The father may present himself as a respectable individual in public, but this boy is truly a mischievous little rascal. Lu Yuejue raised an eyebrow, grinning with further provocation. Sister, you wouldn't be secretly cursing me in your heart, would you? Pei Buxian sensed a shift in the atmosphere, narrowing his eyes. Unaware of the undercurrents, Qiao Chu beamed, of course not. Lu Yuejue, with a devilish glint in his eyes, remarked with a meaningful tone, you needn't lie to me. Even if you do curse me in your heart, I still find you quite entertaining. Pei Buxian's suspicion deepened. Lu Tingxi quickly noticed the unusual expression in Pei Buxian's eyes and promptly pulled Lu Yuju aside. Be polite, son. Your sister just fainted and needs to recuperate. Lu Yuju reluctantly acquiesced. All right. Lu Tingxi offered a courteous smile to Qiao Chu. We shall take our leave now. The money we provided is a token of gratitude. You need not return it. Perhaps we can dine together sometime in the future. Chu Chu was taken aback, wishing to decline, but the father and son duo did not afford her a chance to speak, hastily departing. She watched their retreating figures, her thoughts drifting to her bank account balance. I never anticipated that merely coming to rescue the West Highlands would yield me 20 million. Am I unwittingly stumbling upon a script for a lavish life of fortune and favor? Ha ha ha. Chu Chu picked up her phone, opened her banking app, and gazed at her account balance. 520,000,000. She struggled to comprehend the figure. Turning to Pei Bu Xian, she asked, "Brother, how do you read this long string of numbers? Is it 35 billion 2 million or 35 billion and 2 million? Pei Bu Xian's mind flashed with a question mark. You spent money to attend a prestigious university abroad, and yet you haven't learned anything? Chu Chu protested. I have learned. Pei Bu Xian frowned. If you have, then why can't you read such a simple number? Chu Chu replied, because I haven't learned how. Pei Bu Xian pressed. Do you know why your name on your identity card is Chu Chu and not Chu Chu? Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of shame, because my birth mother hoped I would become outstanding. Pei Bu Xian shrugged. Do you consider yourself outstanding now? Chu Chu retorted. Why not? Even the lazy elite can be elite. Pei Bu Xian responded incredulously, but not being able to read that number will hinder your spending. Chu Chu countered. Not at all. Pei Bu Xian queried. Then why ask? Chu Chu replied defiantly, and why are you so angry? If you are unwilling to tell me, perhaps Lu Tingxi would be willing to share. Pei Bu Xian's head buzzed with frustration, and he roared like a beast. You must not seek him out. He is just an outsider. Why must you be so familiar with him? Chu Chu shot back. What does my closeness to others have to do with you? She felt indignant. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Pei Bu Xian is not far from a mental breakdown. Pei Bu Xian opened his mouth to retort, but then realized he had lost his composure. It was rare for him to be angry, but today was an exception due to the loss of his dog. He took a moment to regain his calm. Chu Chu had nearly died. No, she had died twice. She even had a chance for rebirth. This was something she needed to share with her brothers, as well as with Lu Tingxi and his son. He believed they could hear her thoughts, but he needed to test that theory. Feeling dispirited, Chu Chu was startled when Pei Bu Xian called her name.
Chu Chu.
She looked up in confusion, only to receive a gentle flick on her forehead. Pei Bu Xian resumed his lethargic demeanor, calmly advising her, you should truly understand what your brothers are like. Chu Chu was left utterly perplexed. Why should I bother to understand you? I'm not exactly idle. Pei Bu Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you truly that busy? Chu Chu rolled her eyes. Busy, of course. Busy daydreaming, busy being baffled by you, busy feeling that something's amiss with you, and busy figuring out how to send you to a psychiatric hospital without any discomfort. Pei Bu Xian was taken aback. He suddenly realized that it was indeed a great pity that he had not heard Chu Chu's true feelings over the past decade. He was particularly curious about her mindset when she undertook her tasks. At that moment, Pei Bu Xian's phone rang. He answered, Big Brother. On the other end, Pei Yuan inquired. How did it go with Xia Xuechuan today? Pei Bu Xian understood the implication of his question. I'm fine, but I'm currently at the hospital. You were injured? Pei Bu Xian clarified. No, it's Chu Chu who got hurt. She nearly got hit by a car. After a brief silence, Pei Yuan probed. Did you push her? Pei Bu Xian replied indignantly. Of course not. It was Xia Xuechuan's fault. Perplexed, he asked why. Chapter 33. The 7 Young Masters I Nurture, and Their 8th Sister. Pei Bu Xian hung up the phone, utterly bewildered, just as a new message popped up.
Pei Ke, busy.
Pei Fengrong. I'm in a meeting. What's so urgent? Has Pei Bu Xian fallen for Xia Xuechuan? Pei Ci. Which psychiatric hospital should I send flowers to? I can have my assistant deliver them, as a gesture of sympathy. Pei Mu. Same here. Pei Bu Xian exclaimed, How much do you all want me to fall for Xia Xuechuan? Pei Yuchuan chimed in. Oh, Pei Bu Xian, you're still in the group chat? Since you've already fallen for Xia Xuechuan, you should have been kicked out. Sorry about that. System notification. Pei Yuchuan has kicked you from the group chat. Pei Bu Xian? System notification. Pei Yuan has added you back to the group chat. Pei Bu Xian protested. This has nothing to do with me. Stop making wild assumptions. Pei Yuan responded, Chu Chu nearly got hit by a car. She's in the hospital and has just regained consciousness. Can we count on you to be there? A minute of silence enveloped the group. Pei Bu Xian questioned, Aren't you all busy? The 5 others replied, Only busy concerning you. Pei Buxian felt an inexplicable surge of frustration within him. He turned irritably, glancing back to see if Qiao Chu was following. She, lost in thought, accidentally bumped into his chest and looked up in confusion. Pei Buxian remained silent, observing her for a moment before turning away. Qiao Chu, adorned with a warm scarf, felt pleasantly surprised. Is the sun rising in the west today? Pei Buxian actually cares about keeping me warm? The last time I fainted in front of him, he was utterly indifferent. Pei Buxian halted abruptly. Hurry up and catch up. His brow furrowed in impatience as he watched Qiao Chu, resembling a dumpling in her scarf, playfully dash towards him, beaming without a care. A glimmer sparked in his eyes, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he continued purposefully towards the parking lot. The girl beside him, waiting for her test results, was engrossed in a novel on her phone, her tones so soft it seemed to melt away. Every time I read the stories by that renowned author, I feel he infuses a profound affection into his female protagonists. Another boy nodded in agreement. He surely has a girl named Qiao Chu by his side. Every heroine in his books is Qiao Chu. The girl was taken aback. Every single book? The boy affirmed. Indeed, a procession of male leads, but a steadfast Qiao Chu. She is a goddess in the hearts of many readers. Zhang Shua had not seen Qiao Chu for a long time and found that she had not aged a bit. She had a mane of voluminous, wavy hair, a rich chestnut hue that cascaded down to her waist, always in delightful disarray. Adorning her ears was a pencil sharpened to a needle-like point, yet such an ensemble never struck one as untidy. Rather, it instilled in Zhang Shua a peculiar thought. If the Little Mermaid were to have legs, she would undoubtedly resemble someone like Qiao Chu. However, this Little Mermaid excelled not in singing, but in painting and fighting. He placed the West Highland Terrier on the ground and, after much hesitation, made his way to the kitchen. The kitchen steward, Xiao Xia, was taken aback upon seeing him. Mr. Pei Chi? Pei Buxian remained silent, washed his hands, and began to bake a cake. Qiao Chu, stationed on the second floor, caught a whiff of an indescribable sweetness. She bounded down the stairs. Is someone in the kitchen making desserts? Just as Xiao Xia was about to respond, Pei Buxian rapidly shut the kitchen door, even locking it. Do not divulge what I am doing, he threatened Xiao Xia fiercely. Did you hear that? Xiao Xia was startled, sensing something was amiss, yet she nervously nodded. Qiao Chu approached the kitchen door and attempted to pull it open, but it did not budge. The unmistakable scent of cake wafted from within. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, is someone cooking in there? Pei Buxian's expression tightened. Xiao Xia, perceptive as ever, typed on her phone. Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. She approached the kitchen door. I'm sorry, Miss Qiao, but I'm currently baking cookies. May I bring them to your room with tea later? Disappointed, Qiao Chu turned away. No need, I don't particularly like cookies. Please consider making strawberry cake next time. I've been craving it. Pei Buxian froze for a moment, glancing at the green grapes he had prepared to serve. He swiftly tossed the grapes into the trash. Xiao Xia exclaimed. The grapes are innocent. Pei Buxian pondered briefly before retrieving them. I forgot. Xiao Xia sighed. You can give them to Pei Yuchuan. He is not sharp enough to appreciate them. Xiao Xia thought. Why on earth would a young master, who can't even manage this, be in the kitchen? Is he attempting to concoct a nuclear bomb? She watched as Pei Buxian pulled out strawberries, her anxiety prompting her to step forward. Let me wash them. She genuinely feared he might discard the strawberries as well. Pei Buxian replied coldly, I can manage it myself. Xiao Xia was taken aback. Pei Buxian meticulously washed and sliced the strawberries, displaying a deftness in cake making. Xiao Xia stood by, watching in a daze. She awkwardly turned away, pulling out her phone to prepare a post for Xia Hongshu. She is a small internet celebrity. Her profile reads, a kitchen girl working for 7 handsome young masters. Occasionally, she shares little anecdotes about the Pei family as 7 brothers, anonymously recounting their eccentricities. Although many doubt the authenticity of her stories, the novelty and intrigue of her content have garnered significant attention, leaving a multitude of followers eagerly awaiting her updates. Family who understands. The 7th young master has always been languid and reticent, yet he suddenly barged into the kitchen without a word and began baking a cake. When the 8th young lady caught a whiff and inquired, the 7th young master anxiously closed the kitchen door, wishing to keep it a secret from her. After the 8th young lady arrived, I lied and said I was baking cookies to cover for the 7th young master. She left with a look of disappointment, advising me to make a strawberry cake when I had the chance. Originally, the young master intended to bake a green grape cake, but upon hearing her words, He tossed the green grapes into the trash. After my discreet reminder, the 7th young master retrieved the grapes, saying he would give them to the 3rd young master. Accompanying the text is an image of large, plump green grapes sitting solitary in a basket. Chapter 34. Miss Xia Xuechuan's Great Authority. Soon, comments began to flood in beneath the post. What? My Cloud Ray's 7th young master can actually bake a cake? And for the 8th young lady. I never expected this 8th young lady to make such a striking entrance, compelling my introverted 7th son to bake a cake for her. How vexing. Where did my 3rd son, the athletic young master, falter? He is supposed to receive those green grapes. Blogger, I warn you, do not let my 3rd son have those grapes. They belong to me. Has the blogger forgotten her initial premise? She claimed the 7 young masters had a poor relationship with the 8th young lady, so how could the aloof, dog-loving 7th young master possibly bake a cake for her? It's too implausible, and can he really be expected to bake with his wealth? My 7th son, who barely opens his mouth to drink water, actually washed strawberries by hand. I am in disbelief. Is the 8th young lady beautiful? Is she beautiful? Is she beautiful? Meanwhile, Pei Buxian, oblivious in the same room, diligently continues his cake-making. He generously layers it with diced strawberries, and as he decorates, he subconsciously writes, "You've worked hard." However, these 4 words are swiftly erased as he replaces them with strawberries on the tray, labeling it for Xiao Xia. Pei Buxian hands a cake to her. Give this to Qiao Chu Chu. Xiao Xia eagerly accepts it, unable to hide her joy.
See.
I told you it was for the 8th young lady, yet a group of netizens still argued with me. She flatteringly adds, Miss Qiao will surely be delighted to see this. Pei Buxian, however, maintains a stern demeanor. Do not mention that I made it. Claim it as your own. Xiao Xia is taken aback. Why? Pei Buxian, hands in his pockets, his expression icy, because I do not wish for her to know this cake was sent by me. Xiao Xia struggles to comprehend, but this is a cake you personally baked. Wouldn't it be a pity for the young lady to remain unaware? Pei Buxian's expression darkens, losing his patience. I said to give it to her, and you'll give it to her. You must not mention that this cake is from me. Do you understand? Xiao Xia was startled, her body trembling slightly as she awkwardly replied, I heard. Staring in astonishment at Pei Buxian as he walked away, she wondered, could this be an act of poisoning? She posted online, what should I do, dear friends? The young master has prepared the cake, but he asked me to deliver it to the 8th miss and threatened me not to breathe a word. Am I going to end up in prison? Haha, I knew my son wouldn't disappoint me. Did he perhaps add mustard inside? Is that supposed to be funny? The 7th young master wouldn't actually want to harm the 8th miss, would he? There can't possibly be poison in there, right? What happens if I don't deliver it? If I don't, this job will surely be gone. The blogger said she earns $30,000 a month. If I were in her position, I would deliver it and deal with any consequences later. How perplexing. Stay tuned for updates. Nervously, Xiao Xia carried the cake and tea towards Qiao Chu Chu, while Pei Buxian secretly observed from a corner. Setting the tray on the coffee table, Xiao Xia said, Miss Qiao. Qiao Chu Chu, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Xiao Xia, her body tense, presented the tray before her. You worked hard saving Mr. Pei today, so this is a cake for you. Qiao Chu Chu was surprised and delighted. Wow, what a beautiful strawberry cake. But weren't you baking cookies earlier? Did you buy this? Xiao Xia's expression darkened. Before you were poisoned or threatened with a knife, this was made by me. Qiao Chu Chu responded with confusion. Xiao Xia, awkwardly forcing a smile, suggested, why not cut it open and taste it? Qiao Chu Chu thought to herself that after discussing poison and threats, who would dare to eat it? And why mention such things? It was quite strange. Nonetheless, she picked up a knife, cut into the cake, and took a bite. Xiao Xia's heart raced. Pei Buxian, hiding in the corner with his dog, watched as Qiao Chu Chu tasted the cake. As she savored it, her eyes lit up as she gazed at Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia's face turned pale. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Qiao Chu Chu replied, shaking her head with a smile, her tone assured, this cake is not made by you. Pei Buxian was taken aback. Xiao Xia stammered. Why do you say that? Qiao Chu Chu lifted the plate, smiling knowingly, because this is Pei Buxian's craftsmanship. Xiao Xia gasped in disbelief. How do you know? Qiao Chu Chu, spearing a strawberry with her fork, grinned triumphantly. I just know. Because every year on my birthday, Pei Buxian personally baked me a cake. So no matter how the cake changes, I can always discern its texture and the quality of the jam with a single bite. Moreover, whenever I felt wronged, He would always bake a cake for me. This flavor of cake, unique to Pei Buxian, is something I will never forget, no matter how time passes. With a smile, Chu Chu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Pei Buxian. Pei Buxian, clutching his dog, quickly hid. Pressing himself against the wall, his ears flushed pink, his chest heaving with excitement. Overwhelmed with joy, his hands trembled as he held the dog. He could not comprehend why he felt so elated. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted in an ecstatic grin. As Chu Chu savored her cake, she admired the exquisite strawberry delicacy. This fellow, too shy to express gratitude. She mused, a smirk forming on her lips. Pei Buxian pressed his lips together, his handsome face flushed. Suddenly, the sound of thunderous footsteps echoed from the living room. Xia Xuechuan rushed towards Chu Chu, exclaiming, "Miss Qiao." Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xuechuan seized the strawberry cake from the table and smeared it across Chu Chu's face. Chu Chu. Xia Xuechuan. Pei Buxian. Frustration surged within Xia Xuechuan as she rolled up her sleeves, boldly declaring, "Does being wealthy make you superior? Can you bully us poor folks just because you have money?" Chu Chu remained silent, as cream had invaded her nostrils. Another male voice emanated calmly, "Miss Xia Xuechuan." Xia Xuechuan paused, turning towards the source of the voice. Pei Yuan and 5 other brothers of the Pei family loomed above her, their presence as oppressive as storm clouds, rendering the air thick and suffocating. Pei Yuan's smile was menacing. "What a commanding presence you have." Xia Xuechuan stared in shock, her eyes wide. Aren't they supposed to be at work? Chapter 35. I am Chu Chu, the deity of ancient Greece who governs the grand affairs. The Pei family's living room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Standing at the entrance was Pei Yuan, his brows furrowed in palpable fury. Xia Xuechuan, her fingers still smeared with strawberry cream and her hair disheveled from her hurried arrival, appeared both disheveled and embarrassed, stammering, "It was Miss Qiao who was unreasonable first, Mr. Pei, it's not my fault." Pei Yuan's cold laugh echoed. Was it not her fault to bully his sister in his presence? He stepped forward, and in an unexpected burst of energy, Chu Chu lunged at Xia Xuechuan like a monkey, grabbing the fallen cake. She slapped it onto Xia Xuechuan's face with a satisfying splat. Pei Yuan. Pei Buxian. Others. In a flurry, Chu Chu pinned Xia Xuechuan to the ground, shouting, "Surprised, aren't you? I am the goddess of grand affairs in ancient Greece." She shoved the cake into Xia Xuechuan's mouth. Unable to scream, Xia Xuechuan attempted to pin Chu Chu down, pleading, "Let go of me." Chu Chu retaliated with several slaps. "Nonsense. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, it's because you're clenching too tightly." The 7 brothers? Xia Xuechuan? At that moment, Lin Qing arrived at the Pei family's doorstep, holding a bouquet of vibrant lilies of the valley. With a radiant smile, she introduced, "Brother, trust me. Chu Chu is an absolutely delightful girl. You will undoubtedly like her." Having admired Chu Chu for 4 whole years, he was well aware of her charm. Yet her cuteness was merely one of her many endearing qualities. Lin Qing pressed the doorbell and continued enthusiastically, "This lovely girl has a good temperament, is kind-hearted, and most importantly, she is incredibly amusing. You must be gentle. Don't frighten her." Before long, a servant opened the door, exclaiming in surprise, "Miss Lin Qing?" Lin Qing nodded. "I am here to see Chu Chu. Is the 8th missin'?" The servant smiled wryly, evidently hesitant. "She is, but..." Without waiting for the servant to finish, Lin Qing brushed past her. "That's all right. She is here. This is my brother. We have come specifically to visit Miss Qiao." Lin Shun wore a stern expression as he followed closely behind. Although 3 years had passed since their last meeting, based on Lin Qing's description, Chu Chu should have remained unchanged, still possessing that sweet smile. The two walked side by side toward the living room when suddenly an ear-piercing scream pierced the air. "Where do you think you're running to?" Lin Shun furrowed his brows, startled to see a flustered girl with a ponytail rushing into his arms. Her tear-filled eyes held a desperate plea as they swept past Lin Qing and landed on him. "Sir, please save me." Lin Shun's brows knitted tighter in distaste as he stepped back. Why was his sister's friend seeking his help? Yet, it was clear that the girl disregarded her female companion, opening her arms to embrace him. Just as she made contact, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a swift kick that sent the girl flying. In shock, Lin Shun followed the movement of the figure blocking him. A girl with long, reddish-brown hair, slightly smeared with cream, wore a comfortable hoodie. Before he could discern more, The red-haired girl executed a dramatic move, pinning the ponytailed girl to the ground. Crow flies a plane. Xia Xuechuan wailed, ouch. Chu Chu seized her hair and swung, commanding, shut up. Xia Xuechuan gasped, her lips pursed in a pitiful pout, her tearful eyes glaring defiantly at Chu Chu. Though silent, her eyes brimmed with indignation. Chu Chu pressed her down as if she were a pig awaiting slaughter, brazenly taunting, get up already. Why can't you? Xia Xuechuan's tears streamed down her cheeks. You bully me just because you're wealthy. Chu Chu sneered, that's not bullying. From her waistband, she produced a miniature frying pan seemingly from nowhere. This is what bullying looks like. Xia Xuechuan's eyes widened in disbelief. With a resounding smack, Chu Chu struck her on the head. Xia Xuechuan fainted on the spot. Rising to her feet, Chu Chu flicked her hair and coolly blew on the frying pan. Phew. She tucked the pan into her waistband and turned, only to be met by several astonished faces. The dazed Pei Yuan brothers, the bewildered Pei Buxian, the astonished Xiao Xia, and, of course, Lin Qing, who held flowers, all looked on in shock, as did the incredulous Lin Shen. Lin Shen? Chapter 36. First Love Lin Shen. Chu Chu. Her vision blurred by cream, rubbed her eyes but only made it worse, struggling to see clearly. A handkerchief was offered to her. Here, wipe your eyes. Taken aback, Chu Chu, through her blurred vision, vaguely perceived Lin Shen's concerned gaze. Am I hallucinating? Is that really Lin Shen? The Pei brothers exchanged puzzled glances toward Lin Shen, while Lin Qing also regarded him in surprise. Lin Shen shook his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Although Chu Chu remained silent, he could hear her voice. Finally, as Chu Chu cleared her eyes, she inadvertently locked eyes with Lin Shen's enigmatic gaze. Startled, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and landing unceremoniously in Xia Xuechuan's lap. Xia Xuechuan let out a pained scream and fainted again. Chu Chu was utterly incredulous. When I look my best, I can't see a single familiar face. But now, covered in cream and without makeup, I unexpectedly encounter my first love. Lin Shen was taken aback. Others were equally astonished. First love. Lin Qing was the most surprised, fiercely nudging Lin Shen. What on earth is happening with you? Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, she realized that she had just heard Chu Chu's innermost feelings, and the conversation abruptly halted. Lin Shen felt an inexplicable unease, faintly sensing something amiss. It seemed he could hear Chu Chu's thoughts, and his sister appeared to be able to as well. He cast a glance at the Pei brothers. Pei Yuan and Pei Buxian gazed at him with depths akin to a dark abyss, their expressions ominous. Oblivious to the tension, Chu Chu awkwardly lowered her head and said, I'm going to wash my face. With remarkable strength, she hoisted Xia Xuechuan as if carrying half a pig, striding confidently away. Lin Shen fixated on her retreating figure, only to have his line of sight abruptly obstructed by Pei Buxian. Cradling a dog. Pei Buxian's pallid face twisted into a sinister smile. Lin Shen, you can hear that voice, can't you? The atmosphere thickened with gravity. Aunt Wang and Xiao Xia, who had been present, had vanished at some point, leaving only a few familiar faces in the living room. Lin Shen, perplexed, asked, What voice? Pei Buxian bluntly stated, You are actually the first love of our 8th miss of the Pei family. He scrutinized Lin Shen with a critical eye. Has Chu Chu lost her senses? How could she possibly find you appealing? Lin Shen. Lin Qing gasped, stepping forward in defense. What are you on about, Pei Lao Qi? My brother is kind, affluent, and handsome. It is not at all unreasonable for Chu Chu to fall for such an elder brother. She turned to Lin Shen. I support your relationship. From now on, Chu Chu will be my sister-in-law. Pei Buxian's face turned pale. No way. Lin Qing retorted fiercely. What do you mean no way? You all are so protective of your sister. Dragging her down with you is utterly excessive. The more Lin Shen listened, the more bewildered he became. What exactly are you talking about? Lin Qing explained. We are discussing the matter of hearing thoughts. Specifically the voice of Chu Chu resonating in your mind. Lin Shen could hardly believe his ears. Can you all really hear it? Lin Qing nodded. Of course we can. But only a select few can. We suspect that those who can hear Chu Chu's thoughts are all individuals with unfortunate fates. She pointed to herself. My fate was to spend several years in prison, eventually succumbing to a mental breakdown and taking my own life. Lin Qing then gestured towards the Pei family members. All 7 of them went bankrupt and met tragic ends on the streets. Pei Yuan calmly interjected. Since you can also hear Chu Chu's thoughts, allow me to elucidate the current situation. As you are Lin Qing's brother, and will henceforth be collaborating with us. Lin Shen stood frozen in shock, observing the serious expressions of each individual before him, which did not suggest jest. He nodded gravely. Understood. Chapter 37. I no longer like you. Hearing the sound, Lin Shen looked up, locking eyes with her. Her heart raced, and she feigned composure as she descended the stairs. Calm down, Chu Chu. Although this is your first love, you have not voiced your feelings. He remains unaware of your affection, so it is all right. You can confidently approach him and greet him. He won't discern anything amiss, and that is perfectly fine. In the depths of the forest, Lin Shen's eyes sparkled faintly, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he involuntarily rose and approached Chu Chu. Pei Buxian narrowed his eyes, the dark circles beneath them accentuating his fierce demeanor, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, if someone were a dog, their tail would be wagging by now. Lin Shen chose to ignore him, clutching the flowers and feeling his heart race uncontrollably. 3 years prior, he had departed from Chu Chu after witnessing her affection for his older brother. Just moments ago, he learned that Chu Chu had been compelled by the system to undertake her tasks. Now, he was privy to her true feelings. They indeed held affection for one another. He stepped closer to her, his eyes shimmering with fragmented starlight. It's good to see you again, Chu Chu. Upon closer inspection, Chu Chu realized that Lin Shen bore a striking resemblance to Lin Qing. Lin Qing's features were sharper, his beauty vividly striking, whereas Lin Shen's were softer and more profound, illuminated by the light in a manner reminiscent of a classical Western oil painting. He had not changed. He remained as he was in her memories of the senior. Suddenly, the tension within Chu Chu dissipated, and she accepted the bouquet with a smile. Thank you. Although I was quite nervous earlier, when it came to the moment of confrontation, I found myself surprisingly at ease. After all, he is someone I once liked, and looking at him now, I feel no lingering affection. At her words, Lin Shen's smile faltered instantly. Pei Buxian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he burst into laughter. The atmosphere shifted to an oddly charged state. Chu Chu, perplexed, asked, Why are you laughing all of a sudden, seventh brother? It wasn't just Pei Buxian laughing. Her other brothers' faces flushed as they stifled their amusement. Yet, Pei Buxian, the most delighted, sat cross-legged on the sofa with his dog, chuckling meaningfully. I just thought of something amusing. Chu Chu, confused, turned to Lin Shen. Please take a seat. Senior Lin Shen. He awkwardly joined her, casting a bewildered glance in her direction. Lin Qing, noticing his brother's unusual demeanor, turned to Chu Chu and asked, I didn't realize you knew my brother. Why haven't you mentioned it? Holding the flowers, Chu Chu felt a twinge of embarrassment. I didn't know he was Lin Qing's elder brother when I first met him. We encountered each other at an art exhibition, where Senior Lin Shen helped me immensely. My handling of light in painting was always lacking, but after he taught me, my technique improved significantly. I consider myself a small apprentice of his. After all, back then, I had little interest in minor characters, aside from the frequently appearing protagonists and their supporting cast. I hardly remembered the names of other minor characters. Pei Buxian exclaimed. Pfft. Chu Chu, puzzled, looked towards him. What are you laughing at now? Lin Qing, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, added, It's nothing. Just ignore him. Your seventh brother seems to have exchanged his mouth for his rear end, and is now talking nonsense. Pei Buxian questioned. Huh? Lin Qing continued with a suggestive tone. It seems you two have known each other for quite some time. Are you two? No, Chu Chu quickly denied. My relationship with Senior Lin Shen is merely that of a junior to a senior. There is nothing more. She stole a glance at Lin Shen before diverting her gaze elsewhere. My beloved idol reciprocates my feelings, which is a delightful occurrence, yet he witnessed me undertaking a task. After viewing it, he departed for abroad the following day, and the fact that he did not blacklist me must be considered a courtesy. Lin Qing paused momentarily, contemplating, and then exclaimed with excitement, By the way, my brother is still single. Why not give it a try? Chu Chu was taken aback. What? Lin Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, You have no idea about my brother. He has always been rather oblivious, solely interested in painting. Both boys and girls have pursued him, yet he remains unmoved. However, I believe you two are quite compatible. Right, brother? Chu Chu froze, anxiously glancing at Lin Shen. She thought to herself, Oh no. He mustn't be considering my feelings for my brother again. I cannot allow him to dwell on that. It would be utterly embarrassing. She waved her hand dismissively. No. Senior Lin Shen is so handsome. He can find any kind of girlfriend he desires. I currently have no interest in romance. She awkwardly rubbed her knees to conceal her flustered demeanor. After all, I have been thoroughly hurt. The moment Lin Shen witnessed that, I had no chance to explain and was forcibly taken to the hospital by the system. In truth, I have longed to clarify everything to Lin Shen, whether through handwritten notes, typed messages, or subtle hints. I desperately want to convey my genuine affection for him. The expressions of those present gradually grew solemn. Is life, governed by a system, truly so agonizing? Pei Yuan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He had no idea that Chu Chu had endured such torment. He vividly remembered even going so far as to have someone secretly watch over her, fearing she might encounter real danger. Yet, he had never anticipated the extent of her hidden suffering. The more Chu Chu contemplated, the more disoriented she became. Not only have I ruined my brother's life, but I have also destroyed my own. It took me an entire year to forget Lin Shen. I have completely erased the initial thrill. Yet the pain remains etched in my memory. I desire nothing but to safeguard myself. Suddenly, Lin Shen sprang up from the sofa. Chu Chu. Chu Chu replied. What? Lin Shen furrowed his brow. Actually, I have always. Chu Chu. Qi Xiaojia stormed towards Chu Chu with fury. You actually knocked out my sister. I will report you to the authorities. Lin Shen's expression darkened. Lin Qing and the Pei brothers cast sharp, synchronized glares at Qi Xiaojia. Who did she intend to apprehend? Chapter 38. Chu Chu. I truly do not care that I am academically challenged. Please do not involve me in this competitive madness. Qi Xiaojia stood before Chu Chu, trembling uncontrollably. She had mustered the courage to confront her, having just seen Xia Xuechuan lying in the lounge, her head swollen to an alarming size. Shivering, Qi Xiaojia approached. You show no respect towards us. Pei Yuan coldly interjected. Xia Xuechuan initiated this by smearing cake on Chu Chu's face first. Are you claiming my sister lacks respect? Qi Xiaojia was left speechless, retorting. But Chu Chu should not have knocked her out. What if something terrible happens to her? Pei Buxian retorted sharply. Is it truly safe for my sister to be smeared with cake batter by Xia Xuechuan? What if she were to choke? What if she's suffocated to death? Qi Xiaojia was momentarily speechless, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears, her voice tinged with a sob. Regardless of what you say, it all sounds so reasonable. You are simply leveraging your wealth to bully others. Just as Chu Chu was about to speak, Lin Shen interjected coldly. If we were truly inclined to bully others, could you stand before us and speak so freely? Qi Xiaojia was taken aback. Lin Qing, standing nearby, smiled with an air of aggression. My brother speaks the truth. Our Lin family is not to be trifled with. Would you care to test that? Qi Xiaojia's face turned pale with fear as she took a few steps back, glancing at Chu Chu, who sat encircled by her protective siblings. She needed not utter a word. Her serene presence alone quietly secured her victory in this conflict. The more Qi Xiaojia pondered, the more unsettled she felt. Chu Chu. Do you intend to remain sheltered by those around you, avoiding a confrontation like an adult? Chu Chu replied, Not at all. Qi Xiaojia was taken aback. Chu Chu continued earnestly. Everyone is assisting me, so why should I waste my breath on you? Qi Xiaojia was momentarily stunned, her anger leading her to speak indiscriminately. I heard from Aunt Wang that you got into prestigious universities abroad thanks to your brother's donations. Clearly, you are unlike hardworking individuals like me and Xuechuan. You are merely a parasite, living off your family's generosity. Everyone was momentarily shocked. Aunt Wang, who had rushed over in a frenzy, faltered at this remark and collapsed onto the ground. Qi Xiaojia had audaciously repeated the disparaging words she had spoken about Chu Chu. She had explicitly warned them not to speak out of turn. Chu Chu averted her gaze, catching sight of Aunt Wang, who was clutching her chest, and couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Xiaojia, discussing your employer's private life without permission will lead to your dismissal. Qi Xiaojia defiantly raised her chin. So what if we get fired? There are plenty of jobs and good employers out there. We won't miss you. Chu Chu smirked sarcastically. It seems you misunderstand my intention. What I mean is, I will dismiss you and simultaneously, I will ensure my family utilizes all their connections to inform others of your foolish actions. Pausing for effect, she continued. This implies that every family and large corporation wishing to employ Aunt Wang and you three will be made aware of your history of leaking your employer's private secrets, which could cause Aunt Wang's monthly salary to plummet from 50,000 to just a few thousand.
What?
Qi Xiaojia exclaimed. Aunt Wang's expression changed drastically, and she hurried to Chu Chu, crying out, "Eighth Miss, I am truly sorry. Please, do not dismiss me. I have a whole family to support. I realize my mistake. I shall never speak out of turn again." Pei Yuan interjected, "It is too late." Aunt Wang's breath caught as she shifted her gaze to Pei Yuan, who looked at her disdainfully, as if she were refuse. To use your employer's private life as fodder for conversation is to invite exposure. Gather your belongings and leave. Aunt Wang pleaded desperately, "Mr. Pei, please forgive me. I promise I won't speak out of turn again. I truly won't. I beg you, don't be so ruthless, Mr. Pei." Mr. Pei Yuan calmly summoned security with his phone. The guards, dragging Aunt Wang away, found her legs weak and unable to support her. She clutched Qi Xiaojia tightly, wishing to strangle her. "Why must your tongue be so vile? I should never have called you both here. You've ruined me. You've both ruined me." She resembled a condemned criminal from ancient times, filled with resentment. Qi Xiaojia trembled in fear, stammering an explanation. "I didn't expect Xiao Chu Chu to be so petty." With reddened eyes, she commanded Xiao Chu Chu, "You must release Aunt Wang immediately. She is innocent." "Innocent?"
Kêu Chu Chu stop.
"How could you possibly know that my family invested a fortune to send me to university? While my revelation may sound unflattering, my family donated an entire building, pouring in tens of millions of dollars. Do you think I received it for nothing?" Qi Xiaojia was momentarily speechless. "Well, we were just sharing some gossip." "Don't you ever share gossip?" Xiao Chu Chu laughed derisively. "I am not foolish enough to divulge my friend's secrets to her enemies. Aunt Wang's fate is a consequence of her own loose tongue and your foolishness." Qi Xiaojia's face flushed crimson, tears brimming in her eyes as she protested. "You are merely relying on your wealth and power to bully our Xue Chun, to bully me, to bully Aunt Wang. You are nothing but a parasite, leeching off your family." Her agitation grew. "You feign indifference towards education, but when confronted with someone like me, you still feel inferior. You envy me and Xue Chun because I have climbed to this position through my own merit." Qi Xiaojia's voice nearly broke. "I stand before you based on my true abilities." Xiao Chu Chu, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "So, you stand before me as my family's temporary maid, relying on your true abilities?" Qi Xiaojia was taken aback, while others chuckled softly. Lin Qing could not contain her laughter. "I haven't encountered such a foolish person in ages." Qi Xiaojia, humiliated and flustered, replied, "I merely came here to earn some extra money. My true capabilities lie elsewhere." Xiao Chu Chu dismissed her claims. "Is this the only aspect of your life you can compare with mine?" Qi Xiaojia noncommittally replied, "Yes. Just on this basis. My life can utterly overshadow yours. How dare you bully us, when you are clearly nothing yourself?" Xiao Chu Chu smiled, exasperated, "Darling, when you attempt to mock someone's worth based on education, you must first ensure that the other person values it as you do." Qi Xiaojia was momentarily stunned by her words. "What?" Xiao Chu Chu explained with poise. "Attending a university abroad was a decision forced upon me by my family. My poor academic standing would bring disgrace to our entire lineage. This was not a choice I could make. Personally, I am a manga artist, and my sole ambition is to endear my work to numerous readers. Thus, even if you are a master of music, you pose no threat to me." As she continued, her tone grew increasingly sympathetic. "Your near-asphyxiating shouts of reprimand inflict less harm upon me than the critiques I receive from my readers." Chapter 39. Xiao Chu Chu. "I merely maintain a low profile in my work. I am not dead." Qi Xiaojia stood stunned. Her mind raced with countless retorts to counter Xiao Chu Chu, yet she had never considered that Xiao Chu Chu simply did not care. Processing swiftly, she lifted her chin defiantly. "Well, even if you draw manga, you might not achieve anything substantial, right? Your academic performance is lacking, so you surely cannot produce quality work." Xiao Chu Chu frowned, a look of pity creeping onto her face. "Care to guess how much I earn in a month?" After much hesitation, Qi Xiaojia timidly ventured, 10,000? Xiao Chu Chu replied, "No, it's 200,000. Qi Xiaojia. Xiao Chu Chu cheekily added, "That's just the base amount." Others, "Base amount of 200,000? Observing Qi Xiaojia's pale complexion, Xiao Chu Chu taunted, "Since childhood, I have aspired to be a manga artist. I have endured countless jibes and mockery from people like you. Yet I remain unfazed because I am living for my dream, and I have succeeded." Qi Xiaojia. Xiao Chu Chu gently patted her shoulder. "The recently popular television drama is adapted from my manga, and the merchandise sold out upon release. Now, can you guess which drama it is? Qi Xiaojia, pale-faced, trembled as she picked up her phone and unlocked the screen. Before her eyes appeared exquisite wallpaper featuring a blonde beauty and a brown-haired handsome man. Following her gaze, Chu Chu beamed. Yes, the couple you have as your screen wallpaper is indeed drawn by me. Qi Xiaojia. How can this be? The manga artist I have adored for years is actually Chu Chu. With a piercing gaze, Chu Chu inquired, in my chosen path. I do not claim to be the best, yet I am certainly among the upper echelon. Where do you rank in your life's pursuits? Qi Xiaojia, as though struck by lightning, stared at her in silence. Chu Chu continued gently, we are the same age. I do not mock your earnings being higher than mine. Yet you come here to deride my academic shortcomings. You may continue to do so. Indeed, I am not academically inclined, and you are undoubtedly exceptional in your studies. That is a fact, so do enjoy your triumph. Qi Xiaojia opened her mouth, rendered speechless by the retort. The manga artist she had admired for years was Chu Chu, and she had attempted to belittle her, only to be outmaneuvered. Moreover, Chu Chu's demeanor towards her conveyed a sense of disdain, as if she were merely observing a barking stray dog. Chu Chu called out to her, wait. Qi Xiaojia, with tears in her eyes, cast a glance in her direction. Chu Chu, with her hands in her pockets, replied coldly, call a delivery service to carry Xia Xuechuan away. I will reimburse the fare. Qi Xiaojia, feeling humiliated, bit her lip and said nothing further, hastily departing. The hall fell into a profound silence once more. She looked around in confusion, only to meet Lin Qing's gaze, which was almost obsessive. Chu Chu, when you handle problems, you seem quite regal. I feel like you've bent me, he remarked. Chu Chu responded. Pei Buxian, clutching a dog, said in a daze, Chu Chu, I never knew you had a brain. Chu Chu replied. Pei Yuchuan cleared his throat and averted his gaze nonchalantly. I thought you were a soft girl, but when faced with threats, you're surprisingly tough. And you're a master in the comic realm, even published? Why didn't you tell us? The others nodded in agreement. Chu Chu replied, of course I'm tough. Because in my past life, I was a destitute wretch. The group responded with confusion, wretch? After all, I began as an unloved orphan, clad in clothes donated by kind-hearted individuals, attending a state-funded school, bullied by classmates for being poor, ugly, and academically challenged. My only talents were drawing and sports, yet I lacked the funds for art supplies or physical education. I couldn't afford a proper lunch, and had to nibble on pickled vegetables costing a mere yuan. The only free solace I found was hiding in the restroom to cry softly. Her brothers listened in stunned silence, their hearts aching as though gripped by some unseen force. Lin Shen's gaze grew increasingly sympathetic, while Chu Chu's demeanor darkened. But that impoverished me is dead. I must seize the happiness I possess now. She glanced at the time, growing alert. Isn't there a scene with Pei Fingnong today? Pei Fingnong, who had been lost in thought, looked at Chu Chu in surprise upon hearing her words. Chu Chu pondered. It seems that earlier today, Pei Fingnong encountered the male lead, Ji Yanchuan, during a car race. That fool of a male lead, in a foul mood, intentionally obstructed Pei Fingnong's car, causing her to end up in the hospital, thus establishing a grudge between Ji Yanchuan and the Pei family. The Pei brothers were astonished, Lin Qing even more so. That fool Ji Yanchuan dared to interfere with someone else's driving? That dog of a man can't even grasp how to breathe properly. Lin Qin stared at Chu Chu, realizing this was what it felt like to hear one's inner thoughts and predict forthcoming events. Suddenly, both he and Lin Qing's phones vibrated. It was Pei Yuchuan pulling them into a WeChat group. Pei Yuchuan stated, let us communicate in this group. It won't expose us, and we can handle any upcoming arrangements more efficiently. Lin Qin frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. I don't understand why we can't be straightforward with Chu Chu. Wouldn't it be better for her to discuss things directly with us? As soon as the words left his lips, everyone cast him a disdainful glance. Lin Qing was the first to retort, brother. I understand your infatuation with Chu Chu and your eagerness to confess to her, but you must also consider our predicament. We are all mere antagonistic characters in this narrative. If this realm discovers that we are aware of our ultimate fates, we might very well be erased from existence, much like Chu Chu. Lin Shen interjected. Is Chu Chu being erased from the world? Pei Buxian remarked. Speaking of erasure, Chu Chu has died twice today. She has a total of 10 chances for reincarnation. And now only 7 remain. The group erupted in disbelief. Reincarnation opportunities? Lin Qing chastised him. How could you forget such a crucial detail? Lin Shun's mind raced. So that means Chu Chu has already perished 3 times? How did she meet her demise on those occasions? Why, despite our presence, did she still find herself in peril? Pei Yuchuan snapped. Lin Shun, what attitude are you using to speak to us? We haven't even settled the score for the harm you've inflicted on my sister. Pei Che declared, enough. Your bickering is distracting me. Let Pei Buxian explain the nature of this reincarnation. Pei Buxian replied, how would I know? I merely witnessed her escape from danger, claiming to have used 2 of her lives. I cannot see what transpires, but one thing I can ascertain is that wherever the protagonists are present, Qiao Chu Chu is always at risk of dying. The others were taken aback. Are you suggesting that Qiao Chu Chu is highly likely to die today? Chapter 40, Pei Fengnong. Upon confirming the likelihood of Qiao Chu Chu's demise this evening, everyone turned their gaze towards her. She appeared to be an utterly innocuous girl, the type who would sob at the slightest injury. Yet beneath that facade lay an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Lin Shun's brow furrowed in concern. I will protect her today, he typed. I won't allow her to fall into danger. Pei Fengnong shot him a disapproving glance.
Get lost.
Lin Shun was taken aback.
What?
Pei Fengnong rubbed his neck, rising lazily from the sofa. Pei Buxian, you've completed your task of watching over Qiao Chu Chu, right? Pei Buxian nodded. Pei Fengnong cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Chu Chu. Then hand her over to me. Qiao Chu Chu was momentarily stunned as Pei Fengnong roughly seized her arm, causing her to stumble and fall into his embrace. Instinctively, she attempted to throw him over her shoulder. However, he swiftly grasped her wrist, rendering her resistance futile. Anxiety coursed through her as she looked up, meeting Pei Fengnong's condescending gaze. He held her wrists with an air of amusement, as if relishing a toy, and let out a derisive hum. Care to try again? Embarrassed and furious, Qiao Chu Chu attempted to grapple with him. His grip was unyielding, a display of both strength and dominance that made her wince in discomfort. Lin Shun rose to his feet, exclaiming, Pei Fengnong, you're hurting her. Pei Fengnong shot a disgruntled glare at Lin Shun. She is my sister. It's none of your business. Lin Shun's expression darkened as he grasped Qiao Chu Chu's wrist, exclaiming, this concerns me. The atmosphere plunged into a frigid silence. Qiao Chu Chu found herself sandwiched between Pei Fengnong in front and Lin Shun behind, her face awash with confusion. Am I experiencing the legendary scenario of 2 individuals vying for one? Yet, to be honest, while it seems amusing to observe others, being ensnared in such a predicament is decidedly unpleasant. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghua watched with delight, 2 handsome men competing for a single beauty. Why bother with television when I can witness this drama unfold right beside me? Lin Shun narrowed his eyes, intent on pulling Qiao Chu Chu into his embrace. Qiao Chu Chu gasped. Lin Shun froze, quickly releasing her. Did I hurt you? Lin Shun was taken aback. Pei Fengnong. In a fit of anger, Lin Shun turned to Pei Yuan. You just allow your sister to be in such peril? Pei Yuan rose, his demeanor calm. This is our regulation. Whenever something occurs, that individual must keep Qiao Chu Chu close. Whether he brings her along or she follows him, it is his duty to protect himself. When it is your turn, we shall not hinder you from taking Chu Chu with you. Lin Shun, anxious, queried, but what if Qiao Chu Chu dies? We cannot squander her 7 opportunities. Pei Yuan remained collected. We will not allow her demise. After all, who says only Pei Fengnong can stay by her side? Lin Shun was perplexed. Pei Yuan elaborated. We will also be present at the scene, but now is not the time. Let us focus on our work. When the evening arrives and Pei Fengnong is set to commence, we will all gather. Lin Shun asked, and what of the present? Are you giving them time alone? Pei Yuan, hands in his pockets, replied, surely you wouldn't wish to intrude? Lin Shun frowned, clearly discontented. I find Pei Fengnong's attitude towards Qiao Chu Chu rather unsatisfactory. Pei Yuan chuckled coldly. If your sister only appeared before you seeking a romantic connection, you would hardly treat her kindly. Lin Shun's expression darkened. So, am I to simply watch as Pei Fengnong bullies Qiao Chu Chu? Pei Yuan replied, you may close your eyes. Lin Shun was taken aback. Pei Yuan patted his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Lin Shun, I understand your desire to mend the fractured bond with Qiao Chu Chu, but her affection for you is a thing of the past. You failed to cherish the opportunity then, and it is no longer available. I advise you to abandon this notion promptly. Pei Yuan smiled gently, though his eyes bore a chilling coldness. After all, you are rather too old to be a match for my sister. Lin Shun raised an eyebrow, unfazed. In your eyes, no one is worthy of your sister. Pei Yuan grinned like a cunning fox. It is good that you understand. Lin Shun was left speechless. Chu Qiao forcefully shook off Pei Fingnong's hand. Enough of this tugging and pulling. It's utterly tiresome. Pei Fingnong halted, towering over her with an imposing presence. She turned her head away, feigning ignorance of his stature. You claim to despise me, yet you treat me this way, restricting my freedom, completely disregarding my autonomy. It reeks of paternalism. Pei Fingnong picked up his phone and opened a browser, searching. What is paternalism? Search for the first answer. One interpretation suggests that this person carries the essence of having an elderly father, while the second implies a preoccupation with the desire to assume a paternal role, constantly educating others, exhibiting a domineering attitude, and displaying a self-centered nature, all tinged with a hint of unpleasantness. Pei Fingnong fell silent, setting aside his phone for contemplation. Chu Qiao brushed past him, heading to the living room. After all, with Pei Buxian working from home, he could continue to watch over me without needing to intervene. Later that evening, I would venture to the racing circuit with Pei Fingnong. At this moment, I refused to linger in his company. Pei Fingnong let out a barely perceptible snort of disdain. Did she truly believe he wished to be with her? He stated, Tonight, I have a friendly match. If you accompany me for a few hours and participate, I shall grant you 50,000 in pocket money. The club operates on a membership basis. If you do not come with me now, you will find it impossible to enter later. Chu Qiao halted for a moment, smoothly approaching him with a serious demeanor. The money is of little consequence. What matters is my desire to witness your friendly match. Pei Fingnong. In truth, the animosity between him and Chu Qiao runs deep. Once a legendary racer, he had participated in 7 international competitions, securing first place each time, garnering popularity beyond the domestic sphere due to his striking appearance. However, 1 week before a race last year, he drove to retrieve the inebriated Chu Qiao, only for her to uncontrollably seize the steering wheel, placing them both in peril. To shield her from harm, he instinctively directed the danger toward himself. Consequently, while she sustained minor injuries, he suffered a shattered arm, requiring surgery and causing him to forfeit the competition. During the lengthy recovery, he had often contemplated despair, and now, having made a hard-won improvement, he could only satisfy his cravings through rally racing. The year's worth of effort he had invested was all rendered futile by Chu Qiao's actions. The more Pei Fingnong pondered, the more his brow furrowed. He had lost so much over the past year, enduring both physical and emotional torment, all due to her. His resentment toward her was profound. Yet he abruptly recognized that Chu Qiao had been compelled into her actions, burdened by her own constraints. Should he immediately extend forgiveness upon discovering the truth? Chapter 41. While outwardly expressing disdain for Chu Qiao, he could not help but harbor concerns for her in secret. Pei Fingnong fastened a seatbelt and cast a glance at Chu Qiao, who sat in the back. Through the rear-view mirror, she met his gaze momentarily before awkwardly averting her eyes. I still recall a year ago, when I undertook the task of seizing Pei Fingnong's steering wheel, forcing him to withdraw from competition, further darkening his inner turmoil. That mission was excessively intrusive, leading him to announce his retirement from racing altogether. Chu Qiao lamented, covering her face. I have ruined this fellow's path to victory. It would be impossible for him not to despise me. My earlier conversation with him was so brash. I was utterly excessive. Pei Fingnong gradually tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his expression darkening as he drove toward the company in silence. When night fell, he finally transported Chu Qiao to the club. Upon exiting the vehicle, she donned a thin jacket, shivering from the cold as she entered the club. Her posture hunched in an attempt to ward off the chill. It's so unbearably cold. Why do I always forget to dress warmly? Pei Fingnong cast a casual glance her way and sent a location pin to Xiao Xia at home. Bring Chu Qiao's thick coat to the club within 30 minutes. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Xia promptly packed Chu Qiao's coat and prepared a serving of ginger milk for the chauffeur to deliver to the club. Meanwhile, her fans eagerly urged her for updates. Blogger, what happened next with the strawberry cake made by the 7th young master? The trending topic even read, 7th young master suspected of poisoning 8th Mississippi. Xiao Xia was taken aback. She hurriedly captured a photo of the scenery outside and captioned it, I was delayed by work. To clarify, 8th Miss is not poisoned. The cake is safe. Moreover, as soon as 8th Miss took her first bite of the cake, she guessed it was made by the 7th young master, playfully stating that it couldn't possibly have been made by me. I must say, 8th Miss is truly delightful. Her smile is captivating. However, before I could inquire further, the new temp accidentally smeared strawberry cake all over her face. The excitement was palpable, and the comment section soon reached a flurry of 99. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to throw cake at my boss, unless my boss were to harass me. Did 8th Miss kill her entire family? Where do these lunatics come from? How can they even work in a place like this? 8th Miss is impressive. A satisfying conclusion. I love it. 8th Miss looks stunning. When will the blogger give us a glimpse of her silhouette? At the front desk of the racing club, a receptionist barred her way. May I ask if you have an appointment? Xiao Xia replied politely. I was sent by Mr. Pei to deliver clothing. Chu Chu, who had been daydreaming on the first floor, turned in surprise to look at Xiao Xia. The attractive receptionist scrutinized Xiao Xia from head to toe, then picked up the phone. Please wait, I will confirm. Soon, she finished her verification and donned a professional smile. Mr. Pei has instructed you to wait for him on the 3rd floor. Please use the emergency exit. The elevator is restricted. Xiao Xia nodded appreciatively, carrying the thermos and coat toward the elevator. As she walked away, the two receptionists exchanged amused glances. It's quite embarrassing for her parents to have her working as a maid at such a young age. Indeed, she is overweight, dim-witted, and short, resembling a plump penguin. Xiao Xia's steps faltered as she glanced down at her slightly rounded figure, choosing to ignore the comments. Suddenly, someone snatched the coat bag from her hands. The receptionist's expression shifted, panic flashing across her face. And no, I'm sorry. Chu Chu's gaze was sharp as she replied. What good is your apology to me? The receptionist faltered and turned to Xiao Xia, apologizing again. I'm sorry. Xiao Xia was taken aback by the attention. Thank you, miss. Chu Chu gently patted her back. Come, let us take the elevator together. Xiao Xia was astonished. No, I can walk up. Fear not. You are part of the Pei family, Chu Chu insisted, ushering her into the elevator. Besides, with me here, who would dare to bully you? Xiao Xia's heart raced, and she stole a glance at Chu Chu's fair and delicate hand. Miss 8 possesses an admirable character, devoid of any princess syndrome. And she even advocates on her behalf. How splendid. She must surely extol these virtues on Xia Hongshu and Douyin later. With newfound courage, Xiao Xia eagerly lifted the insulated lunchbox. Addressing Miss 8, I have brought you a warm coat from Mr. Pei Fingnong, as I feared you might catch a chill. I also prepared a serving of ginger milk for you to try. Chu Chu, taken aback, inquired, Mr. Pei Fingnong sent you? Xiao Xia nodded earnestly. Mr. Pei is quite concerned about you. Chu Chu mused, what an eye-opener this is. Despite having not exchanged a single word with me since earlier, he has sent Xiao Xia with clothing. As she pondered, the elevator doors slid open. Pei Fingnong and his companions entered, and upon seeing Chu Chu, his brows furrowed, and his demeanor darkened. Conversely, his friends, oblivious to the tension, greeted Chu Chu warmly. Long time no see, Chu. You look even more beautiful. Pei Fingnong maintained his stern expression, turning his back to her. Chu Chu thought, though he appears to despise me outwardly, he is, in fact, quite concerned after all. He had Xiao Xia bring me a coat. It seems that among the 7 members of the Pei family, 10 exhibit this tsundere nature. Pei Fingnong, exasperated, snatched the coat from Chu Chu's grasp. What? She exclaimed. His friends chuckled. Truly a brotherly act. He can't bear to let his sister carry something and insists on taking it himself. Chu Chu was momentarily stunned, and his friends were equally surprised. Is this your coat? Pei Fingnong affirmed, yes. His friends' expressions shifted to incredulity. Fingnong, this is a pink women's coat adorned with white fur. Is this really your taste? Pei Fingnong retorted, what? Chu Chu could not contain her laughter. Chapter 42. The weakling Chu Chu, a champion in front of the male lead? Pei Fingnong, flustered, glanced at the coat in his hand and frowned at Xiao Xia. Did I not instruct you to bring my coat? How could you bring Chu Chu's? Xiao Xia, bewildered, replied, Mr. Pei, did you not say for me to bring? Never mind. Pei Fingnong's tone turned sharp. A mistake is a mistake. Xiao Xia blinked, looking at Chu Chu with a sense of injustice, mouthing, I did not make a mistake. Chu Chu stifled her laughter, signaling for Xiao Xia to remain calm. It is evident that Pei Fingnong wishes to conceal from me that he asked Xiao Xia to bring me something. I understand their personalities well. Pei Fingnong is indeed a cold exterior with a warm heart, much like a protective older brother. Pei Fingnong turned away from Chu Chu, his ears reddening. As Chu Chu observed him, her smile faded. Yet I have jeopardized this good brother's future. Xiao Xia, trembling slightly, queried, have I angered Mr. Pei? Chu Chu shook her head. No, he is upset because of me. Xiao Xie, astonished, asked, why? Pei Fengnong stood in the corner, gazing at Xiao Chuchu's silhouette. Memories flooded back of when they were both young, playing video games together, particularly racing games. When I grow up, I want to become a racing driver, he had declared proudly. I will be the greatest champion. Xiao Chuchu had worriedly responded, but won't that be dangerous, brother? Not at all. He took pride in his belief that he was inherently destined to be the best and that nothing could possibly go wrong for him. Not long after, Xiao Chuchu gifted him a necklace, a peculiar design unlike anything he had ever seen before. I designed this, she exclaimed joyfully. After creating it, I had my godmother help me find someone to craft it into a necklace, and we even sought out a master for its blessing. The girl carefully placed it around his neck, declaring, may this necklace protect you, ensuring your safety and your triumph in every endeavor. Pei Fengnong retrieved an old necklace from his pocket. Crafted from pure gold, it bore the marks of time despite attempts at cleaning and maintenance, its chain fractured. Following the car accident that Xiao Chuchu had inadvertently caused, he had torn this broken necklace from his neck. He could not fathom why he still carried it. Perhaps it was merely habit to take it out and examine it from time to time. As he prepared to tuck the necklace away, his shoulder was suddenly jostled, causing the necklace to clatter to the ground. He bent down hastily to pick it up, only to have a polished leather shoe come down decisively upon it. His expression darkened as he looked up to meet a pair of inscrutable eyes belonging to Ji Yanchuan. Dressed in a black coat, his tousled hair slicked back, Ji's chiseled features exuded disdain as he remarked nonchalantly, apologies for stepping on your necklace. I tend to avoid detours. Pei Fengnong let out a derisive laugh. What?
Yan Hun.
Appearing disinterested in further conversation, brushed past him. Pick it up, Pei Fengnong commanded, pushing aside a staff member who attempted to assist. Pointing at the gold necklace on the ground with a dark expression. Pick it up. Ji Yanchuan glanced down at the tarnished necklace, disdain evident in his voice. You intend to wear such an unsightly trinket? It seems your taste leaves much to be desired. Pei Fengnong's tone grew more ominous. Did I ask for your opinion on my taste? I said pick it up. As Ji Yanchuan turned, he scoffed dismissively. Do you even know who I am? A lackey beside Ji cleared his throat. This is Ji Yanchuan, the esteemed CO. Pei Fengnong's friends exchanged incredulous glances. Are you blind? This is Pei Fengnong, the illustrious Pei Fengnong. 7-time Formula champion, the most formidable racer, worth over $1 billion during competitions alone. How dare you flaunt your family's wealth in front of our esteemed Pei? Ji Yanchuan's companion faltered, astonished. Is this really Pei Fengnong? My goodness. Isn't he even more impressive than Ji? Ji Yanchuan's expression darkened as he turned his gaze back to Pei Fengnong. Pei Fengnong remained impassive. Pick it up.
Yan Hun chakelad.
Unfazed. I thought you were someone noteworthy. Turns out you're merely Pei Yuchuan's younger brother, Pei Fengnong. How utterly absurd. Is your family's moral compass so skewed? After all, I've heard tales of your sister Xiao Chuchu harboring unhealthy obsessions with all 7 of you, clinging to you without release. Pei Fengnong's eyes dimmed. Ji Yanchuan's mocking laughter echoed. How repulsive. Pei Fengnong stepped forward, a glint of menace in his eyes. So you refuse to pick it up? Ji Yanchuan provocatively declared. I don't pick it up because I never take detours. Nor do I ever bow down. Pei Fengnong smiled enigmatically, seizing his hair and thrusting him against the glass. In an instant, the glass shattered into countless pieces. Ji Yanchuan screamed in agony, attempting to retaliate. Pei Fengnong effortlessly subdued him, flinging him 3 meters away. Ji Yanchuan collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Pei Fengnong retrieved the necklace from the floor, placing it carefully aside. Then picked up a decorative baseball bat and approached Ji Yanchuan. His friends hurriedly intervened. Fengnong, stop, please. If you keep this up, it'll escalate. After all, he belongs to the Ji family. Show him some respect. Ji Yanchuan struggled to his feet, grabbing a nearby ceramic piece and charging at him. Am I giving you face or what? Pei Fengnong looked on in surprise. The crowd gasped. Wait, Miss Qiao? Ji Yanchuan staggered a few steps, bewildered, glancing towards the source. Who is Miss Qiao? Xiao Chuchu? Clearly, the kick just now came from her.
Yan Hun.
Furious, shouted, who the hell are you? Xiao Chuchu narrowed her eyes and leapt towards him, exclaiming, I am your grandfather Qiao. Sprung forth from the stone after the creation of the world. Her assault was swift, akin to a rabbit. As she kicked at Ji Yanchuan, you dare bully my brother? Ji Yanchuan dodged and engaged in a fierce exchange. Although Ji Yanchuan fought fiercely, his movements were clumsy. In contrast, Chu Qiao was agile and responsive, darting about and using the terrain to repeatedly suppress him. Lin Qing and Lin Shen, along with the Pei brothers, arrived at the club, their eyes widening at the sight of Chu Qiao and Ji Yanchuan engaged in battle. Lin Qing exclaimed, "Oh my god, Chu Qiao can fight." Lin Shen remarked, "I had no idea she could throw a punch." Pei Yuchuan removed his glasses. His jaw dropping, Ji Yanchuan is actually fighting to a standstill with this novice Chu Qiao? Pei Buxian, cradling a dog, shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe it. Chu Qiao, who struggles like a feeble kitten before us, turns into a fighter before Ji Yanchuan." Chapter 43. Chu Qiao's talent is both rare and peculiar. Pei Ci and Pei Mu exclaimed in unison, "Chu Qiao, go. Don't bring shame to the Pei family." Pei Che observed Chu Qiao's agile movements, gliding smoothly as if fueled by chocolate, nodding in approval. It seems she trains regularly. The club manager, pale with fear, approached them nervously. "Mr. Pei, could you please persuade your sister to stop? This is all costing money." Pei Yuan handed a check to the club manager. "We, the Pei family, will cover the damages caused by Chu Qiao. Is this sufficient?" The manager, upon seeing the amount, nearly had his eyes pop out. "It's more than enough. Far too generous." Pei Yuan smiled. "Please distribute any excess funds to the staff cleaning up the aftermath as a token of appreciation. I apologize for the inconvenience caused." The club manager looked at him as if he were the sun, shaking his head repeatedly. "No worries at all. But are you sure you don't want to call it off? It might get dangerous." "No need." Pei Yuan observed the energetic Chu Qiao, alongside the visibly fatigued Ji Yanchuan, and concluded that it would not be long before a victor emerged. Chu Qiao soared into the air and delivered a kick aimed at Ji Yanchuan's shoulder, sending him crashing down like a volleyball struck with great force, colliding with a heap of chairs. Chu Qiao confidently landed atop a table, looking down with hands on her hips, taunting, "I have diligently practiced martial arts for years. All for this moment." Ji Yanchuan retorted, "You despicable fiend," while Chu Qiao basked in her triumph, exclaiming, "Oh, how splendid I am. I simply adore myself." Pei Fengnong remarked. "Indeed." Xiao Xia watched in awe. "Eighth miss is so cool." Chu Qiao leaped down from the table, graciously responding, "Thank you." Ji Yanchuan, assisted to his feet by others, pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Qiao. "How dare you ambush me?" But the person aiding him quietly interjected, "Actually, she didn't ambush you. You simply lost your footing." Ji Yanchuan ignored this, turning instead to Pei Fengnong. "Is this truly your sister?" Leaning casually against the wall, Pei Fengnong wore a bemused smile, an air of pride illuminating his features. "Indeed, this is my sister." Ji Yanchuan brushed off the glass shards from his head. "Your sister behaves like a shrew." Pei Fengnong chuckled. "Better that than you, you delicate pup." "What did you say?" Ji Yanchuan demanded. Chu Qiao chimed in. "He called you a delicate pup." Ji Yanchuan glared at her in fury. She grinned triumphantly. "My brother is right." Ji Yanchuan retorted, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I—" But Lin Qing interrupted. "What do you intend to do to my sister?" Ji Yanchuan paused, taken aback as he looked at Lin Qing. "Lin Qing?" The commotion subsided, and the hall quieted significantly. Lin Qing strode confidently to Chu Qiao's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "She is my sister, and I will protect her." Ji Yanchuan, incredulous, glanced between Chu Qiao and Lin Qing, speechless. "How many siblings does this person have?" Lin Qing replied with a forced smile. "As of now, there are 8 brothers and 1 sister." Ji Yanchuan responded with disbelief. "What?" Chu Qiao echoed. "What?" A staff member remarked. "Is Miss Qiao truly this fortunate in her rebirth? Perhaps she should write a book." Ji Yanchuan glared at Chu Qiao, a torrent of frustration bubbling within him. Yet he managed to grit his teeth and say, "Since you are Lin Qing's sister, I shall give you some face." Chu Qiao rolled her eyes. "Your favor is irrelevant. You have yet to defeat me. This is merely impotent rage." Ji Yanchuan replied. "What?" Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow. "Am I mistaken?" Lin Qing laughed, affectionately pinching Chu Qiao's cheek. "Indeed, Chu Qiao, you are absolutely correct. This fellow is merely sulking in shame for not being able to best you."
Ji Yanchuan flüstert, protested.
"That is not true. I was merely being lenient." Lin Qing teased. "Is that so? Would you care to see how you currently appear?" Ji Yanchuan glanced down at himself, drenched in sweat, his forehead soaked. In contrast, Chu Qiao appeared only slightly perspired, a mere bead of sweat glistening at the tip of her nose. Lin Qing scoffed. After exerting all my efforts to fight the most cowardly battle, I am fortunate to have parted ways with you. You are nothing but the greatest blemish on my life.
Yi Yanhun replied coldly.
Chu Qiao, laughing beside them, suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, isn't Lin Qing supposed to be particularly fond of Ji Yanchuan? Why does it seem as though she harbors intense resentment towards him now? Yet, in an instant, Chu Qiao comprehended, but perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. After all, Lin Qing is beautiful, affluent, and highly educated. She possesses both intelligence and charm. She could easily have a myriad of admirers. So why should she cling to that foolish Ji Yanchuan, only to risk losing her life in the end? Lin Qing's smile grew even brighter. She appreciated Chu Qiao for her sincerity and unwavering support. Let us remain in the lounge and watch them race. Perhaps we could request some barbecue delights as well? Ji Yanchuan interjected, no way. I want to race against this woman. Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lin Qing, amused, retorted, race?
Yi Yanhun.
Surely you don't mean to salvage your pride in such a manner. Chu Qiao doesn't even know how to drive a race car. Ji Yanchuan's gaze turned sharp. Disdainful as he addressed Lin Qing, despite our past engagement, it has been nullified. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Lin Qing was taken aback. Lin Shen stepped forward, his tone venomous. Ji Yanchuan, you are the one who betrayed Lin Qing first. She severed ties with her male friends for your sake, while you were out there embracing other women at the hospital. Ji Yanchuan's expression shifted, guilt creeping in as he frowned. Did you follow me? Then, a realization dawned on him. So, the beating I received that day was orchestrated by you. Chu Qiao boldly declared, I was the one who did it. The crowd stared in astonishment. Did she just admit to that? With hands on her hips, she asserted, I took action against you. The man who cannot control his hands, his mouth, or his desires. Ji Yanchuan gasped in disbelief. What did you say? Chu Qiao raised her chin, scrutinizing him. You, who already have a fiancé, still dare to embrace other women at the hospital. I have encountered many men like you. But know this, if I see you mistreating my friends, I will confront you, just as I did that night when you left with a bloodied face. Ji Yanchuan's anger flared, his lips twitching. That woman was merely seeking comfort. It had nothing to do with me. Chu Qiao mocked, so. My actions were simply my way of caring for Lin Qing. What's wrong with that? Ji Yanchuan raised his hand, ready to strike her. However, Pei Fengnong seized his wrist, twisting it painfully. You dare lay a hand on my sister in front of me, you worthless scoundrel. In agony, Ji Yanchuan struggled to break free, glancing at Chu Qiao, only to find Pei Fengnong on one side and Lin Qing and Lin Shen on the other, a formidable assembly of protectors. His frustration boiled over as he shouted, Chu Qiao, if you have the guts, race me. Lin Qing coldly laughed. Chu Qiao cannot drive. I shall compete with you instead. Pei Fengnong interjected, I will take on the challenge. He cast a vigilant gaze upon Ji Yanchuan, declaring, I shall make him kneel and call me father. Chu Qiao waved her hand, signaling everyone to step aside. Allow me. The crowd looked at her in astonishment. Lin Qing hurriedly approached, cautioning her. Ji Yanchuan has been fond of racing since childhood. He possesses considerable skill, and racing can be perilous. Chu Qiao, brimming with confidence, replied, I am aware. After binding to the system, I find my actions constrained by its limitations. However, upon completing each task, I receive rewards. Though it does not bestow wealth, beauty, or intelligence upon me, it does grant me invincibility in relatively obscure areas. Coincidentally, one such area is racing. I dare say, when it comes to my racing prowess, I am second to none. The onlookers, privy to her thoughts, widened their eyes in astonishment. Chu Qiao boldly addressed Ji Yanchuan, if we're to race, let us make it grand. The loser must streak around the track. Do you dare? Ji Yanchuan narrowed his eyes, unwavering in his response. I dare. Chapter 44. Grandfather Qiao's lack of decorum. Chu Qiao donned her racing suit and stood beside the car, helmet in hand. Lin Qing, filled with concern, adjusted her attire. Please, be exceedingly cautious. Though Ji Yanchuan may have appeared foolish earlier, he is quite formidable in this regard. I understand. Chu Qiao nodded earnestly. I will exercise caution. After all, it was Ji Yanchuan's folly that landed my fourth brother in the hospital. He will undoubtedly not be a benevolent competitor during our race. Yet, if it were not me racing against Ji Yanchuan, it would be my brother. I prefer it be me, as it allows for easier resolution of any issues. Lin Qing let out a small wow, kissing Chu Qiao on the forehead. Good luck. She then approached Pei Fingnong, patting him on the shoulder in admiration. I truly envy you for having such a brave sister, willing to fight for family. Pei Fingnong silently watched Chu Qiao as she donned her helmet, his expression darkening. The other brothers shared his apprehension, their faces etched with concern. Who knows if she can truly manage this? Pei Buxian murmured. She seemed quite confident earlier. Surely, she must be capable? Despite his words, they busied themselves with anxious gestures. The referee announced, if you are all prepared, please take your positions in the cars. Wait. Pei Fingnong stepped closer to Chu Qiao, his tone stern. Are you certain you can handle this? Chu Qiao secured her helmet, resolute. Of course. Pei Fingnong's brow furrowed with deep concern. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, an unnameable frustration surging within him. Really? Chu Qiao inquired. Is that all you have to say after all this time? She chuckled softly, nodding. I assure you I can. Pei Fingnong hesitated for a moment, then resolutely reached for her helmet, insisting, let me take over. He would not allow his sister to risk her life. If someone were to perish, he would rather it be himself. Chu Qiao, quick-witted, evaded his grasp, her tone pleading, brother. Pei Fingnong paused momentarily. Chu Qiao pressed his hand down. Trust me. He stood there, taken aback. Beneath the safety helmet, Chu Qiao's eyes radiated a determination the likes of which he had never witnessed before. Pei Fingnong gazed intently at the scene unfolding nearby, hands clasped together. Her eyes brimming with admiration. She was acutely aware of the impending events, yet she bore the weight of it all upon herself. Despite the perilous likelihood of sacrificing her very life, she remained resolute in her choice, finding a profound romance in the act. Pei Yuchuan interjected. Do you truly find this romantic? Chu Qiao is likely to end up in the hospital after a car accident. Lin Qing shot him an exasperated glance, replying, of course. You heard her heartfelt wish. If one must perish, she would willingly embrace that fate. Even if Chu Qiao possesses 7 lives, not everyone possesses such audacity to court death so casually. She pointed towards Chu Qiao, stating, ahead lies an abyss, known only to her. It is either she or her brother who must leap. Thus, she has chosen to leap herself. The Pei brothers finally began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Qing, observing their delayed reaction, rolled her eyes dramatically, lamenting, had I known, I would have insisted on making Chu Qiao our little sister. Meanwhile, Pei Fingnong placed an old necklace from his pocket into Chu Qiao's palm, saying, take this with you. Chu Qiao expressed her surprise. Isn't this the one I gifted you? She scrutinized it suspiciously, but it seems to be broken. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Pei Fingnong replied nonchalantly, and Chu Qiao chuckled. Just teasing you. Pei Fingnong, with an exasperated smile, watched as Chu Qiao climbed into the car, meticulously fastening her seatbelt. Ji Yanchuan was already poised, driving up beside her with a chilling glare. Chu Qiao defiantly raised her middle finger at him. Ji Yanchuan retorted. It's not too late to back out and let your brother take your place. I've decided. I won't let a little sister be bullied like this. Chu Qiao scoffed. Sister? You can only call me that if you share my lineage. What do you even count as? Ji Yanchuan exclaimed. Why is your mouth so filthy? Chu Qiao laughed heartily. What? Do you wish to discuss decorum with Grandpa Qiao? I'm afraid he doesn't extend such courtesy to you. Ji Yanchuan was left speechless. Chu Qiao, with a playful smile, rolled up her window and waved provocatively. The referee stepped between the two vehicles, raising the flag. Positions, everyone. Ready.
Go.
In an instant, Chu Qiao shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Though Ji Yanchuan pursued closely, he trailed by half a car length. The Pei siblings exclaimed in unison, wow. We thought Chu Qiao was merely boasting, but she is serious. Pei Yuchuan stood astonished, his mouth agape. I always thought she was a delicate little thing. Who knew she could be so impressive? Pei Buxian nodded vigorously, cradling his dog. Pei Che and Pei Yuan, anxiously silent, fixated on Chu Qiao's car, unwilling to relax their vigilance for a moment. Lin Qinghuan was filled with exuberance, but suddenly recalled something. Casting an exasperated glance at Lin Shen, how is it that you are so lacking in ambition? You nearly had a girlfriend, and yet you let her slip away. She liked her brother back then, and you, as a grown man, should possess the audacity to seize her heart. Besides, Chu Qiao once had feelings for you. It was a mutual secret admiration. You must be regretting it now. Lin Qing pouted. Let it go. You are merely the white moonlight of Chu Qiao's youth. She clearly no longer fancies your type. Go wallow in your despair. Lin Shen. Pei Feng narrowed his eyes, observing Qiao Chuchu's fierce demeanor. She resembled a cheetah, exerting every ounce of strength while maintaining an effortless dominance, exuding a sense of control, almost flaunting her prowess. Qiao Chuchu remained unperturbed, consistently occupying half a parking space against Ji Yanchuan. Ji Yanchuan exclaimed, "Damn. How could she be so fast?" Qiao Chuchu brazenly claimed a parking spot from him. Ji Yanchuan. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Ji Yanchuan straining with all his might. She couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. Did you not realize that beneath this adorable exterior lies a wild contender? When selecting her talent style, the system presented cautious champions, ordinary champions, and those akin to lunatics. She decisively opted for the lunatic style. After all, engaging in thrilling competitions calls for a reckless approach. Qiao Chuchu focused intently on the finish line. It was nearly over. A quick glance in the rearview mirror revealed Ji Yanchuan had somehow veered off the track. Suddenly alert, she turned left. Ji Yanchuan's vehicle barreled straight towards her. She felt her car flipping over and over. Finally, it came to a halt while she hung upside down, dazed and disoriented. It felt as if countless drills were burrowing into her skull. Unable to move, she could only hear her own throat emit a whimper, hazily gazing out the window. Pei Feng and others rushed towards her in urgency. Qiao Chuchu squinted, realizing her vehicle was leaking gasoline and flames had already ignited at the front. Her eyes widened in terror. Boom! Chapter 45. The 360 Desktop Cleanup Master. Qiao Chuchu screamed as she sprang up from the ground. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The system floated calmly before her. No worries, it has already exploded. You have perished, resembling a roasted pigeon, fragrant and delectable. Qiao Chuchu gasped for breath, taking a while to grasp her surroundings. She was dead? Again. The system conjured a table overflowing with items. Here. Take this as your outlet. Qiao Chuchu kicked it over. Damn. The system then produced 2 more tables. In a fit of rage, Qiao Chuchu transformed into the 360 Desktop Cleanup Master, shrieking as she shoved everything onto the ground. Ah. I'm going insane.
Ah.
After some time, she regained her composure and decisively declared, I will make sure to obliterate that idiot. The system responded without mercy. No. She retorted defiantly, why not? He can run me over, so why can't I do the same to him? The system sighed, dear host, taking a life means imprisonment. No amount of wealth can shield you from that fate. Qiao Chuchu laughed in anger. So, if I go to jail, he escapes unscathed? Just because he is the favored one, he can act without consequence, living like a lawless rogue? Qiao Chuchu collapsed onto the ground in exasperation, her chest aching with fury. He thinks he is above everyone else just because he can strike me down. Is he insane? According to the narrative, Ji Yanchuan was supposed to surpass Pei Fingnong near the finish line, deliberately pushing him to the side, causing Pei Fingnong to evade in a panic and thus sustain injury. Yet I have given Ji Yanchuan no opportunity, completely overwhelming him. And this lunatic dares to run me over. Qiao Chuchu's mind shattered. He isn't even the male lead. How does he presume to act so recklessly? The system floated before her. Do you recall why I deceived you into believing this world is merely a novel? It is because the couple who dictate your fate embody the traits of classic romantic protagonists. Xia Xuechun, for instance, is the epitome of a woman who wholly submits to men. Do not be fooled by her proclamations of dignity and fairness. In her worldview, men have the right to subjugate her, and women are inherently meant to be the weaker sex. Your brother can intimidate her, but you cannot. She dares to smear cake on your face, yet she would never dare to do the same to your brother. Qiao Chuchu scoffed in disbelief. Such a fool can still be the favored one? Is the heavens blind? The system replied, Host, you have experienced 2 extremes of life, one of abject poverty, where food and clothing are luxuries, and another of abundant privilege, standing atop the pinnacle of society. Having traversed both paths, do you still believe that exceptional resources will blindly gravitate towards the virtuous and innocent, those who live their lives with unwavering integrity? Qiao Chuchu remained silent, gradually regaining her composure. The system continued, let me elucidate using the protagonists once more. In this world, you are not meant to exist. You interfere with their narrative, causing an instinctive aversion towards you. The male lead is somewhat tolerable, but your presence significantly obstructs the female lead. With you around, her fortune cannot manifest its true potential. So do exercise caution moving forward. Qiao Chuchu nodded cautiously. I understand the need for caution, but I did not anticipate it would pertain to matters of life and death. The system chuckled softly. Do not worry, dear host. I have faith that you will navigate your way to a satisfactory conclusion. Qiao Chuchu gazed into the rear-view mirror. Pei Fingnong grew anxious. What is he doing? Lin Qing sensed trouble. This is bad. Ji Yanchuan has a notoriously volatile temper. And he is likely going to crash into Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Yuan focused intently. Is there any way to prevent this? Pei Fingnong hurried towards an available race car. Just as Lin Qing screamed, Ji Yanchuan has collided. Pei Fingnong's mind went blank, staring at Ji Yanchuan barreling towards Qiao Chu Chu's driver's seat. Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu executed a stunning drift, evading Ji Yanchuan's attack. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Ji Yanchuan found himself grasping at air. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Qiao Chu Chu. Clad in a safety helmet that obscured her features, she raised a hand and defiantly displayed her middle finger, effortlessly crossing the finish line. The outcome was clear. Ji Yanchuan, infuriated, inadvertently pressed the accelerator, causing his car to crash into the roadside barrier. Lin Qing leaped up in exhilaration. She won. Qiao Chu Chu won. Pei Yuchuan, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "My goodness, you scared me. I thought she was going to get killed." Pei Chei's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that she was prepared because she had already been hit once? Their cheers faltered, suddenly overshadowed by this unsettling thought. Pei Fingnong, without time to ponder, dashed toward the finish line. Qiao Chu Chu. Qiao Chu Chu emerged from her vehicle. Removing her helmet, her breath still quickened from the adrenaline. Yet, she remained unconcerned, retrieving a gold necklace from her pocket and letting it flutter in the breeze as she jubilantly declared, "I am the champion." Pei Fingnong was momentarily entranced by her radiant smile, rooted in place. On the brilliantly illuminated racetrack, Qiao Chu Chu sprinted toward him, her curls dancing in the wind, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she opened her arms to embrace him. Instinctively, he extended his hands, ready to catch her. However, she bypassed him entirely, leaping into Lin Qing's embrace instead. Pei Fingnong stood there, dumbfounded. Qiao Chu Chu and Lin Qing hugged tightly. That was exhilarating. Although I was hit by Ji Yanchuan once, I still won. The smiles on everyone's faces abruptly froze as they turned to witness Ji Yanchuan being pulled from his car. Despite his protective gear, he had sustained considerable impact, lying on a stretcher, dazed and disoriented. Pei Buxian took a deep breath, setting his dog down, and strode directly to Ji Yanchuan. Holding a plastic bag, Ji Yanchuan, still in a haze, furrowed his brow upon seeing Pei Buxian. "What do you want?" Pei Buxian waved the black plastic bag in front of him. "This contains the feces for my dog, Ji Yanchuan." And Pei Buxian smeared it across his face. "A gift for you, Yanhun." Chapter 46. Not recommended for viewing during meals.
Yanhun.
With dog excrement smeared across his face, emitted a sharp, piercing scream. "Aw, dog poop. It's in my eyes." Pei Yuchuan yanked Pei Buxian back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Seventh brother, we ought to maintain a sense of camaraderie. Didn't we agree that the loser would run a lap on the racetrack in the nude? This dog poop is an additional charge." Pei Buxian's dark circles deepened, fueled by his pent-up fury. His tone turned icy. "I can afford it." Pei Yuchuan feigned a smile. "Well, it still has to follow the terms we established." He snapped his fingers, signaling the staff. "Please assist us in removing this fellow's clothing." The staff at the racing club looked shocked, but Mr. Ji is unwell at the moment. Pei Yuchuan replied, puzzled. "His discomfort has nothing to do with me. I am not the one unwell." The staff's lips twitched, "But he can't run a lap in the nude like this." "Pei Yuchuan, it's all right, just put him down." The staff, puzzled, placed the stretcher on the ground. Without hesitation, Pei Yuchuan began to remove Ji Yanchuan's clothing. Staff member Pei Yuchuan, while undressing him, laughed heartily. "Come on, we're all men here. Let us not be shy about betting and losing. I'll help you out." Ji Yanchuan, too weak to resist. "You guys Pei Yuchuan tore open his shirt, a playful grin on his face. "You were just trying to run my sister down, weren't you?" Ji Yanchuan froze, struggling to open his eyes to look at him. Pei Yuchuan, towering over him as he ripped at his clothes, wore a smile laden with menace. "You're going to pay for this." Ji Yanchuan, infuriated and dizzy from the foul stench, exclaimed, "I won't let you get away with this." Pei Yuchuan yanked down his trousers. "Neither will I let you off the hook."
Meanwhile,
Pei Che raised a hand to cover Qiao Chu Chu's eyes. "No need to see this part." Qiao Chu Chu, "Sister Lin Qing, do you want to cover your eyes as well?" Lin Qing, unable to suppress her amusement, replied, "No need. I've seen every inch of this guy. No need to be so polite. I still want to film this, haha." Lin Qing commanded. "Lin Qing, put your phone away. You dare to film this. Aren't you afraid of getting a virus?" Lin Qing, somewhat disappointed. All right then. Chu Qiao, blindfolded,
Could see nothing.
Pei Yuchuan finished undressing and lifted the stretcher. We need another person. Let us take him for a lap around this racetrack. Pei Fengnong, maintaining a serious demeanor, stepped forward. I'll do it. Though Chu Chu couldn't see. She could easily imagine the comical sight of Pei Fengnong and Pei Yuchuan carrying the naked Ji Yanchuan around the track. Her companion Lin Qing burst into laughter. That little rascal Ji Yanchuan, too embarrassed to be seen, still trying to cover himself. This is hilarious. Pei Mu was doubled over with laughter. The best part is, he has got dirt on his face, even while trying to cover it. He doesn't dare to really touch it, haha. Pei Yuchuan, full of energy, called out. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Let us go, lad. Pei Fengnong followed closely behind, casting a sinister glare at Ji Yanchuan. Ji Yanchuan felt waves of humiliation crashing over him, covering his face in powerless rage. I won't let you get away with this. Just wait. Pei Fengnong paid him no mind, completing a full lap and casually tossing Ji Yanchuan aside like garbage. Ji Yanchuan crashed to the ground, the cold surface chilling to the bone, and glared upwards in fury. You guys. His words halted abruptly. Pei Fengnong loomed over him, and Pei Yuchuan's smile had vanished without a trace. The brothers stood like grim specters watching him. Ji Yanchuan felt a chill run down his spine. What do you want now? Pei Fengnong's gaze was icy. Ji Yanchuan. You nearly killed my sister. Ji Yanchuan, enraged yet amused, replied, I merely intended to bump into her, just to teach her a lesson. That's a bit excessive. Don't you think? Pei Fengnong's expression was devoid of emotion, shrouded in a sense of foreboding, almost melding with the night, his voice deep and ominous. If not for her skills, given the speed just now, she would have perished at your hands. Ji Yanchuan remained oblivious to any fault of his own, lightly retorting. But she isn't dead, is she? Pei Fengnong narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, since you insist on this line of reasoning. Let's address the matter directly. My brother removed your clothing because you must abide by the rules of the wager. The loser is expected to run a lap in the nude. However, your deliberate collision with my sister requires further accounting. Pei Fengnong leaned in, his gaze piercing.
We shall see.
Ji Yanchuan's eyelids flickered, his teeth clenched as he watched Pei Fengnong and Pei Yuchuan depart. Then what about your Pei Buxian smearing feces on my face? How shall we settle that score? Suddenly, a ray of clarity enveloped Chu Qiao. Is it over? She scrunched her lips in disdain, yet found it somewhat amusing. I thought he had been in an accident and that the punishment might be annulled. Pei Fengnong's tone was as frigid as ice. A wager is a wager. He must face the consequences of his defeat. Chu Qiao nodded, her gaze fixed on Pei Fengnong's upright silhouette. How peculiar, I won. Yet why does it seem like fourth brother is quite upset? Did I say something wrong? Pei Fengnong halted, his face serious as he confronted her. His furrowed brow seemed capable of crushing a fly, his eyes brimming with deep concern and anxiety. She had just escaped death, yet still appeared so vivacious. Chu Qiao felt a chill at his penetrating gaze. Could it be that now that I have triumphed, he might scold me? I recall he isn't one to employ oppressive teaching methods. Pei Fengnong, he is merely worried. Never mind. He is not worried. Pei Fengnong picked up his phone to transfer money to her. As agreed, you accompany me to the competition. I am sending you 50,000. Since you won this time, I will give you 100,000. Chu Qiao was taken aback. Was your sour expression earlier because you were reluctant to part with that 100,000? Pei Fengnong, no. She quickly donned a cheerful grin. Just kidding. Fourth brother is exceedingly generous and doesn't he mind such trifling sums at all. Compared to the inexplicable money others give me, I prefer earning my own. It feels substantial and fulfilling. Chu Qiao, satisfied, opened her text messages, suddenly pondering, fourth brother, if I had lost today, would you support me in running naked? Pei Fengnong replied, I would take your place. Chu Qiao. Huh? In the warm, natural light, Pei Fengnong donned a black matte leather jacket, his tousled hair blown across his face by the wind. His slender, almond-shaped eyes reflected Chu Qiao's astonished expression. He bore no outward emotion, yet his gaze was earnest and resolute, as though he had made a weighty promise. I will run in your stead. Chapter 47. Has Chu Qiao been kidnapped? A warm current surged through Chu Qiao's heart, akin to sipping a comforting ginger soup on a bitterly cold winter's day, spreading warmth from her chest to her extremities. She couldn't help but smile, her eyes sharpening with focus. Pei Fengnong held her gaze for a moment before awkwardly averting his eyes, scratching his nose. And what about you? Why did you help me confront Ji Yanchuan? The statement is, in fact, incomplete. What he truly wishes to inquire is why, despite being fully aware of the imminent danger and the possibility of death, she would choose to assist him. Xiao Chu Chu replied without hesitation, because you are my family. Pei Fengnong was taken aback. She laughed carefree, moreover. When I saw you fighting with Ji Yanchuan, I didn't even think. By the time I realized what was happening, I had already kicked Ji Yanchuan away. I acted purely on instinct, like an animal. Xiao Chu Chu added, slightly disgruntled. Hey. Pei Fengnong gazed at her with a smile, his brow relaxing, as if embraced by the gentle spring breeze. Isn't it all right to speak the truth? This seemed to be the first time in 7 years that Pei Fengnong had smiled at her. Xiao Chu Chu, captivated, couldn't help but break into a wide grin. All right then. I'll let it go. Who am I to deny you this privilege today? Pei Fengnong was momentarily stunned, his mind drifting to the car accident from a year prior. And the smile gradually faded from his lips. Xiao Chu Chu, sensing the shift in his demeanor, awkwardly excused herself. I'll just use the restroom. She hurried towards the women's restroom on the first floor. Pei Fengnong's brow furrowed with concern as he watched her disappear from view. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yuan had silently approached from behind. You two seem to be enjoying a good chat? Pei Yuan's hopeful gaze dimmed for a moment, though it fell within his expectations. It's fine, take your time, we all need it. Pei Fengnong lowered his eyes, his brow knitting together. I don't know how to navigate this. I don't know how to convince myself. It's too complicated, and I fear I will continue to resist her. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu Chu washed her hands and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. The number slowly appeared before her eyes, changing from 7 to 6. She furrowed her brow. Not merely because she had only 6 lives left, but because she sensed her family's reluctance. Their bond, cultivated over many years, was marred by the scars left from traumatic events. The affection was profound, and so were the fissures. She splashed water on her face, and upon lifting her head, she noticed several burly staff members standing behind her. Both men and women were staring at her through the mirror, resembling a horde of zombies. Her heart raced. What are you planning to do? Moments later, a few staff members emerged from the women's restroom, pushing a garbage cart. Pei Fengnong, waiting at the end of the corridor, glanced at the time and then at the restroom door, murmuring impatiently, why isn't she out yet? The others had gone upstairs to rest, but he felt uneasy about Xiao Chu Chu and decided to wait a little longer. Leaning against the wall, his gaze inadvertently swept over the garbage cart, where a fluffy pink garment was partially visible. He averted his gaze casually, but suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wait, what are you carrying in that cart? As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of individuals rushed out with the cart. Pei Fengnong decisively gave chase. Shouting, security, sound the alarm, call the police. The front desk staff, bewildered, promptly called for help. However, these individuals were evidently well-trained, smoothly hoisting the garbage cart into the back of a van and crashing through the checkpoint. Pei Fengnong, in hot pursuit, jumped into his own car and pressed the accelerator to follow closely behind. Pei Yuan and others hurried to the second floor, alarmed by the commotion. What happened? The receptionist trembled in fear. We have no idea, but just now, Mr. Pei furiously questioned what was inside the trash bins. And then those cleaners rushed off with the bins to a van. Pei Yuan urgently pressed on. Did you see what was inside the bins? The receptionist hesitated. It seemed like there was a pink object, perhaps a piece of fabric. Xiao Xie, at the back of the crowd, gasped in horror. The others turned to her, puzzled. She stammered, Miss Chiao's coat is a pink, fluffy one. It couldn't be her, could it? Pei Yuan's mind raced. It must be her. We need to pursue them immediately. The Pei brothers and the Lin siblings wasted no time, hastily jumping into their cars and speeding away. Ji Yanchuan curled up on the sofa, watching the cars rush out, his expression darkening. In his hand, he clutched his phone, which displayed a chilling message. The package has been retrieved and is en route to its destination. He trembled in cold fury, yet managed to force a smirk, thinking, she deserves it. That wretched woman embarrassed me in front of so many.
Now,
I shall ensure she and her family experience true humiliation. Xiao Chu Chu was pulled from the box and slapped twice.
dazed.
She barely had time to react before several burly men roughly restrained her, binding her to a rectangular table. Her hands were immobilized, but her legs remained free. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in what appeared to be a factory. The kidnappers, clearly well-trained, wore masks and wielded equipment, aiming cameras at her from various angles. One man even donned a camera around his neck and swallowed a pill. What were they planning? Why all the cameras? Tension coursed through her body, rendering her muscles unresponsive. A chilling realization began to dawn on her, but she dared not dwell on it. Remaining composed, she declared, I don't care who sent you. I can offer you double, no, triple the amount. Her eyes widened with desperation, her voice strained, 10 million. I'll give you 10 million to let me go. I swear I won to report this. I won to. No one responded to her pleas. In the vast factory, only her near-whimpering negotiations echoed. The man with the camera approached her feet, attempting to pry her legs apart. Instinctively, she struggled and kicked at him. Name your price.
I'll pay.
Just don't touch me. I can pay. The man's rough hand gripped her ankle, signaling to a nearby woman, who approached her and delivered a harsh slap. Chu Chu was caught off guard, her face turned to the side. She felt no pain, only the weight of countless eyes and cameras fixated upon her. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped her. This ordeal was already suffocating. Yet the multitude of cameras continued to capture her every moment. Once the filming was successfully completed, she was exposed as a manga artist, having published numerous works that contributed to her reputation. The man loomed over her, striking her face with his belt, taunting, You worthless woman. Did you think your virtue held any value? Let me tell you, I'm here solely for you, and once I'm done, my friends will partake as well. No amount of money will change that, do you understand? So, do not resist. If you struggle again, I will proceed without protection. He menacingly retrieved a contraceptive from his pocket, sneering, Do you wish to bear my child? Her face drained of color in an instant.
No.
The man smirked coldly. If you don't want that, then silence yourself. Chu Chu clenched her teeth, a pang of bitterness radiating from her molars to her chin, and she chose to remain silent. If her remaining 6 lives could ensure her survival and enable her escape from these fiends, she vowed to eliminate them, to eradicate those who orchestrated their malevolence. Chapter 48. Pei Fingnong, are your tears born of sorrow or fear? Chu Chu gritted her teeth, fixating on the man as a predator would, observing every detail of his visage, even the tattoos adorning his neck. The man attempted to unfasten her trousers, mocking her. What is this? No more struggling? Have you learned your lesson? She merely gazed at him, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead like raindrops, her chest heaving from rapid breaths. Her eyes ablaze with lethal intent. The man dismissed her, yanking her trousers down, cursing, Damn, you're wearing quite a lot. Chu Chu averted her gaze, surveying the faces of those leering at her, including women who, despite sharing her gender, regarded her with derision. In despair, she closed her eyes, attempting to steady her emotions, refocusing on the man poised to commit violence against her. Just then, the sound of an approaching engine pierced the air. The man halted his actions, exclaiming, What is that noise? A black SUV barreled through the rolled-up door, causing a stir among the onlookers. Panic ensued as the vehicle careened towards the crowd, colliding with several individuals before expertly drifting to a stop. The man atop Chu Chu cursed and bolted towards the SUV, which simultaneously disgorged another man wielding a baseball bat, who swung it fiercely at him. Chu Chu's eyes widened in recognition. Pei Fingnong. He had come to rescue her. In the dim light, Pei Fingnong's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a ferocious beast as he swung down at the man's head with unrelenting force. With an air of lethal intent, he dispatched waves of assailants with the bat. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. A burly man lunged at him with a knife, but Pei Fingnong deftly disarmed him, seizing the fallen blade and plunging it into the man's shoulder. The man froze, and Pei Fingnong swiftly severed the tendons in his arms, following up with a brutal strike to his groin. The man howled in agony, collapsing unconscious. Pei Fingnong's expression remained impassive, half his face smeared with blood. Since his arrival, he had uttered not a single word. He numbly turned his gaze towards Chu Chu. Chu Chu lay on the table, her pants partially stripped away, while her thermal leggings remained untouched. Everyone else had collapsed, save for the camera beside her that still stood. Pei Fingnong wasted no time, shattering one camera lens after another, then crushing the camera aimed at the man's neck beneath his foot, followed by a fierce kick to the man's groin. The man began to convulse. Ignoring him, Pei Fingnong swiftly fastened Chu Chu's pants and untied her hands. Chu Chu, as if still enveloped in a dream, sluggishly sat up and called out, Brother? Pei Fingnong looked at her with concern, responding yes. As she gradually regained her senses, her vision blurred, and she cautiously whispered, Fourth brother? The light in Pei Fingnong's eyes dimmed, a wave of heartache surging within him. Yet, He maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze resolute as an unyielding wall.
It's me.
Chu Chu. I am your fourth brother. I'm late. I'm sorry. At that moment, the tension in Chu Chu's body shattered, and she cried out, throwing herself into his embrace. Pei Fingnon leaned back slightly, but unhesitatingly held her tightly. Chu Chu sobbed uncontrollably. I'm so scared. I'm terrified. I fear they will torture me to death. They all want to touch me. I'm so scared, brother. I'm so afraid. I fear pain. I dread being tormented. I don't know what I will face. Pei Fingnon felt as though his heart were being wrenched, a lump forming in his throat. If he had arrived even a moment later, he dared not contemplate it, as he pressed his hand against the back of her head, forcing calmness into his voice. It's all right now, it's all right. You are safe. Chu Chu, in a state of utter despair, cried, I don't know. I'm so flustered. I'm sorry, brother.
Please don't despise me.
Just let me hold you for a moment. Let me hold you for a moment. Pei Fingnon was taken aback, tightening his embrace around her. Chu Chu, lost in her anguish, seemed to hear him repeatedly murmur, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you, I'm sorry. She nestled deeper into his arms, feeling warmth trickle down her neck. A droplet fell. Startled, she attempted to lift her head, but Pei Fingnon firmly held her down, preventing her from looking up. More warm tears cascaded onto her neck. Were they Pei Fingnon's tears? Chapter 49. A promise is a promise, and must be fulfilled. Time passed, though it felt eternal, until the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Chu Chu, her eyes swollen from crying, gazed toward the entrance and saw a group of police officers rushing toward her, along with Pei Yuan and others. Chu Chu. Pei Yuan assessed her anxiously, scanning the area. Upon noticing the cameras and the group of burly men groaning on the ground, he quickly grasped the perilous situation that had nearly unfolded. Anger ignited within him, spreading like wildfire, searing through his lungs, yet he swiftly suppressed it, lifting her in his arms. Let us go. I'll take you to see a doctor. Pei Fingnon cast a hurried glance at her before turning his head away. At that moment, Pei Yuchuan approached Pei Fingnon, astonished. No way. You're crying? It's one thing for Chu Chu to cry from her injuries, but why are you, a grown man, crying? Pei Fingnon's expression changed, and he delivered a sharp elbow to Pei Yuchuan. Are you blind? I'm not crying. Pei Yuchuan retorted, your eyes are all swollen. Pei Fingnon turned his back, insisting, I am not. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Chu stepped down from Pei Yuan's embrace. Wait a moment, she said, walking toward Pei Fingnon. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her in astonishment. Chu Chu, how did you get here? You should go rest immediately. Originally turned away from Chu Chu. Pei Fingnon stiffened at his words, suddenly snatching the black-framed glasses from Pei Yuchuan's face and smoothly donning them himself. Pei Yuchuan, what are you doing? Pei Fingnon elbowed him again. Shut up. Pei Yuchuan. Chu Chu chose to ignore the duo's antics. With genuine gratitude, she addressed Pei Fingnon, fourth brother. Thank you for saving me. She retrieved a gold necklace from her pocket. Here, this belongs to you. Pei Fingnon hesitated for a moment, turning to her. Despite wearing the glasses, he could not conceal the swelling of his eyelids or the pronounced bloodshot veins in his eyes. Chu Chu felt a twinge of emotion, her lips curving into a smile. Thank you for lending me your talisman. It surely worked this time, allowing you to burst in at that critical moment. I truly appreciate it. Pei Fingnon was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing with an uncharacteristic hue as he sternly snatched the necklace from her grasp. It wasn't the talisman that worked. He averted his gaze, muttering, It was the positioning from your smartwatch, you fool. Chu Chu froze for a moment, then nodded through tears of laughter. All right. Regardless of what truly played a role, at that moment, fourth brother, who dashed in, was a hero. Pei Fingnon fell silent, bowing his head even lower. Pei Yuan approached Chu Chu from behind, draping his black coat over her shoulders, his tone laced with concern. Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital. She obediently nodded and climbed into the car with Pei Yuan. Pei Yuchuan crossed his arms, lingering beside Pei Fingnon, teasingly elongating his words. Did you hear that, fourth? You are her hero. Pei Fingnon clutched the gold necklace tightly, remaining silent. Pei Yuchuan, with a smirk concealed behind his laughter, followed closely behind Chu Chu. Let us thoroughly investigate who harbored such malicious intentions towards Chu Chu. Once we find them, we'll make them pay. Pei Fingnon nodded, surveying the chaotic scene around them. He had thoroughly dealt with these individuals, yet his heart remained heavy. an indescribable gloom lingering within him, unwilling to dissipate. Unless they could swiftly uncover the puppeteer behind this, he would find no solace. 2 hours later, Pei Fengnong stood in the hospital corridor, toying with the newly repaired gold necklace. His slender fingers entwined with the golden chain. His gaze intensely fixated on the design of the necklace, lost in thought. Pei Buxian loomed behind him like a specter. "Could you please stop fiddling with that wretched necklace?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, the corridor of the ward was devoid of any presence save for the two of them, enveloped in an eerie stillness. In such a tranquil atmosphere, Pei Buxian, with his pale complexion and faint dark circles under his eyes, resembled a vengeful ghost. His mere sight was irksome. Pei Fengnong rolled his eyes. He loved his brother, yet he found him vexatious. Due to Chu Qiao's incessant disturbances, their already fragile minds were driven to the brink of madness by her relentless pursuits. Under Chu Qiao's relentless efforts, Pei Buxian had transformed from a minor eccentric into a full-blown schizophrenic. Seeing the eccentric Pei Buxian filled Pei Fengnong with a headache. "Speak if you have something to say." Pei Buxian glared at him with a sullen expression. Those individuals claimed to be the masterminds behind this, attributing their actions to being captivated by Chu Qiao's beauty, which incited their kidnapping thoughts. The clothing and room cards from the club were all stolen, and no matter how the police interrogate them, they remain tight-lipped. "Our leads have dried up." Pei Fengnong felt his heart plummet. He was not surprised. No matter the discord between Chu Qiao and them, she was still known as the eighth miss of the Pei family within their circle. Only those bold enough to confront them would dare to touch her. Pei Fengnong narrowed his eyes, arriving at a potential suspect. "I believe I know who it is." "Is it Ji Yanchuan?" Pei Buxian inquired, to which Pei Fengnong nodded. Pei Buxian brandished a small knife decisively. "Very well, I shall eliminate him." Pei Fengnong interjected, bewildered. "Are you out of your mind? Murder will land you in prison, possibly even on death row." Pei Buxian calmly gripped the knife tighter and turned to leave. "I am aware. Please take care of my West Highland White Terrier. I must go." Pei Fengnong seized him in frustration.
No.
"You mustn't act recklessly." Pei Buxian met his gaze with an impassive expression. "I am not being reckless. I am serious." Pei Fengnong remained silent. Pei Buxian fixed his unwavering gaze upon him. Over a decade ago, when Chu Chu was nearly violated by a group of boys in that warehouse, we seven vowed together that we would never allow her to suffer harm again. The grievances between her and us are her own. She owes us a debt that she must repay herself. Yet our vow remains a vow. His enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with an indomitable resolve. A vow must be fulfilled. Pei Fengnong's gaze darkened as he spoke gravely. "There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. How else can I quell the resentment within my heart?" Pei Buxian retorted. "Moreover, he will return." Pei Buxian's eyes widened in alarm, his voice barely above a whisper. "Am I to wait until he records a video of my sister's violation and disseminates it online, where a horde of lecherous men will preserve and circulate it, commenting on her suffering, until the video, like cockroaches, cannot be eradicated? Only then shall I stab him?" Pei Fengnong, struck at a sensitive point, replied resolutely, "We have other methods." Pei Buxian expressed skepticism. "What other methods exist besides hiring someone to kill him?" Pei Buxian paused,
Contemplating.
"But why would he help us? We are not aligned. He engages in perilous business, while our family steers clear of such affairs." Pei Fengnong narrowed his eyes, deliberating. "Did you not just mention that you sensed Lu Tingshi could hear Chu Chu's thoughts? If that is indeed the case, then Lu Tingshi is in the same boat as us, sharing our objective." The more Pei Fengnong pondered, the more convinced he became. "As long as we ascertain that Lu Tingshi can hear thoughts, we can strike a deal with him." Without hesitation, Pei Buxian picked up his phone and dialed a number. Pei Fengnong asked, "Who are you calling?" Pei Fengnong was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Chapter 50. Lu Tingshi, can you hear Chu Chu's thoughts? He proposed testing Lu Tingshi, not launching a direct attack. Pei Buxian completely disregarded Pei Fengnong's astonished expression, calmly placing the phone on speaker. "Can you hear Chu Chu's innermost thoughts?" As this question was posed, the other members of the Pei family and the Lin siblings emerged from Chu Chu's hospital room. Pei Buxian pressed further. "You and your son can both hear Chu Chu's thoughts, correct?" Those standing at the doorway of the ward were taken aback. Lu Tingshi, a seasoned individual forged in the crucible of conflict, knew better than to inquire directly, even in doubt. Such a miscalculation could lead to awkward repercussions later. As they grappled with how to navigate this situation, a soft chuckle emanated from the other end of the phone. It seems you have indeed uncovered my secret, Pei Buxian. The crowd was taken aback. Pei Buxian's expression darkened, though he was not surprised. Since you are privy to the future forecasts that Qiao Chu Chu provides, you must also be aware that this world seeks to erase her. She is in constant peril, and to safeguard our own lives, we must protect her. Therefore, I hope you can assist me with a favor. Lu Tingxi's voice retained a trace of amusement. Do share. Pei Buxian spoke plainly just moments ago. My sister was abducted. The assailants attempted to strip her, violate her, and record explicit videos from multiple angles, employing heinous and professional tactics. They have since been apprehended, but insist it was a crime of passion. Prior to her kidnapping, she had a confrontation with Ji Yanchuan. Of course, you are aware that during the day, she sacrificed 2 lives to save a dog and Lu Yuejua. In her clash with Ji Yanchuan, he caused her demise once, leading to another lost life, yet she ultimately triumphed over him after her rebirth. Following her victory, she was captured in the ladies' room of the club. At this juncture, Pei Buxian calmly inquired, "Do you have a means to investigate the truth?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the sound of a spark igniting. It seemed Lu Tingxi had lit a cigarette. The others in the corridor gradually approached Pei Buxian, holding their breath in anticipation. 30 minutes, Lu Tingxi's tone had turned cold. "Wait for my call." The call was abruptly terminated. Pei Buxian set down his phone and raised his gaze to the assembly. Every face in attendance was grave, brimming with unspoken words. Indeed, there were others who could hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts, and this individual was none other than the formidable Lu family, known for their ruthless reputation abroad. While the Lu family were considered honorable, despite their dangerous nature, their trustworthy reputation was well known in their circle. Yet, who would be the next to hear these thoughts? Would more individuals join this fold? And would they be benevolent or malevolent? An hour later, on the same floor as Qiao Chu Chu, 2 nurses in the ward whispered about the name on the medical records. I've encountered many compound surnames, but this is the first time I've seen the surname Weisheng. Another nurse lowered her voice, remarking, "She's quite the formidable woman. I heard from the head nurse that she has outlived 5 husbands. A strong lady indeed, while her male companions seem to come and go with ease. She herself is incredibly wealthy and stunningly beautiful, despite being over 40. She appears to be in her 30s. Handsome men and beautiful women flock to her, often competing for her affection." The young nurse sighed with envy. What an extraordinary life she leads. Wealthy, single, with a rare surname, and pursued by a host of charming suitors. Suddenly, another nurse hurried over and whispered a warning. "Stop talking. The formidable woman is coming." The 3 nurses stealthily peered from behind the nurses' station towards the end of the corridor. A woman sat in a wheelchair, being pushed by a dashing young man. Though she bore the pallor of illness, her beauty shone through, resembling a solitary red rose, languidly resting against the wheelchair. The handsome young man pushing her seemed reluctant, lost in troubled thoughts. The woman furrowed her brow and spoke sharply. "Are you daft? Didn't I make it clear that I dislike being called Sister Weisheng? You can either call me Sister Yukenris. Weisheng, Sister Weisheng is hardly an appropriate title." Li Jiahao quickly corrected himself. "I apologize, Sister Yukan." Weisheng Yukan closed her eyes and instructed, "As per our agreement, prepare for this evening." "Understood," he replied, his face pale as he pushed Weisheng Yukan along the hospital corridor. Qiao Chu Chu jolted awake from a nightmare, panic coursing through her as she touched her body, letting out a long sigh of relief. She had dreamt that those people had succeeded in their sinister intentions, and no matter how she struggled, she felt utterly helpless. As if her face had turned purple from fear. Suppressing her terror, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a private room at Pei Chei's hospital. On the bedside table lay a note, inscribed in Pei Chei's bold handwriting. "If you awaken, do not worry. We will be visiting the police station. You will be staying here tonight. I have arranged for specialized care. Ring the bell if you need anything." Setting the note aside, she got out of bed, seeking a breath of fresh air. As she stepped out of her room, she nearly collided with another patient, glancing at them just as Weisheng Yukan lazily raised her gaze to meet hers. Qiao Chu Chu, initially in a dark mood, felt her spirits lift at the sight of Weisheng Yukan's unexpected beauty. Weisheng Yukan squinted, studying Qiao Chu Chu's face for a moment before shifting her gaze away. It was rare to see such a charming young woman without makeup. Her smooth facial contours and baby-like fullness exuded an inviting softness. Yet her eyes held the cunning allure of a fox. What a beautiful and alluring person. She seems to radiate light, Weisheng Yukan thought, momentarily taken aback as a strange voice echoed in her mind, so vivid and clear. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality when Li Jiahao inadvertently locked eyes with Chu Qiao, exclaiming in astonishment, "Chu Chu! What are you doing here?" Li Jiahao's delicate visage contorted with anger as he swiftly reported, "Wei Sheng, oh no, I mean Sister Yukin. This is the girl I told you about, the one who demanded compensation of several 100,000, Chu Chu." Wei Sheng Yukin, unhurried and composed, turned her gaze towards Chu Chu. Chu Chu, astonished, scrutinized her, and suddenly a spark of realization ignited in her mind. "Sister Yukin? Wei Sheng Yukin?" She stared at the woman seated in a wheelchair, whose aura radiated brilliance, unable to believe her eyes. Is this the Wei Sheng Yukin who was driven to her demise by Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan? Wei Sheng Yukin? Chapter 51. Wei Sheng Yukin, the innately heartless female tycoon. Chu Chu observed the woman's striking yet aloof features, her mind swirling with thoughts. Wei Sheng Yukin, a member of the Guohua clan, had been born atop the pinnacle of society. If her own Pei family occupied a place near the summit, then Wei Sheng Yukin was a rare deity perched at the very apex of the pyramid. The specifics of the Wei Sheng family's enterprises were not elaborated upon in the system's manuscript, but it appeared they were involved in both legitimate and illicit affairs. Wei Sheng Yukin was the sole daughter in her family, with 2 elder brothers and 2 younger ones, yet her family adhered to a patriarchal bias, with her mother exhibiting the most pronounced favoritism towards males. Consequently, Wei Sheng Yukin was raised in an environment of neglect, enduring scorn and derision from her mother at every turn. Nevertheless, she emerged as the most exceptional heir among her siblings, achieving far greater accomplishments than her pampered brothers. Her excellence was not driven by a desire to prove herself to her family, but rather stemmed from an innate penchant for dominating others, relishing the sight of them groveling at her feet. Wei Sheng Yukin was equally alluring to both men and women, with numerous admirers eager to curry her favor, yearning for even a modicum of her affection to slip through her fingers. She could be described as lacking in human empathy, with a nebulous sexual orientation, reigning as an empress in her own confined realm. After the passing of her last husband, she resolved never to marry again, opting instead to seek out young, attractive men to satisfy her physical desires. Thus, upon encountering this character, Chu Chu was left with a lasting impression, as such a persona is typically depicted in male figures. The uniqueness of Wei Sheng Yukin captivated her from the very first glance. Alas, her demise came too swiftly, evoking a sense of regret. Chu Chu bit her lower lip, suddenly coming to a realization. Why do I find myself drawn to such twisted individuals? Yet, life is so mundane that having a few eccentricities is hardly objectionable. She quickly reconciled her thoughts. Let me ponder how Wei Sheng Yukin met her end step by step. She must have died almost immediately upon her introduction. Wei Sheng Yukin died almost immediately upon her introduction? The catalyst was her infatuation with Li Jiahao, for which she lavished a considerable sum upon him, demanding he surrender his virginity. Chu Chu, exasperated, tugged at her hair. "TSK, I must confess, the tastes of the elite elude my comprehension. Li Jiahao, that neighborly boy.
Beshesh no charm whatsoever."
It seems that after indulging in sumptuous feasts, one craves a light pickle to cleanse the palate. Wei Sheng Yukin unconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, having grown weary of handsome men with chiseled abs and sweet tongues, as well as the power brokers who no longer excite her, she finds herself disenchanted with the delicate little pups. What she craves now is a taste of desperation, reminiscent of 2 decades past when she harbored affections for someone yet dared not voice them, forced to endure humiliation for the sake of financial stability, all while beneath her lay a pitiful creature gasping for breath. The intertwining of regret, guilt, and self-disdain with the unvarnished honesty of her physical sensations is a source of amusement in itself. Thus, she chooses to engage with Li Jiahao, who is burdened with a mountain of debt and utterly at a loss for how to repay it. What? Has she made an erroneous choice? It seems that just as her fever subsides, Li Jiahao, pushing a wheelchair, takes her outside the hospital for some fresh air, coincidentally encountering Xia Xuechuan, who is searching for her mother, inadvertently revealing the fact that he is being supported by a powerful woman. Xia Xuechuan, discovering that he has sold his body for money, becomes incensed, and in the heat of their quarrel, they stumble into the street. Yuzan, feeling bored, utters a few unkind words and attempts to leave, only to be shoved by both Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan. Having just recovered from her fever, she weakens and stumbles, tragically resulting in her being struck by a vehicle. Wei Yuzan is bewildered. Supporting character? What does that mean? She wishes to delve into the meaning, but then bursts into laughter at her own folly. Has the fever rendered her delirious? Fantasies begin to swirl in her mind as if others are conversing within her thoughts. It appears she must examine her mind. Perhaps there is a tumor festering within. Growing increasingly agitated, she demands, "Take me outside for some fresh air." Li Jiahao hesitates. "Sister Yuzan, Chu Chu bullied me before. It's because of her that I owe so much money." His tone is laden with a sense of grievance, clearly hoping to elicit a few words against Chu Chu from Yuzan. Oh no. Now Yuzan is in a patron and patronized relationship with Li Jiahao. If this little pup throws a tantrum, will the big boss not be forced to silence me? Wei Yuzan muses, how vivid this hallucination is. Responding so aptly to the topics at hand, much like. Shaking her head in irritation, she turns her gaze to Li Jiahao. "Come closer." Li Jiahao, taken aback, approaches her with curiosity. She delivers a resounding slap. The sharp crack reverberates. Chu Chu is left in shock. Li Jiahao remains frozen in the position of having been struck. Why would you? Does a mere dog presume to command its master? Wei Yuzan's expression is devoid of emotion, her tone flat and unwavering. Do you not consider your own worth? Though the name Chu Chu is quite common within the affluent circles of Lan City, there is but one individual by that name, Pet family's cherished little princess. Li Jiahao is merely a stray dog she has taken in for amusement, and he dares to incite her to bully the precious daughter of a wealthy family? What if she wishes to forge some future collaboration with the Pet family? Would that not jeopardize her financial prospects? Her interest wanes entirely. She commands, "Apologize." Chu Chu is taken aback, gazing at Li Jiahao in astonishment. Li Jiahao, more astonished than Chu Chu, replies, "You want me to apologize to Chu Chu?" Wei Yuzan, equally shocked, retorts, "Are you suggesting that I should apologize to her?" Li Jiahao is engulfed by an inexplicable sense of grievance. Is he not the one being supported? Those who are cared for are under the protection of powerful figures, who dare not be trifled with. Why must he still apologize to Chu Chu upon arrival? He lowered his head, feeling wronged and reluctant to speak, his eyes laden with reproach. Wei Yuzan narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What is the matter? Have you been a lapdog for so long that you can no longer articulate human speech?"
Li Jiao, Qiao Shutu. Ah, this is killing me.
Witnessing the master scold her dog is too funny. Wei Yuzan. Her illusion was laughing too. Did she dare to address her as master? Feeling distressed, she closed her eyes. Surely, she wasn't experiencing a split in her psyche, beginning to develop affection for herself and crafting her own narrative? Yuzan grew increasingly irritable. "Hurry up and apologize." Li Jiahao trembled, pouting in grievance, and reluctantly bent down to apologize to Chu Chu. "I'm sorry for disturbing you." Chu Chu stifled her laughter. "It's fine, I don't mind. After all, you didn't expect to seek assistance from someone only to end up getting a hefty dose of reality. Ha!" She could no longer contain herself, laughing until she was doubled over. Seeing her unabashed joy, Wei Yuzan's lips curled into a faint smile. This girl, even when smiling, was a sight to behold, a true visual delight. In contrast, she cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiahao, who appeared somewhat lackluster beside her. Chapter 52. You deserve better than this. Yuzan rolled her eyes. Aren't you going to leave? Li Jiahao's face flushed crimson, his gaze lingering on the two, reluctantly urging her toward the elevator. Suddenly, Chu Chu snapped back to reality. "Wait. This lady might be in imminent danger. I must intervene." She bravely stepped in front of Wei Yuzan. "Miss Wei Sheng." Wei Yuzan. Oddly, this girl seemed to echo the thoughts in her mind. Her illusion had warned her of impending peril. Chu Chu took a deep breath, pointing at Li Jiahao. "This guy has a girl he likes. He borrowed hundreds of thousands for her. As a kept man, he lacks loyalty."
Li Jiao?
Chu Chu earnestly pressed. "Please, don't go downstairs with him right now. Choose a handsome guy instead. Call him whatever you like, male model, supermodel. You are worth better, not this undesirable." Li Jiahao. Wei Yuzan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. She laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, clutching her stomach. "Ha ha. This is the first time someone has spoken to me like this." Chu Chu, bewildered by her laughter, remarked, "You haven't laughed in over a decade, have you? And I'm the first to make you laugh? That feels a bit kitsch." Wei Yuzan laughed even harder. It was the first time she had heard someone say she deserved better. not something undesirable. Those around her had always flattered her while harboring disdain, never speaking the truth. They praised her for her peculiar tastes when she liked something poor and lauded her discerning eye when she favored the mediocre. All 5 of her past husbands conspired with her family to orchestrate her demise for her fortune, only to be outwitted by her in the end. Her mother insulted her, stating that she was only deserving of playing with stray dogs by the roadside. This was the first, and indeed the only, individual who genuinely discouraged her. Understanding this, Wei Xingyukan smiled brightly. Once my sister has had her fill, she will simply move on to someone else. This statement left Xiao Chu utterly perplexed. Indeed, the bid shots possess a broader perspective. A man once acquired must be savored before being discarded. She scratched her head and replied, "Fine, go ahead and sleep with him. But do ensure you switch partners afterward." Wei Xingyukan's gaze softened gradually. "All right." She waved her hand, signaling Li Jiahao to push the wheelchair. Li Jiahao shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chu, seething with frustration. "You will pay for this." Li Jiahao gritted his teeth, focusing on Yukan. However, the timing and location bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment of Yukan's demise. Perhaps she should pursue and investigate further. Xia Xuechuan sat despondently outside the hospital, awaiting her mother's departure from work. Her mind was consumed with recent events, lamenting her unfortunate streak. After finally landing a promising job, she encountered her detested rival, who subsequently sabotaged her employment. Not only had Xia Xuechuan lost her position, but Aunt Wang's job had also been obliterated by Qi Xiaojia. Moreover, the Pei family had made good on their threats, annotating Aunt Wang's household management credentials with a tainted history. Consequently, any prospective employer who glimpsed the black mark on her record dismissed her without a second thought. With no job opportunities to be found, Aunt Wang was left to seek employment in places that overlooked her past, albeit at the cost of reduced wages and increased workload. Aunt Wang had clashed with her family multiple times over this matter, and Xia Xuechuan could no longer bear the mounting pressure, prompting her to escape. With a sense of grievance, Xia Xuechuan poked at the snow on the ground, creating little holes. How unjust the heavens are. Here I am, striving earnestly in life, yet unable to secure a job, while those who meander through existence, with twisted personalities, have been treading upon me since birth. She gazed skyward, her brow furrowed with worry. Must I truly heed my mother's words and seek a wealthy, accomplished individual to rise above someone like Xiao Chu? Unintentionally, she glanced inside the hospital just as Li Jiahao emerged, pushing Yukan, who leaned down solicitously and said, "Sister Yukan, Yukan dismissed him curtly." Silence. Li Jiahao fell silent, awkwardly lifting his gaze, only to lock eyes with Xia Xuechuan. In that moment, Xiao Chu, hunched in the corner like a large frog, was equally startled. Here it comes. The classic moment of eye contact. The first love and the affluent benefactor confronting one another. If this were a drama, the scene would surely flash back and forth, accompanied by grand music. Yukan raised an eyebrow in inquiry, finally noticing Xia Xuechuan standing at the hospital entrance, clad in simple attire, staring in astonishment at Li Jiahao. Li Jiahao, too, was taken aback by Xia Xuechuan's presence, his face paling. In an instant, Yukan grasped the situation. Isn't this Li Jiahao's beloved? Yet, why did her mind still echo with Xiao Chu's voice? Had Xiao Chu installed a life navigation system within her brain? She glanced around and inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Chu's face. Upon meeting her gaze, Xiao Chu quickly hid behind the wall, completely unaware that a stray red-brown hair sticking up had perfectly betrayed her presence. Wait a moment, Mi Sheng Yuzhan thought. Can she hear this guy's thoughts? If so, then everything I just heard about her dying was true. Mi Sheng Yuzhan's breath quickened as she hastily organized her thoughts and began to review the situation. Suddenly, a boy peeked out from behind Xiao Chu's errant hair. He was a silver-haired youth, brimming with innocent mischief. Why is my brother here, standing behind Xiao Chu?
Mi Sheng Yuzhan exclaimed in disbelief.
The silver-haired boy grinned mischievously and communicated through sign language. That red-haired girl is stalking you. Yuzhan warily glanced at the two individuals beside her. Xia Xuechuan and Li Jiahao were still locked in an idle drama gaze, too engrossed to divert their attention. She quickly signed, "Stay away from her."
I need to verify something. Don't let her notice you.
The silver-haired boy remained unfazed, replying, "She has covering her face. She hasn't noticed me." Just then, Xiao Chu timidly peeked out, locking eyes with Yuzhan. Startled, she let out a low cry, attempting to flee, only to turn and plunge into the arms of the silver-haired boy. Qiao Chu Chu stumbled back like a frightened mouse, looking up in astonishment.
Wow.
Handsome. And why does this handsome guy look so much like Sister Yuzhan? Yuzhan was at a loss for words, casting an accusatory glare at the silver-haired boy. Has she discovered us? However, the silver-haired boy seemed entranced, staring wide-eyed at Qiao Chu Chu. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone was behind me. Oh my, I just ran into the arms of a handsome guy, how embarrassing. The silver-haired boy's eyes sparkled with surprise as he typed a few lines on his phone and handed it to Qiao Chu Chu. I am deaf-mute. I cannot hear what you were saying. Chapter 53. Do you know the significance of a deaf-mute being able to hear sounds? Qiao Chu Chu suddenly understood and began to sign. I'm sorry for bumping into you. I didn't know you were behind me. The silver-haired boy's face lit up with a radiant smile. You know sign language? Qiao Chu Chu nodded. I can communicate in both sign language and lip reading. Internally, she felt a small thrill. Huh. I never expected the skill bestowed upon me by the system would come in handy one day. Her skill experience points were fully utilized, but they were all niche skills. Nearly useless in daily life. She had thought she would never need them. Yet today, she had successfully utilized them, even employing sign language. All that was left was for someone to hand her a gun to demonstrate her marksmanship.
No, wait.
How did I get off track? Right now. I should be concerned about the safety of the esteemed Yuzhan, whom I admire. I must constantly be vigilant to ensure she isn't struck by a car. There's no time to converse with the handsome guy. Qiao Chu Chu waved goodbye to the silver-haired youth. Goodbye. The silver-haired youth's smile broadened, nearly stretching to his temples. As he watched her depart, his eyes glimmered with avarice, like a beast fixated on the most delectable prey, fixated on her retreating figure. Then, he turned to Yuzhan with a wicked grin. Sister. The silver-haired youth, with hands as porcelain white as his complexion, swiftly communicated in sign language. That woman's voice has resonated in my mind. He resembled a boy witnessing a superhero for the first time, his excitement nearly causing his hands to blur with motion. The most astonishing part is that this is my first experience of hearing a voice. And I can actually comprehend it. You can, perplexed, inquired. What? Can your brother Huailing also hear? She signed. What did you hear? Wei Sheng Huailing. Brimming with joy, exclaimed. She said you are going to be hit by a car. You can responded. Are you not a bit too joyful about that? Huailing dismissed her concern, visibly thrilled. Do you all usually hear voices in your heads? You can frowned. No, that voice is her inner thoughts, which I just deduced. It is not something everyone can hear. For instance, the two beside me cannot. Huailing's eyes widened with excitement. So the only voice I can hear in the future will be her inner voice? If I tell her my name, can I even hear its pronunciation? You can clarified. The premise is that she must remember you in her heart and speak of you. Huailing beamed. All right. Without hesitation, he strode towards Qiao Chu Chu. You can called after him. Huailing? Wei Sheng Huailing. The argument between Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan escalated in volume. Xia Xuechuan, tears streaming down her face, covered her eyes and retreated. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I thought you were a hard-working and ambitious Jiahao. You have disappointed me. You are no different from those greedy individuals. Li Jiahao shouted after her. Xuechuan. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Yukon aside and chased after her. Dazed, Yukon clutched the armrest of her wheelchair. What are you doing? Do you see me as a mere accelerant? If you pursue her, at least let go of me. After speaking, her brain began to lack oxygen, and she felt faint again. Li Jiahao ignored her, sprinting after Xia Xuechuan, shouting. Xuechuan. Wait. Let me explain. Xia Xuechuan sobbed as she ran towards the road. I want to listen. You've changed. You're no longer my Jiahao. The moment she dashed onto the street, a car sped towards her. Xia Xuechuan froze in her tracks. Li Jiahao pushed Yukon aside and rushed towards Xia Xuechuan. Xuechuan. Yukon's wheelchair lurched forward, sending her careening onto the main road. Yukon leaped up, her mind racing with a single thought. Qiao Chu Chu's inner voice is indeed real. She, Wei Sheng Yukon, the feared queen of the circle, was about to be undone by two foolish individuals. Suddenly, a powerful force grasped her arm, pulling her into an embrace. She was slightly taller than this figure and instinctively wrapped her arms around them like a bear. Yukon froze, gazing at the person who held her. Qiao Chu Chu, resembling a small hamster, lifted her head from Yukon's embrace. Are you all right, Sister Yukon? Wei Sheng Yukon, astonished, stammered. Qiao Chu Chu? Chu Chu nodded obediently. Yes. It's me. Wei Sheng Yukon, her mouth agape, suddenly grew animated. You, how did you? Xiao Chu Chu calmly pressed her shoulder, speaking in a low tone. Sister, I told you earlier, Li Jiahao is a bad influence on you. Fortunately, I anticipated the situation and had already concealed myself on the roadside. Otherwise, the character I adore would have met an untimely demise. What a pity it would have been. Yukon could hardly believe her eyes. Xiao Chu Chu had altered her fate, as she held a fondness for this character. In stark contrast, Li Jiahao and Xia Xuechuan were the architects of her misfortune. She immediately cast her gaze upon the foolish pair. Xia Xuechuan, buried in Li Jiahao's embrace, wept inconsolably, exclaiming, Jiahao, I feel utterly helpless and terrified. Yukon, consumed by a surge of murderous intent, contemplated advancing. However, Xiao Chu Chu restrained her, saying wait. She removed her shoes and declared, leave it to me, sis. Yukon was taken aback. In a sudden burst of energy, Xiao Chu Chu leapt forth, delivering a resounding smack to Li Jiahao's nape with the sole of her shoe, exclaiming, you nearly caused Yukon's demise.
Xia Xuechuan instinctively shield Li Jiao, protesting.
Xiao Chu Chu, I will not allow you to bully Jiahao. Without hesitation, Xiao Chu Chu stripped off her socks, threatening fiercely, Xia Xuechuan. Let me make it clear. I shall use the shoe sole for Li Jiahao, but for you, I will wield these pure cotton socks. Do not underestimate their sting. Whoever I strike will feel the irritation. Xia Xuechuan stood there, bewildered. Pei Yuchuan and the other brothers of the Pei family approached Xiao Chu Chu, their expressions a blend of shock and confusion. Xiao Chu Chu, what on earth are you doing? They inquired, recalling the vehicle that had nearly collided with Yukon moments before. Just as they braked, they witnessed Xiao Chu Chu descending from the heavens like a bolt of lightning, rescuing a woman, and then proceeding to remove her shoes and socks. The Pei family, the Lin family, and Lu Tingxi all turned their attention to the woman whom Xiao Chu Chu had saved. Wei Xing Yukan. Upon seeing their arrival, Xiao Chu Chu's eyes lit up. Pei Yuchuan, you have arrived just in time. Remove your socks.
Pei Yuchuan responded, why?
Xia Xuechuan remained silent.
Pei Yuchuan added, why on earth?
Lin Qing, chewing her lips in realization, remarked, this language carries a peculiar undertone. The others glanced at Pei Yuchuan, asking, how foul must your feet be? Pei Yuchuan gritted his teeth, retorting, I am wearing odor-fighting socks, and it is winter. Xiao Chu Chu raised a finger, declaring, winter cannot diminish my brother's true prowess. The others erupted in laughter. Pei Yuchuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he approached Xiao Chu Chu, saying, so, you intend to handle it this way, do you? Then I shall support you, third brother. He promptly removed his shoes, announcing, third brother will provide you with 2 pairs of socks, along with 2 pairs of genuine leather marten boots. Who dares to bully my sister? He brandished the shoes and socks toward Li Jiahao, questioning, was it you? Chapter 54, Pei Yuchuan, coldly washing underwear. Li Jiahao staggered back in terror, fearing contamination. Xia Xuechuan, equally frightened, took refuge behind Li Jiahao, gazing at Pei Yuchuan in utter disbelief, as though witnessing a fool. Xiao Chu Chu relished the unfolding drama, moving closer to Pei Yuchuan and giving him a thumbs up. Third brother, you are the true mastermind here. This effect is simply remarkable. Xiao Chu Chu fell silent, then solemnly grasped his shoulder, advising, put on your socks and shoes, brother. It's frigid outside. Don't catch a chill. It can lead to uterine cold. Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes, questioning, uterine cold, is it? Xiao Chu Chu's mouth twitched, correcting, I meant a cold heart. Pei Yuchuan tossed his shoes onto the ground, putting them on with a radiant smile. No worries, my heart may be cold now, but I trust someone will share in this chill. Can you guess who that person is? Without hesitation, Xiao Chu Chu replied, Li Jiahao. Pei Yuchuan responded with a perplexed expression, while Li Jiahao stood in stunned silence. She wore a serious expression. Li Jiahao is bullying me. Pei Yuchuan's eyes darkened as he whispered a warning in her ear. Xiao Chu Chu, have you forgotten the nature of our relationship? I assist you not to let others ridicule our family. But I am no longer the brother who mindlessly comes to your aid whenever you are wronged. Xiao Chu Chu retorted, but just now, you helped me take off Ji Yanchuan's clothes. Pei Yuchuan replied with a cold demeanor, that was an act I performed with great reluctance. Xiao Chu Chu pressed on. Yet you quite readily removed his shoes not long ago. Pei Yuchuan maintained his frosty facade, that too was done against my will. Xiao Chu Chu pondered. You make a compelling argument, yet I cannot shake the feeling that there exists a certain literary quality to your cold demeanor while doing the laundry.
Pei Yuchuan inquired.
What do you mean by doing laundry? Pei Yuan lowered his voice to ask, what is laundry literature? Pei Buxian quietly explained. It refers to a scenario where husband strays. The wife is aware but does not seek divorce or confront him, yet she no longer smiles while washing his clothes, doing so instead with a cold expression. Pei Yuan questioned, "Isn't that still washing clothes?" The group exchanged glances, turning their attention to Pei Yuchuan, their lips curling into mischievous smiles.
Ah.
It certainly has a distinct flavor. Feeling a chill from their gaze, Pei Yuchuan remarked, "Lin Qing, you all have no right to criticize Pei Yuchuan. Aren't the other 6 of you simply part of the same cold laundry brigade?" Lu Tingshi burst into laughter. "Ha!" Pei Buxian, provoked, retorted angrily. "What's wrong with washing clothes with a cold expression? Your brother would be lucky to have the chance." Lin Shen interjected, "My brother possesses a thick skin. He can smile while seizing your laundry." She then gave Lin Shen a firm pat on the back, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Seize the moment." Pei Buxian, feeling anxious, warned, "Pei Yuchuan is on guard." Pei Ci joined in teasingly, "The third brother is coldly guarding the door. Protect the crystal." Pei Yuchuan exclaimed, "He knows. But could we refrain from using the term coldly any further? It makes me feel as though I am a dogged admirer clinging to a heartless woman." Pei Yuchuan blocked Lin Shen's path, asserting, "This is none of your concern. Do not meddle." Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, effortlessly retorting, "Pei Yuchuan, are you struggling to distinguish between priorities? We should be addressing the issue concerning Qiao Chu Chu, especially since." He gestured towards Qiao Chu Chu and Wei Xingyuzan. "Chu Chu and Miss Wei Sheng are awaiting us." Unbeknownst to them, Wei Xingyuzan had wheeled herself over, smiling brightly, "No need to mind me. I find your bickering quite entertaining."
Please continue.
Lin Shen and Pei Yuchuan exchanged glances, caught off guard. A few steps away, Qiao Chu Chu wore an odd expression. "What have you all been whispering about since just now?" Lin Shen sidestepped Pei Yuchuan and approached her. "I am here to assist you." Chu Chu. Pei Yuchuan, like a towering wall, obstructed his way, asserting, "I shall handle my sister." Pei Che scoffed, "How childish, to compete over such trivial matters." He strode directly towards Qiao Chu Chu. Lin Qing stood in his way, asking, "What? Are you attempting to circumvent the rules?" Pei Che replied, "I intend to help Qiao Chu Chu." Lin Qing feigned a smile, "My brother has already left." Pei Che scoffed, "Your brother has been stopped." Lin Qing dismissed him. "You've also been halted. You should exhibit some martial ethics. After all, you are 7 grown men. This is a setup." Lu Tingxi chuckled. "It seems like a group of people are engaged in a fierce battle for the ultimate prize. This is becoming increasingly amusing."
Min Wei Hin, Kiu Chu Chu.
Isolated a few steps away, pondered, "What are they whispering about? I can't hear a single word."
Amideav, Arami blind.
Now I feel like they all want to approach, yet none can. Xia Shuechun, witnessing the scene, chuckled, "Qiao Chu Chu. It appears that the people around you do not like you at all. They have no desire to assist you." Chu Chu picked up her shoe, ready to strike. Xia Shuechun recoiled in fright. Qiao Chu Chu cast her a scornful glance, "I don't need their help. I'm merely curious as to why they are having a conference behind me." Xia Shuechun retorted, "Oh really? Perhaps they are discussing how to abandon you." Qiao Chu Chu mused, "What if they truly are contemplating abandoning me? Nevertheless, even if that were the case, it would be the consequence of my binding to the system. Yet, despite this, I must still put on a show before my arch-nemesis." Everyone paused, astonished by Qiao Chu Chu's boldness. Quickly regaining her composure, she placed her hands on her hips and countered Xia Shuechun, "Let me tell you, even if this group were to forsake me, you, Qiao Jia, could easily assemble an identical lineup to replicate a one-to-one. Do you know why?" With a flourish, she tossed her hair, her bare foot resting atop the other, nonchalantly raising her hands, "Because your Qiao Jia's charm is irreplaceable." Xia Shuechun gasped in disbelief. Her voice was thunderous. Yet, beside the bustling street, an eerie calm prevailed. Pei Yuchuan and Lin Shen stared at her, while those behind them stifled their laughter. Lin Shen was the first to recover, chuckling softly. "Chu Chu, it's not that we don't want to help you, it's that we all wish to assist you, hence the competition." He smoothly attempted to approach Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Yuchuan blocked him again. "Qiao Chu Chu, I will handle this." Lin Shen exchanged glances with him, crackling with tension. Lin Shen inquired, "What?" Pei Yuchuan replied, "What?" Chapter 55. The Silver-Haired Youth. Misheng Huai Ling Qiao Chu Chu glanced past Li Jiahao. "Do you realize you nearly pushed Yukon Jia into the street just now? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, she would have been struck by a vehicle." Xia Shuechun laughed, shielding Li Jiahao. "I knew it. You were planning to extort someone again. How much do you want this time, 1,000,000? Xiao Chu Chu retorted. What I discuss with Li Jiahao is none of your business. I'm addressing the matter at hand. And it's not me who seeks money. Xia Shuechun shoved her. Then the affair between Jiahao Go and that auntie is none of your concern either. Yukona's eyes widened in shock. Auntie? This girl referred to her as auntie. She felt furious, but Xiao Chu Chu was even more incensed. Xia Shuechun. Open your eyes and see clearly. Yukon Jia is as beautiful as a succubus. Is it polite to call such a stunning woman auntie? Yukon exclaimed, wow. Am I a succubus? What a high compliment. Xia Shuechuan dismissed the notion with a scoff. Jiahao said she's 42, and I'm 24. Shouldn't I call her aunt? I am merely being polite. It seems that whatever we poor folks say is deemed wrong. Xiao Chuchu responded with a cold smirk. Do not insult the impoverished. Your emotional intelligence seems buried with your ancestors. Xia Shuechuan's expression darkened as she scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at her face. Mind your words. Xiao Chuchu retorted. Is this a game to you?
Fine.
She commanded. Pei Yuchuan, throw your socks at her face. Pei Yuchuan rolled up his sleeves. No problem. Just as he charged forward, a silver-haired youth suddenly emerged from the shadows, brandishing 2 small buckets, one pink, one blue, filled with snow, and leapt into a dramatic dunk. Xia Shuechuan and Li Jiahao found themselves ensconced within the buckets, shrieking. Ah! Pei Yuchuan paused, astonished, as he regarded the silver-haired boy. The youth, tall and slender, glowed like a beacon in the winter snow, his silvery locks slightly obscuring his furious gaze. He turned to Xiao Chuchu and gestured. Are you all right? Xiao Chuchu was taken aback. Why him? Xia Shuechuan, having removed the bucket in anger, was equally stunned. What a beautiful boy. Pei Yuchuan inquired. Who are you? Lin Shen, seated in a wheelchair and surveying the scene, smiled serenely. This is my 5th brother, Weisheng Huaying, who is congenitally deaf and cannot hear your words. She smiled triumphantly. He has come to assist Xiao Chuchu because she helped me. The Pei family members exchanged glances. Lin Qing sighed, troubled. Another handsome young man. How do I position myself here? Pei Buxian glared at her. Lin Qing, do you think Xiao Chuchu is a prized possession, that everyone will fall for her? This Weisheng Huaying is merely here to repay a kindness. Weisheng Huaying lowered his head, almost brushing against Xiao Chuchu's face as he examined her closely. Let me see if you're hurt. His gaze was as earnest as a puppy's. Yet his hands held a certain assertiveness as they cradled her face. Xiao Chuchu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Pei Buxian asked, puzzled. What?
Lin Qing chuckled. Ah.
Such a straightforward way to repay kindness, entirely devoid of romantic entanglements, pure as snow. Huaying tilted his head, resembling a confused little creature, and signed. I am sorry. I cannot hear. He looked to Xiao Chuchu for help. Is your brother angry with me? Huaying appeared distressed, but his gaze is frightening. It makes me a bit afraid. Xiao Chuchu felt a pang of guilt as she turned to Pei Yuchuan. He came with good intentions to help me. You frightened him, so please adjust your demeanor. Pei Yuchuan, irate, replied. Are you too familiar? He gets all touchy upon first meeting you. It's quite rude, you know. He clearly has some issues. Xiao Chuchu rolled her eyes. What issues? Whenever another boy was near me, you all would say he had problems. Now, Weisheng Huaying is Yuken's younger brother, a deaf mute. And he just came to assist me. Can you at least smile a little? Pei Yuchuan remained silent as Huaying continued to gaze at him with a pitiful expression. He clenched his teeth, forcing a smile as he shook hands with Huailing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving my sister. Pei Yuchuan smiled subtly, warning with his lips. Keep your distance from my sister. Surely, a mute person could comprehend lip reading. Huailing paused, then smiled. Pei Yuchuan's eyelid twitched. This fellow was provoking him. He had indeed surmised correctly. This person was deliberately feigning cuteness and vulnerability. His grip instinctively tightened. Huailing winced in pain, furrowing his brows. Xiao Chuchu hurriedly interjected, Brother, you're hurting him. Huailing pitifully cradled his reddened hand, looking as defensive as a small dog that had just been kicked, taking tiny steps to stand beside Xiao Chuchu. Just then, the cold wind tousled his silver hair, and his eyes, seemingly brimming with tears, hung low, exuding an air of fragility. Pei Yuchuan's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Tiny steps. How could such a large man take such small steps? His anger flared, and he swiftly yanked Xiao Chuchu behind him, defiantly glaring at Weisheng Huailing.
Come on.
Take another tiny step. I'll send you flying into the wall. A flicker of shadow crossed Wei Shen Huailing's eyes as he regarded him in silence. Suddenly, a horde of men in black emerged from the shadows, seizing Li Jiahao. Xia Xuechuan gasped in shock. What are you doing? Li Jiahao struggled briefly before being forced into a luxurious vehicle. What are you doing? She anxiously glanced at Huailing, hoping for assistance, but realizing their indifference would only waste time, she quickly spotted an electric bike, crying as she pedaled after them. Jiahao, let him go. Xia Xuechuan's cries for Jiahao gradually faded, disappearing from their view. Chu Chu questioned, what is going on? How did they just take someone away? She exchanged bewildered glances with the others. Should we call the police? Pei Yutuan replied coldly, Xia Xuechuan will definitely report it. We have no time to waste on that while she's chasing them in tears. Pei Buxian added, let us just wish her good luck. Chu Chu was speechless. Wei Shen Yuzhan smiled gently. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Leaning back in his wheelchair, he said with a warm smile, thank you, Chu Chu, for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I surely would have been hit by that car. Regardless of whether I would have died, sustaining injuries was inevitable. I owe my safety to you. Chapter 56. Lin Qing, I let my brother play tricks, and he ended up with a heart-to-heart. Chu Chu quickly waved her hands. It's nothing, just a small act, no need to take it to heart. Though the system had informed her that this was a real world, she still felt that her life and the lives of those around her were mere narratives paving the way for others' love stories. If I hadn't appeared, Wei Shen Yuzhan would have truly perished, as his death in the plot was already quite contrived, collapsing on the road with the wheels crushing his head. His skull would have been flattened. Just the thought of such a demise is horrifying. A beautiful big shot meeting such a tragic end, and so contrived at that, it's entirely a plot kill. After the tragic demise of Wei Xingyu, the Wei Shen clan inexplicably began its descent into obscurity, ultimately falling under the acquisition of the male protagonist, Ji Yanchuan. It could be said that the legendary Wei Shen clan was forcibly reduced in intellect, willingly offering benefits, only to be systematically eliminated by the brilliance of Ji Yanchuan one by one. Under the nurturing influence of the Wei Shen clan, the Pei family, the Lu family, and several other prominent figures, Ji Yanchuan ascended to become the world's richest individual, while Xia Xuechun, as his cherished wife, also attained the status of a philanthropic master, generously supporting numerous small animals and impoverished regions, spreading love across the globe, and gaining immense popularity online. Truly, the protagonists are innate failures, their brilliance solely reliant on the groundwork laid by the supporting characters. However, having saved Wei Xingyu's life, I believe the narrative concerning the Wei Shen family should face no significant issues moving forward, as the most formidable member, Yukan, is now under my protection. The Pei family members instantly grew vigilant. Could it be that Wei Xingyu was also part of the storyline? If so, she must undoubtedly be able to hear Chu Chu's innermost thoughts. They cautiously observed Wei Xingyu and her brother, Huailing. Wei Xingyu maintained her composure, smiling warmly at Chu Chu, while Wei Shen Huailing mirrored her sincerity with a genuine smile, showing no signs of their ability to hear thoughts. In fact, Yukan conveyed through sign language to Huailing, this girl saved me. I was almost hit by a car and she came to my aid. Huailing's eyes brightened, and he expressed his gratitude to Chu Chu through sign language. Thank you for saving my sister. You are truly exceptional. Chu Chu felt a little pleased. Oh, it was nothing really. Yukan smiled and suggested, Chu Chu, I sense a connection between you two. Why not join my brother for a meal or a movie? He can properly express my gratitude to you. Pei Yuchuan was astonished. Can a deaf-mute really enjoy a movie? How can he hear the dialogue? Yukan gently countered. Is it forbidden for the deaf to watch films? Besides, as long as your sister can hear, it matters not whether my brother can. He merely accompanies Chu Chu on my behalf. She turned her hopeful gaze towards Chu Chu. Right, Chu Chu? Lu Tingxi cleared his throat and stepped forward from the crowd. Chu Chu, my son was particularly traumatized today. You know he narrowly escaped a car accident. He is very eager to see you, and I just heard that you experienced a kidnapping. Why not spend the night at my home with my son? Alternatively, I could send him to stay at your place. He is very well behaved while sleeping. Chu Chu is taken aback. Stay with Liu Ju? Wei Xingyu can seize the opportunity. Oh, Chu Chu, I almost forgot. It might be too late for movies and dinner. Why not come stay at my house? Do you like small animals? I have cats and dogs, everything you could wish for. And it would be a perfect chance for us to get to know each other better. She gestured to Huailing. Invite Chu Chu to our home. Don't you want to play with her? Chu Chu was flustered. Oh, really? There's no need for such hospitality. It was merely a small act of kindness. Yu Kan's eyes crescented with joy. What small act of kindness? You have saved my life. Come to my house. My brother usually has few friends, and those who can communicate with him in sign language are especially rare. Lu Tingxi interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Does Wei Sheng Huailing really lack friends? I believe even his able-bodied friends can sign as proficiently as casting spells. After all, who wouldn't he want to curry favor with a prince? Wei Sheng Yukan's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing like a cat's as she turned to Lu Tingxi.
Lu Tingxi.
It has been a while since we last met. Why do you speak so sharply? Is there something about me that displeases you?
Lu Tingxi chuckled lightly.
I mentioned my son is unwell and needs Chu Chu's company, and you immediately insisted on having her stay at your place. Are you not obviously trying to steal her from me? Wei Xingyu can laugh charmingly. Oh, I apologize if I have instilled a sense of urgency in you. But no amount of your chatter will deter me from my intentions. Lu Tingxi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Lin Qing perked up like a vigilant rabbit. Why is everyone suddenly trying to take her away? She quickly stepped forward. Chu Chu, you've been through so much today. It must have been exhausting. You're bound to have nightmares tonight. Why don't you come to my house? I can keep you company while you sleep. Girls always find it easier to relax together, and if you have nightmares, I can soothe you. With that, she gave Lin Shin a sharp nudge. Speak up. If you don't, she'll be gone. Reminded by his sister, Lin Shin grew anxious and stepped forward.
Chu Chu.
Chu Chu stared at him in bewilderment. He took several deep breaths before nervously admitting, I'm sorry I left you 3 years ago without giving you a chance to understand why, or rather, without giving myself a chance. As he spoke, snow began to fall gently from the sky, perfectly in sync with the moment. Chu Chu felt an unsettling intuition creeping in. Meanwhile, Lin Shin pulled out his wallet, unfolding it to reveal her photo still nestled inside. 3 years ago. I left only to escape, but throughout these years, I have never forgotten you. His gaze met hers, filled with sincerity. I still like you. Would you grant me another chance to pursue you? Chu Chu, Lin Qing, Lu Tingxi, Wei Sheng Huailing leaned closer to her sister in confusion. What is he saying? I can't read his lips. Wei Xingyukan replied, he is confessing to Chu Chu, saying he has liked her for 3 years and hopes she will give him another chance. Wei Sheng Huailing, Chapter 57. If you could start over. Would you love me? In such a public declaration of love, the atmosphere grew awkward, making it difficult for anyone to utter the first word. The snow continued to fall heavily, each flake whispering sorrowfully in everyone's ears. If you could start over, would you love me? Love brings both joy and torment. The love river we once traversed together has been drowned in my tears, transformed into a river of pain. Lin Shin stood before Chu Chu, his brow furrowed, eyes brimming with deep emotion, as if he were the heart-wrenching singer pouring out his soul.
Kêu Chu Chu xoa lao hát.
Glancing toward the delivery man playing old songs in the background, the delivery person finished his task and swiftly disappeared from their sight, leaving behind the lingering question, if you could start over, would you love me? She felt an awkwardness that made her toes dig into the ground, mentally whispering, no. If I could relive it all, I would prefer not to fall in love with anyone again. That feeling is too painful. Lin Shun's gaze dimmed in an instant, his lashes casting shadows over his downcast eyes, looking as forlorn as a golden retriever. Yu Zhan communicated in sign language to Huailing. She has rejected him in her heart. I can hear you, Huailing replied, signing while wearing a sly smile. And I understand as well. Yu Zhan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chu Chu, and then at the intriguingly smiling Huailing, letting out a meaningful oh. Chu Chu was still racking her brain on how to decline. Suddenly, Lin Shin spoke. Chu Chu, you needn't think anymore. She looked at him in surprise. He smiled bitterly. I was too impulsive. Leaving without a word for 3 years inflicted considerable damage on our relationship. I do not wish to pressure you. Pursuing you is my own endeavor. I do not need an answer from you right now. I have time to wait. His dim eyes sparkled with fragmented light once more. 3 years ago, I left you, but I have never forgotten you for a single day. I know the answer within my heart. Now I merely await your response. Chu Chu felt her heart race, gazing at him in a daze. Indeed. Lin Shen is such a remarkable person, talented yet humble, respectful to everyone. His gentleness and persistence are his hallmarks. It is for these reasons that I once sincerely liked him. Lin Shen's eyes glimmered, and a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Lin Qing stared at this scene in astonishment.
Wow.
How heartwarming. but who remembered that her initial intention was to have Chu Chu live with her. Now that Lin Shen, the fool, had failed to confess, did that not mean there was utterly no hope? Lin Qing snatched Chu Chu's shoes. Lend them to me. Chu Chu. Lin Qing raised her hand and slapped Lin Shen on the shoulder. You are so disappointing. Lin Shen, what the? Why? Lin Qing, exasperated, scolded and hit him. The timing was wrong. The moment was wrong. The place was wrong. And you strayed off topic. Lin Shen stepped back repeatedly, scolding her. Lin Qing, do not provoke me. Lin Qing, furious, chased after him. I ask you to use your brain, and you connected hearts instead. And failed at that. What am I supposed to do now? Chu Chu looked at Lin Qing in shock. Why is Lin Qing so angry? Pei Yuchuan, reveling in the misfortune. It's nothing. She just got cheated on by her boyfriend a couple of days ago, and now she's like a firecracker. Stay as far away from her as you can. You don't want to get bitten. Lin Qing's voice echoed from afar. Pei Yuchuan, stop inserting yourself. She stomped over to Chu Chu, shouting to prove herself. Look at my calm demeanor. I am not angry at all. Chu Chu. Lin Qing gritted her teeth. I should have known all along that men are useless. She grasped her hand firmly. Chu Chu, come stay at my house. I'll invite some handsome male models to keep you company. They will perform seductive pole dances, absolutely enthralling. Chu Chu responded with a puzzled expression. Lu Tingshi approached, casting a sinister glance at Lin Qing. What is this? My son, Lu Yuejue, truly desires your assistance, Chu Chu. He cries even in his sleep. Lin Qing retorted, your son handles a gun steadier than I do. How could he be frightened by nightmares? Lu Tingshi chuckled. Miss Lin, you jest. A gun cannot accompany one into dreams. Wei Xingyuzan moved beside Chu Chu, coaxing gently. Chu Chu, I sincerely wish for an opportunity to repay your kindness. How about spending the night at my place? Lin Qing tightened her grip on Chu Chu's hand, fearful of rejection. Male models are far more entertaining than your brothers, who wear perpetual scowls. If you dislike men, I can arrange for female companions instead. Just come to my house for the night. Wei Xingyuzan added. Come to my home, and tomorrow I'll have various brand representatives bring the latest collections for you to choose from. Lu Tingshi earnestly implored. Chu Chu, my son truly adores you as a sister. He lacks a mother, as you well know. Please assist this father. Wei Xingyuzan scoffed. If a son lacks a mother, simply remarry. Is it truly so difficult for someone in your situation to find a wife? Moreover, as an older man, is it appropriate to invite a girl in her 20s to your home? Lu Tingshi smiled, albeit without warmth. First, my son can visit Chu Chu's home. I have no intention of remarrying, for I have no interest in women. Lin Qing laughed at him. Huh? No interest in women yet you have a child? Do you think we are unaware of how procreation works? Lu Tingshi smiled with narrowed eyes. My son is a test tube baby. Is there an issue with that? Lin Qing, Lin Shen, Wei Xingyuzan, and the Pei family were momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuejue being a test tube baby only implied that the 34-year-old Lu Tingshi remained. The group shared a knowing glance, their lips pressed together in unison. Lu Tingshi, with a smile concealing sharpness, gritted his teeth. Regardless of what you are thinking, it is not to be further contemplated. Chu Chu wore an expression of indifference. What could they possibly think? Surely, it's not about Lu Tingshi being a virgin father. A notion so peculiar. Lu Tingshi inquired. What are you all laughing at? The group erupted into laughter. Lin Qing, laughing so hard she could scarcely stand. Oh my. This is simply extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. Pei Yuchuan doubled over with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chu questioned. What is so amusing? Is it strange to consider Lu Tingshi a virgin father? Lu Tingshi clenched his teeth, directing a smile at Chu Chu. Miss Chu Chu, I have a headache. Chu Chu, perplexed, replied. What do you want from me? I am not a healer. The group could no longer contain their laughter. Ha ha ha. Chu Chu pondered. In a world so reminiscent of a novel, it is hardly odd for both men and women to be inexperienced in such matters. Even my 7 brothers have no experiences in that regard. My eldest brother, Pei Yuan, likely still has his first kiss intact. The Pei family's 7-member group suddenly found themselves unable to laugh. Chapter 58. Li Jiahao descended from the heavens. Lin Qing laughed so hard she stomped her feet, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, ha ha ha. She approached Pei Yuchuan, her voice lowered yet brimming with excitement. Weren't you boasting about your prowess? Was that merely a figment of your imagination? No wonder you prevent your sister from dating. It turns out none of you are pursuing anyone either. Pei Yuchuan remained silent. The other brothers' faces flushed with embarrassment as they glared at Chu Chu. Their dignity was utterly compromised. How could she possibly know about their private lives? Just because they had never had a girlfriend? Chu Chu remained in a trance, muttering, "But it doesn't matter. Every handsome man here is a hidden resource for Xia Xuechuan. Even those not appearing in the script must be innocent. Their romantic histories as pure as freshly fallen snow." The men grimaced in disdain. How disgusting. How could someone like Xia Xuechuan be worthy? Chu Chu gazed into the distance, a sly smile spreading across her face. However, if the female lead were not Xia Xuechuan, but rather a captivating character adored by a throng of men, I would be utterly enchanted. I have a penchant for competitive dynamics. If it weren't for the rule against harem leads, my female protagonist would undoubtedly have her own harem, with handsome men lavished upon her, satisfying my readers. Just imagine a group of beautiful men vying for one woman, scheming and feeling jealous. The thought alone brings me joy. The atmosphere shifted as everyone exchanged glances at Chu Chu's mischievous demeanor. Each person's gaze wandered, absorbing the sight of her secretive laughter. She resembled a hamster hoarding delicacies, her eyes sparkling with dreams of romance. Lin Qing, witnessing the scene, found herself smiling knowingly. Having read novels in her youth, she too appreciated the kind of stories Chu Chu described. Yet now, she reveled in the image of an unsuspecting little rabbit ensnared in a whirlwind of competition. The men around her were all formidable wolves, aggressive contenders in matters of the heart. What tears might flow from the little rabbit's crescent-shaped smiling eyes when torn apart by these wolves. Lin Qing swallowed hard, unable to restrain herself. Chu Chu. You should choose one. She rubbed her hands together playfully. Pick a home. Decide where you'll stay. Lu Tingxi placed a hand over his heart. Chu Chu, I don't know your preferences. How about this? Spend a day with my son, and I'll gift you a motorcycle? I hear you're quite the racer. I can have one customized for you. Lin Shen felt a pang of urgency. Chu Chu, come stay at my place. I want to see if your artistic skills have improved. Wei Shengyu shot a glance at Wei Sheng Huailing, signaling her to intervene. Close the door. Let her brother be. Wei Sheng Huailing stood before Chu Chu, eyes glistening. Chu Chu, could you come stay at our home? Please give us siblings a chance. He then pulled out his phone, typing a message that he played aloud. Brothers, give me a chance. I want her. Chu Chu responded with confusion. Huh? Pei Yutuan's temper flared. What makes you think you can claim her? What is your standing in this matter? Loudly, Lu Tingshi expressed his disdain. Hualiang, do not pretend too much. I am aware of your indulgence in tobacco and alcohol in private. Lin Shun's sense of urgency intensified. Chu Chu, come with me. Lu Tingshi firmly grasped Chu Chu, while Hualiang seized her arm and Lin Shun held her other wrist. Chu Chu exclaimed, What is happening? Why are you all fighting over me? Just as she attempted to voice her confusion, a thunderous noise erupted nearby.
Bang.
Everyone jumped in surprise, instinctively pulling Chu Chu behind them. Consequently, she found herself wedged behind a towering wall of individuals standing between 1.85 meters and 1.90 meters. She was obscured from view. Could these tall figures not show some consideration for her height? Pushing her way through, she positioned herself among them, directing her gaze toward the source of the sound. Across two busy streets lay a sedan, badly dented, its surface marred by blood that seeped like intertwined vines, trickling down the car's glass. A man lay sprawled on the roof, hands outstretched, contorted in death, his head resting against the window, his gaze fixed in their direction. Chu Chu stood in stunned silence. Who had leaped to their demise? She reached for her phone, attempting to zoom in with the camera. Pei Yuan restrained her, saying, Do not look. It will haunt your dreams. Dazed, Chu Chu replied, But that silhouette resembles Li Jiahao. Lu Tingshi had already magnified his phone, observing the lifeless figure across the street, and calmly declared, He has passed away. A cacophony of buzzing filled Chu Chu's ears. Li Jiahao. The very same Li Jiahao who had just been full of life moments ago? The expressions on everyone's faces shifted, and they turned to Wei Xingyuzan. Both Wei Xingyuzan and Hualiang zoomed in on their phones to verify Li Jiahao's lifeless state, shaking their heads in dismay. What a pity. I had helped him pay off hundreds of thousands in debts, and he chose to end it all. My money was for naught. Wei Xingyuzan tucked away his phone, a smile curving his lips as he lamented, What a true loss. Wei Sheng Hualiang remained expressionless, her cold gaze fixed upon Li Jiahao's body, her eyes sharp as a blade. The Pei brothers exchanged glances, their eyes laden with unspoken communication. Lin Qing and Lin Shen looked at each other, their faces pale. Lu Tingshi, unfazed, tucked his phone away, casting a sidelong glance at the Wei siblings. Chu Chu stood before them all, watching as the police hastily arrived to remove Li Jiahao's body, covering it with a white sheet. Her mind was a blank slate. Li Jiahao, a man who could have lived a mundane life, is dead? Was it murder or suicide? Who were those men in black? Why has the plot shifted so drastically? Someone who was not supposed to die has perished. Chu Chu grew increasingly frantic. Is it because I saved Wei Xingyuzan that Li Jiahao met his end? But that was far too swift. Yet, the system had mentioned that the supporting characters had gained the power to alter their destinies. The supporting characters raised their eyebrows, observing the crowd gathering across the street, a glimmer of dark light passing through their eyes. The so-called power to alter fate, was it not embodied in Chu Chu herself? Wei Xing siblings and Lu Tingxi gazed at Chu Chu, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Lin Xing and Lin Shen furrowed their brows, looking at Chu Chu with a determination that spoke of inevitability. The 7 brothers of the Pei family scanned their surroundings with vigilant glances, safeguarding their fortress. A group of individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, fixed their gaze upon Chu Chu's silhouette. She stood illuminated by the light, positioned before them all. Her figure adorned with a golden aura. The light reflected in her eyes, and the flush of her nose created an illusion that she had been weeping. Chapter 59. The Wei Xing Family. Apart from the Wei Xing family, the remaining 3 families resided in the same vicinity. Pei Yuan approached Lu Tingxi directly and inquired. You previously mentioned that you would reveal who had kidnapped her only after meeting Chu Chu. However, our encounter with her was interrupted by the Wei Xing family.
Now,
can you finally disclose the information? The other brothers of the Pei family gathered around, eager to listen. Lu Tingxi, with his hands in his pockets, replied lazily. I have gathered some information, but not all. It is indeed an organization that specializes in such tasks. However, I could not establish a connection between Ji Yanchuan and them. He did not transfer any money to them, nor did they engage in foreign remittances. It is highly probable that Ji Yanchuan was discreetly seeking assistance without leaving any traces. At this point, Lu Tingxi nonchalantly shrugged. In our circle, individuals seldom handle dirty work directly. It is evident that Ji Yanchuan is wary of you. Pei Yuan's expression darkened. Provide me with the contact details of those scoundrels. I have already dispatched someone to clean up. Lu Tingxi grinned like a cunning fox. Such matters are well within my expertise, especially since I have joined your ranks. I must demonstrate my sincerity. Pei Yuan narrowed his eyes. What if you go easy on them? Lu Tingxi laughed derisively. I will possess evidence proving my integrity, and moreover, Chu Chu's life is of utmost importance. It pertains to the lives of my son and me. Pei Yuan maintained a stern demeanor. Indeed, should you harm Chu Chu, you would be digging your own grave. He continued, was Li Jiahao's incident orchestrated by Wei Xingyuan? Lu Tingxi's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied cheerfully. The reports state that Li Jiahao committed suicide. He even called his family before taking his life and left a farewell note, so I suggest we refrain from suspicion. However, one thing is certain. Lu Tingxi asserted, I am convinced that the Wei Xing siblings can hear unspoken thoughts. Pei Yuan remained silent. Lu Tingxi's smile turned frigid. The Wei Xing family stands as the most formidable among us, and their 5 members are decisive in their actions, leaving no room for repercussions. Each one reigns as a deity within their domain, despite their mutual disdain for each other as personalities and methods. They engage in mutual ridicule during encounters, yet present a united front to outsiders. Lu Tingxi's demeanor grew serious. Should they desire to seize Chu Chu and discover our interference, they may not hesitate to eliminate us. Thus, I advise against confronting them directly. We must maintain a facade of cordiality, or else we all risk annihilation, rendering this game meaningless. Pei Yuan narrowed his eyes. With your influence, do they dare to kill you? Louding sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. Possessing too much inevitably invites the attention of others. Much like how Chu Chu holds the script of our lives in her hands. She possesses numerous scripts, each character's storyline etched clearly in her memory. For she holds our fates within her grasp. The more Louding spoke, the more intrigued he became, his tone involuntarily rising. Safeguarding her is our paramount objective. We must tread carefully around the Wei Xing family, for their intentions remain uncertain. Pei Yuan's countenance darkened as he recalled the cunning demeanor of Wei Xingyuzan and the enigmatic smile of Wei Xing Huiling, his fists clenched in worry. His greatest fears had swiftly materialized. Indeed, there were now more individuals capable of hearing Chu Chu's innermost thoughts. These individuals, shrouded in mystery, are difficult to comprehend and belong to an unknown faction of villains. Wei Sheng Huiling stood by the window, engrossed in a comic book. Someone gently tapped his shoulder. Dressed impeccably in tailored suits, each exuding an air of sophistication, he smiled casually, perched on the windowsill, and waved the comic book in his hand. Xiao Chuchu's comic is rather delightful. Wei Xingyuzan slightly raised his chin and addressed the three men beside him. I have shared all the details with you. What are your intentions? The eldest brother spoke in a tone that was both cold and grave. I do not believe it. The second brother scoffed. What kind of society is this? Clinging to feudal superstitions? You aren't considering adopting a vegetarian lifestyle like the fourth brother, are you? The fourth brother, twirling a string of prayer beads, mockingly added. Third sister, you ought to refrain from entangling yourself with men. Love and desire are to be avoided. Look at you. Indulging to the point of folly, your ears are deceiving you. Yuzan remained unfazed. I am aware of your disbelief. But both I and the fifth can hear Xiao Chuchu's voice. Even the fifth, who has never heard a voice before, comprehended her meaning the moment it reached his mind. A veritable medical marvel. Huiling communicated through sign language, satisfaction evident in his expression. Her voice is melodious. I eagerly anticipate her whispering my name in her heart. The eldest brother sneered. Let us conduct a little test. Bring her here and frighten her. Yuzan queried, perplexed. How do we frighten her? The eldest replied nonchalantly. Ask her whether she believes Li Jiahao's death is connected to us. Compel her to report it. And assess her character, while simultaneously determining if her thoughts can indeed be perceived by us supporting characters. Yuzan's eyes sparkled with mischief as a satisfied smile graced his lips. Huiling had been reading their lips, grasping their intentions. Yuzan commanded, proceed with this plan. Huiling smiled, leaving in high spirits. Xiao Chuchu awoke abruptly, disoriented to find herself seated in a chair. Something obscured her head. Was this a dream? She attempted to lift the dark covering from her head, only to find her hands bound by ropes. Startled, Xiao Chuchu tugged at her restraints with all her might. But it was futile. Panic surged within her as sleep evaporated from her mind. She yanked at her wrists with fervor. Her hands and feet were ensnared. She was bound. Xiao Chuchu's breath quickened, recalling the day's near violation. Could it be those men once again seeking to assault her? Yet they have already been apprehended. Is it possible that their conspirators are orchestrating revenge? Xiao Chuchu opened her mouth. The man coldly interrupted her, saying, Do not inquire about our identities or the origins of our mission. Such foolish questions are unwelcome. Xiao Chuchu thought to herself, what sort of fate is this? My day has been fraught with misfortune, yet I have performed countless good deeds. The man paused, shaking his head in confusion. What was this commotion? Wei Xingyuzan sat across from Xiao Chuchu, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the astonished brothers beside him. Signaling with his hands, You can hear her thoughts, can't you? Huiling teased as she looked at her brothers. The three large men gazed in shock at the tightly bound Xiao Chuchu. Indeed, they could hear her. The second brother cleared his throat, suppressing his surprise. I ask you, was Li Jiahao killed by Wei Xingyuzan? Xiao Chuchu, perplexed, responded, You cannot make such statements without evidence. Do you have any? The second brother, irritated, replied, Am I not asking you? Startled, Xiao Chuchu trembled. That is certainly not the case. Reports indicate he committed suicide, although the logic is flawed. I would never slander anyone. It's possible another perpetrator is responsible. Suddenly, a knife was thrust towards her throat. The icy, sharp sensation pierced her skin. The second brother menacingly threatened her. Think carefully. Xiao Chuchu, feeling aggrieved, pleaded, Good brother, I truly do not believe so. I am unaware of the details. And I would not rashly speculate about someone's character. Yuzan even provided him with money, who would pay someone and then kill them. She is not a vengeful person. Yuzan. Xiao Chuchu felt utterly exhausted. I possess no evidence, nor do you. Yet I trust you are a good person. I implore you, release me. Is this person mad? I have already stated my ignorance, yet they persist with incessant questioning. Can I wrongfully accuse someone without proof? Do they truly consider me a petty person? I am tempted to leap up and smash the chair over his head, like a superhero kicking him into the branches. The second brother? Chapter 60. Wei Xingyuzan and her four useless brothers. The second brother fixed a dangerous glare on Xiao Chuchu, narrowing his eyes. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who dared to insult him. He tightened his grip on the knife, intent on inflicting a bleeding wound. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, deftly taking the knife from him. The second brother followed the knife's trajectory, locking eyes with Huiling, whose gaze was filled with fury. Huiling angrily signed, "If you cannot handle this, then leave." The second brother was taken aback, laughing in anger. "She insulted me. What of it?" Huiling retorted, scrutinizing him. "Are you above being insulted?" The fourth brother casually twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand and spoke lightly. "Brother, the younger sibling is correct. Why throw sand while playing? Isn't it quite normal for some to feign friendship while plotting your demise behind your back? This is hardly surprising." The fourth brother gazed curiously at Chu Chu. "Isn't this transparent mindset a form of kindness? Moreover, can you really control her thoughts? Can you truly guarantee that you won't curse them in your heart? Besides, she does not even know who you are. Had she known, she likely would not have berated you." The second brother was swayed, yet still felt a twinge of displeasure, glancing at Wei Xingyuzan and his elder brother. Wei Xingyuzan laughed disdainfully. "You are quite pathetic, unable to withstand such trivial matters. You kidnapped her, and while she may appear submissive, she curses you in her heart. What's wrong with that?" The second brother retorted, "Did she curse you?" Yuzan shook his head, a smug glimmer in his eyes. "Her inner thoughts have always praised me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rescued me." The second brother turned to Wei Sheng Huiling. "Did she curse you?" Wei Sheng Huiling's expression was grim. "She complimented my looks." The second brother scoffed. "That is perhaps the least valuable compliment. None of the five of us are unattractive." Frustrated, he shot a glare at his elder brother, who merely rolled his eyes in response. The second brother conceded, "All right. I admit I may have been a bit too heated just now." Throughout his life, those around him had always shown him the utmost respect, rarely daring to raise their voices. It was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to challenge him so boldly. Feeling a pang of guilt, he attempted to wipe away the red marks on Chu Chu's neck, causing her to shudder. "What the heck? What is this guy doing? Why is he suddenly touching me? Pervert, don't lay a finger on me," she thought, exasperated. It was truly bothersome, whether threatened with a knife or touched. She found no reprieve. Breathing heavily, she lamented, "I never imagined that after living for over 20 years, these past 2 days would feel like I've exhausted my entire quota of being kidnapped. A crowd has come to abduct me." She could not fathom who had orchestrated her abduction without alarming her brother or the security at home. Surely, it couldn't be some legendary assassin, as this world did indeed have professional killers. Wei Sheng Huiling smirked, twirling a small knife in his hand while smiling at Chu Chu in an ambiguous manner. Wei Shenglin suddenly had an epiphany. "You don't actually have feelings for her, do you?" Their elder brother and sister exchanged knowing glances with Wei Sheng Huiling. Huiling chuckled, "No." He stepped behind Chu Chu, placing a hand on her shoulder, which caused her body to instinctively shudder. He grinned wickedly. "She is the only voice I can hear in this world. Her significance to me is merely as a voice." With that, Huiling swiftly pressed the dagger against Chu Chu's cheek, eliciting a gasp from her. Huiling, like a serpent, slowly brushed against the other side of her face. Chu Chu instinctively tried to retreat, but the dagger at her neck forced her to turn towards him. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. As he leaned in closer, their cheeks nearly touching, she wished to escape, but the cold blade against one side of her face made it impossible to breathe. She had no choice but to endure the discomfort, pressed against this stranger. Huiling drew even closer, his smile widening as he continued to hold her captive with the knife's edge. Chu Chu trembled even more, shrinking away from him. Wei Xingyuzan. It seemed as if she had witnessed a python slowly cornering a little rabbit into a trap. Chu Chu felt utterly devastated within. What a perverse individual. How shamelessly he forces me to draw closer to him. Fortunately, this person carries a pleasant aroma, subtle and refined. At least he is a criminal who maintains personal hygiene. If he were a foul-smelling brute, I would surely retch. Perhaps I should just vomit right now, splattering him with it. Let no one find joy in this. Wei Sheng Huiling. Wei Sheng, you can chuckled. Hurry up. Before this fellow considers dousing us with something vile, let us swiftly proceed to the matter at hand. Wei Shenglin nodded, stepping onto Chu Chu's chair. Tell me, have you seen Wei Shengyukin today? Chu Chu, puzzled, replied, Yes, I have. Wei Shenglin smirked coldly. And what was her demeanor towards you? Chu Chu responded, Quite amiable. Why are you asking me these questions? Every inquiry revolves around the Wei Sheng family. Could they be sworn enemies? Wei Shenglin chuckled softly. I am aware you saved Wei Shengyukin's life today. You possess quite the benevolent heart. Chu Chu's voice trembled with fear. As for my heart's warmth, I am no longer certain, especially since if you were to kill me, I would surely turn cold-hearted. I shall not kill you. Wei Xinglin teased. You saved Wei Xingyukan. She would undoubtedly wish to express her gratitude towards you unguarded. How about this? Assist me with a small task, and I shall release you today, never to disturb you again. What say you? Qiao Chu Chu, suspicious, asked. What task? Wei Xinglin replied. Help me eliminate Wei Xingyukan. Qiao Chu Chu exclaimed. What? This is hard to fathom. Why not send me to dispose of the Tang monk and his disciples instead? Wei Xinglin countered. If I tasked you with eliminating the Tang monk and his disciples, would you be able to locate him? Qiao Chu Chu answered without hesitation. I could. Release me now, and I will call Monkey King. Wei Xinglin, you can. Huiling. Wei Xinglin's lips twitched in exasperation. I merely desire Wei Xingyukan's life. Will you assist or not? Qiao Chu Chu hesitated briefly, then cautiously inquired. If I agree, can you release me immediately? Wei Xinglin affirmed. Of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Chu Chu declared. Then, I shall assist. Once I am safe, I will promptly warn Yukan that someone intends to kill her. Right now, preserving my life is paramount. Even if I have a chance for rebirth, I shan't squander it, especially as this world continues to attempt my annihilation. I must survive until the grand conclusion. Oh. The 5 individuals raised their eyebrows. She has a chance for rebirth? The world still seeks to erase her? Wei Xinglin's interest piqued. How can I trust that you are not merely appeasing me, deceiving me, biding your time to inform Wei Xingyukan? Qiao Chu Chu responded with utmost sincerity. I would never betray you. If you manage to capture me without anyone noticing, you must be professionals. Should I speak, I would only invite my own demise. Grandfather, I shall drive directly to Yukin's residence. I will inform her of your plans. I refuse to believe that with Yukin's cleverness, she cannot apprehend you. At that point, I shall stand at your gravesite, playing Summer of Kakudro on my Suona. Wei Xinglin, the brilliance of Sister Yukin? Does Qiao Chu Chu truly extol Yukin in such a manner? They silently directed their gazes towards Wei Xingyukan. Yukan, with her hands placed upon her heart, proudly nodded at each individual present. Indeed, she is the one. She embodies the wise and captivating yet decisive matriarch that resides within Qiao Chu Chu's heart. Wei Xinglin smirked. Continuing to intimidate Qiao Chu Chu, I shall oversee your relationship with Wei Xingyukan. The moment you disclose anything to her, we shall be informed.
Qiao Chu Chu replied.
Rest assured, I will certainly keep it to myself. This poses a dilemma. If my interactions with Sister Yukin are under surveillance, to whom can I turn? Though the Wei Xing family boasts 5 formidable leaders, the most astute among them is undeniably Sister Yukin. The others are as feeble as dust. I wonder if they can even comprehend my words, and they might very well expel me. After all, it is Wei Xingyukan and her 4 ineffectual brothers. Wei Xinglin. Wei Xinghuiling. The 4th brother, fiddling with his prayer beads. The eldest brother, observing coldly throughout. Chapter 61 Wei Xinghuiling. I wish to hear Qiao Chu Chu call my name in her heart. The entire assembly raised their cups of warm water in silent toast to Qiao Chu Chu. Oblivious, Qiao Chu Chu began to drift into a reverie like a naive fool. It is not as though I am unjustly accusing those 4. After the demise of Wei Xingyukan, they seem to have been forcibly dulled, one by one confronting Ji Yanchuan. The particulars are not clearly delineated in the narrative. It merely sketches a general outline, but overall, following the death of Wei Xingyukan, the Wei Xing family began to stir trouble. First came the 5th brother, then the 4th, the 3rd, and finally the eldest. The eldest, it seems, possessed some merit, but at that time, all his brothers had perished, leaving him as a solitary commander. Ultimately driven to his demise by the male lead, eldest brother, he was driven to death. The other brothers teased as they looked at him. Usually, he maintained an icy demeanor, indifferent to all, yet it seems he harbored quite the temper, capable of being driven to his own end. Ha ha ha! Qiao Chu Chu squinted her eyes. It appears the 5th brother crashed into Ji Yanchuan but was subsequently killed by him in retaliation. Wei Xinghuiling. The brothers exchanged knowing glances at Wei Xinghuiling. Aren't you a top-tier mercenary? Aren't you supposed to execute the most challenging tasks without a trace? How could you be taken down by a mere car crash? Wei Xinghuiling. The 4th brother seemed to have fallen for Xia Xuechun, orchestrating a scheme for a captive romance, only to be discovered by Ji Yanchuan. The 2 fought at the edge of a cliff, and the 4th brother lost his footing, plummeting to his demise. Suddenly, Wei Xinghuiling brightened, casting an excited glance at the 4th brother. The other brothers mocked him. Aren't you the cold, devout monk? Aren't you supposed to be a vegetarian? How could you possibly fall for a woman chosen by Ji Yanchuan? Is there not a shred of dignity left? The fourth brother's lips twitched, his anger contorting his features. Have I truly become so pathetic? To perish for love? Wei Xinlin. The brothers' expressions shifted slightly as they turned to Wei Xinlin. It is indeed a matter befitting the chivalrous and devoted Wei Xinlin, and it is profoundly tragic. They raised their thumbs in approval. Wei Xinlin blushed, mumbling as he turned away. He deeply valued the honor of his family. The eldest brother's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Upon reflection, it became evident that among them, only his demise was the most pitiable. Chu Chu sensed the stifling silence in the air and felt a surge of indignation within her. In any case, regardless of what transpires later, I shall not harm anyone from the Wei Xing family. They are merely living their own lives. What right do I have to inflict harm upon them? Moreover, both Yukand and Huailing are quite amiable, and I would never engage in such an ungrateful act. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes toward Chu Chu suddenly filled with an unrecognized admiration. The murderous intent in Wei Xing Yukand's eyes was palpable. Did you hear that? We are all mere supporting characters destined to be stepping stones for Ji Yanchuan. And our fate is death. I refuse to relinquish everything I've strived for to another. Wei Xinlin scoffed. Why not simply eliminate the two culprits? Ji Yanchuan and Xia Xuechuan? Huailing shook her head. I sent people to deal with Xia Xuechuan, but those I dispatched returned injured. The crowd responded with confusion. Yukon laughed, a flicker of rage in her eyes. They are the protagonists, while we and Xiao Chu Chu are mere side characters. Before the so-called grand conclusion arrives, they will survive, for the protagonists possess a halo that protects them. This is precisely why your attempts to confront them resulted in your demise. Wei Xinlin, in disbelief, retorted, after striving for so many years, I thought I was the prince, only to be told that I am a villainous supporting character in the protagonist's tale. What, then, is the purpose of our existence? The fourth brother replied, sacrifice. The group frowned in response. The fourth brother, stringing Buddhist beads through his fingers, maintained an expressionless demeanor. Our family exists solely to sacrifice for Ji Yanchuan, to enable him to grow ever stronger. Their faces darkened collectively. The eldest brother's eyes gleamed with determination. Xia Xuechuan and Ji Yanchuan cannot be killed, at least not for now. Xiao Chu Chu is the key to our control over everything. Keeping her close ensures our safety. Yukon added, Xiao Chu Chu's brothers and the Lin siblings, as well as the father-son duo from the Lu family, are quite attached to her. I suspect they can also hear her thoughts. Wei Xinlin was taken aback. Does that mean there are numerous people vying for this one woman? The eldest brother's expression hardened. Then we shall eliminate them and seize Xiao Chu Chu for ourselves. Wei Sheng Huailing suddenly grew vigilant. No, those are her family and friends. Yukon nodded in agreement, dismissing the proposal. Xiao Chu Chu saved my life. She would do the same for you. Shall we repay her kindness with enmity? The eldest brother crossed his legs, casting a languid glance at Xiao Chu Chu. Then we shall not harm her, but we must draw closer to her. After all, we need to know when trouble may arise. Wei Xinlin sighed. We do not have the luxury of time to approach her daily. I am utterly swamped with tasks. The fourth brother, resigned, suggested. Then let us devise a plan and address the subsequent matters later. Hualing nodded and approached Xiao Chu Chu from behind. Gesturing to her second brother, I wish to hear my name. Wei Xinlin inquired. Hualing blinked expectantly. Let her silently recite my name. Xiao Chu Chu, engulfed in silence, felt as if she might drift into slumber. What is happening? Why is there not a single sound? If you wish to harm me, at least give me a warning. A pair of hands once again rested upon her shoulders. Startled, Xiao Chu Chu tensed. Wei Xinlin lowered his voice. Xiao Chu Chu, do you know who Wei Xing Yukon's brother is? Xiao Chu Chu replied. I do. Wei Xinlin instructed. Recite it in your mind. Do not utter it aloud. Wei Sheng Hualing. Wei Sheng Hualing's eyes widened, an unnatural flush immediately blooming on his cheeks, the veins in his neck subtly visible. And even his fingertips trembled. This was his name. His name. He understood. The other brothers regarded him with disdain, perceiving that he had reached some peculiar pinnacle of excitement. What an odd quirk. Wei Xinlin, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked to Xiao Chu Chu, Yes, that is Wei Sheng Hualing. Remember to keep your distance from him. Wei Sheng Hualing responded. In a swift motion, he knocked Xiao Chu Chu unconscious, angrily questioning Wei Xinlin. What are you doing? Chapter 62. The pet of the big shots officially takes office. Wei Xinlin wore a mischievous expression, having successfully pranked the two. Just teasing you both. Hualing seized him by the collar. With a fierce glare directed at Wei Xinlin, Hualing untied Chu Qiao and carried her away. Wei Xinlin laughed heartily. Look at him, it's as entertaining as teasing a dog. Yukon remarked with disdain. Stop bullying Xiao Wu. Wei Xinlin retorted dismissively. He is the youngest in our family and a boy. If I don't bully him, who shall I? The fourth brother mused. On the surface, it seems he bullies his younger brother, but in reality, after we are gone, he will take vengeance for us. Wei Xinlin, you are surprisingly decent. The eldest brother smirked. Wei Xinglin's face flushed with embarrassment, muttering in indignation. That's because I possess more resilience than any of you. You have no idea. Upon hearing this, Yukon couldn't help but laugh. After hearing Chu Chu recount our fate, I have come to realize that our family being together is truly a blessing. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Yukon continued thoughtfully. If it weren't for Chu Chu, I would have perished today, and you would face a similar fate. However, it is precisely because of Chu Chu and her willingness to assist me that we now have an opportunity to reverse this situation. I am grateful to her, and thus, I shall not harm her family or friends, nor shall you. The other three lowered their eyelashes, each lost in contemplation. Wei Xinlin was the first to express his agreement. Rest assured, third sister, I shall treat her well. When I next encounter her, I will get to know her anew and will never be harsh with her again. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The fourth brother was the most astonished. Wow, I never expected that even from Wei Xinglin's mouth, something wise could emerge. Wei Xinlin. Hualing gently placed Chu Chu on the bed and applied a blood-activating ointment to her wrist. He switched on the bedside lamp and gestured to her. Hello. My name is Wei Xing Hualing. It is a pleasure to meet you. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Filled with determination, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Chu Chu nestled deeper into her blankets and drifted into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, sitting up in bed, it was already morning. Chu Chu, still dazed, surveyed her surroundings and examined her hands. There were no signs of restraint on her wrists, and she was utterly alone. Could it be that last night's ordeal was merely a dream? She picked up her phone to check the outdoor surveillance from last night. No one had entered or exited. She had not been abducted. It truly was a dream. Chu Chu released a long sigh, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was not real. Otherwise, she would have been utterly nauseated, considering a pervert had been so close to her face. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping on the door was followed by the voice of Xiao Xia. Miss Qiao, are you awake? Xiao Xia entered the room, accompanied by a procession of elegantly dressed salespersons, pushing several clothing racks into the room. Chu Chu, bewildered, sat up in bed, watching as they filed in. The racks were adorned with the latest seasonal collections from various renowned brands. Each salesperson greeted her with a smile. We apologize for the intrusion, Miss Qiao. We are here on behalf of Ms. Wei Xing to present you with the new seasonal arrivals. Chu Chu's jaw dropped. Ms. Wei Xing? The salesperson replied with a smile. Indeed. We have brought models with similar stature and complexion to showcase each piece for you. Chu Chu, feeling flustered, clutched her blanket tightly as several girls, identical in height to her, entered wearing the garments and lined up in front of her. The salesperson beamed. Miss Qiao, please make your selection. I don't need to. Chu Chu replied. Ms. Wei Xing stated that if you cannot choose, then all items will be gifted to you. If you dislike them, you may give them away or discard them. Furthermore, she encourages you to select at least 4 pieces, as pairs are considered auspicious. Chu Chu was taken aback. How assertive. She glanced at the models, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, then I'll take this one, this one, this one, and this one. The salesperson responded with a bright smile. Very well. She clapped her hands, summoning another group of models to enter. Chu Chu exclaimed, how many people are waiting for me to choose in my home? After selecting a plethora of outfits, the sales team finally departed. No sooner had they left than another group arrived, this time with bags. Miss Qiao, these are the handbags selected by Mr. Wei Xing Huailing for your review. Chu Chu looked over, and her eyes widened at the sight of an array of crocodile leather bags in various colors. She noted a key detail. Wait, are these bags a gift from Mr. Wei Xing Huailing? The staff member smiled. Yes, if there are no objections, we shall place these bags in your dressing room. Xiao Xia guided them into the dressing room, and after arranging the bags, they left. Alone, Chu Chu sat on her bed, feeling somewhat disheveled. After freshening up, she made her way to the dressing room, where she beheld an already overflowing space now filled with exquisite crocodile leather bags. Under the natural light streaming into the closet, they sparkled enticingly. Xiao Xia knocked on her door once more. Miss Qiao, someone has sent you flowers. Stepping out of the dressing room, Chu Chu saw Xiaoxia approaching her with a bouquet of black and white flowers. Amidst a bouquet of lush, delicate white roses, several Chanel perfume boxes were artfully interspersed, their black and yellow hues exuding an air of sophistication. She unfolded the greeting card to reveal elegant cursive script. On this new day, I hope you forget the unpleasant moments and find joy every day. Forever supporting you, Lu Yuejue. Chu Chu was astonished. Is this truly a gift from Lu Yuejue? Could he be such a gentle soul? Suddenly, a thought struck Xiaoxia. Oh right. She set the bouquet aside and hoisted a stack of shoe boxes, precariously piled like a small mountain, and approached her. These are from Miss Lin Shen and Miss Lin Qing. Chu Chu's surprise deepened. And shoes? Clothes, bags, and flowers aside. There are shoes as well? Xiaoxia nodded eagerly. They were all purchased in your size. Miss Lin Qing and Mr. Lin Shen had them delivered early this morning. With a grin, Xiaoxia added, but Miss Lin Qing mentioned that Mr. Lin Shen's gifts are all flats, while hers are high heels. So it's quite easy to distinguish between them. Chu Chu opened a box to reveal a pair of Valentino nude pink heels. Xiaoxia exclaimed, they're simply stunning. You will look absolutely beautiful in them. Eager to unveil the next gift, she hurriedly opened another box, revealing a pair of Gucci platform loafers. Xiaoxia beamed. This must be a gift from Mr. Lin Shen. They mentioned they would be busy with work and might not have time to spend with you lately. So they sent you these, hoping to bring you joy. Xiaoxia was genuinely delighted for her. Are you happy? Chu Chu hesitated, gazing at the overwhelming array of gifts, a sense of inexplicable dread creeping into her heart. Can I admit that I am frightened? Xiaoxia was puzzled. Chapter 63. The Anxious Xiaoxia. Chu Chu's fear stemmed from the fact that she should have perished. The narrative had resumed its course, leaving no place for her, the deceased. Yet, she had not died. The plot had been disrupted by her presence, and now a host of supporting characters, who were fated to meet unfortunate ends in the novel, were bestowing gifts upon her. She truly felt like a beloved pet. Beyond the happiness, a deeper chill enveloped her. Did she truly deserve such lavish gifts from so many? Chu Chu pondered this. Yet soon enough, she dismissed her worries. Why dwell on such matters? If everyone treated her with kindness, she would reciprocate, striving to help them escape their fated paths as mere side characters, to live fully and savor life. Suddenly, Xiaoxia's phone chimed. Chu Chu found it difficult to ignore her movements. Is something the matter? Xiaoxia shook her head. Mr. Pei Sen has asked me to prepare his special dinner for tonight. Almost immediately, her phone rang again. Xiaoxia glanced at the screen and recognized it was not someone she could answer, promptly disconnecting the call. One of the rules of the Pei household was that employees could not answer calls while the employer was present and they had tasks to complete. They must wait until their work was finished, and they were out of earshot of their employer. Yet, the phone continued to ring incessantly. Xiaoxia could only hang up. But scarcely a minute passed before the phone rang again, a cycle of incessant calls that left her in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She contemplated silencing her phone, yet feared that Mr. Pei or his associates might call at this inopportune moment. Thus, she could only glance at the screen before disconnecting. Chu Chu, preoccupied with unwrapping gifts, urged her, if there's a call, you should answer it. Xiaoxia anxiously shook her head. No, miss. It's just a call from my family. It's nothing of importance. As she assisted Chu Chu in opening the boxes, her heart raced with trepidation. Casting furtive glances at Chu Chu, terrified of inciting her displeasure. Indeed, Miss Qiao was relatively easygoing. Had it been Mr. Pei, a mere glance would have been enough to send her packing. While the Pei family offered generous salaries, their expectations were unyielding. They showed no concern for one's hardships, whether one had pressing work or even a personal life, and illness was of no consequence if one did not meet their standards. Dismissal was inevitable. In essence, the gentlemen of the Pei family had no patience for the trivialities of strangers' lives. Should she squander their time, her position would be in jeopardy. Among the domestic staff who had joined at the same time, Xiaoxia was the only one who had not faced termination. With trembling hands, Xiaoxia continued to tidy up the gifts. Before long, her phone buzzed ominously once more. Upon glancing at the shattered screen, she saw the familiar name, Mother. Chu Chu, exasperated, said, answer it. What if it's something crucial? Xiaoxia hurried back to Chu Chu after a brief moment, her voice quaking. Miss Qiao, I'm done. Allow me to help you with the unwrapping. You may rest. Chu Chu settled onto the sofa, her gaze falling on the half-broken phone peeking from Xiaoxia's pocket. How did your phone get damaged? How can your brother and the others message you if you can't see their texts? It was not that she sought to criticize. Rather, her brother was notoriously difficult, and while her family's remuneration was substantial, the extra funds served as a form of psychological compensation for the domestic workers. Given that each of the 7 employers had their own set of triggers, characterized by their picky nature and minimal tolerance for errors, Xiao Xia, dread evident in her eyes, replied, "It's perfectly fine, Miss Qiao." Yet her complexion turned pale as she contemplated the tempers of the other 7 employers. If she were to lose her job over something as trivial as a broken phone, finding another position would prove troublesome. Nervously tugging at her apron, she implored Miss Qiao, "It's just me and another domestic worker at home right now. We truly cannot afford to be short-staffed. I promise to buy a new phone as soon as I find a moment. Please do not mention my phone's condition to Mr. Pei. The new year is approaching, and I cannot afford to lose my job. I assure you, I will not let it interfere with my work, and I will certainly see any messages from Mr. Pei." Chu Chu paused, taken aback by Xiao Xia's palpable fear in response to her simple reminder. "I had no intention of informing my brother," she clarified. Xiao Xia bit her lip, looking up at her with a mix of pleading and distress, still gripped by anxiety. Chu Chu, sensing her discomfort, shifted the conversation. "Your mother has been calling you repeatedly. Is something the matter?" With embarrassment, Xiao Xia fiddled with her fingers. "Today is my birthday. She wants me to enjoy something nice." Her voice betrayed a hint of disappointment. "So please, do not mention my broken phone to Mr. Pei. I assure you, it will not affect my work. I have already stated that I will not divulge anything." Chu Chu rose and replied indifferently, "You do as you wish. I shall step out for a while." She rolled her eyes, realizing that someone must be monitoring her. Proceeding to the cloakroom, she casually changed into a simple outfit, grabbed her bag, and declared, "I will have the driver take me, which means I have informed my brother. Rest assured." Xiao Xia watched as Chu Chu walked away, feeling deflated like a punctured ball. She labeled Chu Chu's shoes and arranged them neatly in the cloakroom, tears brimming in her eyes. She found herself perplexed by Chu Chu, as the employer's profile contained nothing but blank space. Through their interactions over the past few days, she discovered that Miss Qiao was quite amiable. Yet it was merely a facade. After all, the Pei family had 3 seemingly agreeable members: Pei Yuchuan, Pei Mu, and Pei Ci. They appeared gentle and kind, deceiving many until their true natures were revealed, showcasing their ruthless personas. The Pei family belonged to the upper echelons of society, where a pampered young lady could hardly be devoid of eccentricities. Completing her tasks, she took out her broken phone and snapped photos of the discarded shoeboxes, typing vigorously on the screen. "The most unfortunate part is that while I was tidying up the 8th Mrs. Shoes, my mother incessantly called me. I cannot take personal calls during work. Even after hanging up, she called again. I felt as though Miss Qiao was becoming annoyed. Oh, I'm so scared that Miss Qiao will dismiss me. What will I do if I lose my job?" In Chapter 64, Xiao Xia offered her prayers for good fortune, hoping that Miss Qiao would not terminate her employment. Wiping her tears, she sent her message. Soon. The comment section was flooded with responses. "Go buy some, call Xiao Shi, and he can deliver it to you. I don't quite understand. If you're dismissed, just accept it. Is finding work so difficult? Aren't you a university graduate? Why bow down to serve others? Isn't it better to seek a respectable job? Do you know how many years it has been since the Qing dynasty fell? It's not as if we are kneeling to serve, nor are we engaging in illicit activities. Earning a living honestly hardly makes one a servant. I toil daily like a dog, feeling as though I'm on the brink of collapse. Yet, I earn less than the blogger. Mortgage, car loans, daily expenses, even medical bills, everything demands money. And you think one should resign over such a salary? It's easy for you to say. Do you comprehend the blogger's family circumstances? It's easy to judge from your lofty perch, but does work truly equate to status? Blogger, let me put it this way. If you lose your job, send me your address, and I will take your place. Just kidding. Fear not. I shall also take your place. I can support 7 young masters and 1 lovely 8th miss. Everyone, please refrain from provoking the blogger. She has mentioned that she comes from a single-parent family, having lost her father to an accident at a young age. Her grandmother took the compensation money and forced her and her mother to live on their own. She was raised solely by her mother, who, lacking education, worked tirelessly to provide for her. Now, her mother can no longer endure strenuous labor and can only earn a meager income by working in the kitchen, bringing home 2,000 to 3,000. They do not have a house and are living in rented accommodation, relying on the blogger to support the family. Indeed, the blogger is exceptionally filial. She previously stated that she pursued this domestic work because it offers stable income without the need for prolonged struggle. She could earn money right away. Her aspiration is to save enough to buy her mother a house, wishing to spare her the burden of a transient life and to afford her a more comfortable existence. What should we do? The blogger's performance has faltered, and Miss 8 is bound to be displeased. Has Miss 8 explicitly stated that she'll dismiss you? Is there any chance to plead for mercy? Clearly, you are a new fan. The blogger has recorded instances where someone was on the verge of dismissal. Even tears and pleas were of no avail. The decision was made by the second young master, who has no time for the sorrowful tales of the less fortunate. Pleading is a grave taboo. It would be better to leave with dignity than to remain and be cast aside. Isn't Miss 8 known for her beauty and amiable nature? Surely, a plea would be met with understanding. It feels somewhat daunting. From our perspective, the daily life of the affluent seems novel, yet from the young master's standpoint, the blogger is merely a diligent worker, akin to a mouse. If the mouse fails at its task, they will simply replace it. They are unlikely to concern themselves with the fate of a mere mouse. Xiao Xia sobbed silently, suppressing her cries as she buried her head. If she were to be dismissed, where would she find such employment again? With the exorbitant housing prices in Lan City, she still lacked hundreds of thousands to afford a decent down payment on a home. What was she to do? Chu Qiao entered the room, carrying a white paper bag. Xiao Xia? But Xiao Xia was no longer in her room. She dialed Xiao Xia's number. It's me. Please come to my room. Xiao Xia responded vaguely. And Chu Chu ended the call, placing her newly purchased phone on the table. Just moments ago, she had urgently asked the driver to take her to the mall, where she bought a new phone for Xiao Xia, along with a stylish phone case and a dust-proof screen protector. Consider it a birthday gift for Xiao Xia. In the break room, Xiao Xia hung up the phone, breath quickening. With teary eyes, she sent another message. Miss 8 is calling for me now. Wish me luck. A flurry of onlookers quickly gathered beneath this post. Oh my goodness, I'm so nervous. I'm beginning to feel the anxiety for the blogger. Please don't let her downfall be true, my cloud mistress. I was drawn in by Miss 8. I can't stand the thought of those insufferable men. Please. Miss 8, don't let her fail. Wait, if the blogger is truly dismissed, will I no longer see my beloved young masters? Miss 8, please don't let her go. Help. A reminder from my sister made me realize, if the blogger is dismissed, I will lose sight of my 7 husbands. Miss 8, please show mercy. I am your unseen sister-in-law. I, too, am a sister-in-law. Miss 8, please spare the blog. Or perhaps change the blogger. Let me take over. Help. 8th Miss, please show mercy to the blogger. Do not delay my enjoyment of raising my 7 sons online. In the blogger's comment section, let us perform a ritual to drive away evil spirits and offer blessings. Xiao Xia took a deep breath, entering Xiao Chuchu's room with the solemnity of a warrior. The fragrant aroma enveloped her, causing her nose to tingle. 8th Miss, you summoned me. Xiao Xia approached her, inhaling deeply. If Miss Qiao wished for her departure, she would earnestly plead for leniency, even accepting a pay cut. Lost in her thoughts, a white bag was suddenly presented before her. Open it and see. Xiao Xia was taken aback, obediently accepting it and retrieving the contents. It was an Apple phone. She stared at Xiao Chu in bewilderment. What is this? Xiao Chu smiled at her. A birthday gift for you. Xiao Xia exclaimed. Xiao Chu continued. The Apple 15, the latest model. I wasn't sure which color you preferred, so I chose white. I also considered that you might have many matters to attend to, hence the 1 terabyte storage. Furthermore, should the screen suffer damage in the future, you can replace it at the official store for just a few hundred. Go ahead, take a look. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Is it truly a gift for me? Xiao Chu appeared equally astonished. Indeed. Why are you crying? Xiao Xia's lips quivered as tears poured forth. I never imagined I would receive such an extravagant phone from you, Mississippi. I have never purchased a phone that cost over 4,000. Lowering her head, she produced a phone case from her pocket, sobbing. Oh, the phone case is so festive. It even says striking rich. Xiao Xia opened the phone box, pulling out the cool new device, which misted with vapor from her warmth. It's still emitting cold air. Xiao Chu chuckled. That's just because it's winter. It won't do that in summer. I also got you a dust-proof screen protector, so you can apply it yourself. Xiao Xia's face crumpled from her tears. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. Thank you, miss. Xiao Chu smiled contentedly. I am glad you like it. I absolutely adore it. Xiao Xia wept, cradling the phone. I am over the moon. Seeing her so exaggeratedly emotional, Chu Chu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xia's reaction exceeded her expectations. She had thought Xiao Xia would merely express surprise, not that she would cry with snot and tears streaming down her face. She said with a smile, "I just called the housekeeper to inquire about your situation." Xiao Xia gasped, "So, will I still be let go? Is this phone my final comfort?" Chapter 65. It is difficult not to like the eighth miss upon her entrance. Chu Chu spoke calmly. "The housekeeper mentioned that although your time here has not been long, you are well acquainted with the personalities of my brothers. And you possess quick reflexes and strong adaptability. Individuals like you are truly rare." Xiao Xia looked bewildered. Chu Chu smiled gently. "Since Aunt Wang's departure, the assistant housekeeper position remains vacant. I believe your adaptability would make you well suited for this role. The monthly salary would increase from 30,000 to 50,000, with corresponding responsibilities that will be significantly more demanding. Would you be willing to accept this?" Xiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she straightened her upper body. "Really?" Her heart raced with excitement. Miss Qiao is truly wonderful. Just as she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, a thought struck her. Would Mr. Pei agree? After all, the eighth miss had a complicated relationship with the Pei brothers. She feared that her joy might be fleeting. Chu Chu pondered this and found some merit in the concern. Since her disagreement with her brother, she had yet to make any decisions for the family and was uncertain whether her words still held weight. Resolutely, she dialed Pei Yuan's number. "I believe I can take charge of this small matter, but if you're uncertain, we shall find out together." After a considerable pause, the call connected and Pei Yuan's serious voice emerged. "I'm in a meeting. What is it?" Chu Chu pressed the speakerphone. "I wish to promote Xiao Xia to deputy steward. She is diligent and serious in her work. I believe she is capable. What do you think?" Pei Yuan responded with a pause. Xiao Xia held her breath in nervous anticipation. Pei Yuan took a deep breath, his tone tinged with irritation. "Chu Chu, I paused the meeting to take your call. And you bring me this trivial matter? Can't you handle it yourself?" Chu Chu shrugged helplessly. "You know my position in the Pei family. What if my words carry no weight?" Pei Yuan's displeasure grew. "If anyone disregards your words, then dismiss them.
Goodbye."
The call was abruptly disconnected. Chu Chu triumphantly shook her phone. "Congratulations, it's a success. I will inform the head steward. From today onward, you will be the deputy steward." Xiao Xia gasped in disbelief, tears once again brimming in her eyes. "Mother, she has been promoted." This sudden affluence felt overwhelming. She leaped into Chu Chu's embrace, showering her with an exuberant hug. "Thank you, Miss Qiao." Xiao Xia nodded through her tears, suppressing the urge to kiss Chu Chu, and happily walked away, clutching her phone. Upon returning to the lounge, she changed her phone case and excitedly logged into her account, only to discover that her last post had gone viral. It had even made the trending list. "Help! Our entire dormitory is eagerly awaiting the 8th Mrs. follow-up." Some even initiated a poll in the comments. If you think the blogger should be fired, like this post. If you think the blogger should not be fired, like this post. The likes for dismissal overwhelmingly surpassed those for retention. She excitedly snapped a picture of her phone box and case, her fingers trembling as she typed. "First, let me tell everyone, I have been promoted. Not only that, but the young lady also gifted me a new phone for my birthday, an iPhone 15. She even bought a case and a dust-proof film to protect it. I was so nervous, crying in the lounge, fearing the 8th miss would dismiss me. But when I entered the room, she handed me a bag to open. To my astonishment, inside was a phone. The 8th miss smiled and told me it was my birthday gift. Who understands, dear friends? In that moment, I felt as if I had seen an angel. Then the 8th miss praised my diligent work, saying I could manage her and her brother's peculiar habits, and proposed my promotion to deputy steward. And thus, I have become the deputy steward. Indeed, the 8th miss had also called the young master to inquire if he concurred, only to be met with his reprimand, expressing disdain for her need to consult him over trifling matters. How could I have ever possessed such an extravagant phone in my lifetime? She even bestowed upon me a promotion and a raise. How could there be such a wonderful young lady? I shall forever be her devoted admirer. The comments section erupted. What? She actually gave you a promotion and a raise? Previously, the blogger mentioned that the deputy housekeeper earns 50,000 a month. Does that mean the blogger now earns 50,000 as well? Plus benefits? I am utterly envious. With the new year approaching, I wish everyone a joyous celebration. Except for the blogger, of course.
Ah.
I want to be the 8th Mrs. Dog too.
Who understands?
The majority of the blogger's previous posts featured the eccentric antics of handsome young masters, but once the 8th Miss appeared, it was nothing short of delightful.
Indeed.
Girls are inherently gentle. Having just read the blogger's earlier posts, it felt like an assembly of charming yet peculiar gentlemen, lacking allure. Yet, the moment the 8th Miss graced the scene, my heartstrings were plucked. I was initially worried about a potential misstep. From now on, I shall be the 8th Miss's most ardent admirer. I have decided to abandon the 7th young master and devote myself to the 8th Miss. She shall be my daughter from this day forth. I am her greatest admirer. The moment the 8th Miss appeared, I was smitten. My little mermaid, oh woe, alas. I intended to support a less mainstream 8th Miss, but the moment she appeared, she instantly trended. Fate has deemed her a star. Xiao Xia was taken aback. Trending. She opened Weibo and was astonished to see familiar phrases trending. Who could possibly possess such a charming young lady? Someone had compiled her stories into a collection. The daily lives of the 7 brothers had evidently become more heartwarming since the arrival of the 8th Mississippi. The fervor only intensified. The top comment read, regardless of its authenticity, "Dear author, I implore you to release another chapter. I feel as though ants are crawling on me. I'm trembling all over and can hardly breathe. Just one more chapter, I beg you. I swear I will never indulge in such things again. I simply cannot endure any longer." Below, a multitude of others echoed the sentiment. Xiao Xia mused. It seems the tales of the 7 young masters and the 8th Miss have gone viral. And notably, it appears to be the 8th Miss who is in the spotlight. In a luxurious vehicle, a man opened his phone, where a notification caught his attention. Who is this wealthy family's 8th Miss? A flicker of intrigue danced in his cold gaze as he rarely engaged with such notifications. He casually scrolled through, and the playful, lively voice echoed in his mind. Chu Qiao. He delicately traced the characters of her name with his fingertip and murmured, Zhang Jun. The man perused a series of vignettes, arranging for someone to extend an invitation to the Pei family, inviting the 8th Miss to enjoy a lavish cruise, and emphasizing that it was not merely my desire. The secretary nodded, understood. Chapter 66, The Luxurious Cruise Journey of Chu Qiao and Pei Yuchuan. Have you ever experienced the world's largest and most opulent luxury cruise ship? It is about to set sail from Lancheng, and this opportunity is not to be missed. On the deck, one can skydive, surf, and even rock climb, with an array of exhilarating entertainment facilities at your disposal. Bars, cinemas, and everything you could desire await. Indulge in whatever intrigues you. A 3-day journey, reveling in a life of seclusion upon the sea. I have arranged a suite for you. You may bring your brothers to stay in the presidential suite. Accommodating all 8 of you siblings is certainly feasible. What? Your brother is unavailable? Well then, it is even less of a problem for you, dear girl. Pack your suitcase and set off for adventure. Xiao Chu stood bewildered in the VIP waiting area, gazing at the imposing luxury cruise ship in the distance. 3 days prior, Aunt Zhao had approached her, expressing gratitude for her earlier intervention at the banquet to assist the elder, presenting her with a family luxury cruise ticket, insisting that she should enjoy herself. With the new year approaching, when better to relax than now? I know you have tried various cruises, but trust me, this luxury vessel is teeming with influential figures. Perhaps you might even encounter your destined partner. Aunt Zhao beamed. Yuchuan is free today. Pei Yuchuan nodded. Settling beside Xiao Chu, I worked diligently over the past few days to complete my tasks and took a few days off, just in time to accompany Chu on some fun. Xiao Chu shot him a sidelong glance, suspecting he was merely there to monitor her. Aunt Zhao was delighted. Chu just mentioned that none of you had the time. Look, here's one of you. Are you willing to go on the luxury cruise? You may bring your friends along. The ticket allows for a total of 8 people, complete with a presidential suite, though your friends would need to book their own rooms. Pei Yuchuan smiled amiably. All right, thank you, Aunt Zhao. It will just be Chu and me. Aunt Zhao's eyes twinkled. Then I'll send you the link. Fill in your information online, and just bring your ID when the time comes. She winked at Xiao Chu. There will be many eligible bachelors. Perhaps you might find a boyfriend to enjoy the trip with. Pei Yuchuan's gaze lingered coldly upon Xiao Chu's profile, like a wandering spirit. With utmost sincerity, Xiao Chu responded to Aunt Zhao. Yes, Aunt Zhao, I will certainly take a look. Aunt Zhao patted her cheek, then reminded Pei Yuchuan, make sure to help your sister choose wisely. With your parents no longer with you, this is something to consider thoughtfully. Pei Yuchuan's smile did not reach his eyes. Rest assured, Aunt Zhao. He tucked a stray hair behind Xiao Chuchu's ear, gently stating, "Unbeknownst to me, my little sister has grown into the age where she can pursue romance. As her brother, I must certainly assist her in making a wise choice." Although it was winter, their time spent outdoors was brief, so Pei Yuchuan was dressed lightly. He wore a simple black loose-fitting coat paired with pristine white and deep blue denim straight-leg pants, his hair styled in a tousle wolf tail. A black headband-style earphone rested around his neck, giving him a languid, carefree air, evidently a picture of leisure. She pouted slightly, with a hint of envy. Indeed, those endowed with beauty appear striking even when draped in a mere burlap sack. Pei Yuchuan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chuchu, realizing she was fixated on him. He raised an eyebrow, donned his headphones, and pretended to watch a short video. Xiao Chuchu, consumed by jealousy, thought to herself, "Even the act of wearing headphones looks exquisite on him. I fail to comprehend how he can exude such charm and allure when we are both merely human." Pei Yuchuan cleared his throat and, unable to resist, struck a pose. He leaned back, positioning his legs to showcase their length. Xiao Chuchu exclaimed, "Wow, those long legs." Leaning against the sofa, Pei Yuchuan tilted his head slightly back, revealing his jawline. Xiao Chuchu remarked, "I could use that jawline to slice noodles." A smile involuntarily crept onto Pei Yuchuan's lips. Xiao Chuchu added, "Even when he smiles while looking at his phone, he looks stunning." Pei Yuchuan pressed his lips together, feeling warmth creep into his ears. It dawned on him that Xiao Chuchu secretly praised him whenever they were together. Sighing, Xiao Chuchu lamented, "What a pity. Such a handsome exterior. Yet the soul within is so foolish." Just then, a handsome young man approached Xiao Chuchu, nervously inquiring, "Hello, miss, could I have your WeChat?" Taken aback, Xiao Chuchu hesitated to refuse and pulled out her phone to scan his QR code. The young man, pleased, bit his lip and glanced at her, confessing, "I've actually noticed you for quite some time." She was taken aback and replied, "Thank you. This feels like the first time a guy has asked for my WeChat." As she prepared to display her QR code, a large hand suddenly covered her phone. Pei Yuchuan, akin to a mountain that had drifted nearby, stood beside her. One hand pressing down on her QR code, while the other rested in his pocket, silently observing the young man. The young man, feeling cornered, looked up at Pei Yuchuan, who towered over him, maintaining a stoic silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Gradually, the young man became flustered, stammering, sorry, before hastily retreating. Xiao Chuchu was left bewildered, pondering, did the duck fly away just as it was within reach? She turned to Pei Yuchuan, questioning, what was that about? Pei Yuchuan regarded her with disdain, remarking, "You truly are insatiable. You would devour anything." He lounged on the sofa, lazily draping his legs, and continued, "He is so frail that even a fly's flatulence could send him soaring 3,000 meters. How could he possibly embrace you?" Xiao Chuchu mused, "It seems that rhymes. Doesn't he it?" With a sigh, she admitted, "Honestly, I wasn't he even after the WeChat. I merely desired to experience what it feels like to be asked for it." She lamented as she rubbed her foot against the ground. "After all, I've never received a love letter in my life. Although many tell me I'm beautiful, I've never had a bashful youth during my teenage years. It feels like a small regret." Pei Yuchuan pulled out a piece of gum and began to chew slowly. Who said she lacked admirers? During school, he had access to Xiao Chuchu's locker, and her love letters arrived in piles, akin to burning paper money. Among them were numerous persistent suitors. A simple conversation would cause them to lose their nerve. It seemed that none of the men who admired her possessed the courage to pursue her. After his graduation, he entrusted the cabinet keys to his younger brother. Pei Buxian and Xiao Chuchu were classmates, and he had been watching her until graduation. Pei Yuchuan let out a light scoff, but then a thought crossed his mind, and the satisfaction on his face vanished abruptly. Other brothers would not behave this way. At most, they would exhibit a hint of jealousy. They acted with such effortless grace, executing their intentions seamlessly, often without the need for words. Why was it so? Even now, he resolutely turned away. Yet upon discovering that the harm caused by Xiao Chuchu was not intentional, he found himself drawn back, coldly washing his emotions.
Why?
The more Pei Yuchuan pondered, the angrier he became, irritably tapping on his phone.
Yuchuan.
A voice filled with surprise broke through his thoughts, and he looked up to see a familiar face. The man smiled brightly at him. "You're here to have fun too." Instantly, the gloom in Pei Yuchuan's heart dissipated, and he took the initiative to invite. "What a coincidence, Song Mingjin. Let us go out for drinks tonight. It's on me." Song Mingjin nodded, holding his girlfriend's hand. "I'll bring my girlfriend along."
How about you?
"How many are you bringing?" Pei Yuchuan paused, glancing at Chu Qiao, who stood silently beside him. She lowered her head. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm a person. I dislike drinking parties. Don't take me along. Pei Yuchuan replied, I'll go alone. Chu Qiao sighed in relief, feeling a small thrill. I can peacefully sit in the presidential suite tonight, watching the sea and drawing comics. How wonderful. It just so happens that today, as plot doesn't require my involvement, I can relax a bit. Pei Yuchuan shot a glance at her. Her expression of secret delight swiftly transformed into seriousness as she feigned sadness, gazing out the window. This guy, Pei Yuchuan, cannot stand to see me happy. Whenever I am, he likes to tease me. I mustn't let him know that I wish for him to leave, or he'll drag me to drink. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, snorting softly. Did she think she understood him? How naive. Chapter 67. Some thoughts are unspeakable and unfathomable. With this in mind, Pei Yuchuan's gaze deepened, resembling an endless night sky, enveloping the oblivious Chu Qiao within. He completely disregarded Song Mingjin and the others. Song Mingjin's girlfriend, picking up on the atmosphere, whispered, Is he the third young master of the Pei family? Song Mingjin sighed. Yes. He is currently the prominent figure in that mobile gaming company, wealthy, capable, and handsome. It's hard not to admire him. His girlfriend's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Pei Yuchuan's gaze towards Chu Qiao. So, this girl is his? She is the eighth sister adopted by the Pei family. Song Mingjin shot Chu Qiao a glance. Don't look at her. She seems a bit off. Obsessed with bizarre interests. She is quite eccentric. Really? His girlfriend exclaimed in surprise. She doesn't seem that way. Pei Yuchuan continued to gaze at Chu Qiao. Yet she remained oblivious, admiring flowers, water, boats, and her phone, entirely ignoring those around her. His girlfriend smirked, her tone growing more playful. Aren't they like two arrows pointing at each other? Of course not. Pei Yuchuan is a staunch believer in remaining unmarried. His girlfriend became even more excited. So, is he preserving his chastity? Her voice resonated loudly, startling both Chu Qiao and Pei Yuchuan, compelling them to turn towards her. Song Mingjin, taken aback, swiftly covered his girlfriend's mouth, exclaiming, I told you to refrain from indulging in those tales. Now, let us depart. His girlfriend gazed at Chu Qiao with sparkling eyes, being forcibly pulled away. Chu Qiao watched the pair vanish into the distance, only to suddenly perceive a searing gaze beside her. Turning her head, she collided with Pei Yuchuan's cold, piercing eyes. A shiver ran down her spine as she questioned, What are you staring at? Pei Yuchuan replied expressionlessly, What do you mean by staring? Momentarily taken aback, Chu Qiao recalled her inability to contend with him and promptly fell silent. What do you mean by staring? I should congratulate you for provoking the softest person in this world. Provoking me is tantamount to provoking no one at all. Pei Yuchuan paused, then chuckled. You needn't wait for me to drink tonight. She rolled her eyes, replying, Oh, who's waiting for you? I'm not that idle. Not only will I not wait for you, but I might also take a couple of sleeping pills and drift into oblivion. Even if you dance wildly in my dreams, I wouldn't give you a second thought. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. His irritation, already simmering, intensified at her words, leaving a dark cloud of discontent lingering in his chest. Night soon fell. A ship sailed across the ocean, and Pei Yuchuan sat in a private room, choosing to drown his feelings in alcohol, sharing bottle after bottle with a group of men. Raising his glass, he swayed slightly, declaring, Cheers. Song Mingjin, now somewhat inebriated, grasped Pei Yuchuan's hand, puzzled. I must ask, why are you still single? So many ladies are fond of you. Why not take a glance? He pointed to a short-skirted beauty singing nearby. What about her? Don't you fancy her? Pei Yuchuan, without lifting his gaze, replied, Not interested. Song Mingjin, bewildered, pressed. How can you know if you haven't even looked? Sing a love song with her. Trust me, you'll like her. Pei Yuchuan, growing impatient, retorted, Are you playing matchmaker? Can I live without a relationship? Song Mingjin, undeterred, turned Pei Yuchuan's face towards the lady, insisting, Take a good look. I refuse to believe your eyes are devoid of interest. The young lady, holding the microphone, glanced at them with a shy smile. Song Mingjin boisterously inquired, Is she not beautiful? Pei Yuchuan's gaze remained fixed. Song Mingjin exclaimed, still devoid of interest. Pei Yuchuan stared deeply into the young lady's eyes, shaking his head. No. His words were lost amidst the background noise. Not everything can be grasped in one's hands. Some things melt away like ice upon contact. Song Mingjin beckoned the young lady over. She hurriedly approached, beaming at Pei Yuchuan. He abruptly stood, towering like a mountain before her. The young lady, flustered, held the microphone awkwardly. Pei Yuchuan extended his hand. With flushed cheeks, the young lady awaited eagerly. He snatched the microphone from her grasp, bringing it to his lips. Let us hear a song from Phoenix legend, All is Love. The young lady was speechless. Song Mingjin was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. In a flash, Song Mingjin regained his composure. Perfect. A duet it shall be. Let the young lady sing with you. Pei Yuchuan, swaying unsteadily, ascended the stage, declaring no need. I can sing the female part in falsetto. Song Mingjin was speechless. The young lady stood in stunned silence, and the others shared in the incredulity. After a short while, as Chu Chu was engrossed in her painting in the hotel room, she received a call from the front desk. It was not a staff member on the line, but rather the girlfriend of Song Mingjin. After introducing herself, she apologized, saying, Miss Qiao, am I disturbing your rest? Chu Chu shook her head and replied, no. What's the matter? The voice on the other end sounded quite flustered. Well, your brother has everyone completely intoxicated and refuses to let anyone leave. He has even coerced my boyfriend into singing old love songs. Chu Chu's lips twitched. Singing love songs? The girlfriend sighed. Yes, my boyfriend is already on the floor. And since no one is joining him, he is singing solo, claiming he can sing the female parts in falsetto. Chu Chu responded, so, could you use a hand? None of us can persuade him. Stifling her exasperation, Chu Chu agreed. Fine. She hurried over. Wasn't Pei Yuchuan someone who only drank when he was unhappy? Today they were on a luxurious cruise. How could he possibly be in low spirits? Upon arriving at the private room, she found a group of anxious girlfriends waiting at the door, eager to retrieve their boyfriends. Upon seeing her, they brightened. Miss Qiao, you finally made it. Chu Chu felt as if she were a dormitory supervisor holding the keys to let in college students. Stealing herself. She approached the door and was about to push it open when Song Mingjin's girlfriend handed her a microphone. Please buy us some time while we pull our boyfriends away. Chu Chu inquired, can't we reason with Pei Yuchuan? The girlfriend stared at her in shock, eyes wide. You think you can reason with a drunk person? Chu Chu conceded, I suppose not. With that, she stepped inside. Pei Yuchuan was unaware of her entrance. Still facing away as he chose a song, I would like to request Charming Danger. Song Mingjin, sprawled on the floor in a daze, murmured, I'm not sure about Charming, but I'm definitely in a dangerous situation. Unfazed, Pei Yuchuan continued to sing passionately from the stage. Why is the most charming also the most dangerous? Why does love leave one incomplete? Holding the microphone, Chu Chu stood to his side, her expression akin to someone facing an oral defense, signaling the girls to hurry and pull their partners away. When Pei Yuchuan drank too much, he became quite unruly, stubborn as a mule. They needed to resolve this quickly. As Chapter 68 titled Not All Questions Have Answers unfolded, Song Mingjin sat up, squinting at Chu Chu. Am I dreaming? Is that really Miss Qiao? His girlfriend leaned down to pull him. Miss Qiao is here to save you. She'll sing the love song in your place, now hurry. Song Mingjin knitted his brows. She has such a brother complex. Can she really sing well? If she doesn't he sound good, Pei Yuchuan will get angry. Meanwhile, Pei Yuchuan, oblivious, sat on a high stool with his eyes closed, lost in the music. My heart has waited for you for so many years. Love unspoken. Overflowing to the point of drowning. That is an inexplicable, contradictory knot. He pointed at Song Mingjin. You sing, damn it. A melodious female voice suddenly resonated. If one claims not to notice, it is but a deception. Pei Yuchuan paused, astonished, turning his gaze toward the source. In the dim light, Chu Chu stood there simply dressed in loungewear, a loose, soft, pale yellow cardigan draped over her hair casually pinned up with a pencil. Her tousled hair lazily cascaded down her cheeks as she softly sang, I am sorry for blurring the lines between trust and love. Both Song Mingjin and his girlfriend were left utterly astonished.
Wow.
She truly sings beautifully, exclaimed one, and it's absolutely mesmerizing. Pei Yuchuan set down the microphone. Spellbound by her melody, Chu Chu stepped closer, treading lightly into the light. Why is it that the most enchanting can also be the most perilous? Why does love render one incomplete? Pei Yuchuan tilted his head, somewhat perplexed. It was curious. Chu Chu was the one approaching him. Yet he felt as though he was being drawn into her song. As she reached him, she declared, In my eyes, you are truly special, yet sadly absent from my dreams. Love is inexplicable, a paradoxical knot. Pei Yuchuan, in a daze, picked up the microphone to join her in the final line. Love is inexplicable, a paradoxical knot. He squinted, extending his hand to caress her face. I seem to have caught a glimpse of Chu Qiao. Breathless, Chu Qiao looked at him with a hint of reproach. She had rushed over, concerned that Sango might cause trouble. As she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Pei Yuchuan's eyes glazing over, his head dropping as he collapsed into her arms.
Ha!
She exclaimed. You were so lively just a moment ago, and now you feign unconsciousness. This foolish man reeked of alcohol. Grabbing a pair of scissors, she aimed for his chest, intending to rid him of the alcohol-soaked areas. She swiftly made her move. Suddenly, a hand seized her wrist. Startled, Chu Qiao looked up to meet Pei Yuchuan's cold, deep gaze. What are you doing? Aren't you asleep? She replied. His eyes, sharp and alert, retorted, the scissors are poking into my flesh. Chu Qiao fell silent. A small patch of blood began to seep through. Wrapping her head, she mused. I wondered why it fell off. I thought you were wearing a push-up bra. Pei Yuchuan merely stared at her. Bewildered, he glanced around. Do you wish to come onto me? Pei Yuchuan, slightly dazed, suddenly realized that the singer just now was indeed her. Not merely a figment of his intoxicated imagination. She felt her wrist being tugged. Pei Yuchuan, awkwardly sprawling on the bed, insisted, Don't go. He beckoned her closer, grinning broadly. Come here, and I'll share a secret. Chu Qiao paused, intrigued by the air of mystery. It is said that alcohol brings forth the truth. Perhaps Pei Yuchuan was about to divulge some juicy gossip. She eagerly leaned in. What secret? In a husky whisper, he confided, Actually, Xia Xuechuan resembles you quite a bit. All of us brothers agree, but no one has told you. Chu Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Are you blind? No, I'm not. Pei Yuchuan shook his head. You two may look different, but when she displays her stubbornness, it's like you standing there in confusion. However, when compared side by side, Xia Xuechuan pales in comparison to you. Clutching his heart, he spoke earnestly, because only when you're being stubborn do you embody both mischief and charm. Chu Qiao, momentarily taken aback, blurted out a question. Then if I were to die, how would you feel seeing Xia Xuechuan? Pei Yuchuan was momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. I do not know what I would become, he confessed, his eyes brimming with sorrow. All I know is that I would be in agony, filled with regret, yearning to make amends. His tears fell like meteors, plummeting heavily onto the pillow beside him. There is another secret. Your love letters, I discarded them. Chu Qiao, bewildered, asked, What love letters? Pei Yuchuan propped himself up, gazing at her through tear-filled eyes. During school, you received many love letters. I disliked them all, so I burned them. Chu Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. You burned them? Why on earth would you do that? Pei Yuchuan trembled in fear, his lips pouting as he began to cry like a child. Why are you being so fierce? Chu Qiao was at a loss. It's just that a whole pile of love letters was incinerated, and I had no idea. Pei Yuchuan fell silent. He wiped his tears, then composed himself, removing his shirt, revealing his sculpted abdomen before Chu Qiao. He appeared as an intoxicatingly handsome man, his allure heightened by the disheveled state of inebriation. However, Chu Qiao had no time to admire him. Did the others also approve of your actions? Yes, Pei Yuchuan replied, tossing his shirt onto the floor, his tone growing increasingly irritable. I was not the only one who burned those letters. After I graduated, Pei Fengrong took my place. Then it was Pei Ci and Pei Mu, and finally, Pei Buxian. Why? Chu Qiao inquired. Pei Yuchuan looked at her, his brows furrowing with a commanding intensity. There is no reason. We simply wished to do it, and no one could stop us brothers. Just like this. In a sudden motion, he grasped her hand, turning their world upside down as he forcefully pinned Xiao Chu beneath him. Xiao Chu gasped in surprise. Pei Yuchuan straddled her waist, brushing aside her stray locks, his robust physique fully exposed from this vantage point. His gaze was deep, akin to the dark waves of a midnight sea, concealing unfathomable thoughts as he threatened her resolutely. Chu Qiao, I warn you, I will not add you as a friend on WeChat. And do not dare to send me a request. Understood? Chu Qiao, clutching scissors for self-defense, retorted. Why did conversation suddenly shift from love letters to WeChat? Pei Yuchuan smirked, his eyes lingering on her lips for 3 seconds before he playfully pinched her cheek. Ouch! She exclaimed in pain.
Pei Yuchuan,
As if reveling in some mischievous delight, reddened her cheek further before grinning triumphantly, revealing a small canine tooth. See you tomorrow, Ba Mei. Chapter 69. Pei Yutuan, intoxicated indiscretions. The nature of desire. His head throbbed, akin to a gold miner relentlessly chiseling away within his skull. Wincing, Pei Yutuan sat up in bed, surveying his surroundings. This must be Chu Chu's room. How did he end up here? As he pondered, his expression shifted, and he meticulously checked his body. His trousers were still intact. But where was his shirt? He stumbled out of bed. Chu Chu. Chu Chu, seated on the sofa sketching, heard heavy footsteps thundering towards her. Before she could lift her gaze, her chin was seized in a firm grip. Pei Yutuan grasped her chin tightly, scrutinizing her neck closely, as if searching for something. Irritated, she struggled free. Are you still drunk? Pei Yutuan took a few steps back, fixating his gaze on her. Where is my shirt? Chu Chu felt utterly perplexed. It's on the floor of your room. Pei Yutuan turned to search for his clothes and, indeed, found them on the ground. He hastily donned the garments and approached Chu Chu, his expression fraught with anxiety. Why are my clothes on the floor? Chu Chu replied, speechless. What do you think? If the clothes are on the floor, it must be because you took them off. Pei Yutuan, bewildered, wrapped his arms around himself, fear evident on his face. Then why did I take off my clothes? Chu Chu retorted, how should I know why you chose to undress? She disdainfully sipped her hot water. Moreover, it wasn't merely about undressing. After discarding his clothes, he had the audacity to straddle me like a pervert, ordering me not to add anyone else on WeChat. And he had the nerve to cry first. Clearly, he was in a foul mood and took it out on me. Pei Yutuan. The memories finally surged back after a 10-minute delay. In truth, Xia Xuechuan bears a striking resemblance to you, a sentiment shared among our group, though none dared to voice it. During our school days, you received numerous love letters which I disliked, so I burned them all. There was no particular reason. We simply wished to act as we pleased, and no one could stop us. He flipped over, pinning Chu Chu beneath him, straddling her waist and looking down upon her. Under the dim light of the lamp, Chu Chu's eyes shimmered with a wave of panic. In that fleeting moment, he yearned to see her weep, to watch those watery eyes shed tears, calling out to him as her third brother. He suppressed this impulse for a while, glaring at her with a fierce threat. Chu Chu, I warn you, I will not add you on WeChat, nor should you dare to add me. Do you understand? Chu Chu, cradling her teacup, scoffed, just drunk and acting foolish, pulling a boyfriend to sing love songs, and you claim you can sing like a girl. Pei Yutuan. He pressed the rewind button in his memory, recalling the moment Chu Chu held the microphone and sang alongside him. When he first saw her, he thought he was dreaming, reaching out to touch her face. Damn it! Pei Yutuan suddenly let out a howl, clutching his hair and exclaiming, Ah, just kill me already. As he reached the door, he did not forget to admonish Chu Chu. Forget about what happened last night. No one is allowed to speak of it. Chu Chu regarded him as one would observe a monkey that had escaped from the zoo. I've already forgotten. Pei Yutuan sighed in relief and turned to leave. However, after saying that, he slammed the door shut. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Chu mused. Her 7 brothers were on the verge of a dark transformation, though currently, only Pei Buxian and Pei Chei's latent darkness was conspicuous. Pei Yutuan did not embody darkness, but rather a wildness, akin to a seagull leaping about and flapping its wings at tourists. In fact, in the original narrative, he was not so dark but rather a vibrant character around Xia Xuechuan. He had taken her on roller coasters, skydiving, and indulged in ice cream. When Xia Xuechuan felt down, he rented a helicopter to show her the city's nightscape, dazzling her with the most splendid fireworks that lit up half the sky. Wait a moment. Chu Chu let out a puzzled hiss. She has only just realized that the things Pei Yutuan did for Xia Xuechuan were all actions taken when he and she were still on good terms. It was Pei Yutuan who noticed her gloomy mood and took her to admire the night scenery. He also secretly brought her to ride the roller coaster that his elder brother would never permit, shared ice cream with her, and set off fireworks to delight her. After her demise, Pei Yutuan astonishingly replicated all those cherished moments with Xia Xuechuan. Truly, she has become nothing more than a mere tool for nurturing an infatuated admirer, transforming a group of dashing supporting characters into suitable companions for Xia Xuechuan. Chu Chu, feeling melancholy, picked up a mirror to examine her reflection. Alas! Aside from wealth and beauty, along with extraordinary wisdom and an audacious spirit, I possess nothing. She chuckled mischievously and joyfully dashed out the door. Outside, Wei Sheng Wenjuan's secretary diligently followed him, holding a tablet. Mr. Wei, as per your request, Miss Qiao and her family have been arranged in suites on the same floor as you. Wei Sheng Wenjuan nodded. He was aware that Qiao Chu Chu was aboard this vessel. Yet he had been too occupied until today to finally carve out time to approach her. He ascended the spiral staircase. Qiao Chu Chu, gripping the railing, descended the staircase and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wei Sheng Wenjuan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Sheng Wenjuan sensed her gaze, met her eyes, and subtly raised an eyebrow. And so, they encountered one another. Wei Sheng Wenjuan narrowed his eyes, akin to a wolf, his gaze unwavering as he walked toward her. Qiao Chu Chu stood frozen in place, mesmerized by the approaching figure. The man's skin was as pale as snow, clad in a crisp, unwrinkled black suit, boasting an impeccable physique and adorned with an expensive watch. His every movement exuded the aura of a formidable presence that overshadowed the mundane. He was strikingly handsome, with elongated, fox-like eyes and lips that bore a crimson, alluring smile. A man reminiscent of a wolf king. Indeed, a man akin to a wolf king. She felt almost breathless under the weight of his presence, yet her gaze was inexorably drawn to his face. As they brushed past one another, Wei Sheng Wenjuan coolly shifted his gaze away. Qiao Chu Chu's eyes lingered on his profile, watching him depart. The secretary, unnerved by the intensity of her stare, murmured, "Why does Miss Qiao keep looking at you?" Wei Sheng Wenjuan dismissed it nonchalantly. "It's of no concern. Many have gazed at my face with the same fervor." Qiao Chu Chu remained dazed, watching his silhouette fade away. She opened her phone and accessed her comic. On the cover, a stern, handsome man gazed down with an air of aloof disdain. This was the protagonist she had conjured through her imagination, a passionately enchanting figure whose merchandise had become a sensation, even collaborating with numerous dining brands. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the man she had just encountered. It was as if he had stepped straight out of her comic. Overwhelmed with excitement, she nearly burst into tears. Son. Wei Sheng Wenjuan. Chapter 70. As the author. It is enough to merely watch from afar as my paper children find happiness. My son is looking at me. It's me, I'm your mother. Let your mother be with Man. She glanced around anxiously. Where's my Man?
Is my man with you?
Wei Sheng Wenjuan retorted. What son? What Man? Where would a man come from? Feeling irritated, he turned and entered the building, whispering, "Hand me the information on Qiao Chu Chu." The secretary presented it with a bow. Explaining softly, the name on Qiao Chu Chu's ID is Qiao Chu, but few know her real name. Everyone calls her Qiao Chu Chu. Wei Sheng Wenjuan inquired, an unusual affection? The secretary nodded cautiously. To put it simply, she is infatuated with her brother, and one is not enough. She desires all 7 of them, resorting to threats of self-harm to coerce them into submission. Currently, she has overdosed on sleeping pills 3 times and suffered alcohol poisoning twice. Wei Sheng Wenjuan glanced at Qiao Chu Chu, who had stealthily followed him. He had assumed she was an innocuous peach, but she turned out to be rather deranged. What a pity, he sighed, as he perused Qiao Chu Chu's profile on his tablet. The secretary, puzzled, asked, "What is so regrettable?" Wei Sheng Wenjuan replied, "She is exceedingly foolish. If she were a product of our family's upbringing, she would have crafted a splendid cage to ensnare those 7 brothers, starving them daily until they could no longer endure it, and then personally feeding them, ensuring that they would grow fond of her within a year or so. Moreover, what significance does affection hold? The physical presence is what truly matters." His fingertips glided gently across the screen, focusing on Qiao Chu Chu's work. Several comic books came into view, one featuring a male protagonist strikingly familiar, akin to his own likeness. This self-portrait was cradling a captivating, voluptuous blonde woman, presenting an extraordinarily glamorous couple with a distinct Mary Sue aura. His brows furrowed as he glanced at Qiao Chu Chu across the table. They were in a self-service breakfast area. Qiao Chu Chu, with the guise of sipping soy milk, had positioned herself conveniently to observe him, pretending to admire the scenery while sneaking glances his way. She seemed to believe her disguise was flawless, yet she appeared furtive, akin to a small hamster plotting an escape. In that moment, he comprehended the implications of the term son. Wei Sheng Wenjuan's expression darkened as he decisively took a seat directly across from Qiao Chu Chu. Their tables were closely aligned. With a mere lift of her gaze, Qiao Chu Chu could see him, and likewise, her subtle movements were entirely visible to him. Concealing herself behind her soy milk, Qiao Chu Chu's lips curved upward, nearly reaching her temples. "Look at that nose, those eyebrows, that face, that physique," That presence. He is simply a spitting image of my son. This seemingly aloof and cold-hearted figure secretly harbors a deep affection for my daughter, who is essential to his existence. On the surface, he appears indifferent, yet he would give anything for her. Given his striking looks, I can hardly fathom how breathtaking my daughter must be when she stands before me.
Oh.
I truly must express my gratitude to Aunt Zhao for the ticket she sent, enabling the paper doll I created to materialize right before my eyes. I wish I could muster the courage to approach him and strike up a conversation, but perhaps it's best to refrain. Xiao Chu Chu bit her lower lip, contemplating earnestly. I am myself, my son is my son, my daughter is my daughter. We are independent entities. I must not interfere in their lives, for they do not recognize me. I am merely the creator of their existence. Weisheng Wenjian remarked, that is indeed a sound perspective. He nearly believed he was a character conjured by Xiao Chu Chu rather than a being born of her. Suddenly, Xiao Chu Chu chuckled lewdly. As long as I can watch them and my daughter bask in happiness from afar, that is sufficient. Weisheng Wenjian responded with a puzzled expression. At that moment, a young lady approached him, inquiring, "May I add you on WeChat?" Xiao Chu Chu tensed abruptly, exclaiming, "Oh no, please do not add WeChat in my presence. Otherwise, my son will become tainted in my heart." Without hesitation, Weisheng Wenjian declined. "I'm sorry." The young lady nodded in disappointment and turned to leave. Weisheng Wenjian cast a cold glance at Xiao Chu Chu. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, my son remains my son. Weisheng Wenjian thought to himself. He had no intention of adding anyone, as he never conversed with those he deemed unimportant. However, Xiao Chu Chu stood up with a pale complexion, her fragile psyche teetering. Perhaps we should leave. If this handsome gentleman has a girlfriend or a wife, and does not resemble my daughter, I might just faint on the spot. She lowered her head to depart. Yet, a familiar male voice resonated from across the way. Mr. Weisheng? Xiao Chu Chu looked up in surprise. Ji Yanchuan stood beside Weisheng Wenjian, smiling amiably. What a coincidence. You're here for some fun as well? Weisheng Wenjian scrutinized him, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze as he slowly smirked. Ah, so young Master Ji is also present?
Yan hun chakeld hartele.
I've been feeling a bit down lately, thought I'd take a stroll. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Chu Chu, freezing in astonishment. A madwoman? Xiao Chu Chu disregarded Ji Yanchuan, fixating intently on Weisheng Wenjian. Are you a member of the Weisheng family? Ji Yanchuan scoffed inwardly. This madwoman is approaching a member of the Weisheng family? Does she not know of their notorious disdain and haughty demeanor towards others? She is bound to be met with disappointment. However, in the next moment, Weisheng Wenjian stood up, extending his hand towards Xiao Chu Chu. Yes, I am the eldest of the Weisheng family, Weisheng Wenjian. Ji Yanchuan was taken aback. Xiao Chu Chu was flabbergasted, nearly collapsing backward. Wenjian reacted swiftly. Catching her in his embrace, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chu Chu leaned against his arm, her face ashen, shaking her head. "I'm fine. I merely recalled something sorrowful. It hurts. It hurts so much. I thought it was fate that allowed my son to pass through my world. Yet this doppelganger of my son is none other than that unfortunate Weisheng Wenjian who was driven to his demise." Weisheng Wenjian was bewildered. Xiao Chu Chu, overwhelmed by sorrow, grasped his hand. "Have you ever undergone an electrocardiogram?" Weisheng Wenjian responded with confusion, "No." Xiao Chu Chu, her visage filled with anguish, continued. "Have you had a cardiac ultrasound? Have you ever had an angiogram? Have you had a brain scan?" Weisheng Wenjian's complexion began to pale, struggling to suppress the urge to withdraw his hand. "No." Xiao Chu Chu pressed down on his arm, urging gently, "You should go and do something about it." Her tone carried a maternal concern. "Don't let a trivial matter overwhelm you. A brain hemorrhage combined with heart disease could lead to a fatal outcome." Weisheng Wenjian smiled, biting his molars. "I am indeed angry at the moment, but whether that anger could be lethal remains uncertain." In Chapter 71, Weisheng Wenjian remained indifferent to the sweetness of the melon. Xiao Chu Chu, with a heart full of compassion, straightened her posture. "It's all right. I understand the reason for your anger." Intrigued, Weisheng Wenjian replied, "Oh?" Xiao Chu Chu stepped past him and confronted Ji Yanchuan. "Keep your distance from my son, sir." Weisheng Wenjian observed in silence. Ji Yanchuan, momentarily taken aback, incredulously addressed Weisheng Wenjian. "Mr. Weisheng, do you truly allow this madwoman to act out in your presence? Her mental state is precarious. One can never predict when she might lash out." Xiao Chu Chu scoffed. "Rest assured, the soles of Qiao grandfather's shoes will always stick to you." Ji Yanchuan's expression darkened. "Madwoman, do not push your luck." Ji Yanchuan clenched his fists, his eyes radiating malevolence. Having previously attempted to deal with Chu Chu without success, he had intended to let her be, yet here she was, dancing defiantly before him. Was she courting death? Initially, I had no intention of engaging with the Wei Sheng family, given their notorious ruthlessness. However, this gentleman, who bears an uncanny resemblance to my son, is none other than Wei Sheng Wenjian, a man literally driven to his demise by anger. Can I merely stand by? Can I allow my daughter to remain in such a state of mourning? I cannot. Moreover, I vividly recall how Ji Yanchuan, appearing all respectable now, once caused my son's demise. Ji Yanchuan presented Wei Sheng Wenjian with photographs of the 4 deceased members of the Wei Sheng family, recounting the tragic circumstances surrounding his brother and sister's deaths to provoke him. Having already been on the brink of collapse after 7 consecutive days of intense work following his siblings' deaths, Wei Sheng Wenjian, upon receiving Ji Yanchuan's provocations, succumbed to the very anger that had nearly consumed him. A profound intensity flickered in Wei Sheng Wenjian's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yanchuan. So, he had underestimated Ji Yanchuan, perceiving him merely as an arrogant fool. It turned out he was a true villain, skilled at striking where it hurts most. Just then, Chu Chu beckoned him with a subtle gesture. Come a little closer. Wei Sheng Wenjian frowned imperceptibly. He had never been summoned in such a manner. Nevertheless, he complied, leaning in to listen. Chu Chu spoke in hushed tones. Mr. Wei Sheng, maintain your distance from Ji Yanchuan. Avoid any business discussions or conversations with him. Merely be courteous on the surface. He harbors ill intentions and possesses poor character, as do his family members, who are driven solely by self-interest. They are truly despicable. Moreover, he is detrimental to your fortune. Wei Sheng Wenjian remained silent. Is this her way of advising him openly? Quite intriguing. With newfound interest, he inquired, so you possess the ability to read fortunes? Chu Chu nodded earnestly. I have some understanding of it. I can read faces. Have you heard about Sister Yu Ken's accident? It was foretold in my reading, which is why I was able to save her. Wei Shengwen's thin lips curled lazily. Oh, tell me, how do I appear to you? Chu Chu, without a second thought, replied, you look like you're about to die. Wei Shengwen. Chu Chu quickly corrected herself. I mean, you look utterly irresistible. I mustn't let him know that he will drive Ji Yanchuan to the brink of madness next year, or else he won't enjoy this holiday at all. Wei Shengwen. He is already not enjoying it. Ji Yanchuan stood before them, observing the peculiar pairing. Despite his age, Wei Shengwen bore no signs of aging. His skin was taut and devoid of wrinkles, resembling a pale, cold-skinned vampire that had risen from the grave, exuding a mature masculine aura. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a sharply tailored suit, he leaned slightly to listen to Chu Chu, who had to tiptoe to bridge their considerable height difference. In this unusual posture, they resembled a royal couple seasoned by the trials of life. Listening to the naive young lady divulge her childish secrets, Ji Yanchuan's irritation grew. Mr. Wei Sheng, shall we share breakfast? He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chu. Just the two of us. I have some business matters to discuss with you. Chu Chu, sensing the tension, anxiously turned to Wei Shengwen and whispered. He's here on his family's orders. Trust me, this project will lead nowhere good. It's all a trap. Of course. Whether you believe me is up to you, but please, consider it carefully. Trust me, he means to deceive you. While he may not harm you now, he will conspire with his family to slowly lead you into a pitfall. He possesses that protagonist's aura. Once you engage, defeat is inevitable. Chu Chu decided to make an exit. I'll take my leave now. Wait, Wei Shengwen interrupted, pulling out his phone and offering her his WeChat QR code. Let's exchange contact information. Ji Yanchuan. Wei Shengwen is actually initiating a contact exchange. What charm does this madwoman possess? Ji Yanchuan glared at Chu Chu in annoyance. Chu Chu froze, feeling a pang of guilt. No. Thank you. Wei Shengwen. Yanhun? Is she aware of how rare it is for Wei Shengwen to request contact details? And she outright rejected him. Wei Shengwen's eyes darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. No one had ever turned him down before. Chu Chu offered an apologetic smile, pondering the point of adding him if she wouldn't communicate. Alas, while she could easily insult others, she struggled to offer compliments or articulate her refusals gracefully, resulting in an awkward wave as she said, I'll be going now. I wish to remain distant from complications. I only desire to be closer to my son's life, while staying far from his world. Ji Yanchuan scoffed, watching her retreating figure. How oblivious. Mr. Wei, where are you off to? As Chu Chu took a few steps away, she suddenly felt a broad figure envelop her from behind. Instinctively, she shrank her neck as someone snatched her phone. Wei Wen stepped in front of her, holding her phone up to her face for facial recognition. Chu Chu. Wei Wenjian opened the WeChat app on her phone, scanned the QR code, added him as a friend, and handed the phone back to her with a simple thank you. Chu Chu watched him pass by, stunned, glancing at her WeChat. Is it really necessary to be coerced into adding a contact? Is this truly the legendary Wei Xing family that always gets what it desires? Must I partake in this forced connection? He was indifferent to whether the fruits of coercion were sweet. He merely wished for the fruits of coercion to be within his grasp. Even after she had called him son for 30 minutes, he had restrained himself from commenting. Yet he had refused to accept her WeChat invitation. Chu Chu, feeling exasperated, placed her phone away and turned around, only to collide with Pei Yuchuan's frosty gaze. He stood at the entrance of the dining hall, accompanied by several male companions, seemingly there for quite some time. Chapter 72. Wenjian. Are you aware that Chu Chu has a brother complex? Pei Yuchuan's penetrating gaze cut through the somewhat boisterous crowd, like a silver spear aimed directly at Chu Chu's face. If this were a fantastical realm, she would feel her protective barrier beginning to shatter. Chu Chu thought. Pei Yuchuan had just warned her not to add anyone else on WeChat, and now he caught her in the act. What is misfortune if not this? Chu Chu felt a sense of trepidation, contemplating the potential consequences ahead. Pei Yuchuan was an astute individual. He would never allow her to add someone on WeChat only to delete them afterward. However, he might engage in some subtle maneuvers. Though we agreed not to add outsiders on WeChat, I cannot disregard this special circumstance, as I may have to face the Wei Xing family in the future. Chu Chu scratched her head, pondering, but what standing do I have to face the Wei Xing family? They are all exceedingly renowned figures. Just as she was mulling this over, Pei Yuchuan exchanged a few words with his companions before parting ways and headed toward Wei Xing Wenjian. Wei Xing Wenjian and Ji Yanchuan were in the VIP lounge. The luxurious cruise ship's buffet breakfast was divided into 3 tiers. Those present in this dining area were either wealthy or noble, and those in the VIP section were exceedingly rare. Only guests from the presidential and deluxe suites were permitted entry, as the door operated on facial recognition. No guests from other rooms could gain access. This area provided a level of service superior to that of other breakfast halls. Throughout the entire opulent vessel, only 10 families were qualified to enjoy this section, and coincidentally, only 2 families were present at that moment. Pei Yuchuan passed through the automatically opening door and took a seat parallel to Wei Xing Wenjian. Chu Chu sensed something amiss as she peered through the frosted glass at Pei Yuchuan's silhouette. Wei Xing Wenjian cast a discreet glance in his direction. Chu Chu initially believed he had not called out to her, surveying her surroundings. Pei Yuchuan's expression briefly flickered with irritation. He raised a hand, pointed at her, and mouthed,
It's you.
As Chu Chu entered the VIP area, a palpable sense of discomfort enveloped her. As the cacophony of children's cries and the chatter of the crowd faded into silence, she obediently settled into a booth. Pei Yuchuan, with a nonchalant smile adorning his face, remarked, You haven't had breakfast, have you? Chu Chu shot him a peculiar glance, replying, No, brother, just moments ago, you were squawking like a seagull in front of me. And now you suddenly adopt a brotherly demeanor. It's truly bewildering.
Pei Yuchuan.
Wei Xing Wenjian's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Young Master Ji. Opposite him, Ji Yanchuan continued to chatter. Wei Xing Wenjian, with an air of aloofness, urged, Let's eat. Ji Yanchuan, taken aback, responded, But I haven't finished speaking. He imperceptibly furrowed his brow. The implication was clear. He was not impressed. He chuckled lightly, All right. Ji Yanchuan cast a sidelong glare at Chu Chu. What was this? Wasn't it enough that this fellow spread rumors about him to Wei Xing Wenjian? Did he now have to intrude upon his business discussions? He glanced at the quietly eating Wei Xing Wenjian and then at the somewhat restless Chu Chu. With only the 4 of them present, he decided to indulge. When I was in school, I heard some intriguing tales. Wei Xing Wenjian looked up at him. He picked up his black coffee. A knowing smile gracing his features. I heard that the 8th young lady of the Pei family is pursuing her 7 brothers. Chu Chu, sipping hot water, nearly spat it out. Pfft. Pei Yuchuan cast a cold glare at Ji Yanchuan. Try spreading another rumor. Ji Yanchuan chuckled. Pei Yuchuan, if you wish to defend your sister's honor, you needn't resort to such statements. This is not a rumor, it's a well-known secret within our circle. He turned his gaze toward Wei Shengwenjian with a cheerful expression. Mr. Wei, have you heard of such matters? Wei Shengwenjian wore a smile that hinted at deeper intrigue, looking curiously at Xiao Chu. No. Xiao Chu wiped the water stains from the table, feeling the intensity of the two men's gazes upon her, which made her increasingly uneasy. Chatterbox Ji Yanchuan, with your kind of character, you think you can be the male lead? You resemble a gossipy ant in the village. Ji Yanchuan laughed. I am genuinely curious, Xiao Chu. What motivates you to pursue the 7 brothers who have toiled to raise you? Do you not find it rather distasteful? Pei Yuchuan slammed the table. Xiao Chu, unyielding, retorted, because I enjoy challenging the boundaries set by society. Pei Yuchuan. Wei Shengwenjian. Yi Yanhun? She leaned back on the sofa, striking a pose. Her hands clasped. They are all handsome, treat me well, and when I fall ill, they diligently care for me. They know my likes and dislikes by heart, showering me with affection and pampering, making it impossible not to love them. When I had no money and fell sick, they would go to great lengths, even risking their lives to gather funds for me. When they had money, they feared they wouldn't provide enough, buying me houses, cars, and clothes. When I desire something, I merely have to glance at it, lift my chin, and it becomes mine. Xiao Chu smiled seductively, languidly crossing her legs, but the mere thought of them eventually seeking companionship elsewhere, whether with men or women, and consequently sharing my affection, ignites a flame of anger within me. Thus I took action. She sighed, a hint of regret in her voice. I initially believed I would witness my brothers grappling with their conscience, teetering on the precipice of morality, lost yet restrained, harboring feelings for me they dared not voice, ultimately torn apart by an insatiable longing. Yet, they remain indifferent to me, rendering my efforts futile. Pei Yuchuan gazed deeply at Xiao Chu, his throat working subtly. Wei Shengwen's hand rested his chin in his hand, observing Pei Yuchuan's reaction with keen interest. Only Ji Yanchuan appeared oblivious, mockingly jesting at Xiao Chu, to which she responded with unexpected grace. This made him seem like a provocateur. Xiao Chu approached Ji Yanchuan, stating, My plan has failed, and I have apologized to my brothers. If you seek to provoke my sense of morality or make me feel embarrassed, I regret to inform you that I possess no moral compass and am incapable of feeling shame. With a smile concealing her malice, she continued, Were I to have morals, I would not pursue my own brothers. I revel in my perversion. I desire 7 handsome men, no less, only more. Leaning forward, her hands pressed against the table, she challenged, Do you have anything else to say? Chapter 73. On the surface, they are brothers. Behind closed doors, they are men.
Yi Yanhun's lips twitched.
His tone dripping with sarcasm. You are indeed forthright. His expression gradually vanished. Xiao Chu's eyes sparkled with derision. You, a clear product of moral decay, have the audacity to mock others for lacking ethical boundaries? Ji Yanchuan raised his hand to strike her, but Xiao Chu swiftly slammed his hand onto the table with a resounding crash, startling the waitstaff. Towering over Ji Yanchuan, she maintained a leisurely demeanor. Your father is nothing but a promiscuous disgrace, and you, during your engagement, entangle yourself with other women, rendering you a mere reserve of that same disgrace. Ji Yanchuan's breath quickened, akin to a startled cat, rendered speechless by her words. She smiled. Look around at the others present. Who among us shares your dubious origins? With your background, how dare you mock me? Wake up. Given your father's character, had you been a girl, you wouldn't even be here. Straightening her posture, she coldly remarked, I'm leaving. Her back was proud, her inner thoughts screaming, I am the alluring and coldly enchanting one, the embodiment of a vengeful, malevolent female character reborn.
Indeed.
The effet aude one presents to the world is self-crafted. I am undeniably stunning. If you deride my perversion, then I shall flaunt it. As long as I abide by no moral principles, you shall never bind me. This time, my verbal prowess has triumphed. I bet Ji Yanchuan will be seething with rage long into the night.
And me? Ha!
I have never been stifled in my life. I'm off. With determined strides, she swept through the censor door, her hair swaying elegantly as she departed. Pei Yuchuan, Wei Shengwen's hand. To his surprise, Xiao Chu turned with such simplicity, concealing a multitude of inner musings. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret. The two of them simultaneously cast their eyes towards Ji Yanchuan, whose expression was one of utmost displeasure. Mr. Wei Sheng, I have lost my appetite. I shall take my leave, he declared, rising to depart. Pei Yuchuan felt a tightening in his chest, peering anxiously out the window. Could Ji Yanchuan possibly, be heading to confront Chu Qiao? He still had matters to attend to. Digging into his pocket, Pei Yuchuan retrieved a pair of binoculars, focusing on Chu Qiao's silhouette. She moved to the left, while Ji Yanchuan went right, showing no intention of pursuing her. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to leave but collided with Weisheng Wenjuan's all-seeing gaze. Weisheng Wenjuan lounged comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, hands tucked into his pockets, with a playful smile directed at him. Are you using binoculars to spy on your sister? Quite the sophisticated setup. Pei Yuchuan's urgency was swiftly engulfed by a wave of anger, rendering him immobile. Weisheng Wenjuan broke the silence first. Do you have something to discuss with me? Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Why do you ask that? I saw you glaring at me when I added Chu Qiao on WeChat, Weisheng Wenjuan replied, lifting his coffee cup and taking a gentle sip. Pei Yuchuan's eyelids flickered, his breath steadied, and he responded casually, what can I do? My sister is beautiful and comes from a good family. There are too many ill-intentioned individuals these days. As her brother, I must scrutinize every male who approaches her. If my gaze earlier offended you, I apologize. He smiled broadly. That was intentional. Weisheng Wenjuan chuckled in return. Pei Yuchuan, from the Beta Company. Your mobile gaming enterprise has achieved remarkable success, ranking among the top both domestically and internationally. You could say you are quite accomplished for your age. His demeanor relaxed, his eyes crinkling with amusement. But have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Pei Yuchuan retorted, why not? He laughed joyfully. I am simply courting your sister. In an instant, Pei Yuchuan seized him by the neck, pressing him down onto the sofa. Do not even think about my sister. He gripped Weisheng Wenjuan's throat with the ferocity of a powerful leopard. She is beyond your reach. The waiter hurried over, attempting to intervene but hesitating in the presence of a VIP. Sir, please refrain from such actions. Let us keep it friendly. Pei Yuchuan released his grip slightly, yanking Weisheng Wenjuan's collar menacingly. Weisheng Wenjuan, I do not care who you are. We are all men here. I see clearly that you are 20 years her senior. Keep your distance from her. Weisheng Wenjuan remained unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. Why the rush? I am not speaking of myself. I would not waste time on romantic endeavors. I am merely facilitating a connection for my younger brother. Pei Yuchuan paused, taken aback. Weisheng Wenjuan blinked innocently. You know, Weisheng Huiling is a year younger than Chu Qiao. He grinned confidently. My brother has fallen head over heels for her and wishes to make her his bride. Pei Yuchuan's mind whirled in disbelief. I will never agree to that. Unfazed, Wenjuan countered, is your refusal because my brother is deaf and deemed inadequate? Or would you disapprove of any capable man? Pei Yuchuan remained speechless, propped himself up, his gaze sharp as a poisoned claw, and smiled at him. Chu Qiao just mentioned that she feels anger at the thought of you being with someone else in the future. However, I believe her actual demeanor contradicts this sentiment, for true anger manifests differently, much like yours. Pei Yuchuan's murderous intent flared, his fingers clenched tightly, exhibiting a wildness akin to a predator seeking to eliminate a threat. Laughter grew heartier, his tone laced with intrigue. On the surface, you scrutinize the man close to your sister, yet inwardly you wish to expel all intruders. The tug-of-war between rationality and primal desire serves as a mere seasoning to the monotony of life. I can now appreciate the amusing aspect that Chu Qiao referred to earlier. Gazed at him with a bright smile. Outwardly, you are a brother. Inwardly, you are a man. Pei Yuchuan's face drained of color. Yet he bit down hard on his teeth, resembling a lion defending its territory. Spare me your prattle. If you dare to harm her, I will ensure we both meet our end, regardless of your identity, as we share but one life. Perplexed replied, why must you assume I would bring her harm? Chu Qiao affectionately calls me her son, and I have never expressed any dissatisfaction. I have indulged her enough. Pei Yuchuan sneered. Anyone deemed unworthy by your family has vanished. Do you need me to elaborate further? A smile abruptly faded as he scanned the surrounding waitstaff. They quickly dispersed, feigning ignorance.
He sighed.
Incredulous, you speak of the Pei family's vast wealth. With so many once, why are only a few of you left now? Smiled amiably again. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Chu Qiao. She holds considerable importance to me. Pei Yuchuan. He abruptly seized the fork from the table, raised an eyebrow. Unperturbed, such possessiveness yet adherence to propriety. If I were in your position, I would have long since claimed my rightful place. Pei Yuchuan's eyelids twitched in disdain. Don't presume our family is as twisted as yours. Remained unfazed. Would you like to know what truly constitutes the most twisted of all? Suddenly, he lunged forward. Pei Yuchuan prepared to retaliate, only to see his hand glide brutally over his fork. Blood splattered across both of their faces. Pei Yuchuan staggered back, shock evident as he gazed at who clutched his hand. Blood gushed from his artery. Didn't he even furrow his brow as he initiated a video call to Qiao Chu Chu? Pei Yuchuan's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to snatch the phone. Don't call. Just then, Qiao Chu Chu, engrossed in her phone, answered immediately. What's wrong, mister? Wei Sheng held the phone, a drop of blood trailing down his cheek, raising his hand weakly to show Qiao Chu Chu his bleeding wrist. Qiao Chu Chu. She recoiled in shock, spotting Pei Yuchuan behind, still wielding the bloodied fork, utterly at a loss as their gazes met. Qiao Chu Chu. Qiao Chu Chu. Chapter 74. Behold my intricate strategies. Qiao Chu Chu. Intricate? Where's the intricacy? 10 minutes later. Qiao Chu Chu stood at the door of the infirmary and leaped up to slap Pei Yuchuan on the back of his head. Have you lost your mind? Pei Yuchuan shut his eyes in response to the blow, lowering his head in silence. Infuriated, Qiao Chu Chu struck him repeatedly, exclaiming, Are you insane? Are you insane? Are you insane? Pei Yuchuan obediently endured the beating, casting a defiant glance in her direction. Trembling with anger, Qiao Chu Chu shouted, I was gone for just a moment. And you managed to hurt someone. Are you a nuclear bomb? Even if the person inside is Wei Xing Wenjian, or even if it were a dog, you cannot harm anyone. Pei Yuchuan protested. He deliberately crashed into me. He came with the intent to cause chaos. He is insidious, trying to seduce you and feigning vulnerability to get close. Qiao Chu Chu's head buzzed with disbelief. He tried to seduce me? Pei Yuchuan nodded emphatically. Qiao Chu Chu looked at him in absurdity. In your mind, which man isn't trying to seduce me? Aside from you. Every man in the world is after me. Am I some celestial being? Pei Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly reddening, and without a second thought, he retorted. How could I possibly seduce you? Our family has 6 other brothers besides us. Upon uttering those words, Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened, and he firmly sealed his lips. Qiao Chu Chu, not comprehending his meaning, remarked, as if I didn't know I have 7 brothers. Out of all of them, you are the one who cannot keep calm. Pei Yuchuan scoffed. Indeed, I cannot keep calm. I am in the wrong, while Wei Xing Wenjian is perfect. Just look at how admirable he is. Qiao Chu Chu found his reasoning ridiculous. How can you even compare? You are my 3rd brother. Wei Xing Wenjian's death is none of my concern. I am merely worried about you facing retribution from the Wei Xing family. They're a cruel family devoid of moral boundaries. I am already quite anxious about the potential for your demise in the narrative, and now you dare to provoke the powerful Wei Xing family? What if there are unforeseen complications? Am I to attend your funeral in tears? I truly do not understand your heart, and yet you casually slander me. What madness is this? Pei Yuchuan was taken aback, the fury in his eyes dissipating as he stared at her in bewilderment. Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu regained her composure. Oh, wait. Wei Xing Wenjian cannot die either. He is akin to the male protagonist in my comic. He is my son. I must protect him at all costs. Pei Yuchuan was left in confusion. Son? Wei Xing Wenjian is her son in the comic. At that moment, the secretary from the infirmary emerged, saying, Miss Qiao, President Wei is ready. He wishes to see you. Qiao Chu Chu nodded and stepped inside. Pei Yuchuan followed closely, but the secretary barred his way, stating, President Wei only wishes to see Miss Qiao. I saved Wei Xing Yukin's life. Surely that should help Pei Yuchuan avoid this predicament, he thought in frustration. Damn it. I have stumbled once more in the Wei Xing family, and now owe Qiao Chu Chu a favor. When will I learn? Surely. Wei Sheng Huiliang has a brother who excels at playing the victim. Qiao Chu Chu pushed the door open. President Wei? Good son, let mother take a look at you. Wei Sheng Wenjian responded, a barely perceptible twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the words good son. He gestured for her to sit beside him, saying, Please, take a seat. Qiao Chu Chu hesitantly waved her hand. I think I shall remain standing. Firstly, you are a distinguished individual, and my brother has wronged you. I must assist him in making amends. Secondly, you bear an uncanny resemblance to the male protagonist from my comic. Sitting beside you is simply beyond my capacity to accept. Wei Sheng Wenjian's gaze was profound. If you wish to apologize, it would be best to sit beside me so we can converse properly. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback, sensing his seriousness, and reluctantly took a seat beside him. My brother. I have no intention of pursuing your brother's matter. Wei Sheng Wenjian calmly placed his hand beside her. You need not think of employing Wei Xing Yujian's goodwill to compensate for mine. She is her own person. And I am mine. Chu Chu was astonished. Goodness, no wonder you are a big shot. You seem to know exactly what I am thinking. Do you possess some sort of mind-reading ability? But then again, what is it that you desire? She glanced at the hand resting beside her thigh and gasped.
Is it me?
No, no, no. I cannot even bear to hear such words. If I do, I shall crumble entirely. How could I ever sign books for my readers again? She fidgeted anxiously, but Weishan Wenjian is not my son. He merely resembles him. He is a living, breathing person, and I cannot project my thoughts onto his character. Yet, I still cannot help myself. Help. I finally understand what it means to be infatuated. Weishan Wenjian remarked, how noisy. With a mere utterance, Chu Chu's innermost thoughts poured forth like a burst dam. He pinched the bridge of his nose. My hand is injured, and I seek someone to care for me temporarily and assist with minor tasks as my secretary is overwhelmed. Weishan Wenjian nodded knowingly. Indeed. What else would you think? Chu Chu exhaled in relief. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly frightened me. I thought you. Her words trailed off as she shifted the topic. Just wait here. Chu Chu promptly dragged the wary Pei Yuchuan inside. Brother, the esteemed Wenjian has decided to forgive you. Provided you take care of his daily needs, and you too can bury the hatchet. Pei Yuchuan was bewildered. Weishan Wenjian raised an eyebrow. I was referring to you. Chu Chu. Chu Chu was perplexed. Why must it be me? I am not the one who harmed you. Weishan Wenjian replied. If you wish for me to forgive your brother, you must tend to my needs. Chu Chu was incredulous. On what grounds? You cannot expect me. Merely because I am a woman. To care for you, can you? Her expression grew increasingly disdainful. You are not one of those base men, are you? Weishan Wenjian responded. Certainly not. Why would I subject myself to such indignity? The secretary stepped forth decisively. Miss Qiao. It is this way. Our CEO believes you are a graduate of a prestigious university, and he happens to admire your alma mater, thus perceiving a shared interest. Chu Chu retorted, but my degree was purchased. The secretary's mouth twitched, yet it is from a renowned institution. Chu Chu maintained her serious demeanor. Indeed, it is well known. Hence the exorbitant cost. I donated a building. The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. So your academic performance was outstanding? Also purchased. Chu Chu replied with a flat expression. A leopard cannot change its spots. I am a poor student. Do not doubt it. The secretary stammered, but Chu Chu pushed Pei Yuchuan forward, proclaiming, my brother's academic credentials are genuine. He is a master's graduate from MIT. A true prodigy. With pride, she placed her hands on her hips and turned to Weishan Wenjian, asking, so, how can you not be captivated? Weishan Wenjian, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I am also from MIT. Chu Chu's eyes sparkled with delight. Then you both have even more common ground. What a double blessing. Hooray. Weishan Wenjian remained silent. Pei Yuchuan was equally nonplussed. In Chapter 75, Weishan Wenjian expressed his dissatisfaction. Today, I experienced the feeling of a duck slipping right out of my grasp. He was displeased. He had anticipated Chu Chu's company, yet it had transformed into Pei Yuchuan's presence. Taking a deep breath, he pondered how to address Chu Chu. How about this? Since your brother is the one responsible for my injury, he is likely to go off the rails around me. To prevent any unfortunate incidents, you must stand by whenever your brother is attending to me. Pei Yuchuan interjected, my sister Chu Chu cannot care for others. She can barely manage a glass of water. What purpose would it serve for her to linger by your side? To amplify your presence? Chu Chu retorted, brother, I can pour water. Pei Yuchuan shot her a glare. You cannot. Weishan Wenjian chuckled nonchalantly. Is it not possible that when you two stand beside me, I am the one adding to your aura? His reluctance swiftly transformed into a begrudging willingness. He negotiated. Only I can be present. My sister needs to pursue her art and cannot be by your side every day. Chu Chu exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you even know I have a job. Despite knowing I paint, you still insist on dragging me around, making me fetch drinks and injuring my wrist, which caused Weishan Wenjian to get a tetanus shot. I heard tetanus shots are quite painful. I wonder if the esteemed Weishan has a fear of them. Weishan Wenjian. Pei Yuchuan, initially displeased, suddenly grinned mischievously. By the way, Mr. Wei, you had a tetanus shot, and I've heard those shots are quite painful. I wonder just how painful they are, huh? Chu Chu thought. Pei Yuchuan is as nosy as I am. Pei Yuchuan beamed, with pride. However, Weishan Wenjian narrowed his eyes dangerously. You can find out for yourself. He swiftly grabbed a fork from the table, previously used by Pei Yuchuan, and, like a leopard, swiftly jabbed it into Pei Yuchuan's hand. Pei Yuchuan, caught off guard, gasped as blood streamed from his hand. His wound was longer and deeper than Wei Shengwenjian's, covering his entire hand. Wei Shengwenjian's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Go and get your tetanus shot, Pei Yuchuan. Then you'll know the pain. He leisurely turned to Chu Chu. Remember to hold your brother down, lest he jumps at the sight of the needle. Chu Chu stood there, stunned. But if that happens, you both will be even, as he jabbed you once, and you jabbed him back. One in the palm, one on the wrist. Your wrist wound did not touch any major arteries, just looks frightening, like my brother's. Wei Shengwenjian. Pei Yuchuan bloodied. Wei Shengwenjian laughed in exasperation. Chu Chu, you can't be serious. Do you intend to deny me? Chu Chu trembled slightly, caught between timidity and reason. I apologize. But I believe you two are quite even now. However, let my brother cover his own medical expenses for tetanus. It was his reckless words that led to this. Pei Yuchuan interjected. She cast her gaze downward, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Wei Shengwenjian. If you are dissatisfied with this compensation, we can certainly negotiate further. After all, it was my brother who made the first move. If you wish for him to continue serving you, that can be arranged. Wei Shengwenjian narrowed his eyes, their deep, elongated pupils swirling with inscrutable meaning. The secretary beside him, clutching a tablet, shuddered violently. Oh no, President Wei is angry. Unaware of the tension, Chu Chu kept her head down, feeling embarrassed to meet Wei Shengwenjian's gaze. Suddenly, a pale hand grasped her chin, compelling her to look up. The pain shot through her as her eyes collided with the dangerous depths of Wei Shengwenjian's gaze. Pei Yuchuan rushed forward. Wei Shengwenjian, let her go. The secretary, quick on the draw, wrapped her arms around Pei Yuchuan. President Wei, I can probably hold him back for a minute and a half. Please hurry. Confused, Chu Chu found herself at a loss. Wei Shengwenjian, still gripping her chin, leaned closer, and a faint scent of sweet peach wafted towards her. Momentarily distracted, her gaze wandered to the nearby table, where a pack of peach-flavored soft candies lay, now entirely consumed. Had he eaten them all? The pain in her cheeks returned, forcing her to meet Wei Shengwenjian's eyes once more. His imposing presence scrutinized her, his tone laden with meaning. The ducks that come to my lips never escape. Yet today, they seemed to have grown legs. Pouting slightly due to his grip, she stammered, Is my third pot a duck? No. Wei Shengwenjian chuckled, his gaze even more perilous. The food belongs to another. You're the first to leave me empty-handed. But it's not about the food. He fixed his eyes upon hers. Speaking deliberately, it was my lack of caution that left a gap, allowing the food to seize the opportunity. Chu Chu remained baffled. Who on earth was he referring to? Could it be that he has taken an interest in my brother? Her eyes widened in disbelief. No way, my manga is sacred. Wei Shengwenjian's lips curled into a smirk as he leaned closer to her ear. Rest assured, I have no interest in your brother, so you needn't overthink it. I merely intend to remind you that if you displease me, it is indeed my fault. Chu Chu suggested. Would you like to watch some funny videos with me? Wei Shengwenjian replied. With sincere intent, she pulled out her phone. I just came across several amusing videos. Why not share them with you? Wei Shengwenjian raised an eyebrow. Then he laughed softly, his amusement cryptic. I am already pleased. Chu Chu thought. What is going on? One moment he is happy, the next he is not. Is he a pufferfish, swelling with anger only to deflate when he calms down? With a mysterious smile lingering on his lips, Wei Shengwenjian patted her head. You are right, Chu Chu. The matters concerning me and your brother are indeed my responsibility, and we are even now. He brushed past her, leaving a trace of crisp fragrance and the sweetness of peaches in his wake. Chu Chu stood dazed. Wait a moment. Wei Shengwenjian turned to look at her. She pointed at the juicy peach gummy candies on the table and asked, Do you enjoy peach gummies? Please say you do. My son in the comic absolutely loves peaches. That's his cute point. It's the adorable trait I set up for my son. Wei Shengwenjian raised his chin, looking down at her. They're for me. Chu Chu's face flushed instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a coincidence. Wei Shengwenjian tilted his head, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Do you like them as well? She nodded vigorously. Wei Shengwenjian, comfortably pocketing his hands, stood at the door and gently remarked, I truly relish the moment when I bite into the soft exterior of the gummy, savoring the even softer, oozing center. The outer layer is delightfully chewy, while the inside is a delightful mess, giving me a sense of playfully tormenting the candy, which is incredibly relaxing. Qiao Chu Chu. As expected of a big shot, first Yukon is tired of men and switches to Li Jiahao. Now we have Weishin Wenjian indulging in juicy gummies. Weishin Wenjian smiled even more joyfully. I must take my leave now. Miss Qiao, when do you bid me farewell? Chapter 76. Qiao Chu Chu, you have changed. You no longer feel heartache. A light chuckle escaped Wenjian's lips, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before he turned decisively to depart. The secretary quickly released Pei Yuchuan and hurried after Weishin Wenjian. Qiao Chu Chu rushed to Pei Yuchuan's side. You should bandage that wound quickly. You need a tetanus shot as well. Blood continued to drip from Pei Yuchuan's hand, and he ignored her, casting a sinister glance at Weishin Wenjian's retreating figure. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened as he smoothly wrapped an arm around Qiao Chu Chu's shoulders. I'm feeling dizzy. Qiao Chu Chu quickly supported him. You're feeling faint from just this little blood loss? You don't look like a delicate flower. Pei Yuchuan? He leaned closer, unwilling to let it go. Didn't you used to like me a lot? When I got hurt, you would bandage my wounds and even blow on them, shedding tears for me. Why are you so indifferent now that your brother is hurt? Weishin Wenjian raised an eyebrow as he stepped into the transparent elevator, staring intently at the two at the corridor's end. Qiao Chu Chu furrowed her brows. I've told you, I am not the same as before. I was confused then. I will not engage in unethical actions any longer. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. Do you consider it unethical to help me bandage my wounds after I've been hurt? She sighed. No, that's not it. The unethical part stemmed from the intentions behind my bandaging. I used to do it with ulterior motives, but that is no longer necessary. Moreover, we are already an infirmary. If someone needs assistance with bandaging, they can simply call someone in. I can't possibly be more professional than a trained person. Pei Yuchuan gazed at her. A year ago, after he was injured during sports, Qiao Chu Chu sat opposite him, delicately cradling his hand in hers. She meticulously disinfected his wound with tweezers. Does it hurt? He remained silent, resisting. Qiao Chu Chu brought his hand to her lips, gazing at him with watery eyes, gently blowing on it. The pain was somewhat alleviated by her breath. She unabashedly seduced him, her eyes shimmering with an unmistakably ambiguous light, tears cascading down her cheeks. I ache for you, third brother. Allow me to hold your hand until the blood ceases to flow. He remained silent that day, neither speaking nor refusing her, simply gazing at her until the wound truly stopped bleeding. Qiao Chu Chu, with a bare face, wore a loose shirt and wide-legged pants for comfort, starkly contrasting the elegance of that fateful day, her expression as serene as one bearing the weight of the deceased. His gaze grew somewhat dazed, then suddenly alert, directed towards the transparent elevator opposite. Weishin Wenjian stood within, his eyes cold and imbued with a sharp aggression. Pei Yuchuan suddenly smiled, leaned down, and enveloped Qiao Chu Chu in his embrace as they entered the room. Weishin Wenjian. The door to the infirmary slammed shut with a resounding thud. The man's strength was evident, clearly wishing to avoid any interruptions. The secretary, witnessing the scene, inquired, Mr. Wei? Weishin Wenjian, displeased, replied, Leave. The secretary nodded, finally releasing the elevator door button. The elevator ascended slowly. The temperature in the infirmary also surged abruptly. Qiao Chu Chu found herself pinned beneath Pei Yuchuan, staring at him in shock. He once again straddled her, brushing his blood-stained hand through his hair. It was unintentional. I was just feeling dizzy. Qiao Chu Chu. Then why don't you get off me? I see his actions as deliberate. Who falls onto a bed so smoothly? Yet, he usually acts with righteousness. Like a scoundrel. So perhaps he wouldn't do something like this to me intentionally. I shouldn't assume the worst of him. After all, if he were truly interested, he would have succumbed when I previously tempted him. Pei Yuchuan looked down at her, exuding a sense of righteous indignation. Dizzy. I can't move. Qiao Chu Chu. She seized his waist and tossed him onto the bed. Pei Yuchuan. Qiao Chu Chu, filled with delight, tossed her head back. Though I can't overpower you, ambushing you is no trouble at all. Is your dizziness gone now? Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, comfortably leaning back against the bed, his fox-like eyes gleaming. The dizziness has faded. However, with you leaning over me like this, I feel as though you are attempting to compel my obedience. Qiao Chu Chu froze, realizing her position atop Pei Yuchuan. She swiftly rolled off the bed, her entire demeanor radiating resistance and innocence. Do not misunderstand me. I've already given up on the pervert. I have no feelings for you at all. I'll wait outside for you to get your shot.
Pei Yuchuan.
Chu Chu strode out with determination. Pei Yuchuan, feeling irritable, clicked his tongue and placed a hand on the back of his head. This is so annoying. However, upon recalling Wei Wenjuan's pale face, a smug smile crept across his lips. Never mind, I've won anyway. Let the shot be. Chu Chu summoned a doctor to tend to Pei Yuchuan's wound, then waited in the corridor. Suddenly, her phone rang. Wei Wenjuan. There's a ball on the rooftop tonight. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Chu Chu. Do I need to attend a ball here as well? She politely declined. I don't have an evening gown. Let's forget it. Wei Wenjuan. I'll buy one for you. Chu Chu. She inquired, do you know my size? Wei Wenjuan replied, I shall come to know. Chu Chu was taken aback. Wei Wenjuan continued, this evening's banquet will be attended by many of my acquaintances. Your brother has injured my hand, and regrettably, I have no one else to dance with. I cannot allow my partner to feel disregarded. I believe you understand my predicament. Chu Chu hesitated momentarily. Indeed, she was reluctant. She wished to maintain a distance from Wei Wenjuan, yet this situation was undeniably a consequence of Pei Yuchuan's actions. Family is always expected to support one another. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I will consult my brother. If he consents, I shall attend. Though I cannot guarantee it. Wei Wenjuan remained silent for a brief moment, then said, if your brother disapproves, it is of no consequence. Even if it is merely for the duration of a single dance, I would be grateful. I hope your brother can pardon my impertinence. Chu Chu, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed no, absolutely not. My brother will not be upset. Your request is entirely reasonable. Please do not entertain such thoughts. It is he who has been discourteous, causing you inconvenience. Wei Wenjuan remarked, your brother harbors a strong dislike for me. I suspect he will not acquiesce. Despite being the one who injured me, that is of no matter. I can refrain from dancing. Although it may lead the host of the ball to feel that I am not supportive. Chu Chu, closing her eyes for a moment, finally conceded, I accept your request. A voice, feminine and melodic, interrupted her thoughts. Chu Chu? Startled, she looked up to find a young lady clad in an exquisite ensemble, smiling as she appraised her from head to toe.
It really is you.
What are you wearing here? I hardly recognized you at first. Chu Chu's mood plummeted instantly. The girl before her sported voluminous, chestnut curls, her skin glowing with the trend of the moment, reminiscent of a polished surface, almost reflective under the lights. She was Qiao Yu, the eldest daughter of her father's younger brother, and thus her cousin. Qiao Yu was currently sporting prominent apple cheeks. Scrutinizing Chu Chu's wide-legged trousers and loose-fitting shirt, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It was evident that Qiao Yu deemed her attire shabby and inferior to her own, secretly reveling in her perceived superiority. Chapter 77. Pei Yuchuan. How did I end up with such a clever yet foolish sister? Chu Chu. She held a strong aversion towards the Qiao family, as they did not harbor fondness for her mother. When her mother wed her father, it was under dubious circumstances, having stolen the household registration book, which led to their marriage. Post-marriage, her father hastily transferred the registration, freeing himself from the Qiao family's grasp. The reason for her grandmother's disdain for her mother was rather straightforward. Her mother was vibrant, independent, and a renowned painter, yet possessed a fiery temperament and a fiercely bold personality, akin to a cherry bomb from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Her grandmother attempted to belittle her, asserting that she was without parental support and unsuitable to become the wife of a wealthy man. Her mother not only silenced her grandmother with retorts, but also audaciously rejected her father on the spot. However, her father was a romantic at heart, relentlessly pursuing her mother until he won her affections, leading to a swift marriage and the birth of their child. After the untimely demise of her parents in a tragic car accident, her grandmother was consumed by grief, vowing to unearth her mother's grave, claiming that her mother was the cause of her father's death. At that moment, she had just traversed into this new world and, upon hearing those words, was filled with rage, leaping forth to bite a chunk of flesh from her grandmother's hand. This act of defiance was witnessed by Mother Pei and her brothers, marking the commencement of her life's tale. Despite bearing the surname Qiao, the Qiao family transformed into her lifelong adversaries. Having both grandparents, she could not openly be entrusted to Mother Pei for adoption. Thus, she remained a verbally adopted child of the Pei family. To prevent any regrets, Mother Pei was far from naive. She strategically invested in the Qiao family business, becoming its largest shareholder, wielding significant influence. and perpetually using financial power to intimidate the Qiao family. Mother Pei had explicitly warned them that regardless of whether Chu Qiao was poor or affluent, they were forbidden from harboring any intentions towards her. Presently, the largest shareholder of the Qiao family enterprise is Pei Yuan, followed by Pei Che. The eldest and second brothers inherited Mother Pei's legacy, subtly threatening the Qiao family, yet this did not deter them from seeking closeness with her, particularly Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, who was of the same age but born a few months later, regarded herself as her sister. Since childhood, she had harbored jealousy towards Chu Chu. Envious of her life in the Pei household surrounded by handsome brothers, resenting her wealth and the princess-like life she led, lavished with affection. In her youthful ignorance, Qiao Yu once lamented, "Why couldn't it have been my parents who died? If they had, I could stand in your place." Upon uttering this, she received a fierce reprimand from her parents and a scathing mockery from Mother Pei. "Darling, even if your parents perished, I would never want you. Not even if your entire family were to die." Mother Pei smiled triumphantly at Qiao Yu, declaring, "If Chu Chu's parents were still alive, she would be my future daughter-in-law, free to choose from my 7 sons, while you would never have a chance." From that day forth, Qiao Yu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards both her and Mother Pei, even considering it somewhat pathological. For throughout her life, Qiao Yu had been imitating her. Though Qiao Yu possessed striking beauty, with a perfect bone structure and captivating features, she insisted on pursuing a more juvenile appearance, oblivious to the notion of moderation, excessively altering her looks until she resembled a steamed bun, even dyeing her hair to match Chu Chu's. The sight of this was painful for Chu Chu to behold. She had previously advised Qiao Yu to embrace her own natural beauty, yet Qiao Yu misinterpreted her intentions, believing she was merely concerned about losing her brother to her. Consequently, Chu Chu ceased her attempts to guide her. With a hint of disdain, Chu Chu remarked, "Are you joining in the fun too?" Qiao Yu, with a playful sparkle in her eyes, replied, "Yes, I came with Mom and Dad, and we're staying on the 3rd floor. What about you? The higher the floor, the more luxurious the room." Chu Chu responded, "I reside on the top floor." With a cold smile, she added, "Qiao Yu, let me reiterate. My earnings alone afford me the privilege of the penthouse. The only distinction between her income and that of her brothers lies in the fact that she earns 200,000 a month, while they can effortlessly earn that amount in the blink of an eye. However, this does not imply that she is inferior. She takes great care of herself." Qiao Yu chuckled lightly, clearly unconvinced. "You can say whatever you like, but you know your brothers will buy you the stars and the moon. And even your impressive academic credentials were purchased. What is there to hide about staying in a presidential suite?" Chu Chu was momentarily speechless. "You always bring up my education in front of me, but it's merely because you wish to attend the same university I did. Unfortunately, your grades fell short, and your father lacked the funds to donate a building, so every time we meet, you have to mention it. Change your script. I could recite it by heart." Qiao Yu's smile vanished in an instant, and she spat through clenched teeth. "You little brat." "Oh, the little brat speaks," Chu Chu retorted, hands in her pockets, mocking her. Indeed, those who have had their fair share of injections in the country have quite the unique way of insulting others. "Do you still remember how to curse back in Huaxia?" She stepped closer. "Your face now is so thick that even a needle could stab it all night without reaching the end." Qiao Yu. Chu Chu, irritated, turned her head away. "There are no men here to your liking, just me, Qiao Jia, who can't help but take a jab at you whenever I see you. So keep your distance. Otherwise, I'll yank out those freshly planted eyelashes and stuff them in your ears." Qiao Yu's cheeks flushed crimson with anger, her words stumbling. You wait for me. I will come back for you." She stomped away in her high heels. Chu Chu was left speechless. It was truly vexing. She had intended to take a break during this lull in the main storyline, only to encounter the Qiao family. Frustrated, she turned and collided with Pei Youchuan's mischievous gaze. He opened the door just a crack, grinning like an eager puppy. "Well, Chu Chu, it's been years. And your verbal prowess remains unscathed, even improved. I specifically refrained from interrupting you to observe your performance, which appears quite stable." He approached her, affectionately pinching her cheeks and playfully rubbing her face, his deep voice slightly laced with amusement. "How did I end up with such a clever sister? Third brother is truly proud of you." Chu Chu's face was being distorted, and she mumbled indistinctly. "There's a ball tonight hosted by Wei Xingwenjian, and he invited me. I accepted." Pei Youchuan's smile vanished abruptly, and he roared, "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback. Raising her phone. "What can I do?" he insisted. Pei Yuchuan snatched it away, scrolling through their conversation from start to finish. With each line, his hands trembled more. This dog of a man had meticulously calculated every word. He sneered. Fine, I'm going to. Ciao Chu Chu. What for? Can't he simply ask for a dance? Pei Yuchuan thrust the phone back into her hands. I'll dance with you until the ball ends. Even if it's useless. I want him to see that you are mine. Ciao Chu Chu wore a confused expression. What are you saying? Pei Yuchuan dragged her along, limping as they made their way outside. In the time it takes to get a damn injection, someone has already found an opportunity to meddle. You are not to wear that ridiculous dress he bought. I will purchase something for you. I'll buy a whole pile just to crush him. Chapter 78. For us three, celebrating the new year well is of utmost importance. Ciao Chu Chu sat before the vanity mirror, observing herself transform under the stylist's skilled hands. The makeup artist inquired, All right, Miss Qiao, are you satisfied with the result? The makeup artist adeptly accentuated her finest features, emphasizing her exquisite eyes and lips, while the black matte gown lent an ethereal quality that was both enchanting and demure. Ciao Chu Chu stood, lifting her skirt with satisfaction. Thank you. You've done a beautiful job. She retrieved a cash envelope she had prepared beforehand. This contains not only the styling fee but also a little extra for your hard work. Happy New Year. The makeup artist was taken aback. The thick envelope clearly holding a generous amount. What a generous young lady. She accepted the envelope with both hands, exclaiming, it was no trouble at all. Your eyes are as beautiful as gemstones, truly a rarity, making my job quite effortless. Please be careful. Allow me to assist you. The makeup artist diligently supported her arm, escorting her to the door of the makeup room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xiao Yu, clad in a form-fitting black evening gown, stormed in with an air of authority. I've been waiting in line for so long. It should be my turn soon. Her eyes caught Ciao Chu Chu, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her displeased face. Ciao Chu Chu, what are you doing here? Are you attending the ball tonight as well? As she shut the door, she clearly commanded the makeup artist, Hey, the stylist, ensure I look even more stunning than that woman over there. Do you understand? Meanwhile, in the penthouse suite, Wei Shim Wenjian and Pei Yuchuan emerged from their respective rooms, both clad in impeccably tailored, crisply pressed black suits. Pei Yuchuan's black shirt beneath amplified his already striking demeanor, while Wei Shim Wenjian donned a white shirt with a vest, making up a three-piece ensemble. Although their heights were nearly identical, their auras were distinctly different. One exuded a calm yet commanding presence, while the other, though subdued by his dark suit, could not hide his rebellious spirit. The two stood by the elevator. Wei Shim Wenjian glanced behind Pei Yuchuan, noticing the absence of Ciao Chu Chu, yet he refrained from inquiring further.
Pei Yuchuan,
Hands tucked in his pockets, stared ahead. Your sister did not wear the evening gown you bought for her. Wei Shim Wenjian responded nonchalantly. Is it that she chose not to wear it, or merely that she did not see it?
She did not see it.
Pei Yuchuan scoffed coldly. A halter neck with an open back, the slit reaching her backside. I saw it, and tore it to shreds without a thought for whether you'd be upset. Send me the receipt for the dress, and I will compensate you. Wei Sheng Wenjian chuckled dismissively. It's just a piece of clothing. No need for compensation. Pei Yuchuan smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, it's just a dress, but at your age, gifting a young lady an outfit that exposes so much is not merely giving clothing. It borders on harassment. Wei Sheng Wenjian was not angered. His tone remained calm. It was my oversight. The dress was chosen by my younger sister, who prefers a more seductive style. The fabric was also selected to be minimalistic. I didn't examine the design of the dress myself. I apologize if it made you uncomfortable, as that was not my intention. However, Wei Sheng Wenjian intriguingly remarked, does an older brother feel possessive over the exposed skin of his sister? Pei Yuchuan, taken aback, responded, What? Wei Sheng Wenjian gazed ahead, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yukon usually wears quite revealing outfits, but regardless of how much she reveals, she remains just family to me. Someone I grew up with. I would never feel angered by her choice of attire. I generally respect her preferences. He turned to Pei Yuchuan, gently reminding him, being overly concerned may easily reveal your feelings. Remember to exercise restraint. Pei Yuchuan remained outwardly composed, yet his fists clenched tightly in his pockets, the veins on his temples subtly throbbing. Suddenly, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. Ciao Chu Chu, holding her dress, prepared to step out, only to bump into the two men. Oh, you two are together. Both men turned to her, momentarily stunned. Xiao Chu Chu lifted the hem of her dress and spun around joyfully, asking, "What do you think? Do I look good?" Wei Wenjuan, lazily narrowing his eyes like a cat, replied with an uplifted tone, "Quite nice." She beamed with delight, looking at Pei Yuchuan. "What about you?" He cleared his throat, maintaining a stoic face. "It's just average." Xiao Chu Chu retorted, "Are you blind? I look absolutely stunning." As Wei Wenjuan stepped into the elevator, he calmly remarked, "Indeed, your brother has poor taste. You are undeniably beautiful." She grinned. "Mr. Wei truly has an eye for beauty." Pei Yuchuan, displeased, stepped into the elevator, pulling Xiao Chu Chu closer to him. "Don't stand too close to Mr. Wei. It wouldn't be good if you picked up his perfume scent." Wei Wenjuan brushed off the comment. "It's fine. I intend to be with Miss Qiao today. So, it's perfectly normal to share the scent of a female companion." Pei Yuchuan snickered coldly. "No, Xiao Chu Chu is my companion. You can only borrow her for the duration of one dance." Although he had no intention of granting even that. A flicker of intrigue passed through Wei Wenjuan's eyes as he leaned closer to Xiao Chu Chu, whispering softly, "I remember we agreed that you would stay by my side the entire time. Are you going to go back on your word?" Xiao Chu Chu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she replied, "No, it's just my brother's unilateral disagreement. What I promised you stands." Pei Yuchuan interjected, "What?" Wei Wenjuan smiled, extending his arm towards her. "Then please, miss, shall we?" Xiao Chu Chu felt Pei Yuchuan's gaze piercing into her back as she linked her arm with Wei Wenjuan's. Pei Yuchuan scoffed coldly, "Humph," standing stiffly. Xiao Chu Chu sensed Wei Wenjuan's unwavering gaze upon her. When she looked up, she found herself caught in the depths of his eyes, which did not flinch away from her own. His gaze enveloped her with a peculiar warmth, reminiscent of one gazing adoringly at their favorite dish. Xiao Chu Chu found herself bewildered by the intensity of his stare. Xiao Chu Chu felt a chill run down her spine. The members of the Wei family were indeed quite peculiar. Although he resembled my son, his temperament was utterly inscrutable. Moreover, isn't he supposed to be expressionless?
Why does he always smile at me?
Please cease your smiling. It terrifies me. All of this was observed by Pei Yuchuan, who closed his eyes in frustration, resting his forehead in his palm. Lu Tingxi was right. The Wei family could indeed hear one's innermost thoughts. Xiao Chu Chu inwardly addressed Wei Wenjuan as son, and he bore it patiently, even managing to toy with her emotions. Pei Yuchuan felt somewhat annoyed. Had he known, he would have summoned Pei Che and Pei Buxian. Either of them could have easily engaged with Wei Wenjuan. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Xiao Chu Chu, donning black lace gloves, grasped the corner of his sleeve, gazing up at him, silently mouthing, "Are you angry?" Pei Yuchuan remained silent, glancing at her other arm entwined with Wei Wenjuan's. His expression darkened as he directly seized her free hand and wrapped it around his arm. "Xiao Chu Chu. Wei Wenjuan." Pei Yuchuan emanated an air of imminent destruction, and under the puzzled gazes of the two, he spoke impassively, "For the three of us. Celebrating the new year together is paramount." Xiao Chu Chu. Wei Wenjuan. Chapter 79. Two chopsticks holding a black dumpling. Xiao Chu Chu attempted to withdraw her hand, but Pei Yuchuan firmly grasped her wrist. She felt it was rather strange, and instinctively pulled away from Wei Wenjuan's hold. Wei Wenjuan caught her hand and smiled, warning her, "Do not leave." Xiao Chu Chu. As the elevator doors opened, she found herself flanked by one handsome man on her left and another on her right, standing bewilderedly in the middle, drawing the attention of many.
Hey, look.
She has two handsome men at her side. What fortune has this woman amassed? What nonsense. This beautiful lady is quite stunning. I believe she stands equally with both. Can someone enlighten me on the relationship among these three? One boyfriend and a second boyfriend. Of course, this world has finally morphed into the shape I desired. Where do I claim my handsome men? The height difference resembled two chopsticks holding a black dumpling, appearing quite famished. Xiao Chu Chu. Xiao Chu Chu's face turned ashen. "Please let go. Everyone's discussing us three. You two may lack shame, but I still possess some dignity." Wei Wenjuan remained unfazed. "We agreed that if anyone were to let go, it would be him." Pei Yuchuan smirked coldly. "My apologies, Mr. Wei. I suffered blood loss earlier and am still feeling dizzy, thus I must have someone to lean on." Wei Wenjuan. "I can have my secretary assist you." Pei Yuchuan expressed regret. "That won't do. I am allergic to strangers." Wei Wenjuan's gaze sharpened, a smile curling his lips. "Very well, then it shall be as such." Pei Yuchuan forced a smile. "Indeed, as such." The two men, with urgency in their steps, strode purposefully toward the ballroom. Chu Chu, caught in the middle, felt as if her calves were racing. Hey, slow down. I'm struggling to keep up. The two men paid her no mind, resolutely hoisting her up. She was lifted off the ground, floating effortlessly through the air. Chu Chu. Xiao Yu and her family were waiting at the entrance of the ball. Xiao mother meticulously examined Xiao Yu, advising her, when you meet Mr. Weixing later, be sure not to act too clingy, maintain a subtle distance to capture his attention. After all, many are vying for his favor, so you must appear completely natural. Xiao father nodded in agreement, adding, if Weixing does not notice you, then draw the attention of Pei Yuchuan. Among the 7 from the Pei family, he is the least cunning and should be easier to manage. Xiao Yu nodded gracefully, brimming with confidence. I understand, Mom and Dad. Just then, a group of individuals surged through, entering the ball with an air of authority. The Qiao family exchanged puzzled glances. What just rushed past us? The secretary hurried to catch up, reaching the sign-in desk to announce, Weixing Wenjian, Xiao Chu Chu, and Pei Yuchuan have arrived. Xiao Yu's parents. Was there really a strange ensemble that included Weixing Wenjian and Pei Yuchuan just now? Xiao Yu, incredulous, chased after them and caught sight of the woman sandwiched between them. Xiao Chu Chu was gently placed in a seat, flanked by 2 men who resembled guardian deities. Yet it was evident that these 2 guardians were far from pleased, casting hostile glances at each other after setting Xiao Chu Chu down. Xiao mother approached, astonished. That girl is Xiao Chu Chu? Xiao father's facial muscles twitched. How is Xiao Chu Chu with Weixing Wenjian? They appear quite close. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched tightly. She is the 8th miss of the Pei family. It is perfectly normal for her to know Weixing Wenjian. What is abnormal is how overly familiar he is with her. Xiao Chu Chu felt an itch on her cheek and remarked, I feel like there's something on my face. Is there? I petted a cat while doing my makeup. Weixing Wenjian leaned closer, scrutinizing her. Xiao Chu Chu. So close. Weixing Wenjian raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning ignorance as he continued his search. Pei Yuchuan shoved him aside. Are you even looking properly? He cupped Xiao Chu Chu's face and leaned in for a closer look. Yes. Don't move. Xiao Chu Chu distinctly felt the cat hair being removed, blinking up at Pei Yuchuan. As he finished, their eyes met. He paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to her lips, and instinctively bit his own lip before stepping back decisively. Weixing Wenjian stood nearby, smirking derisively at Pei Yuchuan. Pei Yuchuan. This combination is simply too conspicuous. Xiao Chu Chu sat on the sofa, flanked by 2 accomplished young men, making it impossible for anyone to overlook them. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. 15 minutes later, the ball commenced. The melodious strains of the violin filled the air as Weixing Wenjian extended his hand to Xiao Chu Chu. May I have this dance? Enchanted by his smile, Xiao Chu Chu momentarily lost her composure, taking his hand as they moved toward the dance floor. Weixing's warm palm encircled her slender waist, and he generously complimented her. You look stunning tonight. Xiao Chu Chu, wrapping her arms around his shoulder, lowered her eyes shyly. Thank you for the compliment. Weixing Wenjian raised his eyebrows, fixing his gaze upon her watery eyes. I suddenly understand your brother's feelings. Xiao Chu Chu, perplexed, spun around. What feelings?
Pei Yuchuan,
Clutching his glass of red wine, stared intently at the 2 dancers on the floor and down the wine in one go. The petite beauty beside him, consumed by jealousy, gritted her teeth. What sin have I committed to witness my idol dancing with another girl during the new year? Isn't he supposed to be someone who never dances? Pei Yuchuan looked at her in confusion. Another girl nearby came to her defense. Exactly. Who doesn't know that the Weixing family never dances? This is the first time I've seen President Wei dance.
Pei Yuchuan, what?
Weixing Wenjian never dances? Then why did he claim that not having a dance partner would be embarrassing and disrespectful? Pei Yuchuan's gaze shifted to the conspicuous couple on the dance floor, and in a fit of rage, he crushed the glass in his hand. This rascal had calculated every step. As the music halted, Pei Yuchuan hastily approached Weixing Wenjian, his tone menacing. Xiao Chu Chu, you go play elsewhere. I have something to discuss with President Wei. Xiao Chu Chu felt bewildered, glancing at Weixing Wenjian. He nodded at her. Go on, Chu Chu, have some champagne. Xiao Chu Chu felt a twinge of concern. You 2 want to argue, will you? Pei Yuchuan, infuriated, replied curtly, no. Weixing Wenjian chuckled lightly. No, don't worry. Yet, it was evident that they both intended to remain silent until she departed. Ultimately, Xiao Chu Chu left, her mind swirling with questions. Chapter 80. Qiao Chu Chu, I never anticipated that someone would want to harm me. Pei Yuchuan cut straight to the chase. Wei Xingwenjian. You are deliberately getting close to Qiao Chu Chu, aren't you? Because you can hear her thoughts. Wei Xingwenjian's eyes darkened as he casually raised his wine glass. What thoughts?
I don't understand.
Pei Yuchuan's gaze sharpened. I've noticed, Wei Xingwenjian. Stop pretending. You can indeed hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts. Wenjian chuckled mockingly, shaking his head in disdain. I'm sorry, I don't comprehend what you're saying. Qiao Chu Chu stood on the deck, the sea breeze ruffling her hair as she gazed at the moonlit horizon. Although the air was chilly, it invigorated her spirit, as if all her troubles had vanished. She felt transformed, liberated from the system, a free spirit ready to embrace life anew. Looking around, she found herself alone. She whispered to the moon, In the new year, I will strive to do my best. Suddenly, she was lifted by a pair of strong arms. And with a powerful throw, she was flung overboard. Qiao Chu Chu, what? She plunged into the icy waters. Instantly, her body's survival instincts kicked in, and she surfaced. Gasping, Who threw me overboard? The railing was deserted. Yet, the ship continued its journey. Like a tiny boat, she struggled to swim towards the vessel. Help!
Help me!
The ship drifted further away, and the frigid water numbed her limbs, rendering her body stiff. The contact with the icy sea was jarring. Her arms stiffened, leaving her to be tossed by the waves.
No.
It was too cold. She could hardly move. The rolling waves relentlessly pushed her further away as Qiao Chu Chu struggled to swim, calling out for help. Help! Help! I've fallen into the sea. The ship drifted farther away, leaving her adrift in the frigid waters. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized her leg. In an instant, she plunged beneath the surface, swallowing a mouthful of seawater. She endeavored to massage her cramping calf, but the weight of her dress rendered her efforts futile. Instinctively, her body thrashed and struggled in the water, surrounded by the vast, dark ocean. The hopelessness of her situation was unmistakable. She was certain she would perish. There was no salvation this time. With that thought, she surrendered, closing her eyes and sinking into the icy depths. The water was bone-chillingly cold, and as she fought against the suffocating grip of the ocean, her limbs gradually ceased to move, her body becoming still as she sank to the seabed. Suddenly, Qiao Chu Chu jolted upright, gasping for air. Remnants of the agony of drowning lingered, and as she coughed, she surveyed her surroundings. Instead of the ocean, she was met by the sight of a floating system before her. In a state of shock, she wrapped her arms around herself, feeling her limbs still chilled. I was killed. A tremor of realization coursed through her. I didn't even catch a glimpse of my assailant, nor did I see their attire. The system replied with a hint of exasperation. Host, the manner of your demise certainly implies that someone intended to kill you. A degree of vigilance would be prudent. Qiao Chu Chu was taken aback. Why didn't you warn me sooner that someone wanted to kill me? She pondered the multitude of enemies she had accrued. Just on that very ship, there were Qiao Yu, her parents, and Ji Yanchuan. She pressed further. Can't you discern who attacked me? The scenery around Qiao Chu Chu began to shift, reappearing at the entrance of the ball. The numbers before her faded from 6 to 5. With a champagne flute in hand, she stood bewildered, scanning her surroundings. She found herself poised at the entrance, seemingly ready to step outside. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian were conversing nearby, Pei Yuchuan's eyes ablaze with hostility as he issued a warning. In that moment, Qiao Chu Chu grasped the timeline. It was just after she had danced with Wei Xingwenjian, and Pei Yuchuan had urged her to leave. Subsequently, she had exited and been cast into the water. This confirmed that the murderer had been watching her all along. Qiao Chu Chu downed her champagne in one go, lifting her dress as she traversed the ballroom, seeking out any suspicious individuals. Pei Yuchuan continued to confront Wei Xingwenjian. I've figured it out, Wei Xingwenjian. Stop pretending. You can hear Qiao Chu Chu's thoughts. Wei Xingwenjian replied with a languid smile. I'm sorry, but I don't comprehend what you're insinuating. Who was it that killed me just now? Both men simultaneously shuddered, turning towards the source of the voice. Qiao Chu Chu, dress in hand, strode confidently through the guests, her gaze as calm as water and her beauty captivating. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, fixed upon the smiling faces around her. I went to the deck to admire the moon, and that treacherous scoundrel had the audacity to throw me into the water. Do they think I'm a javelin to be tossed around? If it weren't for my opportunity to be reborn, I would have become a vengeful spirit by now. Do you understand? A vengeful spirit. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xingwenjian exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in unison as they made their way towards Qiao Chu Chu. However, Qiao Chu Chu lifted her skirt and strode towards the corridor, declaring, "To draw out the murderer, I must stand in this very spot, waiting for the killer to arrive. And then I shall strike decisively." Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xing Wenjian shared a glance, both displaying a hint of anxiety. This plan was fraught with peril, after all. She was merely a delicate girl. Qiao Chu Chu made her way to the lounge, where decorative golf clubs adorned the room. She picked one up, weighing it thoughtfully before tucking it into her low-cut evening gown. Pei Yuchuan, Wei Xing Wenjian. Continuing on, Qiao Chu Chu passed a security guard and inquired, "Do you have a gun? May I borrow it?" The black security guard hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing her face before producing a stun gun. Aware of her status as a guest, he complied without much fuss. "Thank you," she said, taking the weapon before heading towards the deck, quietly bolstering her own courage. "I am the queen. Pei Yuchuan, Wei Xing Wenjian. Your sister seems rather foolish, doesn't she?" Pei Yuchuan, meanwhile, in a shadowy corner unnoticed by anyone. A silver-haired youth peeked out, clad in a gray-white servant's uniform, his gaze intensely fixed on Qiao Chu Chu's retreating figure. Wei Sheng Huiling's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. "No one shall harm his voice." Chapter 81. Qiao Chu Chu possessed a remarkably resilient spirit, rarely displaying weakness. She ascended the deck, gazing out at the shimmering sea. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xing Wenjian stealthily climbed to an upper deck, finding a vantage point from which to observe Qiao Chu Chu. Wei Sheng Huiling nimbly scaled the railing, adopting a position from which he could provide support, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After surveying the area, he noted that aside from the brothers stealthily trailing Qiao Chu Chu and Pei Yuchuan, there was no one else present. He had come to investigate his brother's intentions towards Qiao Chu Chu, concerned that he might attempt to take her away. Just as he arrived on the ship, he overheard Qiao Chu Chu proclaiming that someone intended to kill her. Thankfully, he had come. Pei Yuchuan and Wei Xing Wenjian leaned together, covertly observing Qiao Chu Chu's silhouette. Suddenly, Pei Yuchuan recalled something and glanced sideways at Wenjian. "Aren't you able to hear her thoughts?" Wei Xing Wenjian remained unfazed. At this point, there is no need for deceit. "Of course, if I hadn't heard someone was planning to kill Qiao Chu Chu, I would not admit to it."
Pei Yuchuan, you are quite honest.
Wei Xing Wenjian snorted softly, returning his gaze to Qiao Chu Chu. "I never anticipated that she, seemingly fragile, would maintain such emotional stability in the face of danger. I assumed that after being pampered for so many years, she would simply cry and seek your assistance when trouble arose." Pei Yuchuan remained silent, watching Qiao Chu Chu under the moonlight. She stood on the deck, her skirt in hand, her expression solemn, as though preparing to enter a battlefield. He suddenly felt a heavy blockage in his heart. Qiao Chu Chu had always been a person of formidable mental fortitude, adept at handling matters as if it were second nature. Wei Sheng Wenjian gazed at the young girl illuminated by the moonlight, unable to fathom. For instance? Pei Yuchuan's eyes sparkled with an unrecognized blend of tenderness and affection. "After my parents passed away, our family was relentlessly bullied by those from the school. Even dogs would torment us. Despite our resistance, it bore little fruit." Can you guess what Qiao Chu Chu did? Wei Sheng Wenjian. What did she do? She collected a large amount of dog excrement, mixed it with soil, filled an entire backpack, and hurled it at the faces of those bullies. As Pei Yuchuan recounted the tale with vivid detail, he couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. When the principal scolded her, she pulled a handful of dog waste from her pocket and smeared it across the principal's face. When the director came to reprimand her, she retaliated with a small water gun filled with dirty water. Wei Sheng Wenjian's eyes widened, barely suppressing a laugh. Did that actually work? Wei Sheng Wenjian's lips curled into a smile. Did she not find it disgusting? The thought made Wei Sheng Wenjian chuckle. You must have liked her immensely back then. Pei Yuchuan. Not just liked her. After the death of our parents, we fell from paradise into a hellish existence. Our household staff were all dismissed. We knew nothing. She taught them how to cook, how to care for themselves when ill, and chased after the bullies armed with a pack of live earthworms, tossing cockroaches into their clothing. Qiao Chu Chu was their son. She never shed a tear in front of outsiders, yet would cry uncontrollably during arguments with them. They could always see her most vulnerable side. The more Pei Yuchuan contemplated, the more distressed he became. He began to feel a sense of guilt towards Qiao Chu Chu. Wasn't it just her desire to take a step forward? Hadn't she embarrassed herself in front of clients, losing billions? Wasn't it her insatiable greed, wanting not just one man but 7 brothers to be with her? How could those wounds overshadow the times they had leaned on each other? Pei Yuchuan's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked at Qiao Chu Chu's melancholic profile. Qiao Chu Chu sighed softly, What a beautiful scene this is. Internally, she lamented. The sea, luxurious cruise ships, haute couture dresses, the sea breeze. If this idyllic scene were a film, I would be waiting for my male lead. Yet, I find myself waiting for a murderer. Wei Shen Wenjian squinted. It seems quite different from your earlier description. She appears rather sorrowful now. Pei Youchuan's lips pressed together in a resentful line. Perhaps her sadness stems from the traumas she has endured over the years. Wei Shen Wenjian nodded in agreement. After all, she is still a young girl. It's only natural to be afraid. Pei Youchuan's tone darkened. I am the strongest in the Pei family. I will be the first to rush in and protect her. Meanwhile, Wei Shen Huailing gazed at Qiao Chuchu's silhouette, yearning to convey her heartfelt sentiments. Qiao Chuchu, you need not fear. I will rush in to protect you. 3 pairs of eyes concealed in the shadows watched over Qiao Chuchu, bathed in moonlight. Qiao Chuchu, however, extracted a golf club from her chest, a sinister grin spreading across her face. But it matters not, whether they are human or not, if the male lead arrives. I may share my innermost thoughts with him. If a murder approaches, I shall render him unconscious with a single blow. Ha ha ha. Pei Youchuan, Wei Shen Wenjian, Wei Shen Huailing, Qiao Chuchu, gripping the golf club, perked her ears to the surroundings. A faint sound of a door closing reached her ears, causing her heart to tighten as she gripped the handle. They're coming. The 3 men suddenly became tense. Very soft footsteps approached, drawing near to Qiao Chuchu. Suddenly, a man collapsed to the ground with a thud. As he attempted to rise. Qiao Chuchu swiftly aimed a stun gun at him. The man went limp, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Qiao Chuchu pounced onto him, effortlessly lifting him up. The man cried out, "What are you doing?" Qiao Chuchu sprinted towards the railing, hurling the man overboard. Aura. He plunged into the water with a splash. Every action flowed seamlessly. Wei Shen Huailing, Pei Youchuan, on the verge of exiting. Wei Shen Wenjian, glancing at the time. Wow, it hasn't even been a minute. They all stood frozen, watching as Qiao Chuchu leaned against the railing, smiling down at the man like a queen. Come, rise from the depths of the sea, let me see what kind of wretch you are. The man in the water struggled to surface, his face pale with cold. Help! Help! Qiao Chuchu squinted, astonished. Qiao Qihong? Qiao Qihong was the father of Qiao Yu. The one who attempted to kill her was actually Qiao Yu's father? She nimbly swung herself onto the railing, a hint of surprise in her voice. So it's you. I thought it was Ji Yanchuan who wanted me dead. Qiao Qihong floundered in the water. I'm going to die. Help, it's too cold. Unfazed. She leisurely perched on the railing. It's fine. Soon your calves will cramp, and you'll drown in the sea, with no one the wiser about your demise. As he began to choke on the water. Help. I can't. My legs are cramping. Qiao Chuchu smiled at him, reveling in his plight. When one harbors murderous intent, they ought to first experience the sensation of being killed. Wouldn't you agree, Qiao Qihong? Feel what it's like to be unable to save oneself, grasping at nothing, the burning pain in your lungs, as cold and fear intertwine, dragging your heavy body to the ocean's depths. Chapter 82. Wei Shen Huailing returned from work to find Chu Chu to share heartfelt thoughts. Qiao Qihong floated uncertainly. I didn't mean to kill you. Gurgle gurgle. Qiao Chuchu, her hands resting on the railing, sat lightly upon it, her smile gentle. Suddenly, Qiao Yu and Qiao's mother rushed out from the cabin. Daddy. Qiao Yu tossed a life buoy into the sea. Grab this, Dad. The yellow life buoy glided through the air like a shooting star, and Qiao Qihong, summoning all his strength, managed to grasp it and secure it around himself. Qiao Yu sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Qiao's mother, ablaze with fury, stormed towards Qiao Chuchu, raising her hand to shove her off the railing. In a swift motion, Qiao Chuchu flipped off the railing, delivering a kick to her face. Mother Qiao plopped down on the ground with a gasp, blood streaming from her nostrils. Seeing her mother injured, Qiao Yu raised her hand, gesturing towards Qiao Chuchu. With agility, Qiao Chuchu dodged the attack, seized her hair, and slammed her against the railing, then effortlessly tossed her into the sea.
Qiao Yu exclaimed, "Ah!"
While Mother Qiao cried out, "Daughter!" Qiao Chuchu, nimble as a wildling from the mountains, taunted, "Don't just stand there. You should join her." With that, she lifted Mother Qiao and hurled her into the water. Both women, caught off guard, splashed into the sea, their terrified screams echoing, "Help! Help us!" Pei Youchuan stood in shock. He knew Qiao Chuchu was vengeful, but he had never anticipated her vindictiveness would manifest in such a dramatic fashion. Wei Sheng Wenjian and Wei Sheng Huiling raised their eyebrows in intrigued amusement, their eyes gleaming with greedy interest. Wei Sheng Wenjian chuckled. Now this is entertaining. Wei Sheng Huiling observed Chu Chu as silhouette, not only hearing her inner thoughts but also finding her temperament quite agreeable. Indeed, she was exceptional. Standing beneath the moonlight, with a sea breeze caressing her skirt, Chu Chu exuded an unexpected grace. She nonchalantly tossed 2 spare life rings overboard. Xiao Yu and Mother Qiao struggled to swim towards the rings, exerting great effort to secure them. Xiao Yu, her voice hoarse, shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Chu Chu? Are you trying to kill us?" Chu Chu leaned against the railing, her posture regal, retorting, "You wish to murder me, so you sent Xiao Qihong to do the deed. Once I drown, my brother Pei Yuchuan will be unable to find me, and there will be no evidence to prove you are the culprits." The Qiao family froze, a flicker of guilt passing over their faces. Xiao Qihong was the first to protest. "Don't slander the innocent. I was merely passing by. You suddenly went mad." Chu Chu rested her chin on her hand, casting a scornful glance at the trio. "Is that so? I advise you to speak the truth. Though you possess life rings, in the frigid waters of winter, you will succumb to hypothermia." Mother Qiao panicked. "No, you can't. There are cameras here." Chu Chu scoffed. "Didn't you disable the surveillance? The red light hasn't he even illuminated. This situation was orchestrated by you, and you've already forgotten?" A chill ran through the Qiao family. How had she uncovered that? Pei Yuchuan glanced towards the surveillance camera, indeed noticing the absence of a red. He suddenly found Chu Chu somewhat unfamiliar. After 7 years apart, she had become sharper and more astute than before. Wei Sheng Wenjian, intrigued, smirked as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Wei Sheng Huiling stood silent, unable to catch any of the words spoken, nor could he read lips. Shivering in the water, the Qiao family struggled to articulate their defense. We truly did not intend to harm you. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent." Xiao Yu's face had turned a ghostly pale. "Shouldn't you hurry and find someone to pull us up? I am curious about their reasons for wanting me dead, but the answer is ultimately inconsequential. What truly matters is how I can ensure they abandon their murderous intentions. For I could easily fall victim once more. I can hardly evade accidental death, but if someone attempts to kill me again, my life will be forfeit." Lost in thought, they were interrupted by a patrolling figure, who gasped upon seeing the trio in the water. "Oh my, how did you end up in there?" The trio gazed in astonishment at the patrolling figure. Chu Chu remained remarkably composed, stating, "They fell into the water, and I saved them." She turned to Xiao Qihong with a smile, "Right?" Xiao Qihong trembled, rendered speechless. Chu Chu's gaze turned icy, "Right?" He hesitated, biting hard on his teeth, and finally replied, "Yes." They could not afford to offend Chu Chu, at least not overtly. If the Pei family were to intervene, they would find themselves in a precarious situation, and any thoughts of violence against her might be revealed. Chu Chu flashed a bright smile as she passed by the patrolman, but her expression abruptly shifted to one of gravity. "I absolutely cannot afford to be killed again." Chu Chu stepped into the cabin, her demeanor serious. In her previous life, while at work, she had witnessed a murder. A restaurant across the street had a dispute with another, and within months, the owner of one had brutally killed the entire family of the rival establishment. It was not an act of rage, but a premeditated scheme. There were far too many premeditated murders. If Xiao Qihong could kill her once, he could certainly do so a second time. She had to devise a means of safeguarding herself. Outside, Pei Yuchuan wore a stern expression as he picked up his phone to message Pei Yuan. Chu Chu was just killed by Xiao Qihong. Pei Yuan replied with confusion. Wei Sheng Wenjian observed the enigmatic figure of Pei Yuchuan and also took to his phone, notifying the group. "There are those who wish to kill Chu Chu, and one attempt has been successful. She has 5 lives left. Once they are exhausted, she will not resurrect. Wei Xinglin, Wei Xingyukin, Wei Xinghuiling. He will not have another chance." Wei Sheng Wenjian frowned. Wei Sheng Huiling added, "I am right across from you." Wenjian paused, glancing over. Under the silvery moonlight, Wei Sheng Huiling stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the Qiao family, recently pulled from the water. His gaze rested ominously on Xiao Qihong, like a serpent coiling tightly around his neck. Sensing the chilling stare, Xiao Qihong looked up and met Wei Sheng Huiling's eyes. Shivering involuntarily, his tone irritable. "What are you staring at?" Huiling tilted his head slightly, the sea breeze lifting, revealing his flawless forehead and androgynous beauty. He smiled cryptically and turned to leave. The terror of having been killed lingered in her mind. She had experienced many forms of death, but being deliberately murdered was a first. The fear of life being out of her control, coupled with the constant sensation of being watched, pressed down on her psyche like a vehicle crushing a small finger. What should I do? Should I kill him? No, I cannot do that. I can fight. But I cannot kill unless it's self-defense. Should I tell my brother? Forget it. They all dislike me. Even if I told them, they might think I'm causing trouble. But I could lure Qiao Qihong into committing a crime, as long as I have solid evidence. I should be able to bring them to justice. Qiao Chuchu's palms were slick with cold sweat, unyielding despite her attempts to dry them, and she irritably leaned against the wardrobe, exclaiming, "How frustrating." Weisheng Huailing was startled by a sudden jolt. He sat concealed within Qiao Chuchu's wardrobe, and through the narrow slits, he caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance of her shampoo. Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply, a smile curling upon his lips. Indeed, his decision to rush here after work was a sound one. He had heard so many of her voices. What a rewarding endeavor. Chapter 83. Humans are far more terrifying than ghosts. Weisheng Wenjian raised his hand, resting it against the crack of the wardrobe. Just a mere partition separated them, yet it felt warm. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door of Qiao Chuchu's room. She furrowed her brows and glanced towards the entrance. Pei Yuchuan's deep voice echoed. "Are you still awake?" She froze, her anxious heart momentarily calmed. Why has Pei Yuchuan come? Nevertheless, it's a relief. My mind is too tumultuous right now. I can't even bear the thought of sleeping in the same room, feeling as though someone is watching me from behind. Huailing mused. How perceptive she is. Qiao Chuchu, seated on her bed, faced the wardrobe's opening. Come in. Pei Yuchuan entered, his gaze settling on the despondent figure of Qiao Chuchu, who sat on the bed at midnight. He feigned ignorance, asking, "What's wrong? Are you troubled?" Qiao Chuchu cast him a resigned glance. "How did you know I wasn't asleep?" "Well, I'm not sleeping anyway," she replied. Pei Yuchuan settled beside her. "Why not share why you're unable to sleep?" Huailing's brow furrowed. He could likely decipher their conversation. However, he had investigated and discovered considerable rifts in the bond between the siblings, as they had not lived together for years. This Pei Yuchuan did not appear to be the indifferent figure described in the records. He seemed genuinely concerned for her well-being. Huailing cautiously pressed his lips together. If those around her were genuinely attentive, he would need to exert twice the effort to stand out. He anxiously turned his gaze back to Qiao Chuchu. Pei Yuchuan, too, looked at her with a hint of tension. Feeling despondent, Chu Chu was reluctant to speak. What am I supposed to say? Shall I disclose that someone intends to kill me? Yet, I possess no evidence to support such claims. Surely, I cannot reveal that I have returned from the dead and learned that the entire Qiao Qiheng family desires my demise. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened further with each word. Qiao Chuchu, if you have something to say, you can tell me. I will believe you. She was taken aback, meeting Pei Yuchuan's intense gaze. His beautiful eyes were locked onto hers, as if anticipating her revelation. She opened her mouth, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. If Pei Yuchuan harbors secrets, he certainly would not confide in me. After all, having caused him trouble over the years, he has suffered at my hands more than once or twice. A bitter smile graced her lips. I was merely frightened by a horror film. You know I am most afraid of ghosts. Pei Yuchuan's eyes instantly filled with melancholy. Is that so? His tone turned cold. Then you should sleep. I will keep watch over you. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. Pei Yuchuan ignored her further, turning off the overhead light and switching on the bedside lamp. Settling on the edge of her bed beneath the soft glow. Sleep now. She was perplexed. What are you doing? Pei Yuchuan replied with confidence. Just like when we were children, I am here to lull you to sleep. Qiao Chuchu found herself in a state of bewilderment as Pei Yuchuan unceremoniously pushed her onto the bed. Qiao Chuchu exclaimed in surprise as he pressed her deeper into the mattress, half reclining beside her, his tone commanding. Close your eyes. In her confusion, Qiao Chuchu blinked, the fear that had lingered in her heart dissipating in an instant. I refuse, she retorted. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep either. Pei Yuchuan replied, furrowing his brows. Are you not aware of my insomnia? I awaken at the slightest sound outside. Qiao Chuchu was taken aback. You, the one who can sleep through anything, are suffering from insomnia? I distinctly remember your alarm clock waking the entire household, and you were snoring like a dead pig. Pei Yuchuan's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Hurry and close your eyes. I would rather not lose my temper. Otherwise, I shall resort to playing horror films on repeat to frighten you. Chu Chu swallowed her words and reluctantly shut her eyes. Time truly does not spare anyone, even Pei Yuchuan. The carefree sleeper now suffers from insomnia. Pei Yuchuan mused, "Yeah, having someone beside me is comforting. I no longer need to be on edge, ha." He placed his warm hand upon her wrist, gently patting as he hummed a tune. The black-sailed boat casts a gauzy light upon the newly etched stones. As the gentle rain murmurs, the returning swallows do not wait for anyone. Listening to his deep, soothing voice, she nestled closer, feeling a sense of security. Pei Yuchuan's warm hand enveloped her own, caressing it tenderly. Gradually, she felt herself relax, drowsiness beginning to wash over her. How warm it is, reminiscent of my childhood. A tremor coursed through Pei Yuchuan's heart as he gazed down at Xiao Chu. She appeared unchanged from her childhood, having grown in perfect proportion. At the age of 6, Xiao Chu had been frightened by a prank from Pei Mu and Pei Ci, causing her to see a particularly terrifying ghostly image, which left her sleepless at night. Clutching her blanket, she had knocked on his door, pleading, "Big brother, can you sleep with me? I'm so scared." With her blanket in tow, she promised, "I swear I won't touch you." He had found it perplexing at the time. Why me? The little girl had looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. "You are strong and full of vitality. Ghosts wouldn't dare approach you." Thus, Xiao Chu lay beside him, wrapped in her purple blanket while he drifted off to sleep. Yet, she poked him awake again. "Big brother, I still can't sleep. Make some noise, please. If not, you can snore. I just feel like there are people under the bed and in the wardrobe, and you've turned into a ghost." He was infuriated, venting his frustration at Pei Ci and Pei Mu. With a sigh, he gently patted her hand. "When our mother used to lull me to sleep, she would do the same. Let me sing for you. Will that help you sleep?" Xiao Chu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. I'll obey you all day tomorrow," he scoffed, continuing to pat her hand as he sang. "You have the sweetest voice among all my brothers. Thank you, big brother. You've worked hard." He snorted dismissively. "What difference does it make if you thank me? Am I not obliged to take care of you?" The little girl smiled sweetly. "I fear you might find me a nuisance, hee." He huffed, "I am your brother. With just one word from you, I am bound to assist." Pei Yuchuan emerged from his reverie, gazing at the now slumbering Xiao Chu. At that time, her hand was small, easily enveloped by his palm. Even now, her hand remains petite, still fitting comfortably within his grasp. He found himself lost in thought. "You once relied on me completely, claiming I was strong and offered a sense of security. In times of fear, I was always the first you thought of. I never needed to listen to your silent fears, for you would openly share your anxieties with me. Yet now you have faced horrors more terrifying than ghosts, and not a word escapes your lips. I can only glean your fears and apprehensions, along with the distance you have placed between us, from the silence of your heart." Pei Yuchuan sat in desolation for an hour, ensuring that Xiao Chu was sound asleep before extinguishing the lamp and rising with a heavy heart. Huailing emerged silently from the wardrobe, approaching Xiao Chu's side. He took out a disinfectant wipe he always carried and gently wiped her hand. Satisfied, he patted it clean. With utmost care, Huailing retrieved a necklace from his pocket, the pendant a teardrop of blue Paraiba. He smoothly placed it around Xiao Chu's neck, admiring how it shimmered in the moonlight. Indeed, it suited her perfectly. He cautiously tucked a note he had written into her hand, using sign language to convey. "My sister said that when pursuing a girl you desire, you must always bring a gift. This Paraiba is my carefully chosen token, purchased with my hard-earned wages." A smile graced Huailing's face as he added, "May this gem and the dawn of a new day bring you joy, for hearing your voice fills me with happiness." Stepping out of Xiao Chu's suite, he collided with Wei Xing Wenjian, who was clad in pajamas. Wenjian regarded him with an inscrutable gaze, as if he had anticipated Huailing's presence in Xiao Chu's room, and gestured with his hands, asking, "What are you doing?" Huailing replied, "Delivering a necklace to Xiao Chu." Wenjian inquired, "Is she awake?" Huailing shook his head. Wenjian pressed on, "Did you give it to her while she was asleep? Do you not realize how frightening that is? No one would appreciate such an act." Maintaining a distant smile, Huailing signed back, "Keep your distance from her, brother." Wenjian raised an eyebrow. Huailing stepped forward, looking at him with innocent eyes and smiling, "I am quite displeased with your decision to intrude upon her, which is why I rushed here. Please refrain from such actions in the future." With glistening eyes, Huailing added, "Her affairs are best managed by my sister and me." Wenjian narrowed his eyes. "Do you doubt my taste? Do you think I would be interested in someone like Xiao Chu?" Huailing smiled. "I have faith in you. I merely wish to remind you." "Very well," Wenjian feigned a smile, "but you are mistaken. Huailing blinked in confusion. A flicker of mockery crossed Wenjuan's eyes. Such a delightful ability to hear the heart's whispers should not be reserved solely for you. Besides, you have no idea how significant I am to her. Huailing's expression grew somber. Wenjuan continued, grinning with taunt. She has drawn a comic based on me, expressing satisfaction with my appearance. I hold far more importance than you do. Perhaps when you achieve a comic of your own, we can compare. Huailing stumbled back, his face reflecting shock as if struck by lightning. As Wei Shenwen turned gracefully, a deeper smile graced his lips. How amusing it was. Much like the way he teased Huailing and Pei Yuchuan, each just landing perfectly. Wei Shen Huailing remained in shock, whispering, Paraiba. Wei Shenwen nodded, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. Then I shall present something even more extravagant. Huailing. Chapter 84. Pei Yuchuan's Fury, who delivered jewels to Qiao Chu Chu in the dead of night. Qiao Chu Chu was abruptly awakened by a series of frantic knocks on her door. Outside, she could hear two women shrieking at the top of their lungs. Don't stop me. I must ask. You can't hold us back. In a daze, she felt as if she were in a dream, until the noises outside grew increasingly vivid, buzzing like a swarm of bees, slicing through her slumber. It was then she realized that a genuine quarrel was taking place outside. Qiao Chu Chu descended from her bed and opened her door, only to collide with Pei Yuchuan, who was hastily dressing. With his tousled curls and a sweater haphazardly thrown over his bare torso, his taut black abs flashed before her eyes. She suddenly became acutely aware. Goodness. Such a splendid set of abs, and they belong to my brother. What a waste of beauty. Pei Yuchuan. He quickly emerged from the sweater's confines. Looking at her in bewilderment, Qiao Chu Chu swiftly changed her demeanor. I slept quite well last night. Thank you, third brother. Pei Yuchuan scoffed coldly. So you come to your brother when trouble arises? What do you think of your brother? She gave a thumbs up. Extremely handsome. Pei Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. And what of my physique? Without hesitation, Qiao Chu Chu replied, superb. Pei Yuchuan smiled. Are there any flaws? Qiao Chu Chu exclaimed, not a single one. Pei Yuchuan felt a flicker of joy. And what of my personality? Qiao Chu Chu retorted, particularly annoying. Pei Yuchuan. They exchanged glances. And Pei Yuchuan's expression gradually darkened as he stepped forward, firmly pinching Qiao Chu Chu's face. You are the most bothersome. Qiao Chu Chu winced, her words muffled. Whoa. Pei Yuchuan's gaze drifted, and he noticed the dazzling Paraiba gemstone adorning Qiao Chu Chu's neck. Her fair complexion was enhanced by the silver chain, with a vivid blue gem making her skin radiate luminescence. Oddly enough, this was absent when she went to bed the previous night. Pei Yuchuan grasped the gem. Did you purchase this? Qiao Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback. Huh, when did I put this on? I didn't buy it, nor have I worn it. In disbelief, she pondered. I surely haven't worn it, have I? Perhaps the late nights have muddled my mind. Last night, to complement my black dress, I wore the red diamond, which I placed in my jewelry box. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she rushed to her vanity. Opening the jewelry box, the red diamond, valued at over 100 million, was a gift from Pei Yuan for her 18th birthday. If it were replaced, she would be in deep trouble. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. It's fine. My red diamond is safe. Pei Yuchuan, amused yet exasperated, remarked. Do you really think this is merely about the red diamond's safety? He glanced at her bed and discovered a gem certification and a gift box on the nightstand. There was also a note lying on the bed. Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes and instructed Qiao Chu Chu, go to the door and see what they're arguing about. Chu Chu nodded and approached the door. In a swift motion, Pei Yuchuan seized the note from the bed. As long as I am here, you need never worry about your safety, for I am your guardian angel. He let out a derisive laugh and snapped a photo of the note to send to the group chat. Who sent this? After just one night. Qiao Chu Chu now has a para BA. When I was coaxing her to sleep at midnight, she didn't have it. Now that she has opened her eyes, she has both a para BA and a note. Who is responsible for this? His hands trembled with rage. This scoundrel infiltrated his room and, like a pervert, adorned Qiao Chu Chu with a necklace. What else had this person done? What had they done while Qiao Chu Chu slumbered? Pei Che. Who sent it? Pei Fingnom. Pei Mu. Pei Ci, have you two played another prank? Pei Mu. Come on, how old are we to still be playing pranks? It wasn't us. Pei Ci. Exactly, it wasn't us. What if it was Pei Buxian? He enjoys orchestrating such eerie affairs. Pei Buxian, explain yourself. Pei Buxian, it wasn't me. Pei Yuchuan, fuming. What about Pei Yuan? Could it have been him? Pei Yuan was hospitalized yesterday with viral meningitis. His fever just broke last night. He is likely too weak to even check his phone. Lin Qing, am I the only one who noticed Pei Yuan coaxing Qiao Chu Chu to sleep? Pei Yuan, that's not the point. The crux of the matter is this necklace that appeared out of nowhere. Lin Qing. Lin Shen, was it you who sent it? Are you indulging in some Yandra antics? Lin Shen, sneaking onto a luxurious cruise ship to secretly adorn Qiao Chu Chu with a necklace? Do you think your brother is a secret agent? I suspect Lu Tingxi. Pei Fingnong, Lu Tingxi. Pei Che, Lu Tingxi. Pei Mu and Pei Ci, Lu Tingxi. Pei Buxian. Frantic. Lu Tingxi, come out and explain. Lu Tingxi, I am honored to be suspected by everyone, but I assure you, I am not that perverse. Why would I need to stealthily gift something? I'm not eliminating a rival. Silence enveloped the group for a moment, before they erupted into a cacophony of voices again. Then who is it? Pei Mu, Pei Ci, just admit it. You two are always up to these antics. It really wasn't T.S. It's definitely Pei Buxian. He has strayed too far down the path of abnormality. Pei Buxian sent a voice message, his voice hoarse. I've said it's not me. Who on earth is responsible for this? Lin Qing, I feel as if I've fallen into a mental asylum, but my heart aches more for Qiao Chu Chu. She's at the center of this madness. Lin Shen, Pei Buxian, perhaps you should assess your mental stability. Pei Buxian, right now. I just want to know who infiltrated Qiao Chu Chu's room and gifted her that necklace. Loud listening. Is it Weisheng Huailing? A flurry of question marks swiftly appeared. Loud listening. Weisheng Huailing is a mercenary, a lone wolf of great renown. I have heard he can infiltrate the most secure locations without a trace. Lin Qing, isn't that the mute who resembles a fresh face from the entertainment industry? Loud listening. Weisheng Huailing only has that youthful visage. Beneath his clothing lies a body replete with muscle and scars. Additionally, he has a particular fondness for gemstones. Year after year, I have gifted him jewelry, and he confided in me that he cannot hear sounds, thus he delights in seeing rare and brilliant treasures. A profound silence enveloped the group, until Lin Qing broke the stillness. So, he gifted the dazzling jewels to Qiao Chu Chu? It signifies he bestows his most cherished possessions upon his most beloved?
Liking,
I can ship this.
I can ship this.
I can ship this. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting in chatter. A chorus of voices chastised Lin Qing. If you fancy Weisheng Huailing, why not take him for yourself? Lin Qing. He must also be willing, you know. He evidently has his eyes set on Qiao Chu Chu. Moreover, my tastes have shifted. I now prefer gentle and adorable young men. I find this assertive type unappealing. Lin Shen, you ship Qiao Chu Chu and Weisheng Huailing?
What about me?
Lin Qing. Brother, I speak candidly. Qiao Chu Chu is quite soft, much like a glutinous rice ball. She is surrounded by assertive men, and your tender nature lacks the thrill. Lin Shen, I was someone Qiao Chu Chu once liked. Pei Buxian, a yes, once liked. Pei Mu, a yes, once liked. Pei Ci, a yes, once liked.
Pei Fingnong, once. Pei Ke, once.
Lin Qing, once. Loud listening, once. Lin Shen. Chapter 85. Pei Yuchuan, fooling around on the path of mischief. Pei Yuchuan was rendered speechless with fury. He should have anticipated it was Weisheng Huailing. Just as Weisheng Wenjian could hear the voices of the heart, so too could Weisheng Huailing. Weisheng Wenjian had explicitly stated that his brother had taken a liking to Qiao Chu Chu and wished to play matchmaker. Yet, Weisheng Huailing had audaciously infiltrated Qiao Chu Chu's chamber. Pei Yuchuan glanced at Qiao Chu Chu, who was eavesdropping at the door. Her eyes darted about, and her fingers unconsciously fiddled with a gemstone necklace, intently listening to the sounds outside. It seemed Qiao Qihang had vanished. Qiao Chu Chu quietly confided, Mama Qiao and Qiao, you think I am the instigator. They are currently shouting at the door. She furrowed her brow. Do you think they are deliberately attempting to extort me? Is this a case of feigned disappearance? As long as I am here, you shall never need to worry about your safety, for I am your guardian angel. He let out a laugh tinged with absurdity, moving to stand beside Qiao Chu Chu. Gently removing her necklace. This necklace was given by me. I intended for you to try it on, to see if it suited the client. But I forgot to take it off. Qiao Chu Chu did not suspect anything amiss and obediently allowed him to take it. She stepped back a few paces. Pei Yuchuan opened the door just in time to witness Qiao Yu and her mother colliding with it. Upon seeing him, The two charged at Xiao Chu Chu like frenzied specters. Exclaiming, "Xiao Chu Chu!" Pei Yuchuan swiftly intervened, pushing them aside. Stumbling back in surprise, Xiao Yu and her mother gaped at him. He towered over them, his gaze icy and menacing. "Leave." Xiao Yu, trembling in fear, retorted defiantly, "My father is missing, and it must be your doing." Pei Yuchuan remained unfazed. "Produce evidence. Or, you are merely slandering us." The two women were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes wide as they turned to Xiao Chu Chu, who stood behind Pei Yuchuan. He obstructed their view. "Did you not hear me?"
Depart.
Xiao Yu's lips quivered, and upon seeing Pei Yuchuan, she shrank back, tears welling in her eyes. "There isn't a single good person in your family." With that, she covered her face and fled in tears. Xiao's mother, in exasperation, left with a harsh remark, "Just wait. We will find evidence of your family's wrongdoing." The staff members repeatedly apologized to Pei Yuchuan, expressing their regret. "We truly tried to intervene, but there was nothing we could do." Xiao Chu Chu peeked out from behind Pei Yuchuan. "Her father isn't really missing, is he?" Pei Yuchuan, hands in his pockets, silently observed the retreating figures, a shadow of gloom gathering in his eyes. 10 minutes later, he found Wei Sheng whiling running on the treadmill at the gym. With silver hair adorned by a sports headband and clad in a simple white tank top, he momentarily resembled a star from the entertainment industry. Yet, the numerous intersecting scars on his arms were conspicuously displayed, a testament to his dedication to fitness. A group of girls surrounded him, captivated by the muscular arms and his strikingly handsome face. Pei Yuchuan produced a gift box and tossed it towards Huiling's profile. Huiling instinctively caught it, causing the girls to gasp in surprise and turn to Pei Yuchuan. Excited murmurs arose. "Oh, another handsome one." Their eyes sparkled as they surveyed the two. Pei Yuchuan approached Huiling directly. "Shall we talk?" Huiling stepped off the treadmill, flashing him a smile. Pei Yuchuan led him to a corner. "Name your price. How much do you want?" Huiling raised an eyebrow, bemused, and typed on his phone. "Do you think I lack money?" Pei Yuchuan narrowed his eyes. "I will not allow you to get close to my sister." Huiling blinked innocently, his smile even more charming. "Do you think you can stop me?" Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. Huiling continued typing. "If you return the necklace to me, I will still give it to her. I did nothing last night but place the necklace around her neck. Rest assured, I value my own boundaries. I wouldn't easily part with my first kiss. A kiss must be genuine, a moment I truly desire. So, if you return the necklace, I would still offer it to her." Huiling grinned as he raised his phone. "But if I gift it again, it won't be merely watching her. It will be kissing her." Without hesitation, Pei Yuchuan swung his fist. Huiling nimbly evaded his punches, allowing him to strike nothing but air. In fact, he even managed to type a message while dodging, before executing a swift backflip onto the elevated platform, presenting his phone to Pei Yuchuan. "I have come to join this family, not to disrupt it. Why can't you accept me?" He tilted his head slightly. "Do you not appreciate having such a formidable brother-in-law?" Pei Yuchuan gritted his teeth. "You are utterly insufferable." With a resigned shrug, Wei Sheng Huiling replied, "Your disapproval is inconsequential. You cannot impede me. Just like those heavily guarded tycoons, despite their extensive security measures, I still managed to secure my employer's final payment." He then cheerfully mused, "You think my profession is undesirable, don't you? That's perfectly fine. I can abandon it. I will pursue whatever Chu Chu fancies. And I will treat her exceptionally well." Pei Yuchuan, exasperated, retorted, "You care for her? You've only met her once." Wei Sheng Huiling effortlessly perched himself on a horizontal bar, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "I cherish her voice, the way she calls my name. I wish to hear her say it for a lifetime." Pei Yuchuan was momentarily speechless. Huiling continued with an air of ease, "Moreover, I can choose to marry her before cultivating our love. She is my sole living treasure, akin to my jewels. I belong to her and she belongs to me. Isn't that rather splendid?" Pei Yuchuan, incredulous, exclaimed, "A treasure? Xiao Chu Chu is your living treasure?" His fury surged. "I see you're asking for a beating." He lunged to strike Huiling, hanging upside down, fortuitously spotted Xiao Chu Chu and Wei Sheng Wenjian approaching. His eyes lit up, and he promptly leaped down to meet Pei Yuchuan's incoming fist. As Pei Yuchuan swung at his shoulder, Huiling stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, tears rapidly welling in his eyes. Pei Yuchuan was taken aback. How did he land a hit? Isn't he supposed to be agile?
Wait.
Something's amiss. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Pei Yuchuan glanced towards the entrance. Xiao Chu had noticed them and was swiftly making her way over to the fallen Wei Sheng Hualing. Pei Youchuan's heart raced as he turned back to Hualing, who sat on the ground, tears glistening in his eyes, biting his lip in a pitiful manner. Pei Youchuan was both furious and amused. So, you wish to play dirty, do you? Very well. With that, he charged headfirst into the horizontal bar. With a loud clang, he collapsed to the floor, eyes rolling back. Xiao Chu exclaimed, "Third brother." She rushed to his side, gazing at the rapidly swelling bump on his forehead. Bewildered as she looked at Wei Sheng Hualing still bore traces of tears, mouth agape, utterly stunned. Was Pei Youchuan imitating his underhanded tactics? A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he hastily shook his head at Xiao Chu, gesturing in sign language. I don't know why he suddenly charged at me. It has nothing to do with me. Pei Youchuan lay on the ground, dazed as stars danced before his eyes. He felt nauseous, but he seized the opportunity. That cunning man would not outsmart him. Grasping Xiao Chu's hand weakly, he murmured, Chu, please don't blame Hualing. He is innocent. It was unintentional. Wei Sheng Hualing was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 86. Wei Sheng Hualing. Emotions are a constant ebb and flow. How pretentious. Pei Youchuan's physique is as robust as a bear. How can he be so ostentatious? Though such thoughts crossed her mind, Wei Sheng Hualing anxiously glanced at Xiao Chu, fearing she might misunderstand. However, Xiao Chu appeared utterly perplexed. How strange, I clearly saw Pei Youchuan crash into the pillar as if propelled by a whirlwind. Is he having a mental crisis? And yet he asks me not to blame Wei Sheng Hualing? Pei Youchuan. Wei Sheng Hualing quietly sighed in relief, donning a sweet smile. A failed attempt at deceit. Foolishness indeed. Pei Youchuan. So, he just collided for no reason? But, the next moment, he felt a gentle touch on the painful spot on his head. He looked up in surprise to meet Xiao Chu's concerned gaze. Xiao Chu did not focus on him but rather on the large bump on his head. It's quite large and seems painful. Her face was filled with worry. Are you all right? Pei Youchuan. He blushed. No, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Xiao Chu sighed. Is it because I pressured them with my tasks that they've been mentally strained, leading to self-destructive tendencies? She reached out to support him. Come. Let me help you see a doctor. Pei Youchuan was taken aback, obediently allowing her to assist him. Xiao Chu wrapped her arm around his waist. Pei Youchuan froze. Xiao Chu kindly remarked, You can lean half of your weight on me but not all of it, or I might get crushed. Pei Youchuan's cheeks burned, and he nodded. The tips of his ears were crimson. Hualing suddenly reacted, stepping in front of Xiao Chu, defensively stating, We just met. Aren't you supposed to have a meal with me? Xiao Chu frowned, a hint of helplessness in her expression. I'm sorry, Hualing. My brother is injured, and I need to take him to the hospital. Hualing pouted, his hands flailing as if casting a spell. He crashed on purpose. You must have seen it. Xiao Chu remained unfazed. So, what if it was intentional? Hualing. Xiao Chu gestured. I don't care whether it was on purpose. What matters is that he is hurt, especially since he is not in a good mental state. Hualing laughed, increasingly exasperated, as if I'm completely sane. Xiao Chu. What is up with Wei Sheng Hualing today? Has he always been this peculiar? Wei Sheng Hualing's expression darkened. I specifically flew over to see you. Xiao Chu. He sounded somewhat aggrieved. I missed you. Xiao Chu paused, astonished, and blurted out. You missed me? Hualing understood her lips' movement and sincerely nodded. Xiao Chu. Wei Sheng Hualing. Is she going to return the bag to him? He thought that by gifting her a plethora of exquisite crocodile skin bags, she would develop feelings for him. Or, at least think of him fondly. In reality, he had been deluding himself all along. Nearby, Pei Youchuan scoffed. Did he think that a few jewels could win Xiao Chu's heart? She was worldly and lacked for nothing, money, bags, or jewels. How could a mere trifling kindness capture her heart? Such naivete. Pei Youchuan chuckled with self-satisfaction. Wei Sheng Hualing noticed the glint in his eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging, a murderous intent palpable. Wei Sheng Wenjian had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. Pei Youchuan's fury incited Hualing's ire, and the clash of these two clingy souls was quite the amusement. Hualing's expression subtly darkened, unwillingly casting a glance at Xiao Chu. He had believed that his thoughtful gifts would at least garner a fleeting thought of him, yet she hadn't even considered it. Very well, he would procure even more, better offerings, to render her utterly unable to resist, to make her feel as if she could not live without him. Fuming, Huailing turned slightly to make way. Let us go. He averted his gaze from Chu Chu. Your brother is more important. Chu Chu blinked in acknowledgement. That is true. After all, he is my brother. Wei Sheng Huailing remained silent. Pei Yuchuan grinned foolishly, oblivious to the throbbing in his head. Yet Chu Chu recalled something. All right. She took out her phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. Huailing's eyes darkened, but he did not refuse. He took his phone and added her as a friend. But what would adding WeChat change? He could sense her lack of thoughts for him. Her actions were merely human niceties. Suddenly, he received an image from Chu Chu. It was an exquisite portrait. The depicted youth had silver hair, clad in a white coat, a red scarf around his neck, standing amidst the snow, cradling an adorable little snowman, smiling at him. Wei Sheng Huailing blinked in astonishment. Was this painting of him? He looked at Chu Chu in surprise. She smiled bashfully. I thought you resembled a manga protagonist, so I painted this portrait of you over the past few days, and I have one of your sister too. But hers isn't finished yet. Yours was completed first. She poked the cheek of the figure in the portrait, but I just realized you have a dimple. Which isn't shown here. I'll add it later. Chu Chu's eyes sparkled with a lovely light, to make the painted version of you even more perfect. Huailing stood in a daze, tenderly cradling his phone. How long did you take to create this? Chu Chu pondered for a moment. 2 days.
No.
Huailing scrutinized the likeness of himself in the painting. It should be just as it is. He sincerely praised. This is your first impression of me. So its imperfections are a form of perfection. Wei Sheng Wenjian glanced at the phone screen, furrowing his brow. The painting was indeed beautiful.
But what was so extraordinary about it? Just a painting?
Huailing had experienced countless storms. Could a mere painting bring him such joy? Chu Chu, taken aback by his elation, felt slightly embarrassed. You've given me so many precious bags, and I offer you a humble painting. I hope you won't disdain it. Of course, I would never. Huailing's eyes sparkled like stars, and he lifted Chu Chu into his arms, spinning her around joyfully. Chu Chu.
Pei Yuchuan.
Wei Sheng Wenjian. Huailing joyfully set her down on the ground and communicated enthusiastically through sign language. I hope you miss me. For I have been longing for you ever since our first encounter. Your painting proves that, just like me, when I think of you, you think of me too. Wei Sheng Huailing's eyes sparkled with delight. Can you silently recite my name in your heart? Can you remember me? Chu Chu, puzzled, wondered. Why must it be in thought? Nevertheless, she obediently complied. Wei Sheng Huailing? Wei Sheng Huailing was momentarily taken aback, her breath quickening. Observing his excitement, Chu Chu felt a bit odd. Wei Sheng Huailing? Wei Sheng Huailing? Wei Sheng Huailing? Suddenly invigorated, Wei Sheng Huailing lifted Pei Yuchuan and dashed away exclaiming, I will help you take your brother to the doctor. With a grin that could rival a blooming flower, he joyfully carried Pei Yuchuan away, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji shouldering his wife. What a windfall. She had heard her name 4 times.
Ha 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 ha.
Chapter 87. Cold Before Me. A lovesick fool before Xia Xuechuan. For the entire day that followed, Wei Sheng Huailing dutifully hovered around Chu Chu. She felt he was nothing like the heartless assassin described in the script. I even find Wei Sheng Huailing rather endearing. Throughout the day, Wei Sheng Huailing remained in high spirits, chasing after Pei Yuchuan and Wenjian, asking, What is wrong, brothers? Ever since I arrived, you seem to have lost your laughter. Wei Sheng Wenjian, Pei Yuchuan, Wei Sheng Huailing continued to cling to Chu Chu until they disembarked, with Pei Yuchuan tugging at her collar to usher her into the car. Wei Sheng Huailing chased after them. Just as he was about to catch up, Pei Yuchuan slammed the accelerator and sped away. Chu Chu sensed a palpable drop in atmosphere, gripping the seatbelt tightly as she attempted to spark a conversation. The Wei Sheng family does not seem as difficult to get along with as rumored. In fact, Wei Sheng Huailing is even more optimistic than I imagined. What do you think? Pei Yuchuan let out a cold laugh. Indeed, you must have praised him countless times in your mind. He must be thrilled. Chu Chu. What does my admiration have to do with him? After all, he cannot hear me. The two fell silent as Pei Yuchuan drove swiftly, parking the car in the courtyard of the Pei residence. Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Chu stepped out of the vehicle. Aren't you coming down? Pei Yuchuan slammed the car door shut. Chu Chu. What is his problem? He gets angry just like that, as if I were begging him to stay. How troublesome. Inside the car, Pei Yuchuan glanced at her. Beneath the tinted windows, his expression was obscured, yet a sharpness could be sensed. Chu Chu, uninterested in engaging, grabbed her suitcase and walked away. Pei Yuchuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression stormy, and rolled down the window. I have to go to work. Pei Yuchuan leaned out of the window, seething with anger. Say goodbye to me. Chu Qiao froze, a sudden surge of indignation igniting within her. Goodbye, my foot. Stop acting crazy with me, just leave. She furiously slammed the door and stormed inside. Pei Yuchuan chuckled, his hands gripping the steering wheel as he muttered. Everyone else calls you little cutie, yet I am met with get lost. Truly remarkable. Chu Qiao, irate, entered the Pei residence, her annoyance palpable as she handed her luggage to him. I'm in a foul mood. You need not concern yourself with me. Xiao Xia's smile faltered as he accepted the baggage. Is it due to Mr. Pei Yuan? Chu Qiao, like a stranded fish, flopped onto the sofa. It's not my eldest brother. It's my third brother. Xiao Xia nodded. I thought you were upset about Mr. Pei Yuan's illness. Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow. Illness? Has my brother fallen ill? Xiao Xia confirmed. Indeed, he has been hospitalized with viral meningitis at Mr. Pei Chei's hospital for 2 days. Chu Qiao froze, suddenly realizing something. This is bad. The storyline between Pei Chei and Pei Yuan has commenced. She hastily instructed Xiao Xia. Please prepare a large portion of chicken soup, enough for 2. I must take it to the hospital to see my brother. Pei Yuan sat weakly on the bed, listening to the voice message from Pei Yuchuan. Pei Yuchuan spoke incessantly. I've spent 3 entire days with her, caring for her, worrying about what she eats. Afraid she might upset her stomach, controlling her diet, even staying by her side when she was frightened. And what does she do? The moment Wei Shenghuailing arrives, she tosses me aside. Just moments ago, she claimed I was the one who was sick. She said if I were her boyfriend, she would have broken up with me 1,000 times over. What has happened to Chu Qiao's taste? How can she not appreciate a man like me and instead prefer some delicate, fragile young lad? What must I do to compete with that insufferable green tea? Wei Shenghuailing? Pei Yuan, irritated by the incessant chatter, remarked, so if Chu Qiao fancies you, would that bring you joy? Are you jealous of Wei Shenghuailing? Pei Yuchuan fell silent for a moment before erupting in frustration, sending a flurry of voice messages. Pei Yuan, uninterested, tossed his phone aside, grumbling, just because you're my brother, do you think I'll generously assist you with your troubles? He leaned weakly against the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Is this not my brother's hospital room? Surely I have not erred. Pei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed the door slightly ajar. Chu Qiao, clad in a cream-colored fur coat with her hair half up in a princess style, peered in cautiously. Eldest brother? Pei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a spark of surprise and admiration flickering in his eyes, one he was unaware of himself. Chu Qiao, holding a thermos, stepped in hesitantly. How are you feeling? Are you any better? It has been ages since I've spent time alone with my brother. Just seeing him makes my heart flutter. He was once my greatest support, akin to a mother in my eyes. I used to cling to him, and merely seeing him would ease my nervousness. Yet now, I find myself anxious in his presence. Pei Yuan's faint glimmer of light in his eyes dimmed as he spoke tersely. What brings you here? Chu Qiao collected herself and settled beside the hospital bed. I came to check on you, and to see if you have developed feelings for Xia Xuechuan. Pei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Chu Qiao warily scanned the room. No flowers of one's own cultivation. It feels safe. Without bracelets made of plastic beads, it is safe. Without heartwarming quotes handwritten by Xia Xuechuan, it is safe. Pei Yuan inquired. What? Does he receive so many foolish gifts after falling in love with Xia Xuechuan? Chu Qiao ensured that there were no traces of Xia Xuechuan in the hospital room and smiled broadly. How do you feel? Pei Yuan's expression darkened. I feel nauseous. Chu Qiao was taken aback. Pei Yuan, with an irritable frown, looked at her. You've seen me. I'm still alive. You may leave. Chu Qiao quickly pushed the thermos forward. Don't. I brought chicken soup. You should try it. It's just lunchtime. Pei Yuan's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly. Chicken soup? Did you make it? His tone lifted ever so slightly. Chu Qiao beamed. I had Xiao Xia make it. Pei Yuan regarded her with an impassive expression. She grinned at him. Pei Yuan stated, You may leave now. Chu Qiao froze, displeased. Why do you keep trying to chase me away? Just because there's a rift between us. We argued. I pursued you and I've shared your bed. Do you refuse to spend time alone with me? She continued, and why do I walk into such a sour face? I'm not undressed, and I'm certainly not dressed provocatively. I'm wearing long johns beneath this. To celebrate the new year, I even donned bright red. Chapter 88. Life has become unbearable. I will endure until the conclusion, and then leave the country. Xiao Chuchu's thoughts grew increasingly melancholic. Fine, just remember to drink. I'm leaving. I'll find a place to sit. I must stay here for at least a day. This is the most perilous time since Pei Yuan will undoubtedly encounter Xia Xuechuan. She pouted inwardly, with sarcasm, because in Pei Yuan's vulnerable moments, Xia Xuechuan shines like a little sun, bringing her love, her heart, and her radiant smile, soothing the wounds I inflicted upon Pei Yuan's shattered heart. Yet according to the original timeline, by this point, my mourning period is past and Pei Yuan, in a fit of anger, ends up in the hospital, where he meets Xia Xuechuan, who is cleaning in place of her mother. Xiao Chuchu stormed to the door but made sure to close it gently. With her arrogance, Xia Xuechuan smiles at him, and he-s utterly lost. He-s simply love-struck.
Pei Yuan.
Love-struck? He chuckled in disbelief. The Pei family, consisting of 8 members, had 797 scheming minds. Pei Yuchuan deducted 1, while Xiao Chuchu deducted 2. No one could accuse him of being love-struck. He thought, Xiao Chuchu came to see me and made chicken soup. I'm going to eat. Pei Yuchuan. He sent a meme. Suddenly, Pei Yuan's mood lifted, and he took the thermos to find Xiao Chuchu. Chuchu sat gloomily in the rehabilitation greenhouse, an indoor garden at the Pei Family Hospital, designed for patients unable to venture outdoors during winter to enjoy the scenery and rejuvenate their spirits. She sighed, feeling utterly despondent. Despite living a life filled with abundance, I have ended up in a situation despised by my entire family. I have shared both joy and hardship, enduring all calamities as a family. After weathering all these trials, just when everything is about to reach a state of bliss, must I be compelled to tear apart this faade and leave the mess for me to clean up, becoming a pariah in the eyes of others? She wearily closed her eyes, resting against the chair. Pei Yuan stood behind her, holding a thermos, his expression tinged with melancholy. He understood that Xiao Chuchu was being coerced, yet he found it difficult to accept her so easily. Meanwhile, Pei Che, clad in a white coat, passed by the greenhouse garden. His phone chimed. Chairman, Miss Qiao has arrived at the hospital. I just saw her sitting alone in the greenhouse garden, likely here to visit Mr. Pei Yuan. Pei Che pondered. Wasn't she at odds with him? How curious that she would show such concern for his elder brother and make a special trip. Pei Che tucked away his phone and casually glanced to the side, narrowing his eyes. Was that Xiao Chuchu with Pei Yuan? Xiao Chuchu, feeling bored, surveyed her surroundings until her gaze settled on a particular spot. An elderly lady in a qipao was conversing cheerfully with a familiar figure. Xia Xuechuan, dressed in khaki cleaning attire with a playful ponytail, approached the elderly lady with a warm smile, presenting her with a thermos. Grandma Zhang, I personally made this chicken soup for you. It's simmered for 4 hours. Do try it. It's great for replenishing your energy. Grandma Zhang's eyes sparkled with delight as she affectionately touched Xia Xuechuan's face. Xuechuan, you're such a dear. I do wish I could have a granddaughter-in-law like you. But alas, all my 5 sons have children already. Xia Xuechuan blushed. Oh, Grandma, what are you saying? Xiao Chuchu laughed derisively, thinking. An elderly lady praises your cooking and hopes to marry you off, not out of affection for you, but for your culinary skills.
For the meals you prepare for her family.
Xia Xuechuan seemed to sense Xiao Chuchu's presence, turning in surprise. Xiao Chuchu? Mrs. Zhang followed her gaze, her smile fading instantly. Xiao Chuchu casually crossed her ankle over her knee, lounging like a lord across from them. Hello. Xia Xuechuan dismissed her with disdain. Here to find your brother? Where is he? Ignoring you again? Xiao Chuchu feigned seriousness. No, I'm here to accompany my husband for a vasectomy. Xia Xuechuan. Huh?
Pei Yuan what? Beike, what?
Mrs. Zhang chuckled. Xiao Chuchu, it's been a while. You Haven tea changed a bit, still lacking in manners. Xia Xuechuan, astonished, asked, You know Xiao Chuchu? Mrs. Zhang nodded. Yes, she lives in my building. We've met a few times. Her tone was laden with meaning. I've also seen her brothers.
Pei Yuan what?
This elderly lady must be referring to the apartment where Xiao Chuchu has lived for years. Since their family had severed ties, they relied on drivers for deliveries. And neither he nor his brothers had visited her. What brothers could possibly inhabit Xiao Chuchu's apartment? Pei Yuan scrutinized Xiao Chuchu's retreating figure with suspicion. Xiao Chuchu remained audacious. Huh. Just when I had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, you two have stumbled upon me. Consider yourselves electrified. She lifted her chin towards the elderly lady, saying, My elder brother asked me to extend his New Year's greetings to you. So, how have you been during the festivities? Granny Zhang furrowed her brow, preparing to respond, but Chu Chu interrupted her. I suspect your new year hasn't been so joyous. Otherwise, you wouldn't be conversing with a stranger like Xia Xuechuan, but rather with your own sons and grandsons. Xia Xuechuan frowned, rising indignantly. Chu Chu, do not insult Granny Zhang. She is a kind-hearted woman. Kind-hearted? Chu Chu chuckled knowingly. She has 5 sons, yet 3 of her daughters-in-law have divorced. Now her household consists of just 2 daughters-in-law, one affluent, having given birth to a son, and the other of modest means, with a daughter. Can you guess who kneels on the floor scrubbing it clean? Granny Zhang retorted defiantly. It is her duty to clean, as she is my daughter-in-law. It is none of your concern. Chu Chu smiled with ease. Xia Xuechuan, do you see? If you were to enter her home, lacking wealth, power, or sons, you too would be destined to kneel and scrub the floor. Not only cleaning but also preparing chicken soup and washing her feet. I could do that, Xia Xuechuan replied. Chu Chu thought she misheard. You could? But what about your mother? Xia Xuechuan smirked sarcastically. Chu Chu, honoring the elderly is a duty. As a daughter-in-law, it is expected of me. Can you not manage such a task? Besides, I prefer boys. While I do not favor sons over daughters, I find boys to be more lively. I desire to have sons. Is that a fault? Don't you have a slew of brothers? Xia Xuechuan fell silent, unable to retort. Chu Chu rolled her eyes disdainfully. What right do you have to speak of my mother? Pei Che smirked and approached Chu Chu, followed by Pei Yuan. In her frustration, Chu Chu failed to notice them sitting beside her. Chapter 89. Chu Chu, no wonder you are so haughty. It turns out you have 7 husbands. Granny Zhang linked her arm with Xia Xuechuan's, urging her to sit down, and affectionately patted the back of her hand. Ignore this person. You are the perfect daughter-in-law in my eyes. I believe a girl should be like you, capable in the kitchen and caring for others, which showcases independence and grace. The elderly lady smiled warmly, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Chu. Do not be like some individuals who have never cooked a meal in their lives, spoiled and pampered. How will they endure in society? Chu Chu scoffed. I believe a girl's independence shouldn't be defined by a single skill. Cooking is one form of independence, but certainly not the only one. For instance, earning money to hire a maid is a form of independence, and tossing slippers at the face of an elderly lady is yet another. Granny Zhang gasped, irritated, and shot a displeased look at Pei Yuan and Pei Che, sharply inquiring, Oh, is that so? You are independent. Then which of these 2 is the husband you intend to sterilize? Pei Yuan.
Pei Che?
Chu Chu. It was then she realized Pei Che was seated on her left and Pei Yuan on her right. When did they arrive? Xia Xuechuan also paused, attempting to explain. Granny Zhang, they are not. Pei Yuan, I am.
Pei Che, I am.
Chu Chu. Xia Xuechuan? Granny Zhang. Pei Yuan and Pei Che exchanged glances, pointing at one another. It's not him. It's only me, they declared in unison. It's not him. It's only me. Chu Chu inquired. Who are you 2 exactly? Summer Xuechuan echoed her confusion. Grandma Zhang turned her gaze to them, demanding clarity. Pei Yuan and Pei Che, their brows furrowed with indignation, averted their eyes and reiterated, We are both. Chu Chu was taken aback and Summer Xuechuan mirrored her astonishment. Pei Che maintained a stern expression and declared, He has passed away. Grandma Zhang then turned to Pei Yuan and asked, What about you? Pei Yuan replied expressionlessly, He and I are biological brothers. Grandma Zhang gasped, Brothers from the same family? She turned to Chu Chu in disbelief. How did you manage that? No need to inquire about my wife, Pei Che interjected nonchalantly, crossing his legs with an air of casualness. Given your status, I presume you understand that in our circle, as long as both parties consent, a man may have numerous women, and likewise, a woman may have many suitors. Chu Chu felt struck by lightning. Women may, but I am uncertain if I can. If I say you can, then you can. Pei Che's brooding gaze settled on her face. A little ambition wouldn't hurt, would it, darling? Pei Yuan remained silent, casually draping his arm over the chair behind Chu Chu, observing Grandma Zhang with an air of composure. Chu Chu thought to herself, Though we are boasting in front of outsiders, I feel as though I am suffocating. She struggled to comprehend the situation and lowered her voice. What are you 2 doing? Pei Yuan responded, his expression calm, playing the role of your sterilized husband. Pei Che remained silent, indicating his agreement. Chu Chu was bewildered. This is not a game. Summer Xuechuan is right across from us. Summer Xuechuan turned pale. Was it true that Pei Yuan and Pei Che had such a relationship? To avoid bearing a sinful child, they willingly resorted to sterilization? No wonder the 7 young masters of the Pei family were all single, yet treated Qiao Chu with such peculiar kindness. Summer Xuechuan's mind malfunctioned as her eyes widened in shock, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Qiao Chu, sweating profusely, urged the two to lean closer. If you say it like that, Summer Xuechuan will think something is amiss with the 3 of us. Look at her, she's frozen. Pei Yuan cast a nonchalant glance at Summer Xuechuan and asked, "Why don't you get along with this elderly lady?" Qiao Chu cleared her throat and leaned in closer to his ear. "This elderly lady used to be my upstairs neighbor." Pei Yuan's breath hitched as he sensed her warmth beside him, her breath brushing against his ear. His body instinctively tensed, his pale hand clutching at the hospital gown, his throat involuntarily bobbing up and down. "Then why is your relationship not amicable?" he inquired. Qiao Chu whispered, "Her grandson constantly thunders around upstairs. It's quite noisy and has begun to affect my work. I politely approached her several times, yet they ignored me. Eventually, she scolded me, calling me pretentious and accusing me of making unfounded claims. Recalling the incident soured her mood. So, I found 5 shirtless, burly gangsters to impersonate my brother, standing at her doorstep, eating hot pot and sleeping on the ground. That made her behave." Pei Che interjected, "You had shirtless gangsters impersonate your brother?" He pondered increasingly in disbelief. "Why don't you seek us out? Aren't we your brothers?" Qiao Chu shrugged lightly. "Our current relationship hasn't reached the point where you would willingly assist me with my troubles. Moreover, you are all merely good-looking, whereas the intimidating presence of a heavily tattooed elder brother. Furthermore, considering how I've treated you, it wouldn't be right to seek you out when in need. I shall handle my own affairs and clean up my own mess." Pei Che's brow nearly knitted into a knot as he murmured softly, "In your heart, am I still your brother?" Qiao Chu did not hear him. She leaned close to Pei Che's ear. "So, this verbal battle, I shall win on my own. Second brother, just remain still, all right?" Her voice was gentle, cascading like ripples of water into Pei Che's ear, stirring within him a tremor of emotion.
Pei Che blinked in confusion.
His body beneath the white coat tense, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. By the time Qiao Chu departed, his expression had returned to normal. Yet the tips of his ears remained as red as a ripe tomato. Xia Xuechuan, sharp-eyed, inquired, "Qiao Chu, have you brought chicken soup too? Did you make it yourself?" The old lady added with a hint of sarcasm, "You heard that, didn't you? She's so delicate. What could she possibly do herself? This chicken soup is surely unrelated to her." Qiao Chu, now comfortable, replied, "I killed the chicken myself." The old lady. "Xia Xuechuan?" Qiao Chu glanced at her translucent pink nails, narrating, "First, I bled it, then plucked its feathers, eviscerated it, and removed all its organs until it was utterly hollow." The old lady. "Xia Xuechuan." Pei Yuan, holding the chicken soup. "So, you really did kill the chicken." Qiao Chu. Pei Yuan savored a sip. It's quite fresh." Pei Che extended his hand. "Let me try." The elder brother Pei Yuan handed him a bottle cap. Pei Che took a sip and nodded. "Indeed, it is very fresh. It seems Qiao Chu's chicken-killing skills have not diminished over the years." Qiao Chu. "They actually believe her." A familiar male voice interrupted. "What are the 3 of you doing here?" Zhang Laodai, half gaping in disbelief, turned to Qiao Chu. "You actually have more?" Qiao Chu's mouth twitched. Pei Buxian, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean more?" Zhang Laotai trembled as she pointed at Pei Yuan. "He is the eldest." She then pointed at Pei Che. "He is the second." Finally, she pointed at Pei Buxian. "And you, how many are you?" Pei Buxian frowned. "I am the 7th." Zhang Laotai's blood pressure skyrocketed. "Qiao Chu, no wonder you're so impressive. It turns out you have 7. Pei Buxian?"
Pei Che.
Pei Yuan. Qiao Chu. Chapter 90. If she wished to lead such a life, it would require Qiao Chu's demise. In the suffocating silence, Zhang Laotai's gaze toward Qiao Chu was laden with myriad implications. Several times she seemed on the verge of speaking, only to hesitate, her emotions entwined in a complex tapestry of admiration and disdain. In any case, her expression was decidedly intricate. With a face ashen as death, Qiao Chu thought, "I should leave quickly. I cannot endure even a moment longer in such a world." She steeled herself to rise. "Let us go. I've grown weary sitting here and need to rest." Pei Yuan and Pei Che rose simultaneously, flanking Qiao Chu on either side, while Pei Buxian trailed behind. Clutching a laptop like an attendant, It was only after Qiao Chu had disappeared from her sight that old Madame Zhang spoke up. This girl has 7 men. Even with 2 hands, she can't hold them all. She would need at least 7 hands to manage. That's not the case. Xia Xuechuan remarked with a frown as she gazed at Qiao Chu's retreating figure. Those are her 7 brothers. Old Madame Zhang appeared to have been struck by a thunderbolt. What? Why refer to them as 7 husbands, then? Xia Xuechuan's expression darkened considerably. They are merely spouting nonsense to provoke you. How could 7 men willingly choose to be with 1 woman? Qiao Chu is no celestial being. Gradually, old Madame Zhang grasped the situation and scoffed with amusement. Ah, the youth of today truly are something else. She continued to speak. But Xia Xuechuan was oblivious, her focus fixated on the trio ahead. Clad in a light blue patientess gown, Pei Yuan stood to Qiao Chu's left, while Pei Che, in a white coat, occupied her right. The two ambled leisurely, effectively sandwiching the petite Qiao Chu between them, resembling dashing guardians shielding their sister, drawing the attention of passers-by. Pei Buxian hastily maneuvered to squeeze between them, insisting on standing next to Qiao Chu. Pei Che cast a cold glance at his younger brother before briefly returning his gaze to Qiao Chu and then shifting away. The scene exuded warmth and harmony. Particularly when one realized that this grand hospital belonged to the Pei family and that Qiao Chu's monthly income could reach 20, the tableau evoked a sense of blissful ignorance. Where the trio seemed untouched by the struggles of life, their only concern being matters of the heart. A wave of bitterness washed over Xia Xuechuan, and she spoke in a subdued tone. Grandma Zhang, I must return to work. Old Madame Zhang, puzzled, inquired, why does your expression suddenly look so grim? Is it Qiao Chu who has upset you? No, she replied, rubbing the sweat from her palms, murmuring to herself, I'm just a bit down. Following the death of brother Jiahao, she had experienced a vivid dream. In it, Qiao Chu had perished, and she stood beside the 7 brothers of the Pei family, comforting their shattered spirits, cradled in their hands, much like Qiao Chu herself. In the dream, the 7th brother, Pei Buxian, had choked back tears before her, saying, You and my sister share an indomitable spirit. Each time I see you, I think of her. The dream felt hauntingly real. Even after waking, she found herself lost in thought, recalling the tender scenes that brought a smile to her face. Yet, such occurrences were impossible, for Qiao Chu could not die. As Xia Xuechuan observed Qiao Chu from behind, she felt a profound sadness as the thought replayed in her mind. If she wished to attain such a life, it would only be possible if Qiao Chu were to perish. Qiao Chu exerted considerable effort to extricate herself from her 3 brothers. In her quest for freedom, she employed every tactic imaginable, speaking at length until her lips were nearly chapped. Just then, Pei Yuan's time for the 4 drip arrived, and Pei Che had a subordinate to attend to. Pei Buxian was suddenly struck by inspiration, prompting him to remain in Pei Yuan's hospital room to write. Although the reasons for the 3 individuals sparing her did not concern her in the slightest, she felt a sense of joy. After all, the principal narrative surrounding Xia Xuechuan had yet to unfold. Qiao Chu hurried towards the origin of Xia Xuechuan's storyline, while Pei Buxian stealthily followed behind,
Clutching his phone.
He had long since discerned that Qiao Chu was preoccupied. So, he seized the opportunity to offer her a stage for her creativity under the pretext of inspiration. Pei Buxian typed in the group chat, Pei Yuan, Pei Che. I am currently tailing Qiao Chu. Lin Qing responded. Is there a new plot unfolding? Pei Feng Long suggested. Why not initiate a video call, so everyone can hear her thoughts? Without hesitation, Pei Buxian initiated a group video call, donned his headphones, and assumed the role of a secret agent. Those available soon joined the fray. Lin Qing's vibrant face was the first to grace the screen. Can Qiao Chu's thoughts really be transmitted through video? If not, I might as well leave. Lin Shen furrowed his brow. Pei Yuan leaned against the bedside table, coldly scrutinizing the screen. Pei Buxian aimed the camera at Qiao Chu. Let us listen and find out. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Chu continued her calculations as she walked. In the original storyline, Xia Xuechuan had met my 7 brothers due to her temporary role as our family's housekeeper. She had taken a few days off to substitute for my mother at work, while my brothers, though quietly enamored, refrained from overt displays of affection. Hence, each brother's individual story with Xia Xuechuan served as a means to deepen their connections. At this juncture, Xia Xuechuan had likely already begun to develop emotional ties with my eldest brother, Pei Yuan, having just navigated through his individual storyline. Lin Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, her thoughts resonate vividly in my mind. It's truly eerie. You all heard that, right? The others in the video nodded in agreement. Unable to contain her laughter, Lin Qing teased, Pei Yuan, at this moment. The original you has already formed an emotional bond with Xia Shuechun. How do you feel about this revelation? Pei Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. Disgusting. Lin Qing burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao, deep in thought, mused. Eldest brother Pei Yuan, after interacting with Xia Shuechun in the hospital, gradually developed a greater fondness for her, receiving several handcrafted artworks she had personally created. Currently, since Pei Yuan had not received any handcrafted items, it was evident that his feelings for Xia Shuechun had not yet reached the necessary threshold, suggesting that the individual story had not commenced, considered a safe outcome. Nonetheless, the narrative must continue, and the next segment would likely pertain to Pei Che as storyline. Lin Shun inquired curiously, why hasn't Pei Che joined the video call? Pei Bu Xian replied, second brother is occupied with work. He went to sign documents and likely will join shortly. Oblivious to these developments, Chu Chu continued her contemplation. As a cleaner, Xia Shuechun encountered Pei Che during an incident where, while cleaning the stairs, she had a conflict with another cleaner and accidentally fell down the stairs. Lin Qing stifled a laugh as she turned to Pei Yuan, brother Pei. You appear so gentle and mild-mannered, yet beneath that facade lies a rather strong sense of jealousy. Is it true that you felt displeased upon witnessing brother Pei Che kneel before Xia Shuechun to apply medicine to her? Pei Yuan remained silent. Pei Feng smiled lazily from his chair, remarking, indeed, my elder brother possesses quite the jealousy. Pei Yuan remained silent again. Pei Feng continued, brother Pei, you should refrain from uttering such candid truths if you lack the cunning. It may lead to your expulsion from the circle. I advise you to keep silent. Lin Shun interjected, puzzled. What? Chapter 91. Xia Shuechun exclaimed, you are all bullying me. Pei Buxian, feeling discontented, shifted his gaze and suddenly realized that Xiao Chu was missing.
Hey?
Where did Xiao Chu go? Xiao Chu had already arrived at the Human Resources Department and knocked on the manager's door. The manager, perplexed, inquired, may I ask what the matter is? With poise, Xiao Chu responded, I wish to work as a temporary cleaner for a few hours. The manager looked bewildered. We do not require additional cleaners, especially temporary ones. I understand, Xiao Chu approached her, but I have a specific task I wish to undertake. The manager, now even more confounded, replied, then I cannot agree to that. Who are you to simply declare your desire to be a cleaner? Xiao Chu produced a pre-prepared envelope filled with cash from her pocket. I am but the eighth sister of Chairman Pei Che. You may call me Miss Pei. She then extracted a photograph, placing it atop the envelope, and pushed it towards the manager. I merely wish to utilize the temporary cleaner's identity. The manager paused, first glancing at the money, 1,000 yuan, and then at the photograph, which featured a family portrait from 7 years prior. In the image, Xiao Chu, clad in a qipao, sat elegantly in the center, flanked by Pei Che on her left and Pei Yuan on her right, with several brothers standing behind them. It was evident that Xiao Chu was indeed the girl in the photograph, her appearance having matured from youthful innocence to sophistication. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chu, having achieved her goal, donned a cleaner's uniform and stood at the staircase with a mop in hand. Lin Qing looked on, as did Lin Shen, Pei Feng, Pei Yuan, and Pei Buxian. Xiao Chu tied her hair back and donned a prepared mask. To comprehend how events transpired, one must immerse oneself in the environment. If Xia Shuechun is indeed being bullied, then the perpetrator must be removed from the vicinity to prevent her from victimizing others. Those who bully employees cannot remain. The romantic entanglement between Xia Shuechun and Pei Che cannot commence. In a video, Lin Qing expressed her skepticism. The plan is quite commendable. But can Xiao Chu truly perform the work? Xiao Chu lifted the mop and began to clean diligently. They were in the employee corridor. With both elevator and staircase options available, she and Xia Shuechun were responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the staircase. A passing cleaner complimented, are you new? You clean very well. Xiao Chu scraped away stubborn grime with her shovel, her smile brightening. I used to do this job often, so I'm quite adept at it. In my previous life, I was somewhat of a jack of all trades, a delivery person, a temporary cleaner, a cashier, a server. I have done it all, effortlessly polishing the floors to a brilliant shine. The participants in the video conference were momentarily taken aback, their moods suddenly dampened, enveloped in collective silence. Xiao Chu, absorbed in her work, soon heard the muffled reprimands from upstairs. Look at the state of these stairs. How do you expect others to descend safely? Here comes the drama. She rushed up the stairs, peering around the corner. It was a confrontation between Xia Xuechuan and the cleaning lady from earlier. A large puddle of water glistened on the marble staircase, droplets cascading down to the ground, even reaching Qiao Chuchu's feet. The cleaning lady, incensed, pointed at the water. Many employees use these stairs to descend quickly. If someone slips due to this mess, what will happen? Xia Xuechuan stood defiantly below the cleaning lady, retorting, "We are all adults. How could anyone slip? Besides, I'm here to remind everyone. I prefer to wet the stairs before mopping them." The cleaning lady, fuming, replied, "Not in our establishment. You must clean each step individually. You have drenched the area with water. If the management sees this, they will say I failed to inform you. I am responsible for the section, do you understand?" Xia Xuechuan scoffed, "You're just bullying me because I'm new." The cleaning lady's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you be so unreasonable? The work is in this state, and as the team leader, I can't say anything." Xia Xuechuan huffed coldly. "Instead of blaming me, why not let me finish my task? Once I'm done, there won't be any mess. Otherwise, if someone does slip later, it will be your fault for wasting time." The cleaning lady's face turned a shade of fury. "I simply warned you that it's dangerous to do this. You responded with defiance, which prompted my remarks." Shaking her head in frustration, she declared, "I won't waste any more breath on you." Turning to ascend the stairs, she suddenly slipped, her body leaning back. Xia Xuechuan was jostled and lost her footing, tumbling from the upper level. Qiao Chu Chu, quick on her feet, caught Xia Xuechuan just in time. Xia Xuechuan screamed, collapsing against her. Qiao Chu Chu, drenched in cold sweat, tightly gripped Xia Xuechuan's arms. "Are you all right?" Xia Xuechuan, her face drained of color, slowly straightened.
I'm fine."
Qiao Chu Chu sighed in relief. "I thought the cleaning lady was picking on you, but it seems it was you causing trouble." However, having avoided Xia Xuechuan's injury, does this mark the end of this little episode? Relaxing, she remarked, "As long as you two are unharmed, I shall take my leave." Xia Xuechuan turned to her. "Wait, Qiao Chu Chu." Her voice suddenly rose in surprise, realizing that her savior was indeed Qiao Chu Chu. Pei Buxian and the others immediately grew vigilant. Qiao Chu Chu, puzzled, turned to the astonished Xia Xuechuan. "What?" Xia Xuechuan scrutinized her from head to toe, a look of revelation dawning upon her. "No wonder that old lady was bullying me. It turns out you are in cahoots with her." "Cleaning lady?" Qiao Chu Chu. "What a wonderful alliance. You make mistakes, and yet you cast the blame upon me?" Xia Xuechuan laughed heartily, her voice imbued with righteousness. "Mistakes on my part? Am I wrong for dragging the water down the stairs? Are you not the ones who are stirring up trouble for no reason?" Xia Xuechuan pouted. "So, you expect me to swallow my pride?" The sister, incensed, struggled to catch her breath. "How can you be so unreasonable? Who told you to simply endure? You were in the wrong, and as the team leader, I am merely offering a reminder. Is that too much to ask? Do you take me for a fool?" Xia Xuechuan retorted defiantly, turning to Qiao Chu Chu. "You are doing this on purpose, ordering the cleaners to bully me. It's not enough that you torment me at your home. Now you must come here to harass me." Chapter 92. Qiao Chu Chu grasped Pei Chei's hand. "Brother, you are hurt." Qiao Chu Chu's fury surged. "If I were to bully you, I would have let you fall. Why would I help you?" Xia Xuechuan persisted. "You're so strong. How can I be sure you aren't trying to throw me down the stairs? Your intentions are clearly malicious." She forcefully pushed Qiao Chu Chu away. Qiao Chu Chu staggered back, her anger flaring as she rolled up her sleeves. "So, you wish to push me? Then I shall pluck out your eyes." She lunged forward, aiming directly at Xia Xuechuan's eyes. Xia Xuechuan covered her eyes, exclaiming, "You dare to poke my eyes? Then I shall pull your hair." Qiao Chu Chu felt her hair being yanked, her fury igniting. "I just had a hair treatment." She lunged at Xia Xuechuan like a hungry tiger. The staircase was filled with screams. The cleaner, in a state of distress, pleaded, "Stop fighting, please. It's the new year. I beg you both to cease." Pei Buxian hurriedly dashed upstairs. "Get my sister out of here." His feet slipped on the water, and he tumbled down the staircase, his phone flying from his grasp. Pei Buxian gasped, "My phone." Qiao Chu Chu sensed something flying towards her from the shadows, instinctively catching it and placing the phone safely against the wall, while continuing to wrestle Xia Xuechuan. Those watching from a distance included Lin Qing, Lin Shen, Pei Fingnom, and Pei Yuan. Pei Buxian, sprawled on the stairs like a large frog, gazed at Qiao Chu Chu with wide eyes. Such a swift maneuver. It's as though my character from the novel has come to life. The manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the staircase, nearly leaping in fright. Oh dear. What on earth has happened? Miss Pei. As the manager descended the stairs, she suddenly slipped, tumbling down step by step. Ah. She came to an abrupt halt at the bottom, her face paling instantly. Which fool has spilled water on the stairs? Pei Che, puzzled, emerged from the office and was met with the ruckus in the stairwell. Chu Chu and Xia Xuechuan were entangled in a fierce struggle, hair-pulling and shouting. Pei Che focused intently. Chu Chu? He dashed down the stairs. The manager and the cleaner were alarmed. Chairman, do not come down. Pei Che lost his footing and was propelled forward. The manager let out a piercing scream. Chairman. Chu Chu looked up, her eyes widening as she saw Pei Che hurtling towards her like a rocket. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him. Pei Che descended from above, firmly embracing Chu Chu. Instinctively shielding the back of her head. Chu Chu was forcefully slammed against the wall by Pei Che, trapped within the confines of his embrace. Her cheeks flushed with intensity, and the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Pei Buxian widened his eyes in astonishment, while the manager and the cleaning lady cowered in the corner, fearful. Xia Xuechuan stumbled to her feet, gazing at the two individuals pressed against the wall. Pei Che cradled Chu Chu's head with one hand while the other hand was firmly placed against the wall, his eyes wide with shock. To her astonishment, his lips unexpectedly met her cheek with considerable force, distorting her features and revealing the intensity of the kiss.
Pei Che stepped back stiffly.
A trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth where he had bitten himself. He licked his lips helplessly, while Chu Chu grimaced and rubbed her face. Unable to restrain her sarcasm. Second brother, your lips are rather hard. I thought you were punching me. She cast a glance at the cleaning staff's uniform, feeling somewhat vexed. After all, it was to blend into Xia Xuechuan's work environment, to investigate the circumstances, and to help you avoid the plot of falling in love with Xia Xuechuan, while also discerning whether the harsh team leader was maliciously bullying colleagues. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Pei Che was momentarily taken aback. Was her behavior a result of his storyline? Xia Xuechuan, fuming, interjected, Chu Chu, I warn you, don't play the victim just because your brother is here. Let me make it clear, this is your fault, and you're trying to bully me. You want to use your influence. Chu Chu glared at Xia Xuechuan, feeling both angered and wronged. Am I the one abusing my power? I was merely trying to integrate into her life. To observe the situation regarding the bullying of Xia Xuechuan. If the perpetrator is truly immoral, I certainly wouldn't let my brother be involved. Yet, the cleaning lady is not a villain, and Xia Xuechuan has the audacity to slander me. Very well. Chu Chu sat cross-legged on the floor. You say I'm abusing my power? Then allow me to demonstrate. She boldly wrapped her arm around Pei Che.
Pei Che?
Pei Buxian. The onlookers in the video. Chu Chu defiantly raised her chin. Second brother, fire Xia Xuechuan and her mother. Xia Xuechuan's expression shifted. What does my mother have to do with this? Chu Chu countered. Your mother doesn't come to work, but sends you instead. Your lack of professionalism has caused injury to so many people. There is a connection. She clung to Pei Che's arm. Brother, fire her. Pei Che stared blankly at her, grasping his arm, his expression filled with bewilderment. Chu Chu pouted, urging, hurry up. Xia Xuechuan was taken aback. Chairman, are you really going to indulge your sister like this? Pei Che shot her a fierce glance. You've caused every person here to slip. I haven't even pursued accountability yet. He shot a meaningful look at the manager. The manager immediately understood. All right, Xia Xuechuan, you and your mother needn't come back. Have your mother find another job. Xia Xuechuan felt as though struck by lightning. You can fire me, but you cannot dismiss my mother. She loves this job. You're being too cruel. She cast a dissatisfied look at Chu Chu. Xia Xuechuan's face darkened. I will not apologize to you. Chu Chu, undeterred, retorted. Suit yourself. Summer Snowpierce's mother, much like her daughter, is aware of her daughter's romantic pursuits and even supports her in chasing love. She conspires to ostracize Lin Qing, intentionally causing her to stumble and lose a front tooth, revealing her less than virtuous nature. In the video, Lin Qing exclaims in disbelief. Did Summer Snowpierce's mother really cause me to lose a tooth? How infuriating. Chu Chu rises from the ground, while Pei Che also stands, wincing in pain as he twists his wrist. Are you injured? Chu Chu queries, surprised.
Pei Che, momentarily taken aback,
Reveals a swirl of inscrutable emotions in his deep-set eyes and nods. Chu Chu, concerned, assists him carefully, urging caution. Pei Buxian, still sprawled on the stairs, suddenly comes to his senses and grabs his phone, rushing after them. Pei Che and Qiao Chu Chu enter the office. Qiao Chu Chu steps in first, and as Pei Che closes the door, he inadvertently collides with the oncoming Pei Buxian. Wait! Pei Buxian raises a hand, but Pei Che, with a darkened expression, decisively shuts the door with a click, locking it. Turning to Qiao Chu Chu, his deep eyes resemble a tumultuous sea under a moonlit night. Shall we begin? In Chapter 93, the air is thick with unspoken words. You were once my dearest second brother, and I know you are aware of this too. Qiao Chu Chu and Pei Che sit facing each other. She examines his wrist closely, gently assessing the bone. Fortunately, it's not dislocated. It appears to be merely sprained. She concludes. Pei Che winces at the sharp pain radiating from his wrist, slightly furrowing his brow. You seem knowledgeable about this, he remarks, without lifting her gaze. Qiao Chu Chu replies, Indeed, I have studied it. Last life, I ventured into various careers to earn a bit more money, hoping to accumulate enough for a tablet and computer to pursue my art. Unfortunately, just as I saved up 100,000, I met my untimely end and was transported to this world, where even my savings were consumed by the system. She reflects.
PCS Brow Titans.
It seems her previous existence was fraught with hardship. Qiao Chu Chu looks at him earnestly. Do you have any ointment for bruises? I can help you apply it.
PK.
With a penetrating gaze, replies, It's in the first drawer. Qiao Chu Chu approaches and rummages through the drawer, discovering a used bottle of bruise ointment alongside a framed photograph. It captures her in a joyful embrace with Pei Che, her radiant smile illuminating the moment as she holds a bag and leans against him, who is relaxed and subtly smiling at the camera. This fleeting glance floods Qiao Chu Chu with warmth from their shared past. She gazes up, only to meet Pei Che's icy stare. Haven't you found it yet? He inquires. Embarrassed, she picks up the bruise ointment. I found it. Pei Che stands coldly by her side, shutting the drawer with an air of finality. He lazily takes a seat across from her, extending his hand. Pei Che's hands are strikingly beautiful. While the Pei brothers possess long fingers, his are the most aesthetically pleasing, not only in form but also in hue. Qiao Chu Chu cannot help but marvel. Upon seeing Pei Che's hands, I suddenly understand the allure of beautiful hands. I truly wish to hold them and play with them. Pei Che's eyes dim slightly as he shifts into a comfortable position, observing her tenderly cradling his hand. Qiao Chu Chu was earnestly massaging his wrist. It hurt, yet felt comforting. He leaned back on the sofa, squinting, his slender fingers curling slightly, brushing against Qiao Chu Chu's fingertips. Her hands were also quite exquisite, delicate and elongated, not exactly petite, yet in his presence, they seemed to envelop his with ease. Her fair fingers kneaded his wrist repeatedly. The more he watched, the more restless he became. His throat involuntarily rolled as his gaze deepened upon her face. Does it hurt? Qiao Chu Chu gently inquired as she kneaded his sore spot. Pei Che bit his lips slightly, tasting the faint sweetness at the corner of his mouth. His breath began to falter. Does your face still hurt? Qiao Chu Chu paused, about to lift her gaze when Pei Che suddenly cupped her cheeks. He leaned closer, softly brushing the reddened area on her face. Does it hurt here? Qiao Chu Chu shrugged uncomfortably. Pei Che's breath brushed against her skin. She awkwardly turned away. It doesn't hurt. It's nothing. Pei Che licked his lip, his voice resonating deeply in her ear. I didn't mean to kiss you. Qiao Chu Chu recoiled slightly, avoiding his breath. I know. It's nothing. I don't mind. Besides, it was just a kiss on the cheek, not the lips. You merely bumped into me. Qiao Chu Chu felt somewhat flustered. Initially, there was a considerable distance between them. But now, their eyes locked, and with a slight lean from Pei Che, their lips could meet. His gaze was like an unfathomable sea, capable of ensnaring one within its depths. Under his intense stare, she felt an overwhelming pressure and hastily sought to change the subject. Why are you wearing a white coat? Pei Che replied nonchalantly, though I can't perform surgery, I can certainly handle outpatient consultations. Coincidentally, I have clinic hours this morning. She nodded with a hint of curiosity. I think this is the first time I've seen you in that outfit. It suits you well. Pei Che glanced down at himself. You like me in this attire? Qiao Chu Chu shook her head. No. It's just that seeing you in your work attire on your own turf brings a different vibe. There's a certain confidence in being in your rightful field. Pei Che raised an eyebrow, puzzled. As Qiao Chu Chu continued, she suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his wrist over. There were scars of varying depths crisscrossing his forearm. She furrowed her brows in concern, rubbing her fingers over the scars. Brother. Pei Che raised an eyebrow, with both hands resting on his injury. Her tone betrayed her sorrow. Brother, please don't do this again. I can keep my distance and I won't bully you anymore, but please stop hurting yourself, alright? Pei Che frowned, keenly sensing a point of contention. You want to keep your distance from me? Chu Chu nodded earnestly, yes. Don't you dislike me being clingy? I won't cling to you anymore, nor will I hurt you that way again. She grasped his hand tightly, her tone particularly sincere. I'm genuinely scared that one day you might die. Really? Pei Che was taken aback. Chu Chu lowered her head, guilt-ridden. If one day Pei Che were to take his own life, and I could no longer see him, I would be the sinner. A shadow loomed over Chu Chu, startling her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Pei Che's warm lips pressed gently against her forehead. Chu Chu recoiled slightly, akin to a startled kitten, her eyes widening in astonishment. Pei Che, with his eyes closed, bestowed a profound kiss upon her brow, embodying the devotion of a fervent worshipper. His posture radiating an indescribable emotion. Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at Pei Che. From his elevated stance, Pei Che looked down at her with a serious expression, stating, In the past, whenever you made requests of me, I unconditionally obliged. There's no need for you to deliberately distance yourself from me. Dazed. Chu Chu recalled the photograph tucked away in Pei Che's drawer, an image captured when she had stealthily startled him from behind. Boo. Pei Che had jumped in surprise, playfully pinching her nose and pulling her into his embrace. The sudden jolt had caused her to tumble from the sofa into his lap, prompting her to plead, Second brother. I was wrong. Pei Che relinquished his hold, allowing her to sit beside him, where she grinned at him with feigned innocence. Brother. I recently spotted a beautiful bag. Pei Che raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her. Why not ask eldest brother for assistance? Chu Chu chuckled. Because I know you have connections, second brother. You can definitely get it for me. She clung to his arm, imploring, Please help me acquire it. Everyone at school is watching me, mocking me behind my back, saying that even though I am the 8th miss, I can't buy that bag. Pei Che arched an eyebrow. So, your desire for that bag is born of vanity? Chu Chu candidly admitted, Yes. I am indeed vain. If you manage to get that bag for me, I can't even begin to imagine how cheerful I would be. Thus, a day later, she discovered the limited edition bag nestled within a box on the coffee table. Pei Che sat on the sofa, watching her with a smile. She exclaimed, like a kettle boiling over, Ah, you truly managed to get it for me. Pei Che replied nonchalantly, As soon as you mentioned it yesterday. I inquired and secured 5 million worth of stock, which was delivered from abroad this morning. The items are already in your room. You may gift them to whomever you wish. Chu Chu, overwhelmed with gratitude, cradled the bag in her arms. Second brother. She felt tears welling up, touched by his kindness. Pei Che raised an eyebrow, smirking. So, will you not express your appreciation? She leaped to his side, planting a kiss on his cheek before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Thank you, second brother. Pei Che, taken aback, touched his cheek, bemused as he embraced her. Are you truly this delighted? Yes, she replied, sitting beside him. My friends usually don't like me. They're always comparing themselves to me. Because of this bag, they've been subtly mocking me for days. I want them to know that I, Chu Chu, can indeed obtain it. Yet, a hint of guilt crept in as she confessed, Brother, is it wrong to be this vain? Pei Che, maintaining his calm demeanor, reassured her. It is entirely normal to desire vanity, as long as it does not lead to unlawful actions. I will indulge your wishes. She pouted. But what if you cannot fulfill my request? Pei Che chuckled lightly. If I cannot meet your desires, it reflects my inadequacy, not yours. Her heart melted, and she snuggled closer, playfully declaring, Then I shall post on social media later, proclaiming my love for the best second brother in the world. Pei Che raised an eyebrow with playful curiosity and inquired, Is it visible to everyone? It wouldn't be hidden from your other brothers, would it? She frowned. Of course. It's visible to everyone. We still need to take a photo together. Pei Che, satisfied, smirked. That's good. After all, I do possess a sense of vanity when it comes to presenting gifts to you, my dear second brother. She laughed and draped an arm over his shoulder. All right. I shall flaunt this to all my friends. I will showcase my best second brother. Chapter 94. Where did the ring come from? Having committed so many transgressions, how could I expect you to unconditionally comply with all my demands? Bake? Chu Chu lowered her gaze, absent-mindedly picking at her fingers. completely oblivious to Pei Chei's piercing stare. Pei Chei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Chu Qiao, have you ever considered moving abroad? Have you thought about experiencing life in a different environment? Chu Qiao was taken aback. Huh? No, I haven't. How does he know I've contemplated going abroad? Indeed, Pei Chei has always been astute and perceptive. My every thought seems to escape not his keen observation. Chu Qiao, bewildered, responded, Huh? Chu Qiao, why do you say that? Pei Chei cast a cold glance at her. She sat upright on the sofa, slightly defiant. Your words make me feel quite uncomfortable. Given our current relationship, it feels as if I am not a person but rather a domesticated bird. Pei Chei raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her, his hand resting on the back of the sofa. As he inched toward her, Chu Qiao found herself gradually meeting his gaze. Pei Chei's eyes were devoid of emotion, a calm surface masking a depth of unknown terror and darkness. Chu Qiao anxiously gripped the edge of the sofa. I believe we are in a certain relationship. What kind of relationship? Pei Chei's expression remained impassive. Chu Qiao bit her lip, her back pressed firmly against the sofa. Pei Chei leaned in closer, his tone chilling. I ask you, what is our current relationship? She felt breathless, murmuring, brother, sibling relationship. And who raised you? Pei Chei continued his inquiry. Chu Qiao pursed her lips. You all. Pei Chei smirked coldly. Who are we to you? She clutched her clothing, brother. Pei Chei, satisfied, let his gaze linger on her tear-brimmed eyes. His tone gentle yet firm. Didn't your brother mention before that he dislikes when you speak of leaving? You may say whatever you wish before the other brothers, but please exercise restraint in front of your second brother. Chu Qiao nodded despondently. Wait, I never actually said I wanted to go abroad. He merely guessed. How can he be so certain that I wish to travel abroad?
Qiao Chu stared at Pei Chei, bewildered.
Pei Chei picked up his phone. You've worked hard today. I will transfer you 100,000. Go buy something for yourself. She paused, casting aside her confusion. No, brother, that's unnecessary. Pei Chei's expression turned icy. Take it. Chu Qiao. All right, I will take it. She obediently accepted the transfer, rising to leave, but Pei Chei pulled her back. Wait. Chu Qiao was taken aback. Pei Chei retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket, revealing an exquisite square pink diamond ring within. He adorned her middle finger with it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I was not mistaken. It truly compliments you. Chu Qiao, taken aback, exclaimed, It's so beautiful. It must be quite expensive, right? Pei Chei shrugged nonchalantly. Over 100 million. While out with friends, I noticed his girlfriend yearned for this, and upon seeing it, I thought it suited you perfectly. So, I purchased it. Chu Qiao, bewildered, questioned, You bought it because someone else's girlfriend wanted it? She stepped closer, wearing the ring, and asked incredulously, Don't you think that's costly? Pei Chei opened a document, dismissing her query. Not at all. Chu Qiao was taken aback. 100 million isn't expensive? Pei Chei, momentarily stunned by her thoughts, looked at her. You may leave now, shortly. I shall have someone bring half of your elder brother's chicken soup for you. Chu Qiao stood frozen. But I haven't bought you all New Year gifts yet. I cannot afford something so lavish. Unless I dip into the 35 billion they allocated to me. Pei Chei paused, his tone indifferent. If you wish to buy gifts, use the money you earn from drawing comics. I am not concerned about the amount. She was astonished, left speechless, and departed in a daze. Yet, he called after her, Chu Chu. Behind the desk, Pei Chei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, gently pushing the frame. You must heed my words. His tone was soft, almost seductive. As long as you remain obedient at home, refrain from causing mischief, and do not leave me, I shall procure anything you desire. Upon exiting, she collided with a fuming Pei Buxian. Clutching his laptop, his disheveled hair and the fierce gaze beneath his unruly bangs fixated on her. What were you two up to? Chu Qiao, startled, had no chance to respond before Pei Buxian grasped her hand. He gifted you a ring? Chu Qiao did not deny it. Yes. Pei Buxian tightened his grip. When I saw that ring, I specifically asked him if it was for you. He denied it, claiming it was purchased for someone else. Yet it ended up with you. What cunning. He even deceived me. Chu Qiao replied, Then why are you so angry? Concerned, she added. You're not going to argue with him, are you? Pei Buxian brushed past her, fuming. Do I seem like someone who intends to argue? He stormed into Pei Chei's office, slamming the door behind him, and bellowed, Pei Chei, you are too scheming. Chu Qiao thought to herself that perhaps she should buy gifts for them after all. Pei Yuan, in a hospital room receiving in 4, glanced at her lazily, his gaze suddenly fixating on her middle finger. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, muting the microphone. Where did that ring come from? Chu Chu pondered. Why does everyone notice I'm wearing a ring? Chapter 95. We have changed, yet we remain silent. Perhaps we simply wish to muddle through life. Chu Chu replied. It was a gift from my second brother. He said it suited me. Pei Yuan's expression darkened. Did he mention how much it cost? She scratched her head. Over 100 million. I'm not sure of the exact amount. Pei Yuan's face instantly fell. During the video conference, someone called out to him. President Pei? President Pei? Pei Yuan, with a somber expression, observed the multitude in the conference room waiting for him to speak. He took a deep breath and addressed Chu Chu. Please come by again this evening. I have a caregiver's bed in my room, and you may stay here. Chu Chu, taken aback, thought she had misheard. You want me to accompany you? Pei Yuan's eyes darkened slightly as he weakly coughed. You used to stay by my side when I was unwell. Do you no longer wish to do so this time? A sudden pang of guilt washed over Chu Chu. Stop saying that. I will accompany you. She turned to leave. You start the meeting first. I will come in after it concludes. Pei Yuan's gaze lingered intensely on her retreating figure as he unmuted himself, his tone now icy. Continue. With the other hand, he picked up his phone and messaged Pei Che. I noticed you made several calls that day asking someone to bring back this ring from abroad, thinking you intended to give it to someone special, but it turns out it was for Chu Chu. Oh, really? Pei Yuan scoffed. Then please inform Pei Buxian that he can toss it about as he pleases. I shall reimburse him. Pei Che replied. When did you become so possessive, brother? Pei Yuan shot back. When did our second brother start hiding things from me? We have never concealed our gifts to Chu Chu from anyone.
Pei retorted.
I did not conceal anything. I presented it openly and you all witnessed it, did you not? Pei Yuan. In the corridor, Chu Chu finished her call with the driver and scratched her head, hoping she wasn't being overly sensitive. Suddenly, old lady Zhang appeared seemingly out of nowhere and approached her. Chu Chu, don't you feel embarrassed pretending your brother is your husband? Chu Chu was taken aback. What are you doing here? Old lady Zhang pointed sarcastically to the opposite end of the corridor. My hospital room is just over there. Upon seeing the room, Chu Chu wasn't surprised. Her apartment was in a mid to high-end complex, and old lady Zhang lived above her, clearly affluent. However, the Zhang family was notorious for their moral failings. Her eldest son, a tycoon, had numerous mistresses, some even bold enough to confront his wife while visibly pregnant. The wife, infuriated, had publicly declared her intention to divorce amidst a heated argument, pulling her son's hair in a fit of rage. Old lady Zhang defended her son, claiming wealth afforded him the freedom to indulge. Chu Chu harbored no fondness for the entire Zhang family, her demeanor reflecting her disdain. If you're done speaking, you may leave now. Yet, the old woman refused to depart. Snorting coldly, pretending your brother is your husband in front of me. Do you think your mother is aware of your shamelessness? Chu Chu's face darkened. Dare you speak of my mother again? The old lady appraised her mockingly. I did not mention your mother. I said you lack dignity, that you are ungrateful. Shouting at your elder like this. Chu Chu opened her mouth to retort, but before she could utter a word, Pei Yuan, who had emerged from the hospital room unbeknownst to her, suddenly grasped her hand. She looked at him, confused. What are you doing? Pei Yuan, unperturbed, addressed old lady Zhang. I recognize you. You are the mother of Zhang from Feiyang Group, are you not? Madame Zhang, with a hint of pride, curled her lips into a satisfied smile and remarked, your eyes are quite sharp. Indeed, General Zhang of Feiyang Group is my eldest son. Chu Chu, puzzled, responded, what? Is her son a business partner of our family? Pei Yuan chuckled as he grasped her hand, saying, no, he is unworthy. Chu Chu inquired. The old lady questioned. Pei Yuan turned his gaze towards Madame Zhang and continued, your son recently spoke at length before me about his new plan for an entire hour, hoping I would finance him. I have conducted my research. His company is not performing well, struggling with cash flow, and urgently requires funds. Madame Zhang's lips twitched, and she rolled her eyes in disbelief, retorting, you must be joking. How could my son seek assistance from someone as young as you? My surname is Pei. Pei Yuan replied, his smile turning frosty, a subtle aura of authority emanating from him. In the elite circles of Lancheng, only my brothers and I bear the surname Pei. If you have not heard of me, perhaps you should reconsider your standing. Madame Zhang paused, gradually knitting her brows in apprehension. Yet she remained unaware of who the Pei family was. She still felt there was an element of exaggeration in his words. Pei Yuan, undeterred, commented, your son is indeed talented. He went strength to the point of gastric bleeding just to meet me and seek my investment. Even gifting me a piece of rare jade from an old mine. What a pity. Madame Zhang, taken aback, queried, "What do you mean?" Her expression shifted, a flicker of fear crossing her face. "What are you planning to do?" Pei Yuan smirked and directly dialed a number. "General Zhang, this is Pei Yuan. The proposal you discussed with me is unacceptable." The other party seemed to urgently inquire further. Pei Yuan replied coolly, "Your mother insulted my sister, claiming she was born but not raised, and treated her as an inferior." He narrowed his eyes, adding, "In all of Lancheng, few families can claim to be our Pei family's elders. It appears yours is a prestigious lineage I have yet to encounter, hence you do not require our support. I shall share this delightful news with all my partners, eagerly anticipating the day your Zhang family stands above ours." Without waiting for a response, he decisively hung up the phone and flashed a slight smile at Madame Zhang. Suddenly, her phone rang. Confused, she answered, only to be met with a furious shout that echoed through the area. "Have you lost your mind? You dare offend the Pei family? You have wasted all my efforts. Are you trying to drive me to despair? I had to nearly drink myself to death just to meet him, and you ruined everything." Ruined? Madame Zhang's face turned pale, trembling as she looked at Pei Yuan. Chu Qiao obediently followed him, her hands clasped over her heart, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Big brother is so cool. Chapter 96. In my eyes, my big brother is an exceptionally pure person. Trailing behind Pei Yuan, Chu Qiao was utterly captivated, her eyes gleaming with stars. When big brother gets fierce, he is truly magnificent. So handsome that I cannot look away. I should draw inspiration from him and create a painting, making him the male lead. She smiled brightly at him, clearly impressed. The allure of the male mother. One must embrace the male mother. Ha ha ha. Pei Yuan, is he really a male mother? Chu Qiao lowered her eyes, discreetly contemplating. A male mother ought to be portrayed as a gentleman in the eyes of outsiders. Yet at his core, he is a passionate and slightly unhinged individual. He loves the female lead without openly expressing it, cooks for her, dries her hair, and attempts to win her heart through culinary skills, a cunningly affectionate man. To the female lead, he appears as an exceptionally gentle soul. This contrast adds an intriguing layer. Chu Qiao pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. Unfortunately, my brother is quite different. Although he is decisive and resolute in his work, he is genuinely tender and embodies the essence of a male mother, lacking any guile in front of family. Taken aback, Chu Qiao glanced at the ring. I do harbor such concerns. Pei Yuan smiled gently and said, "Then hand the ring over to me. I shall keep it safe for you." In the safe. Pei Yuan accepted it with a smile. "It shall never see the light of day again." Chu Qiao responded, "Am I to never wear it for a lifetime?" Pei Yuan maintained his serene smile. "I'll have someone procure a pink diamond for you." Chu Qiao. "But if I wear my second brother's ring and the one you gifted me, is there really any distinction?" Pei Yuan opened his notebook. "Certainly. There is a difference. Your second brother earns his keep through hard work. We should cherish the gifts he has given you." Chu Qiao. "That makes some sense." Sitting on the edge of the bed, she smiled at Pei Yuan's aunt. "Eldest brother is so kind to second brother. Whatever second brother gifted me, eldest brother always insisted on preserving it." Pei Yuan, with a gentle smile, turned the notebook towards her. "What do you think of this ring?" A stunning photograph of a pink diamond ring appeared before her eyes. It was larger and more brilliant than the one Pei Che had given her. Though she was not particularly fond of jewelry, she found this one delightful. "This one is lovely too." Pei Yuan nodded knowingly. "Yes, then this shall be the one." Chu Qiao grew cautious. "But this is evidently more precious than the one second brother gifted me. It appears more valuable and should rightly be kept in the safe." Pei Yuan picked up his phone and messaged his secretary. "No, that is merely your misconception." Chu Qiao. "Huh?" Suddenly, she recalled. "Is there still a chance for old lady Zhang's son to collaborate with you?" Pei Yuan, without lifting his gaze. "No." Chu Qiao scratched her head. "If his proposal is decent, it would be wise to consider it. Don't let it hinder your earnings." Pei Yuan cast a nonchalant glance at her. "His proposal is merely acceptable, not particularly outstanding. I have several excellent proposals on hand. Initially, I considered helping him because he seemed willing to risk everything just to meet me, but upon reflection, I think not. His family is simply unworthy." As his words concluded, Chu Qiao received a transfer from Pei Yuan. She said nothing more and turned to leave. "Just in time, I shall go purchase New Year gifts for each of them." Pei Yuan paused his typing, gazing at Chu Qiao's retreating figure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Qing parked the car in the open lot and happened to spot Chu Chu exiting the hospital. She waved, Chu Chu. Chu Chu did not hear but noticed Xia Xuechuan conversing with a small child, a little boy who was crying in front of her. Xia Xuechuan crouched before him, offering a gentle smile to soothe his distress. Everything will be all right. Your sister will find your mother soon, okay? Lin Qing, following Chu Chu's gaze, also spotted Xia Xuechuan and rolled her eyes with a hint of annoyance as she approached Chu Chu. Why does it feel like the storyline involving Xia Xuechuan and this boy seems increasingly familiar? Oh right, it's one of the plot lines. This boy is Lin Qing's father's illegitimate son. Lin Qing. Chapter 97. The villain's mindset. Lin Qing and Chu Chu observed Xia Xuechuan and the little boy. Xia Xuechuan gently took the boy's hand, leading him to the front desk. Before long, an elegantly dressed woman in high heels rushed over, scooping up the crying boy and repeatedly thanking Xia Xuechuan. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Xia Xuechuan smiled warmly. It's nothing. The little one was just frightened. Remember to take him for ice cream. He mentioned wanting some earlier. The woman extended an invitation. Shall we go for ice cream together? Xia Xuechuan's eyes widened with surprise. Is that all right? The woman smiled. Yes. I'll treat you to Haagen-Dazs if you'd like. Chu Chu lurked in the shadows, her expression dark and foreboding. This child is Lin Qing's father's late-life offspring. Lin Qing's mother has passed away, and it is understandable for her father, now single, to seek a new partner. However, I believe he should not have another child. Lin Qing is already in her 20s, while this child is merely 5. Lin Qing now has a half-brother of the same age, and this brother even has inheritance rights. Doesn't that seem absurd? From Lin Qing's perspective, her father suddenly has a girlfriend of a similar age, along with an illegitimate son vying for family assets. The most disturbing aspect is that this subplot remains subtle. Lin Qing and Lin Shen only discover the existence of this brother later on, and by that time, Lin Qing's father has already brought this mother and child into their home. Before Lin Qing and Lin Shen become aware, Xia Xuechuan has already formed a close relationship with Lin Qing's father's girlfriend, even supporting their romance, claiming it to be true love. Together with Ji Yanchuan, she conceals the secret of Lin Qing's father's illegitimate child. Upon learning of her father's illegitimate son, Lin Qing erupts in fury and demands the pair leave. But by then, Xia Xuechuan has become Ji Yanchuan's legitimate girlfriend and fiercely protects the mother and child, wanting to safeguard their true love. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this mother and child should fare well. Although the Lin family faces bankruptcy later, their connection with Xia Xuechuan ensures their protection. A cold laugh escaped her lips. So, Xia Xuechuan and that woman were entangled at this juncture. Lin Qing stood behind Chu Chu, her curiosity piqued as she fixed her gaze on her. Chu Chu continued to watch Xia Xuechuan and the woman's retreating figures, her eyes glinting with malice. The old man, unable to cease his sewing, will always attract those eager to ascend quickly. These two need not concern me, but Lin Qing must be made aware. She clenched her fists tightly, exclaiming, I will tell Lin Qing right away. A feminine voice echoed from behind her. Tell me what? Chu Chu was taken aback, her eyes widening as she turned around. Sister Lin Qing? Lin Qing lazily smiled at her. Are you trying to tell me that my father has an illegitimate child? Chu Chu was caught off guard. When did you find out? Lin Qing smiled faintly, her expression inscrutable. Just now. Chu Chu exclaimed. Just now. But that doesn't align with the plot. Lin Qing beamed brightly, pulling her towards the parking lot. The woman had entered a Maybach with Xia Xuechuan. Lin Qing pointed at the car. That vehicle belongs to my father. The moment I saw this woman get out of the car, I understood everything. Chu Chu sighed in relief. Oh, so you discovered it beforehand. I thought I had leaked something earlier. Lin Qing lowered her gaze, smiling. Of course. It was she who had revealed it. She ought to be thankful to him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to manage when that little brat arrived at her home. Lin Qing mysteriously winked at her. Chu Chu, do you want to follow them and see what they discuss? Chu Chu instantly became intrigued. Absolutely. Lin Qing deftly wrapped her arm around Chu Chu's shoulder. Let us go. Chapter 98. Lin Qing. Chu Chu, you are as delightful as a puppy. Chu Chu and Lin Qing trailed behind the three individuals to a Haagen-Dazs store. Through the conversation between Xia Xuechuan and the woman, they gleaned that the woman genuinely adored Lin Qing's father, who was in his 50s and was willingly having a child with him. The woman held her son, beaming with happiness. Honestly, age and wealth do not matter to me. Although he gifted me a villa and a Maybach, I still believe our love is devoid of material considerations. Lin Qing poked at her ice cream, scoffing. My father has a beer belly, athlete's foot, a receding hairline, and age spots on his face. Without money, would she truly fall for him? Chu Chu shrugged. I cannot ascertain the truth. But I know that after the Lin family went bankrupt, this woman has been living happily with her child. Lin Qing ground her molars. After a while, the woman exchanged contact information with Xia Xuechuan. Xuechuan, rest assured, I will help your mother find a new job. If not, she can come work as a cleaner at my place. Xia Xuechuan expressed her gratitude, taking the business card with both hands. This is wonderful. I can finally account for my mother. Chu Chu pouted. The original plot wasn't like this. It seems that my intervention has altered the storyline, allowing Xia Xuechuan's mother to work for this woman, thereby strengthening their bond. Lin Qing, indifferent, continued to consume her ice cream, observing the scene. Once Xia Xuechuan and the woman parted ways, Lin Qing and Chu Chu pursued them further. The car followed the woman to a residential area. The woman, holding her son, got out of the vehicle just as a rotund man emerged from the villa. Chu Chu, seated in the passenger seat, straightened up instantly upon seeing the man. This portly figure was none other than Lin Qing's father. Mr. Lin approached the woman, wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her, then crouched down to lift the boy, spinning him around in the air. Whose precious son is this? The little boy laughed joyfully in the air. I am Daddy's precious son. The woman stood nearby, her face radiating happiness. The three of them basked in the sunlight, their appearances and qualities overlooked, instead enveloped in a cocoon of genuine joy, reminiscent of a rather unattractive yet heartwarming painting. Imperfect, yet brimming with warmth. Chu Chu turned her head away in disgust. It's truly an eyesore, like a family spanning 3 generations. That old stallion is simply revolting. Lin Qing paused, then chuckled. Huh? He has never treated me and my brother like that. Chu Chu was taken aback. Grasping Lin Qing's hand, a father like him isn't worth your sorrow. Lin Qing's smile faltered, her gaze shifting to her. Chu Chu, uncertain of how to comfort her, added, I understand you might think I don't comprehend, but I must say, the affections of a man like him hold little value. I find them repugnant, even if they were offered for free. I truly find it revolting. Had this been ancient times, I might have callously dispatched him and his illegitimate child. The woman is inconsequential, but the child must be removed to prevent any claim to my inheritance. And the old man must be cut off at the roots. Lin Qing, astonished, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Chu Chu, confused, asked, Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Lin Qing shook her head. It's nothing. I just think you're very fortunate in your family. You have 7 brothers who love you dearly. If it were anyone else, they would have married long ago, and you would have 7 sisters-in-law by now. At that point, they would prioritize their girlfriends, their families, their children, and wives, leaving you overlooked and feeling superfluous. Chu Chu contemplated this for a moment. Feeling a weight in her chest, it is indeed difficult, but I can accept it. I can't expect my brother to remain single for life. Lin Qing chuckled. You need not accept it. Your brothers will not marry. They love you, only you. If they were capable of loving others, they would have left long ago, not waiting for you all these years. Chu Chu raised an eyebrow, wanting to inquire further. But Lin Qing swiftly changed the topic. My brother and I didn't have a happy childhood. Our parents came from affluent families and formed a powerful union. My mother adored my father, but he did not reciprocate her love and secretly kept a white moonlight on the side, which led to constant quarrels. Chu Chu was instantly drawn into the new subject. Then why didn't your father marry the white moonlight directly? Isn't that a waste of your mother's time? Lin Qing replied lightly. The white moonlight came from a family slightly less affluent than ours. They were wealthy, but not quite wealthy enough to meet the standards of being my father's wife. Chu Chu inquired. So where's the white moonlight now? Chu Chu added. Did she die in a skydiving accident on her 10th jump? Lin Qing smiled wryly. Quite unfortunate. Isn't it? Chu Chu felt a sense of unease but couldn't articulate it. She scratched her head. So, this one also enjoys skydiving? No, Lin Qing replied, scrolling through documents sent by her subordinates. This one is a singer. Chu Chu blurted out. Then it seems she wouldn't have been able to suffer an accident while skydiving. Lin Qing paused her scrolling, laughing in surprise. Your 3rd brother always tells me you're a sheltered little baby, but I see you understand quite well. Chu Chu remained silent. Oh dear. How did I inadvertently voice the absolute truth? Lin Qing laughed exuberantly, her laughter like a blooming flower, as she wrapped her arm around her shoulder and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Chu Chu was taken aback. Lin Qing retrieved a piece of white chocolate from her bag and tossed it into her own mouth, subsequently shoving another piece into Chu Chu's mouth. Initially reluctant, Chu Chu found herself at the mercy of Lin Qing's forceful demeanor as she pried open her lips and compelled her to consume the chocolate. With the sweet morsel now in her mouth, Chu Chu glanced at Lin Qing, who wore a knowing smile. Leaning languidly against the car seat, Lin Qing supported her head with one hand, her gaze fixed on Chu Chu with a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Unlike the delicate allure of a bright red rose, Lin Qing exuded a more chilling elegance. Her eyes were strikingly shaped like phoenixes, complemented by sharply defined brows, her fair skin almost luminous, and the contours of her face followed a downward slope. Thus, in the absence of a smile, she emanated an enigmatic aura akin to the misty coldness of early spring mornings, shrouded in a beauty that was both ambiguous and captivating. Chu Chu found herself lost in thought. A partner is a sensation, not merely a gender. I see Lin Qing as quite the partner. She is undoubtedly the CR de la CR of our circle. Lin Qing chuckled softly. Chu Chu, you possess a wonderful nature. In our community, your personality is particularly endearing. Chu Chu, taken aback, responded, really? Lin Qing gently pinched her cheek. You possess a magical quality that inspires a desire in others to protect and rely on you. Those around you instinctively become your guardians, developing sharp thorns to shield you. Chu Chu contemplated this. Chapter 99. What to do if Lin Qing is kidnapped. Chu Chu glanced at the villa. So, do you intend to inform Lin Qing about this matter? I am different, she said, pulling a cigarette from her pocket. I take after my father, ruthless and unyielding. Lin Qing lit the cigarette, enveloping herself in a cloud of smoke, falling silent. Her eyes, tinged with resentment and worry, were fixed on the villa, lost in thought. Once she had finished her cigarette, Lin Qing suddenly asked, Do you have Weisheng Huailing as WeChat? Chu Chu nodded. Lin Qing picked up her phone.
Send it to me.
Without hesitation, Chu Chu forwarded Weisheng Huailing's contact information to Lin Qing and added a note. Lin Qing wants to add you. I've sent you a WeChat, please accept it. For the next while, Lin Qing, cigarette in mouth, engaged in conversation with Weisheng Huailing. The content of their exchange remained a mystery, but shortly after, Lin Qing extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, started the engine and drove away. Chu Chu, perplexed, asked, What's going on? Leaving already? With a hint of a smile, Lin Qing replied, I'm taking you shopping to lift your spirits. She added, Can you keep this a secret for me? My brother must not know about today. Chu Chu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'm exceptionally discreet. Superbly discreet. Lin Qing smiled, ruffling her hair. All right, I understand. You're very tight-lipped. As the two departed from the villa area and ventured onto a more secluded road, several jeeps suddenly approached, surrounding their vehicle. As the color drained from Chu Chu's face, she exclaimed, Oh no, are they here for us? Lin Qing swiftly turned the vehicle around, intent on fleeing. However, their car was swiftly encircled from behind. Several robust men clad in black, donning sunglasses, descended from their vehicle with alarming speed. Chu Chu reached for her phone to call for help, only to witness the window beside her being shattered by a glass hammer. The sound of breaking glass was accompanied by the brute force of a man's hand. In an instant, her phone was snatched away, and a gun was pressed against her temple, commanding, Get out of the car. Chu Chu gasped, a gun. She turned to Lin Qing, who faced a similar predicament, with a weapon aimed at her temple as well. Lin Qing's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. Clearly terrified, she nonetheless managed to maintain her composure. Gently patting Chu Chu's hand, Don't be afraid, Chu Chu. I'm here. Everything will be all right. Comforted, Chu Chu nodded, striving to remain calm. Lin Qing forced a smile and opened the door to exit the vehicle. Steeling herself, Chu Chu raised her hands and stepped out. They were escorted to the front of the car, where a man tightened his grip around Chu Chu's neck, gun still trained on her temple, forbidding any movement. Lin Qing, feeling the gun pressed against her head, exclaimed irritably, How much do you want? I can pay. Just name your price. The assailant holding Lin Qing smirked coldly. We don't want money, Miss Lin. We desire you. Cooperate, and you shall not suffer. Your friend will remain unharmed. Lin Qing, bewildered, responded, You want me? Chu Chu stood nearby, her mind racing. Oh no. I recall that Lin Qing had been kidnapped once before, but that incident occurred later in the narrative, during which she endured horrific abuse, leaving her mentally shattered and leading her to recklessly confront Xia Xuechuan. Qiao Chuchu's breath quickened, but that was later in the story. We are still in the early stages, and the romance between the protagonists has yet to develop. Why has the plot advanced prematurely? While reading the novel provided by the system, I had assumed that these men in black were sent by Ji Yanchuan, as Lin Qing's erratic behavior disrupted his business and family, prompting him to take action against her. It seems I was mistaken. The individuals kidnapping Lin Qing are not Ji Yanchuan. Who then? Who would send someone to harm Lin Qing yet spare her life? Qiao Chu looked at Lin Qing in astonishment. Lin Qing's face had turned ghostly pale, her body trembling under the man's grip. Was she to be assaulted? More than once? Left naked and discarded? Lin Qing glanced at the men threatening her with guns, suddenly feeling nauseous, gagging violently. These men are not targeting me. They may very well knock me unconscious and abandon me by the roadside. However, if I truly faint, it will be the end. To save Lin Qing, I must feign unconsciousness to convince them I pose no threat, then follow them discreetly to alert the authorities and rescue her. This is my only chance. Lin Qing's heart tightened as she looked at Qiao Chu in shock. No, it cannot be. That is far too perilous. Calling the police for her rescue is the only solution. She cannot come here. It would be a mere stroke of fortune if these individuals do not involve Qiao Chu. Should she fall into their hands, she would meet the same fate as her. Yet, before Lin Qing could cast a glance towards Qiao Chu, the latter had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The man coercing Qiao Chu sensed a weight pressing down and turned her face towards him, exclaiming, "Boss, this girl has fainted." The boss, visibly irritated, directed his gaze at Qiao Chu. "Throw her on the ground. Let me take a look." Qiao Chu was discarded like a refuse bag upon the floor. The boss stepped forward and viciously crushed her fingers beneath his foot, pressing down with immense force. Qiao Chu gasped in silent agony, her mind screaming, "Oh my God, it hurts so much." Lin Qing's face drained of color, her heart constricting with anguish. She watched as the man mercilessly ground Qiao Chu's fingers, yet the latter did not even flinch, her mind fervently cursing, "Damn you." Lin Qing felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Were it not for her ability to hear Qiao Chu's thoughts, she might have truly believed that Qiao Chu had fainted. The man, having confirmed her state, remarked mockingly, "Well, this little lady has truly been frightened to faint." His subordinates jeered, spoiled and pampered. "She's lucky she didn't wet herself." Laughter erupted among them. The man, further mocking, dragged Lin Qing towards the vehicle, stating, "Let us go, brothers. We're off to play with the rich girl." Lin Qing was roughly pulled up, yet she maintained her composure as she was forced to walk along. If her fate was already sealed, she could endure it. They merely sought to trample upon her body, to drive her to madness. She would not succumb. Nothing was more significant than her life. However, if she were to be harmed alone, she absolutely could not allow Qiao Chu to suffer the same fate. A delicate girl like Chu could not withstand any form of trauma. Should anything happen to her, Lin Qing would have no way to explain it to the Pei family, nor to Pei Yuchuan. Without struggle, Lin Qing called out loudly, "Qiao Chu, when you awaken, protect yourself. Do not come to rescue me." Lying on the ground, Qiao Chu's fingertips trembled. Lin Qing was forcibly restrained in the vehicle, her voice hoarse as she implored, "Take care of yourself. Nothing is more vital than your own safety. Whatever I endure, I can withstand. Do you hear me? I, Lin Qing, will never succumb to fear. I will live well. You must live well too. Do not come to rescue me." Chapter 100. Qiao Chu, give me 10 minutes to save Lin Qing. I am not joking. The man swiftly covered Lin Qing's mouth and bound it with tape, rendering her speechless. The driver, wary, glanced at Qiao Chu through the rearview mirror. Qiao Chu lay motionless on the ground. The vehicle gradually distanced itself, her figure shrinking to a mere speck before vanishing from view. With a sudden surge of determination, Qiao Chu sprang from the ground, scanning her surroundings until she located the phone that had been discarded. She scrambled towards it and promptly called the police. She conveyed her current location, the vehicle's direction, and the likely destination to the authorities before hastily boarding Lin Qing's car. Despite the broken glass, the vehicle remained operational. Qiao Chu ignited the engine and pursued the destination etched in her memory. According to her readings, the vehicle would continue along the road, ultimately halting at an old house adjacent to Lancheng. She drove forward, then opened WeChat, entering the family group she had long neglected, swiftly adding Lin Xin and sending several voice messages in quick succession. Sister Lin Qing has just been kidnapped. She is in imminent danger, and I have already reported it to the police. I don't care who among you is free right now. Please make time to help me find more people to rescue Sister Lin Qing. Oh, and by the way, those thugs are armed. Pei Yuan immediately initiated a video call. Chu Chu positioned her phone on the car mount and connected. Pei Yuan's face was etched with anxiety. Chu Chu, where are you? I instructed you to go shopping. Yet here you are with Lin Qing getting kidnapped. Driving with urgency, Chu Chu replied, I was chasing a car. If I hadn't pretended to faint, those men would have surely knocked me out. If I had truly lost consciousness, I would have been too late to save anyone. Lin Xin joined the video call, running as he spoke. Chu Chu, I'm on my way now. Don't go there, it's far too dangerous. Pei Buxian also entered the call, immediately chastising her. Chu Chu, you must not go. You've reported it to the police. We will come to rescue her. Do not move, and do not complicate matters for us. Pei Che entered the video call silently, frowning at Chu Chu without uttering a word. Chu Chu had no time to focus on the video. She was intent on following the narrative clues to locate the vehicle. I have already reported it to the police, but they need time. And you all need time as well. I am the only one nearby. If I don't save Sister Lin Qing, who will? Pei Yuan's expression darkened as he pulled the 4-line from his arm and rose from the hospital bed. How do you intend to rescue her? With just your words? Do you even comprehend the kind of individuals you are up against? They are armed. Chu Chu retorted with irritation. If I die, then so be it. I have 5 chances to revive. Why should I fear? I cannot allow Sister Lin Qing to be violated. Pei Yuan. Her palms were clammy with sweat as she focused on the road ahead. She is in those scoundrels' grasp. Every passing minute poses a greater risk and torment for her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, pounding the steering wheel. Why? Why must the harm inflicted upon female supporting characters always manifest in the form of violence? Her frustration grew. When a man faces adversity, he speaks of business failures, insurmountable debts, or familial disintegration. Yet, when it comes to women, it invariably relates to violence. I nearly suffered the same fate, and so did Lin Qing. Pei Yuan, now in the car, felt his head spin with disbelief. What do you possess to save her? Just a few years of martial arts training? The others gazed at her in tension. In the video, Chu Chu's expression was resolute as she fixed her gaze ahead, spotting the jeep that had kidnapped Lin Qing. I have arrived. I will send you the location. Give me 10 minutes, and I will rescue her. Just wait. Pei Yuan.
Beike?
Pei Buxian? Pei Fingnon. Lin Xin. 10 minutes? Chu Chu decisively ended the call. 10 minutes. A few years ago, when the system granted her the skill, it proudly proclaimed, host. This reward will automatically detect the least probable events in your life and enhance your abilities accordingly. If we were to improve your skills in areas where you excel, you would be remarkable throughout your life, which would disturb the balance. Therefore, we can only enhance skills in less frequently used domains. Of course, if you utilize the abilities we bestow upon you for profit, those abilities will gradually revert to their original state. It is advisable not to do so. Using them occasionally during events is perfectly acceptable. Today, I present you with the skill of stealth. However, be aware that while you remain undetected by your enemies, you are invincible. Once they notice you, your emergency abilities will significantly diminish, placing you in considerable danger. She had never anticipated that stealth would one day be of use. She had assumed this skill was only applicable for sneaking snacks from the kitchen. A warm surge coursed through her body, and a powerful force erupted from her fingertips. Chu Chu felt a surge of inspiration as she effortlessly concealed herself behind the jeep. This was a rural abode consisting of 3 modest rooms. The yard was guarded by 2 burly men, while the rest were crammed into one of the rooms. Silently, she maneuvered past the 2 guards and stealthily approached the back of the kitchen, skillfully picking the lock of the rear door to slip inside. Upon entering the kitchen, someone cheerfully exclaimed to those inside, "You won't believe it. It's my first time seeing someone hire us to play the role of a rich girl, and I must say, it feels quite delightful." Chu Chu hid behind the door, seizing the opportunity as the man entered the kitchen, swiftly twisting his neck. Crack. He collapsed into her arms. She quickly tucked away the silenced pistol from his waist and covered him with the corn stalks used for heating the house. After accomplishing this, Chu Chu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. How impressive I am. The kind of impressive that flows seamlessly. I can hardly imagine how delightful it would be to capture such a dashing act on video. Lin Qing, lying on the bed like a lifeless husk, suddenly perked up. Xiao Chu Chu had entered? Her heart raced uncontrollably. How did she manage to come in? She had explicitly stated not to come for her. It was far too dangerous. The gang leader approached Lin Qing, pinching her face with a lewd expression, speaking in a repugnant tone. Little lady, you are truly beautiful, just like a star. Lin Qing regarded him with cold disdain. The leader leered, come, let us take a photo to prove you've been kidnapped, and then we can commence. He aimed his phone at Lin Qing, capturing a grotesque angle, from above, not even sparing her feet. Lin Qing suppressed her nausea, her mind racing. How could Xiao Chu Chu be here? Wasn't he at perilous for her presence? Chapter 101. Even in the shadows, do remember to praise your own beauty. I am truly remarkable. If this were a film, my theme music would already be playing. Alas, the striking image of my handsome self remains unseen by others. Only I can savor it in solitude. Pei Yuan sat within the confines of the car, traversing towards the location of Xiao Chu Chu alongside Pei Che. His palms were slick with perspiration as he composed himself to dial Lu Tingxi's number. Lu Tingxi, do you have a moment? The line crackled with chaos, unmistakably amidst a hail of gunfire. The resounding gunshots echoed incessantly, and Lu Tingxi's amplified voice came through the receiver. Mr. Pei Yuan, is something the matter? Pei Yuan inquired. Why is it so loud? Are you on the battlefield? On the other end, Lu Tingxi, sheltering behind cover, dodged bullets igniting around him. His tone laced with irritation. I was engaged in a transaction, but the other party attempted a double cross. I'm retaliating right now. If you have something to say, just say it. Pei Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Xiao Chu Chu has been kidnapped. I wish to know if you can gather any information about her captors. Anything at all. But I fear you may be unable to address this matter at present. It seemed he was barely managing to shield himself. On the other line, Lu Tingxi shouted over the din, no problem. Call my son. I'll send you his number. Pei Yuan responded, your son? ISN, he merely 10 years old? Lu Tingxi, nestled behind his cover, hastily sent him a message. Sent it.
Call him. He can handle it.
Just then, a bullet whizzed past him. Fuming, Lu Tingxi exclaimed, damn it. I'll take you all down. After this, he decisively hung up. Pei Yuan. Pei Che, who was driving, glanced at him. What did Lu Tingxi say? Pei Yuan felt an unsettling turmoil within him. Lu Tingxi mentioned we should contact his son. He is currently preoccupied with a gunfight and cannot tend to these affairs. Uncertain, Pei Yuan leaned back against the seat, sensing a fever rising within him, and mustered the courage to call Lu Yuejua. What sort of people are surrounding Xiaoba? Each stranger is more peculiar than the last. Only we seem normal. As he spoke, Pei Buxian drove past their vehicle in his white car. He rolled down the window, revealing a pack of Doberman, Rottweiler, and Mastiff dogs within. A veritable entourage of fierce canines. Pei Yuan.
Beke?
Pei Buxian, driving with a menacing expression, bellowed at them. Why are you dawdling? Hurry, and save Xiaoba. By the time you arrive, Xiaoba's body will be decayed and foul. With that, he cried, woe is me. If anything happens to my Xiaoba, I shall not live. The window slowly ascended as he drove away, still weeping. Pei Yuan. Pei Che, maintaining a stoic demeanor, continued to drive. From a medical perspective, I believe our family is not entirely normal either, so perhaps we ought not to mock others. Pei Yuan's lips twitched, resigning himself to wait for Lu Yuejua to answer the call. Once connected, he got straight to the point. Lu Yuejua, young one. This is Pei Yuan. Uncle has something to discuss with you. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuejua spoke in a lethargic tone. First, I dislike being referred to as a little friend. Second, if you have a matter to discuss, refrain from calling yourself uncle. You may address me as Sister Xiao Chu Chu, and you, in turn, shall be elder brother. Let us not confuse our generations. Now, please state your business directly. Pei Yuan thought to himself that had he known he was nurturing a younger brother for menial tasks, he wouldn't have to plead with the Lu family. He spoke plainly. Your sister has been captured, and I wish to know her current condition. Lu Yuejua sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, why didn't you say so earlier? Pei Yuan replied, send me the address. Lu Yuejua opened his laptop and activated the speakerphone. What can you uncover? Everything. Lu Yuejua's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. If they possess surveillance, I could even infiltrate their system and view the footage. Pei Yuan and Pei Che exchanged incredulous glances. Pei Yuan could not help but inquire. Are you truly this capable? Lu Yuejue shrugged. These are merely basic skills one might acquire from novels. After all, I am but a backup admirer for Xia Xuechuan. Is it so surprising that I possess hacking skills? His eyes lit up. I've found it. I will send the video link to our group chat. Just click to view the surveillance footage. Pei Yuan hastily clicked the link. Lu Yuejue spotted Qiao Chuchu's figure. Sister Qiao Chuchu is huddled in the kitchen. Pei Yuan's breath hitched as he focused intently on the screen. Within the footage, Qiao Chuchu crouched behind the door, her eyes darting around. Pei Yuan's grip on his phone tightened, and his body involuntarily trembled. This was perilously dangerous. As Qiao Chuchu sheltered behind the door, a voice from within called out, "Old Ten, why are you taking so long in the kitchen? Are you dead in there?" A man entered the kitchen. Qiao Chuchu instinctively shifted into combat mode, leaping from behind to swiftly twist his neck. The man collapsed into her embrace. She promptly covered him with firewood, her movements seamless. Lu Yuejue gasped what? Pei Yuan felt his heart leap into his throat. Pei Yuchuan commented in the group chat, has Qiao Chuchu given up on being a comic artist to become an actress? Did I just witness her snap a man's neck? Pei Buxian sent a voice message laced with expletives. Your sister has been kidnapped. You big fool. Stop filming and do something. Pei Yuchuan. Pei Mu.
Basie?
Pei Fenglong glanced at the surveillance footage before driving towards the location. Everyone available in the group fixated their attention on the screen. Qiao Chuchu took a deep breath and picked up another gun. There's only one room left. Stealth is futile, and I must take the initiative. The system claims that my shots are always on target. Thus, wielding two guns equates to double the precision. If I shoot at their shoulders, victory is assured. Gathering her courage, she grabbed her phone and opened a music application, selecting a track to bolster her confidence. In the room, the man pinned Lin Qing beneath him, declaring, "Start recording." Suddenly, an exhilarating dance track blared from another room. I am the queen, radiating confidence. If you love me, come forth. If not, restrain your frivolous antics. Your sweet words are meant for little girls. I am the queen, shining with confidence. The leader frowned. What the hell? I was just about to enjoy myself. Why play such a tacky song? Make them stop it. It's ruining the atmosphere. His subordinate nodded and, visibly annoyed, stepped out. The boss commands it. Two subordinates collapsed with a thud. The expressions of the other men in the room shifted as they reached for their guns and rushed outside.
Bang, bang, bang.
The men were struck down like dominoes, the force of the bullets sending them tumbling in a heap, their cries echoing in despair. Each was precisely hit in the left and right shoulders. Some fainted outright, while others, dazed and groaning, had lost all will to fight. The leader's face changed suddenly, pulling out his gun and aiming at the door. Bang! His weapon was knocked from his grasp. Qiao Chuchu entered, gun smoking in her hands. Her demeanor icy. Don't move. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled. Woohoo. The leader's face drained of color, incredulous. It's you. Indeed, Qiao Chuchu replied, raising an eyebrow as she advanced. Surprised, aren't you? I am a ruthless assassin. The leader? Lin Qing's spirit soared. Before her stood Qiao Chuchu, her fluffy long hair secured with a makeshift stick, strands cascading down. Though petite, she wielded her dual guns with striking flair, exuding an impressive aura. Pei Buxian's eyes widened in delight. The Qiao Chuchu from his novel had come to life. It was a perfect one-to-one match with a real Qiao Chuchu. The leader gritted his teeth, wishing he could peel away a layer of skin from Qiao Chuchu with his glare. You little girl, how dare you scheme against me? Qiao Chuchu smirked, pressing her gun against his forehead. Who sent you?
Speak.
The man's pupils constricted, his chest heaving. I don't know. She aimed her other gun directly at his groin. The man's face turned pale, quickly surrendering. I truly don't know. The person who placed the order sent us, through a middleman. The employer insisted we torment the rich girl, wanting her to suffer so much that she would take her own life. Lin Qing? Qiao Chuchu narrowed her eyes. Where's the evidence? The man scrambled to produce his phone, hands trembling. Here, it's all here. The password is 9527. She took the phone and shot at his groin. The man screamed. Ah. Why are you still shooting me? Qiao Chuchu replied nonchalantly. I never said I would spare you. You're just overthinking it. And now you blame me? The man stared wide-eyed at his bleeding body, then rolled his eyes back and fainted. She hurriedly untied Lin Qing, saying, Let's go. Sister Lin Qing. I boasted to my brother that I would rescue you in 10 minutes, and now there are only 2 minutes left. Lin Qing nodded and followed her. Pei Yuan, holding his phone, was momentarily stunned. Did she really think it was possible to resolve everything in just 10 minutes? Lu Yu exclaimed, huh. Sister actually did rescue Lin Qing in 10 minutes. Impressive, sister. The brothers exhaled in relief, quickly adjusting the surveillance angle to watch Chu Chu and Lin Qing exit the building. Surely, they could feel at ease now. Lin Qing clutched Chu Chu's hand tightly. Overwhelmed with gratitude after the harrowing experience, her voice choked with emotion. Chu Chu, I truly don't know how to thank you. I was so afraid you would get hurt because of me. Are you alright? I'm fine, Chu Chu reassured her, supporting her calmly. Let's not discuss this now. We can talk when we are completely safe. I parked the car over there and have already called the police. Lin Shen and my brother are probably on their way here. We must hurry. We might encounter them, and then we will be safe. Lin Qing nodded vigorously, okay? I'll follow your lead, completely. Chu Chu guided her toward the direction of the car. However, a Maybach suddenly approached. Chu Chu grew alert, instinctively shielding Lin Qing. Lin Qing focused and exclaimed, It's my dad. Chu Chu was taken aback, releasing her protective hold on Lin Qing. How could your father be here? Lin's father stepped out of the vehicle, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. His expression darkened as he approached Lin Qing, scrutinizing her from head to toe. What are you doing here? Lin Qing, her hand over her heart in joy, stammered out, I was just kidnapped and nearly assaulted by those people. Thankfully, Chu Chu arrived just in time and saved me. Lin's father's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze directed at Chu Chu. This little girl saved you? Chu Chu retorted. Who are you calling little? Look at your receding hairline. Lin Qing laughed, stepping in front of her father, her tone boastful. Chu Chu is incredibly capable. She never misses. Suddenly, Lin Qing's body trembled. A deep crimson stain inexplicably spread across her black cashmere coat. Disbelief etched on her face. She looked down at the hole in her chest, her expression frozen in shock as she fell backward, lifeless. Chu Chu was stunned. In that moment, she caught sight of Lin's father holding a gun. In the bitter cold, the silenced weapon in his hand still smoked, stained with Lin Qing's blood. His already grotesque face was made even more sinister by the blood, and he calmly raised his gaze to Chu Chu. Chu Chu instinctively drew her own weapon.
Bang!
She was knocked to the ground, a gaping wound suddenly appearing on her shoulder. The pain felt as though her shoulder were being ripped from her body. Chu Chu let out a guttural whimper, writhing on the ground in agony. It hurts so much. He stood over Lin Qing's body, contemptuously placing his foot on her face. You are just like your mother. A ticking time bomb by my side, always at risk of exploding. Understand me, child. How could one live with a bomb? Chu Chu couldn't believe it. He was the assassin. He was the murderer. She trembled as she raised the gun towards Lin's father, exclaiming, You old scoundrel. Lin's father regarded her with disdain, lifting his own firearm in response. Chu Chu attempted to pull the trigger, but found herself lacking the strength. Her mind hazily registering the anguished cry from the courtyard surveillance. Don't shoot.
Bang!
Chu Chu jolted upright, gasping for breath. The system whirled before her. Come on, host, while the emotions still linger. Seize this moment. Charge. Before she could react, she suddenly found herself behind Lin Qing. Lin Qing was joyously running towards her father, calling out, Dad. Panic surged within Chu Chu as she lunged forward, seizing Lin Qing and urging, Run. Your father is the murderer who hired these people. Chapter 103 Lin Qing. We are the ultimate victors. Lin Qing. I must have misheard you. What did you say? Chu Chu dragged Lin Qing to hide behind the house, adrenaline coursing through her veins, rendering her body weightless and her voice trembling. Sister Lin Qing. Look, this is an isolated place devoid of people. This dilapidated house is clearly a den for these criminals. I only informed your brother and my brother, not your father. How could he possibly know you are here? Lin Qing appeared bewildered. Perhaps he saw my car? Maybe he came to check on me? Chu Chu was momentarily taken aback, a ridiculous laugh escaping her lips as she struggled to find words. I have died once, and so has Lin Qing. I witnessed her father shoot her dead, a bullet to the heart, with no time for a final word. That indescribable horror, I scarcely know how to articulate it. I can only express that my shoulder still aches from that ordeal. After firing, Lin Qing's father remarked that she was a ticking time bomb, and he could not bear to hold onto a bomb for a lifetime. At that moment, Lin Qing was already lifeless, unable to hear his words. Yet now, Lin Qing has not experienced the moment of her father's fatal shot. How can I convince her? If the roles were reversed, and Lin Qing told me my brother had come to kill me, I would not believe it either. What must I do? Cold sweat beaded on Chu Chu's forehead as she brainstormed while straining to listen for any sounds. Lin Qing stared at Chu Chu, utterly dazed. It was not only Lin Qing who was stunned. Everyone watching the backyard surveillance was equally astonished. Linda Hai had killed Lin Qing and her beloved. Linda Hai was the biological father of both Lin Qing and Lin Shen. Lin Shen's mind buzzed as he beheld the two girls huddled behind the debris on the screen. His father had killed his sister, and the one he cherished. Lin Shen's hands trembled on the steering wheel. A nauseating turmoil mixed with dull pain surged within him. He gasped for breath, feeling as though inhaling through his nose would suffocate him instantly, yet even this desperate breathing proved futile. He was enveloped in an indescribable suffocation, his eyes gradually reddening. Strangely, Lin Qing remained unexpectedly calm. She still bore the lingering stench of those men, which wafted into her nostrils with the breeze, nauseating her. Yet, it was not the foul odor that caused her revulsion. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lin Dehai stood like a statue, his gaze calmly sweeping over the shadowy figure of someone inside. He gently inquired, "Daughter? What troubles you? Are you hurt? Let father take a look." Chu Chu's breath hitched, and she swiftly covered Lin Qing's mouth like a leopard. "I do not know how to protect Sister Lin Qing, but the moment a gun is fired, even if I survive, Sister Lin Qing might not. I cannot bear to witness her demise. She is so exceptional, so wonderful." Lin Qing froze, tears suddenly brimming in her eyes. Great droplets cascaded down her cheeks as she brushed aside Chu Chu's hand. "I believe in you." With her face streaked with tears, she solemnly declared, "I trust only you." Chu Chu was taken aback. There was no time to ponder why, as sounds approached from either side. Footsteps. She seized her gun and fired in both directions. Two bodyguards quickly took cover. Chu Chu grasped Lin Qing's hand and dashed into the underbrush, firing until her handgun ran out of bullets.
Grass.
She was forced to discard the weapon and flee with Lin Qing. The bodyguards, armed and aiming at their retreating figures, were halted when Lin Dehai pressed down on one of their guns. "Do not harm her. She is my precious daughter." Lin Dehai warned the bodyguard in a hushed tone. "Never draw a weapon unless you are certain of victory. Do not let them discover my intent to eliminate them. Pursue." The bodyguard nodded and set off in Chu Chu's direction. Chu Chu sensed someone closing in on them. Apart from a thicket of unpooled summer weeds, there was nothing else around. Yet, that alone was sufficient to conceal both of them. She removed her fur coat and hung it on the weeds, pulling Lin Qing toward the other side. "This way." Chu Chu activated her phone and initiated location sharing in the WeChat group. "Hurry, or prepare to collect our bodies." The bodyguards, navigating through the thicket, spotted Chu Chu's coat from a distance and rushed over, reaching out. "Grass? A coat?" One bodyguard exploded in anger. "This wretched girl is attempting to lure us away." Lin Qing stumbled behind Chu Chu, her high heels proving treacherous. "Are there any bullets left?" Chu Chu cautiously shook her head. "None, not a single one." Lin Qing frowned, her foot twisting painfully, agony shooting up from her ankle.
Ah!
Chu Chu, startled, wasted no time and hoisted Lin Qing onto her back. "What?" Lin Qing exclaimed. Chu Chu carried her as if she were a sack of rice. "We cannot stop. We will be discovered." Lin Qing, astonished, felt an inexplicable sense of security wash over her. Chu Chu navigated through the underbrush and sprinted onto the main road. A bodyguard had already been waiting at the end and ran toward them. "Miss Lin, Miss Pei, we are here to rescue you." Chu Chu gritted her teeth. It seemed there was no escape. "Very well." She set Lin Qing down and, with a scream, lunged toward the man. "How delightful it is to see you. I want to express my gratitude." "Ha! Bodyguard." Lin Qing. Chu Chu lunged at the bodyguard's waist, pushing forward with great force. Yet, she found herself unable to budge him. The bodyguard, bewildered, looked at her and said, "Miss, I lift weights every day. My body is as hard as iron." Chu Chu's expression darkened as she delivered a swift kick to his lower regions, exclaiming, "I don't believe it." Veins bulged on the bodyguard's forehead as he doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground with a grunt. Chu Chu burst into laughter. "Ha! Your rear end is now so high it could support a bottle of soda." Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind her. Another bodyguard charged at her with a fist raised. Caught off guard, she widened her eyes in shock. Lin Qing, wielding a brick, leaped into action and struck the bodyguard on the head, shouting, "Damn you, bodyguard." Qiao Chu Chu. She watched as the bodyguard's strength faded, his eyes rolling back as he slumped to the ground, blood soaking into the earth beneath him. Lin Qing, brandishing the bloodied brick, glared at the bodyguard with a fierce determination, proclaiming, "We are the true victors. Do you hear me?" The man, dazed, attempted to rise again. With a resounding thud, Lin Qing brought the brick down upon him once more. The man was completely unconscious. Panting heavily, Lin Qing turned to Qiao Chu Chu, asking, "Are you all right, Chu Chu?" Qiao Chu Chu, in a daze, shook her head, "I'm fine." Having removed her troublesome high heels, Lin Qing, albeit limping, took her hand and urged, "Let's hurry." Lin Qing's face suddenly paled. Qiao Chu Chu thought anxiously, could it be? Am I about to die again? I only have 4 chances left.